Chapter 142, Appointment. Li Xianfeng nodded after some thought, then added, writing a book shouldn't be a problem, but mastering this Bao technique is no easy feat for an ordinary person. Without a spiritual orifice in the hand, it would prove challenging to master such a technique. Even if one manages to do so over years, the power will be significantly diminished, and they won't be able to harness the astral qi. My Bao technique relies heavily on astral qi. Without it, the arrows will lose most of their power, which can be quite disheartening. Li Xianfeng finished with a tight-lipped smile. Li Tongya frowned slightly, shaking his head in resignation. In that case, perhaps you should document it when you have the time. At least it will serve as a record for future generations of our family. Understood. After landing on Lijing Peak and checking the time, they realized they still had over a day before the agreed-upon meeting with the Yu family. Li Tongya handed over his storage pouch with the bear carcass inside to Li Xianfeng and gave him a set of instructions. Sell these in the prefecture and gather information from the disciples there before returning to report to me. Understood. Li Xianfeng replied eagerly, accepting the storage pouch from Li Tongya and bowing before taking off into the wind and flying eastward. As Li Tongya watched Li Xianfeng leave, he could not help but smile and mutter to himself. This kid. When Li Xuanfeng's figure disappeared from view, Li Tongya mused. Without an heir for Jinger, we must keep an eye out for any children with spiritual orifice who could serve as his successor, ensuring that his lineage continues. Li Xianfeng flew along the gully road for a while. Having learned from his previous experiences, he flew over the city wall before landing in the town. Despite the urge to meet his woman, he remained focused on the task at hand and headed toward the medicine store operated by the Li family. Upon entering, he found a young man dozing off behind the counter. Li Xianfeng managed to identify him as Li Yexing's son, whom Li Xianxian had sent to oversee the store in the prefecture. He snorted coldly, then nudged the guy awake. The young man lifted his head and rubbed his eyes drowsily before being startled awake. Brother Feng, why are you? Despite being younger, Li Xianfeng had earned a reputation among the children as a little tyrant, often seen chasing older kids with his bow. And despite being older, the drowsy young man behind the counter addressed him as Brother Feng. Li Xianfeng simply waved dismissively and ignored him. Go fetch Wan Tianqiu for me. The young man hurried out of the courtyard and summoned Wan Tianqiu. Wan Tianqiu emerged promptly, clad in gray clothes. Although his face seemed a lot chubbier and resembled much of how he looked when he was younger, his cultivation had already reached the third stage of the embryonic breathing realm. What can I do for you, young master? He asked respectfully. Ever since Li Tongya destroyed the Ji family and presented Ji Dongqi's head before him, Wan Tianqiu had lost his aspirations. He eventually married into the Li family, but his cultivation progress had remained stagnant ever since. His wife was an extremely ferocious woman, so he quickly accepted his assignment in the prefecture to avoid her wrath at home. While he was having a good time here, he did not expect to be visited by Li Xianfeng. Good thing I stayed home today. Otherwise I would have missed your visit, young master. Facing my wife's wrath upon returning home would have been unbearable. While Wan Tianqiu was pondering the purpose of Li Xuanfeng's visit, the other man spoke up. When will the market on Cloud Crown Peak open again? Li Xianfeng asked curtly. It'll reopen after the first lunar month, young master. Wan Tianqiu promptly replied. Got it. Li Xianfeng nodded, then cast a glance at Wan Tianqiu before turning to him to speak. How are you doing in the prefecture? Has anyone caused you any trouble? No, not at all. After hearing that we are from the Li family, the other forces in the prefecture dare not cross us. With assistance from the Xiao family, everything is smooth sailing. Wan Tianqiu assured him with a proud smile. After hearing Wan Tianqiu's report, Li Xianfeng nodded and then bid farewell to the two men before departing. After leaving the medicine store, he skipped his way to a small courtyard and knocked on the door with a smile. Jiang Yunu's soft and alluring voice came from behind the door. Who is it? It's me, Li Xianfeng answered. A series of rapid footsteps approached before the door creaked open, revealing the round-faced girl standing before him. Accompanying her was a swan goose strutting proudly by her side, its head held high with a blank stare fixed on its face. Young master, Li Xianfeng caught the girl who leaped into his arms, but kept his eyes on the swan goose. He grinned foolishly, then planted a kiss on her lips before asking, Why didn't you eat it? I feel lonely alone here. This swan goose broke its wing. It just flutters around all day. When I was a child, we raised geese at home, so I decided to keep it as a pet. the girl replied with a jovial laugh. Li Xianfeng carried her to the bed, then loosened his clothes while saying, "Didn't I tell you to buy a few servants?" I looked, but they're too expensive. Besides, I'm used to doing laundry and cooking. I'm not some noble lady, so there's no need for servants. Jiang Yunu responded sheepishly. Li Xianfeng kicked away the stern-looking goose that attempted to peck him while fluttering its wings, then used his mana to restrain the animal to the ground. He chuckled and remarked, "This goose is really vengeful." After enjoying each other's company between the sheets, Lu Xianfeng wiped away the sweat that clung to Jiang Yunu's forehead with a smile. "How have you been these days?" he asked gently. "I've been doing fine," Jiang Yunu replied, pinning up her hair as sweat rolled down her fair neck. Sitting in Li Xuanfeng's lap, she wrapped her arms around his neck, gazing at him with her adorable almond-shaped eyes. "I came to the prefecture to take care of some matters. Once I'm done here, I'll need to enter seclusion and focus on my cultivation. I've been stuck at the first heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm for 2 years now. It's time for a breakthrough," Lu Xianfeng explained with a small sigh. Jiang Yunu's expression turned downcast as she asked, "How long will you be staying this time?" "A few months at least, a year at most," Li Xianfeng replied, trying to sound as comforting as possible. Jiang Yunu pursed her lips, tracing the unchanged contours of his face over the past year with her fingers. She tried her best to cheer up, but could not disguise the loneliness in her voice as she spoke. "You're an immortal. Your cultivation easily takes up years of your life. While I'll be aging over these few years, you'll remain as youthful as you are now. That's really unfair. In 12 years, when I'm 28, I bet you'll probably just give me a sum of money and tell me to live out the rest of my life by myself." "What are you talking about?" Li Xianfeng chuckled as he embraced the petite and fair girl tenderly. "Just wait for a few more years, we'll have a child. I'll take you home and make sure no one looks down on you," he assured her with a soft kiss. Meanwhile, Li Tongya was practicing the river one qi technique. He exhaled a wisp of white qi, then concluded his training and rose to his feet. The sun was just beginning its ascent into the sky. He estimated what time it was before slinging his sword over his back and stepping out, coincidentally running into Li Xianxian. "Second uncle." Li Xianxian cupped his fist and greeted, now sporting a beard that gave him a mature appearance. It had been nearly a decade since he had overseen the family's affairs, ensuring that things were well within the major and minor sects. Li Tongyan nodded to him and then announced, "I'm heading out onto the lake. Keep a close watch here, and don't let anyone through the sun write profound light formation unless absolutely necessary." "Understood, second uncle." After giving his instructions, Li Tongya soared into the air and flew northward, crossing over the crystal-clear lake and stopping above the island at the heart of the lake. The island was bustling with activity. A large brown boat was docked on the serene waters, surrounded by a dozen smaller vessels. Mortals stood on these boats, and they were bound with ropes, their expressions blank as they gazed fearfully at the sky, too frightened to utter a word. "Number 21, someone shouted on the large boat. 10 cultivators of the embryonic breathing realm emerged at the stern of the boat, channeling mana into the palm of their hands. Suddenly, the smaller vessel at the end floated upward, eliciting cries of fear from those aboard. Women sobbed, children wailed, and a cacophony of curses filled the air. However, the cultivators remained indifferent, their faces impassive as they watched the boat drift toward the sky above the island at the heart of the lake. With a tilt, the mortals aboard tumbled downward, creating ripples on the surface of the forbidden formation below. Lightning and fire then ensued, detonating spells of light one after another. The screams of the crowd vanished instantly. Blood and severed limbs soared into the air before raining down, dyeing the lake a crimson red. Crocodiles, shrimps, and crabs surged to the lake's surface, greedily seizing the flesh. "So, this is what Lu Cece meant by a venture without any initial investment," Li Tongyam mused. Chapter 143, Milin Prefecture. Blood continued to flow over the forbidden formation, and the once lush island that was protected by the formation quickly turned into scorched earth. As the glow of spells faded, a middle-aged, cowering man came into view, clutching his head. His eyes were shut, and he was trembling. This middle-aged man had a huge gash across his waist, and it was bleeding profusely. After a long while, he opened his eyes in disbelief and looked around. Then, with a burst of ecstatic laughter, he hurriedly treated his wound. After rummaging through the ruins for a while, his face turned even paler from his severe blood loss. Unable to search any further, He wrapped the talismans and Dharma artifacts with his clothes before exiting the formation, only to be met by a grumbling cultivator on the shore who snatched the items he had retrieved. Damn it, these peasants are trickier than the last. If it weren't for the need to cooperate with the ones that follow, who would bother giving them gold? After tossing a bag of gold, they hauled the man onto a small boat that could accommodate about 2 or 3 people. Number 21, off you go, they shouted, as the small boat departed, which was carrying a few lucky ones who survived with only missing limbs. People on several small boats at the rear of the large ship looked on in anticipation, waiting for orders from above. Li Tongya observed such diverse fates on the island, waiting a while longer. It was not long before an emaciated elder wielding a jade scepter approached from the east, riding the wind. It was Lu Sisi. Brother Tongya. Lu Sisi cupped his fist and greeted Li Tongya before joining him midair. The Yu family mentioned meeting here on the island, but I see none of their kin. From a distance, I only spotted a few minor family heads waiting together in the sky. What does this mean? He asked in confusion. Li Tongya, with a low chuckle, glanced around and pointed toward the distant large ship. Nothing much, just making an example out of some chickens to scare the monkeys. Lu Sisi, understanding this gesture, laughed at the misfortune of the people below them. I see. We've also found these rogue cultivators quite displeasing, but with several Qi cultivators aboard, none of the families wanted to stir trouble. That's why they were allowed to roam free for so long. As they conversed, the large ship suddenly raised its sails in alarm, buzzing with activity. Several figures emerged to encircle the ship from all sides, with a formidable-looking man standing above, completely clothed in black. He appeared to be middle-aged and exuded an overwhelming presence. Lu Sisi counted and then remarked, 9 Qi cultivators. The Yu family really is wealthy. He looked up at the black-clothed man and continued in a somewhat dejected tone. That must be the current head of the Yu family, Yu Xiaoge. We attained the Qi cultivation realm the same year, but he's already a foundation establishment realm cultivator now. I've dealt with him before. He's a sinister and ruthless man, not easy to handle at all. Oh, Li Tongya tooted as he flew closer to the large ship with him. Lu Sisi continued. Yu Xiaoge was the leader of the 5 heroes of the Yu family back in the day. 2 of the 5 have passed away, and of the 3 who reached the peak of Qi cultivation realm and sought breakthroughs, he was the only one who survived. After standing for a moment in the air, the presence of Yu Xiaoge and his group clearly caused unease among the people below. An elderly rogue cultivator flew up with a grim expression before slapping himself twice in the face. He cupped his fist and pleaded with Yu Xiaoge, Greetings, head of Yu family. We've ignorantly violated the rules of the lake and caused disturbance. I deeply apologize and am willing to compensate for any losses. This elder was also at the peak of Qi cultivation realm with a clear flow of true essence, indicating consumption of refined, though not top-tier, spiritual Qi. Despite being significantly older, he addressed Yu Xiaoge as a senior with obsequious flattery. Yu Xiaoge came forward with an amiable smile on his face. He lifted his arm, revealing his arm that was as smooth as the jade inside the sleeve of his robe. With a wave of his hand, the elder's head, which was several meters away, immediately burst open like a watermelon. He plummeted to the ship on the lake before he could even have the chance to grunt. This caused a large commotion to break out on the ship. The Qi cultivators from the Yu family immediately swarmed in, and the formation inscribed onto the ship shone brightly. The area immediately became a battlefield with cultivators clashing, causing the lake to churn unpredictably. Bursts of spells exploded on the water's surface. The few fortunate ships that had just made their escape capsized amidst the turmoil. The injured and drowned vanished beneath the waves, meeting their inevitable end. As always, just as always, that's Yu Xiaoge's style, Lu Sisi remarked, shaking his head at the sight of Yu Xiaoge, standing with his hands behind his back, finding himself at a loss for words. Unlike Yu Xiaoge, who still looked like a middle-aged man, Lu Sisi had aged significantly, with white hair and limited days ahead. Li Tongya observed the group while stroking his chin. Noticing their proximity to the ship's cabin, which would have already placed them within the cultivator's spiritual sense, he could not help but speculate out loud. The Yu family must possess some Dharma artifact that conceals their presence. It's quite effective, considering that it could hide them until they were close to the ship, preventing the rogue cultivators from escaping in alarm. As they spoke, the ship turned into a bloody scene of massacre. The smaller boats that were attached capsized, and hundreds of mortals lay atop the ship's hull. Many more attempted to swim to the island, but being unfamiliar with the formation, did not know where to land, leading to an even bloodier and unbearable sight. Soon, the rogue cultivator's large ship capsized with a thunderous noise. A more magnificent and luxurious ship slowly approached from behind Xiao and his people. With cultivators from the Yu family still smeared in blood, they landed on the ship. Only then did Xiao look up and smile, channeling his mana to amplify his voice to reverberate across the lake. Honorable family heads, please join us on board for a discussion. After a tantalizing pause, people gradually made their way onto the ship from afar. They were seemingly the Yu family's entourage and were engaging in cheerful conversation. Lu Cixi and Li Tongya landed on the ship, their spiritual sense scanning the items on board efficiently. The deck was already set with 2 rows of stone tables, with Yu Xiaogui seated at the head of it, sipping wine. Yu Mugo hurriedly came over and greeted them, cupping his fist to Li Tongya while disregarding Lu Cixi by his side. Senior Tongya, you've arrived early. We apologize for making you wait. Not at all. It actually allowed me to witness the distinguished demeanor of your esteemed family head. Li Tongya politely responded, to which Yu Xiaogui, sitting at the head, looked up. He placed his wine cup down and squinted at him, seeming to be pondering something silently. After exchanging a few pleasantries, all the families finally arrived. Only 2 families on the lake had Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, the Yu family from the east coast and the Fei family from the north coast. Li Tongya was seated next to Yu Xiaogui, directly across from the Fei family, a position that was quite conspicuous. Li Tongya frowned upon noticing Yu Xiaogui's gaze and took his seat reluctantly. The head of the Fei family, also a cultivator of the Foundation Establishment Realm, was dressed in brocade and appeared much younger and more elegant than Yu Xiaogui. He smiled slightly at Li Tongya, who returned the gesture with a nod, acknowledging each other's intentions. Yu Xiaogui, seeing that everyone was present, nodded and stood up with an arrogant smile. Thank you all for being here on time, giving face to my Yu family. I, Xiaogui, am grateful to everyone. His voice boomed loudly. The representatives from the other families quickly stood up, saying they dared not take credit. Yu Xiaogui waved them off, interrupting their polite refusals, and continued. Ever since the Immortal Mansion had secluded itself from the world, the Azure Pond sect and the Golden Tang Gate had divided the Moon Gaze Lake, leading to continuous conflicts. There hasn't been a single day of peace on the lake. The rise and fall of various clans over more than 300 years have led to unbearable chaos. I presume everyone has had enough. Lu Cixi, caught off guard by the speech, internally cursed at Yu Xiaogui for his slyness. Everyone's been living comfortably. Who would want the Yu family to rise above them? He sure knows how to sugarcoat things, he thought to himself grumbly. Despite thinking this way, he agreed aloud respectfully. What the family head you said is true. I knew it. Yu Xiaogui nodded and beamed before glancing at Li Tongya, who remained silent at his side. He then turned to look at the brocade-clad middle-aged man who seemed more interested in his wine cup. He smiled. Fortunately, Golden Tang Gate has retreated, and Azure Pond sect has moved north. Finally, Moongaze Lake has come under a unified jurisdiction. The end of these chaotic days is near. Pausing for dramatic effect, he continued. My son has been accepted into Yuanwu Peak, and through his request to the peak's master, it was reported to the main peak. The entire Moongaze Lake has been designated as a separate jurisdiction and removed from Lixia Prefecture. Our Yu family's 12 towns will form a new prefecture, named Milin Prefecture. From now on, you all will no longer need to submit your tributes at Lixia Prefecture. It can now be done directly at Milin. Chapter 144, Yu Mujian. Upon hearing these words, a tumult arose from the seats below. The family heads displayed varied expressions, whispering among each other. Li Tongyan nodded slightly as well, finally understanding where the Yu family's audacity stemmed from, and was left to ponder to himself. With a family boasting 2 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, a disciple practicing in Yuanwu Peak, securing a unique jurisdiction to control the fate of the surrounding clans, and these coupled with the rebuilding of the market after the destruction of the Moongaze Lake market to control the flow of goods, all advantages lie with the Yu family. Should all plans succeed, the Yu family indeed will solidify their dominance over the lake. However, Yu Xiaogui, despite his ruthless actions, is overly impulsive and takes too many risks. Such a straightforward and forceful control over the other clans may backfire instead. His gaze swept across the visibly upset head of the Fei family opposite him. The middle-aged man was dressed in white, frowning as he held his cup. He caught Li Tongya's glance briefly. Although the two were unaware of each other's names, having never met before, they found themselves aligned in interests in regards to the Yue family's aggression. The murmurs among the family heads ceased instantly, including those previously rallying behind the Yue family, who fell silent almost immediately. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. No one dared to speak up. "What do you all think?" Yu Xiaogui sneered, anticipating the reaction of the family heads. He was indifferent to the response of most clans, his attention fixed on a few whose disciples were cultivating within sects or who had strong backing. Seeing them all silent, with both the Li and Fei families not uttering a word, he pressed on. "Lu Sisi, what does your Lu family think?" Lu Sisi, momentarily stunned, wore a bitter smile on his aged face. Knowing full well of Yu Xiaogui's intentions yet fearing retaliation, he sighed. "If the Yu family leads, of course it's for the best." His voice trailed off, and Yu Xiaogui, still with a cold expression, then declared loudly to the audience before him. "If there are no further objections, then the market matter is settled. I hope for your support when the time comes." Li Tongya internally scoffed. A trip to Lixiao Prefecture is but a few hours away. What difference would it make to a Qi cultivator? The Yu family's market will only attract those at the embryonic breathing realm, and we won't be seeing substantial profits for the next few decades. An air of unresolved tension hung over the family heads, powerless against the Yu family's dominance. As the atmosphere at the banquet grew colder, Li Tongya glanced down at the delicacies before him, cautiously refraining from partaking in the feasting. Much to his surprise, a middle-aged man from the Yu family stepped forward, cupping his fist. "I've heard of the Li family head's exceptional swordsmanship. I, too, practice the sword and would like to request your guidance." Li Tongya sighed quietly, his spiritual sense briefly scanning the man to only discover that this man was at the 6th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. So it has come to this. They really do hold me in high regard. Everyone's attention instantly focused on Li Tongya. Ever since the Qing Sui sword immortal, Li Chejing, defeated Qi Xiun in Mountain City with a single celestial moon sword intent, the reputation of the Li family of Lijing had resounded across the lakeside prefectures. All the families were eager for someone to test the Li family, and the Yu family's probing aligned with everyone's wishes. For a moment, the atmosphere at the banquet became lively, and even the head of the Fei family looked up in interest for once. Li Tongya, under the pressure of everyone's gaze, simply smiled. However, he showed no desire to take the spotlight, declining politely. "I'm not sure where you heard such rumors, but I'm afraid I cannot oblige." The mood cooled down immediately, and the middle-aged man from the Yu family gritted his teeth when he heard his response. A swordsman should advance fearlessly. Yet, Brother Tongya shrinks back? Is this the Li family's attitude? He spat rudely. Yu Xiaogui gestured for him to stop, raising his cup with a smile. "I'd still ask for Brother Tongya to give our family this honor." With the conversation having reached this point, Li Tongya had no choice but to stand up and move to the center of the boat. He cupped his fist and introduced himself. Li Tongya of the Li family from Lijing. Yu Mujian of the Yu family from Milin. Yu Mujian coldly introduced himself in return, drawing his sword and immediately launching an attack toward Li Tongya with a chilling sword glow. Li Tongya, upon a brief scan with his spiritual sense, knew this man's swordsmanship posed no threat. However, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with the sword in the man's hand, prompting him to be more cautious. Li Tongya drew his sword to block his attack, not going on the offensive but simply and skillfully deflecting each of Yu Mujian's sword aura and chi with almost no effort at all. After over a dozen attacks, with Yu Mujian having exhausted most of his sword techniques, without making Li Tongya so much as to shift his stance, his expression turned ugly. The families above watched intently as Li Tongya stood still, effortlessly neutralizing Yu Mujian's aggressive assaults, earning a round of applause. Li Tongya's swordsmanship is far superior. Yu Mujian is no match at all. As expected of a sword immortal clan, praised another. Yu Mujian's face grew even darker, and Yu Xiaogui's smile slowly faded. He was observing coldly and was lost in his own thoughts. Such sophisticated sword moves, and such a solid foundation in swordsmanship. The Li family indeed has a swordsmanship legacy, starting from at least grade 3. You Mujian glared at him, forming a hand seal with his left hand while his right hand held the sword, which suddenly lit up with a hazy white glow, exuding sharp qi. Once again, he slashed toward Li Tongya aggressively. The Yu family's sword technique, someone shouted from below. Yu Mujian's face showed a hint of pride, his strikes slower, but each with great momentum and force, pressing toward Li Tongya. After several exchanges, boos filled the air as Li Tongya still stood unmoving in his spot with his sword in hand, effortlessly countering his attacks. Even the Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator in the white brocade robe from the Fei family snickered softly. This was an action that clearly irritated Yu Xiaogui. Is that all you can do, Li Tongya? Seems like that Qing Sui sword immortal was just a nobody, and only good at defense. Yu Mujian spat through gritted teeth. He was visibly flustered and recklessly cursing, causing an immediate shift in the atmosphere among the family heads seated above. The white-robed Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator from the Fei family was almost bursting into laughter. Yu Xiaogui's face changed drastically, and he hastily shouted, "Fool! Be quiet." Li Tongya's expression finally changed, a frown forming and a flash of anger in his eyes. He repelled Yu Mujian's attack with a single sword strike, sheathed his sword, and then drew it again swiftly. A radiant arc of white sword light then burst forth, heading straight for Yu Mujian. "Mercy, please." Just as the brilliant sword light rose, Yu Xiaogui had already stepped forward. Caught off guard, Yu Mujian hastily parried with 3 strikes, but against the celestial moon slash technique, his efforts shattered like paper. He stumbled backward, pale-faced and on the verge of being wounded when a pair of hands as white as jade caught the bright sword arc in front of him. With a movement of Yu Xiaogui's left hand, he forcibly dissipated the sword arc into scattered sharp qi before pulling Yu Mujian aside and angrily demanding, "The Qing Sui sword immortal is not someone you can insult at will. Apologize now." Yu Mujian sputtered a few words before finally gritting his teeth and biting down on his tongue. "I was careless with my words and offended the esteemed sword immortal. Please forgive me." He apologized, albeit reluctantly. Yu Xiaogui, both angry and anxious, now had to humbly apologize for his disciple's offense despite losing face and having to make amends now. Smiling outwardly but seething with rage internally, he said, "I failed to discipline him properly, leading to the offense against Senior Qing from Lijing. Brother Tongya, please forgive us. Whatever punishment you deem fit for him, my Yu family will accept." While still maintaining a pleasant facade, Yu Xiaogui was furious. "One incapable son has nearly ruined me. Fortunately, Mujian is smarter, otherwise, the future of our Yu family would be most uncertain." Li Tongya smiled softly, picking up Yu Mujian's fallen sword from the ground and offering sage advice. Cultivating the sword path doesn't solely depend on sharpness. Seeing Yu Mujian's defiant look, Li Tongya earnestly added, "To advance sharply is to retreat swiftly. The essence of drawing blades lies in concealment. If you take my words to heart, your swordsmanship can advance further. Since the head of the Yu family proposed a punishment, I'll keep this sword with me. Once you can control your sharp qi at will, come to Mount Yue to retrieve your sword," he added. Yu Mujian was visibly shaken by these words, but Yu Xiaogui nodded slightly, feeling relieved instead. Li Tongya's remarks gracefully defused the situation, transforming a peer challenge into a junior's request for guidance, effectively saving the Yu family from embarrassing themselves. "Thank you, senior," Yu Mujian murmured with a dazed look on his face. The surrounding family heads whispered among themselves after witnessing, with one praising Li Tongya loudly. Senior Tongya is truly a gentleman. Chapter 145, Father and Son of the Yu Family. At the age of 45, Li Tongya was significantly younger than most present here, standing out for having attained the 5th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. Even the 187-year-old Lu Sisi had only attained the 7th heavenly layer. Naturally, everyone respectfully referred to him as a senior. He cupped his fist politely to the other family heads before sheathing his long sword, gracefully returning to his seat. Yu Xiaogui's expression brightened slightly as he nodded and said, "The Li family swordsmanship is indeed unmatched around the lake and far superior to our Yu families. Today has been quite the eye-opener for me." By attributing Yu Mujian's defeat to the superiority of the Li family's swordsmanship rather than a lack of talent in the Yu family, everyone heard a light chuckle from Li Tongya. He let the comment slide, preferring to keep a lower profile to ensure the other families remained wary of the Yu and Fei families. After all, Lu Cixi doesn't have many years left. With the Yin family and the Lu family traditionally allied, once Lu Cixi passes away, the delicate balance between the three families will break, presenting an opportunity for the Li family. It's best to keep things as calm as possible before then, avoiding unnecessary complications. Having achieved their goal and tested Li Tongya's swordsmanship, Yu Xiaogui found an excuse to leave the banquet. Soon, the other clans followed suit and also departed, one by one. Li Tongya deliberately avoided Lu Cixi and headed back to the southern shore alone. Gliding over the crystal-clear lake, Li Tongya reflected to himself. Yu Xiaogui is ruthless and impulsive, but he's smart for affiliating themselves with the Yu family, which is rising to prominence. He's no doubt a difficult adversary. Then there's Yu Mugo, equally ruthless but more cautious, likely even harder to deal with than his father. It seems like our good days are numbered. Flying south for a while, Li Tongya landed on a small islet. After waiting a moment, he soon caught sight of a middle-aged man in a white brocade robe approaching from afar, landing gracefully on the islet with an air of great elegance and sophistication. He was none other than the head of the Fei family. Brother Tongya, what a coincidence. I am Fei Wangbai of the Fei family. Your reputation precedes you. Fei Wangbai appeared to be in his 40s. However, he was actually over 100 years old. As he observed Li Tongya, noting his calm and reliable demeanor, his smile became even more gentle. Likewise, senior. You flatter me. Li Tongya dared not presume himself to be on equal terms with a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, hence promptly addressing Fei Wangbai as a senior. Seeing Fei Wangbai stroke his beard and smile, he said, apart from an old rogue cultivator on the western shore, there are 3 Foundation Establishment realm cultivators on this lake. The Yu family accounts for 2 of them, with Yu Xiaogui at the early stage and Yu Yufeng the White Jade Fist at the late stage of Foundation Establishment realm. I'm just a nobody who broke through to the Foundation Establishment realm 20 years ago, hardly someone who could be called a senior. Fei Wangbai's intention was clear, and both men understood each other's stance well. Seeing Li Tongya smile slightly, Fei Wangbai continued, among the younger generation of the Yu family, Yu Mujian is brave and values friendship, achieving Qi cultivation realm at the age of 40. Yu Mugo and others are shrewd and ruthless, a deadly combination, and are no fools at all, which makes us quite envious. I understand. Li Tongya nodded thoughtfully before changing the subject. He asked solemnly, in your opinion, with the current chaotic situation on the Gully Road, is it possible for the Yu family's market to operate smoothly, senior? Fei Wangbai shook his head, and a smile crept onto his face. That won't be easy. I have a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator friend in the Prefecture who told me that a band of thieves has been roaming the Gully Road. If Yu Yufeng personally oversees the market, it might be fine. However, if Yu Yufeng encounters something that takes him away from the market, I fear there will be trouble. Li Tongya immediately understood Fei Wangbai and the others' plans, but did not want to get involved, fearing Fei Wangbai might misunderstand. It's a pity my swordsmanship is too conspicuous, attracting jealousy. Otherwise, I would have liked to offer my support, he quickly added hastily. That won't be necessary. Fei Wangbai laughed heartily in response to hearing that, noting that Li Tongya was not specific on who the offer was for, the Yu family or the thieves. Knowing that the Li family also supported this matter, he finally nodded and spoke nonchalantly. The Yu family is now dominant. If the families cannot produce another Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, I fear they'll be preyed upon and gradually extinguished over the next 100 years. Although the Li family is under the protection of a sword immortal and the Yu family dares not cross this line, nothing is guaranteed. Remember, the demise of one leads to the vulnerability of another. Li Tongya cupped his fist, deciding to no longer hold back his thoughts and opinions. He spoke his next words in great earnest and fervor. In the days to come, there will be many opportunities for cooperation between our 2 families. My Li family is in the south, and the Fei family is in the north. Geographically, we are natural allies. I am not short-sighted enough to sit by and watch the Yu family grow unchecked. With this, the 2 men simply smiled at each other before bidding farewell and returned to their own homes. After the cultivators on the ship had dispersed, Yu Mugo led his 2 clan brothers, one tall and the other plump, into the cabin. There in the spacious main cabin, a large chair was placed up high where Yu Xiaogui, plopped onto with a somewhat gloomy and somber expression. Upon seeing Yumugo enter, he sternly said, "Come here." Yumugo approached quickly, noticing Yu Xiaogui's fixed gaze on the wooden floor, his demeanor somewhat dark and unreadable. Yu Xiaogui suddenly asked, "What's the origin of Mujian's sword? Have you sent someone to inquire about it?" I too harbored doubts and had already asked the fourth brother about it. Yumugo replied, having anticipated the question. "That sword is a Dharma artifact of the Qi cultivation realm, originally acquired by our ancestor during the destruction of Lingyu Gate. It looks unremarkable, and its material is unremarkable too. There's nothing special about it," he explained. "Oh." Yu Xiaogui's brow eased slightly at this, his hand lifting lightly as he muttered, "Seems I was overthinking it." Then Li Tongya. Both father and son started to speak at the same time, but abruptly stopped. Yu Xiaogui nodded approvingly at Yumugo, his eyes filled with satisfaction. With a slight lift of his hand resting on the armchair, he commanded, "You speak." Nodding, Yumugo then said in a deep voice, "Li Tongya is calm and restrained, like a black mamba lurking in the corner, just waiting for the chance to strike. Father, don't be fooled by his quiet and respectful demeanor. He is not someone to be underestimated. If we look down on him, we might come to regret it." Yu Xiaogui looked up, slightly surprised, putting down his teacup gently. He valued Li Tongya as well, but Yumugo's assessment of him was much higher than he had anticipated. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "What do you think we should do about him? While he is yet to reach the Foundation establishment realm, we should overpower him, lure him out, and secretly eliminate him. As long as no one knows that we've gotten rid of him, the Moongaze Lake will sooner or later be ours." Yumugo's expression was fierce, his teeth clenched. His eyes had a glint of malice in them. However, Yu Xiaogui shook his head, his expression becoming peculiarly stoic and unreadable. "You always say I act rashly, yet you are far more impulsive in this matter. Li Tongya has the backing of the Qing Sui Sword Immortal, a genius disciple of the Azure Pond sect. How can we simply dispose of him so carelessly? If the sect investigates and uses a heart-questioning talisman, how would our Yu family cope? We would likely find ourselves in big trouble," he reprimanded sternly, his voice hard. Yumugo's expression froze, reluctantly nodding in agreement as he cupped his fist and said, "You're right, I was being too reckless. Even if we can't deal with Li Tongya directly, we must curb the rise of the Li family." Yu Xiaogui refilled his cup, then continued with a smile. "Once the market matter is settled and we are free, we'll plan to eliminate a few of the Li family's younger generation. Make the Li family suffer a break in lineage, just like our ancestors did with the Yuan family. They had secretly schemed for decades, and by the time Huaqian finally realized it, it was too late for him to do anything. He was forced to enter seclusion to break through to Foundation establishment realm, only to meet a tragic end with the decline of his family." Yumugo's face also lit up with a smile, murmuring, "Exactly. The Li family now is exactly like the Yuan family back then, except for the fact that our Yu family is even stronger now. Back then, we covertly pressured the Yuan family's Qi cultivators, secretly preserving the Ji family. Now, it's the turn of the N and Lu families. By the way, Gower, there's something I need to ask you." Yu Xiaogui suddenly put down his teacup, his voice becoming grave. "I've heard that the Yin family has produced a prodigy named Jingming, who has attained Qi cultivation realm at 14. This is remarkable." Yumugo's expression turned serious. "Father, rest assured, I've already sent people to keep an eye on him. The moment Jingming leaves the Yin family, I'll be informed. The Yin family won't have the chance to produce another Foundation establishment realm cultivator." Yu Xiaogui then nodded, smiling warmly with satisfaction plastered on his face. "I never have to worry about anything when you're the one handling things." Chapter 146, River Crossing Torrential Steppe. Chapter 146, River Crossing Torrential Steppe. Li Tongya returned home, and with Li Xianfeng not yet back from the prefecture, he returned to his cave dwelling on Meiche Peak instead. Opening the stone door, he lightly tapped his storage pouch. A rather simple-looking longsword materialized in his hand right away. "This long sword of Mujian. Its material seems unremarkable," he muttered to himself as he inspected the sword, noting an engraved Yu character, 1, on the hilt, finally understanding the source of the familiar feeling he felt. "Ah, so it's an artifact from Lingyu Gate," he murmured to himself. Activating his spiritual sense, he channeled the river true essence from within him into the sword, causing it to emit a bright light. Li Tongya channeled about 10% of his mana into the sword, and soon enough, a sound of rushing water emerged. His eyes lit up as he heard this, and he continued pouring more true essence into the blade. The river true essence condensed by the river Wenqi technique was naturally powerful in the first place, and after receiving empowerment from the deep ocean long whale talisman, Li Tongya's mana was astonishingly vast, much like the ocean. Now, even 10% of his mana was comparable to half of the mana for an average early-stage Qi cultivator. The sound of the water emanating from the sword became increasingly violent. After several moments focused on channeling his mana into the sword, one stroke of the Yue character on the sword hilt suddenly lit up. It took about 50% of Li Tongya's true essence and the time taken to burn a stick of incense to fully illuminate the entire Yue character. The mana required for this feat far surpassed the capability of a peak Qi cultivator. It seems this sword was originally intended to select cultivators who practiced the River Wenqi technique and reached the Foundation Establishment realm. Recalling the River Mountain Sutra, Li Tongya had a plan. Considering Zhang Yun's words, the River Wenqi technique is likely a preliminary technique to the technique in the River Mountain Sutra. If I can unlock that jade slip, my family will possess a complete legacy of the Purple Mansion realm. While he pondered these thoughts, the sword in his hand buzzed and levitated, emitting shimmering water light that illuminated the cave. It projected onto the cave walls, revealing a series of hidden text. The river crossing torrential step. Li Tongya was overjoyed. Footwork techniques were the rarest among all the techniques. Not only were they expensive, but they were also seldom seen for sale. He eagerly memorized the content projected by the water light. After a brief moment, the light finally dimmed. The river crossing torrential step was a footwork technique from Lingyu Gate, sealed in the sword by a predecessor named Xiao. The text mentioned that he acquired this footwork technique at a mountain river, and at the end, it even included a minor technique called the blood escape technique, an escape method that consumed essence Qi and life and only to be used in times of desperation, potentially saving one's life in critical moments. River crossing torrential step is a grade 3 footwork technique. Xiao sealed the Lingyu Gate's legacy into this sword, using sword light to pass on the legacy. It appears this predecessor's swordsmanship was also quite profound. Li Tongya marveled, his eyes twinkling in slight amazement. This footwork technique, whether for combating enemies or escaping, provides a safeguard for the descendants of my Li family. This is truly a great find, he added joyously. Keeping the sword levitating mid-air with his mana, Li Tongya bowed slightly as a gesture of gratefulness and respect to the predecessor. An epiphany struck him as he thought. The Xiao family of Li Xia claims legacy from Lingyu Gate, and this predecessor also bears the surname Xiao. Could he be an ancestor of Li Xia's Xiao family? Putting the sword away, Li Tongya considered visiting the Xiao family to inquire further and took out a jade slip to carefully record everything with his spiritual sense. Li Xianfeng landed in the market of Cloud-Crowned Peak, noticing a decrease in foot traffic compared to previous years. After all, it was usually busier during the days of tribute payment when many clans were busy trading in the market. Now, on an ordinary day, it was not nearly as lively. Li Xianfeng entered a leather shop and called over a few attendants of the embryonic breathing realm, dropping bear meat sealed with a spell from his pouch onto the floor with a clattering sound. How many spirit stones can this fetch? The attendants nodded vigorously at his request. Upon seeing that it was a demonic beast of Qi cultivation realm, they hurriedly called over the shop owner, who was a Qi cultivator and clad in leather. He evaluated the bear meat with an eager gaze before speaking. Fellow Taoist, this bear meat is full of spiritual Qi and hasn't been dead for long. I'll value it at 21 spirit stones, he declared cheerfully. Li Xianfeng nodded. As a seasoned demonic beast hunter, he was familiar with the market and found the price reasonable. He quickly agreed, exchanging the goods for spirit stones and pocketing them, feeling satisfied with the earnings. Stepping out, he encountered a young man in fox fur who greeted him with a warm smile. Brother Xianfeng, we meet again. Brother Changdai. Li Xianfeng greeted Lu Changdai in a cheery manner. The young man held jade beads in hand and wore a pristine fox fur coat. I was looking for a formation material in the market and didn't expect to run into you. Let's sit down for a chat. My treat, he proposed generously. Pulling Li Xianfeng toward a nearby tavern, Li Xianfeng, in high spirits, agreed and followed him inside. Lu Changdai was the first to strike a conversation between the two. Is the sun-right profound light formation working well? Perfectly fine. Li Xianfeng replied right away with a nod. After ordering a few dishes and bringing up the wine, Lu Changdai pondered for a moment, then thought to himself, it's been over a decade since that demonic disaster. I wonder if this fellow in front of me has any news about it. However, considering the fact that the calamity affected the Azure Pawn sect and Golden Tang Gate, Li Xianfeng might not be aware. Filtering his thoughts, Lu Changdai came to his own conclusion. Might as well ask. Who knows if there might be some knowledge to gain? With this thought, he smiled at Li Xianfeng and leaned forward in a casual manner. Brother Xianfeng, have you heard of someone named Jiang Yan? Jiang Yan? Li Xianfeng mumbled as he thought for a moment. After a brief pause, he realized he had no clue and chuckled. Never heard of him. Why? Are you looking for this person? He asked, rather amused. Haha, just asking. Lu Changdai replied as he quickly changed the subject, feeling somewhat helpless inside. He had hoped to achieve great things in this life, but aside from cultivating faster and bringing back his knowledge of array formations, he found almost nothing else useful. The powerful figures from his past life had not yet risen, and they never publicly shared their rise to power, leaving Lu Changdai at a loss on how to seize an advantage beforehand. He only remembered some major events from his past life, barely managing to establish some relationships with potential figures. Feeling somewhat down lately, he spent his days setting up formations for others to earn some spirit stones while feeling uncertain about his own future. Seeing the carefree Li Xianfeng, he could not help but feel envious. Brother Xianfeng, what do you think is the meaning of life? Caught off guard and a bit amused by such a sudden question, Li Xianfeng simply waved off the question. Just to live a happy life, that's all. He responded with a light-hearted laugh. With this statement, an unrestrained and unruly aura enveloped him. Lu Changdai replied with an incredulous look. Brother Xianfeng, your words are almost demonic, resembling the chaos sown by the demonic faction. Li Xianfeng laughed heartily before picking up a piece of demonic beast meat and sipping another mouth of wine. Whether it's the righteous path or the demonic path, when the top sects disregard lives so loosely, how are they any different from the demonic faction? The common people struggle to survive. I care for not much in this world. As long as my family is not bullied, I can drink and eat meat freely. I don't care if the world falls apart, he proclaimed with a tight smile. Setting down his wine cup, Li Xianfeng solemnly said, life is full of disappointments. When faced with adversity, grit your teeth and get through it. When times are good, make the most of it. Otherwise, you'll regret it when you die someday. Brother Xianfeng is really... Lu Changdai chuckled wryly, finding Li Xuanfeng's carefree demeanor somewhat relaxing. Since his rebirth, he had been constantly calculating non-stop, leading to him being exhausted and dizzy from such extensive effort. He found time spent with Li Xianfeng to be quite relaxing in contrast. However, Brother Xianfeng, we shouldn't speak too plainly in public, Lu Changdai cautioned after scanning their surroundings. Since it was still early in the day, there were only very few people around. He breathed a sigh of relief and raised his cup to Li Xianfeng with a smile. Raising his cup, Li Xianfeng suddenly thought of the old man named Su San. He felt a squeeze in his heart and mumbled to himself, Su San, just wait. When the opportunity arises, I'll also make Golden Tang Gate taste blood. 1. Yu as in the Yu Ling Yu, not the Yu in Yu Mujian. Chapter 147, Seclusion. Li Xianfeng bid farewell to Lu Changdai and left some money behind for Jiang Yunu, then rode the wind southward along the gully road for a few hours. The faint golden light dome enveloped in misty clouds of Mount Yue appeared before him. Landing on the mountaintop, he was greeted by the cheerful Li Xianxian. Seeing Li Xuanxuan's contagious smile, Li Xianfeng could not help but smile as well. Brother Xian, what's making you so happy? He asked with a grin. Second uncle has acquired a treasure sword containing a footwork legacy from Lingyu Gate called the River Crossing Torrential Step. It's a grade 3 technique. Naturally, that's a cause for joy. Li Xianxian replied with almost a chirp in his tone. He handed over a jade slip before continuing. Everyone at home has read and memorized it. Second uncle has already entered seclusion to practice it. You should read it quickly. Li Xianfeng laughed as he took the jade slip, scanned it briefly with his spiritual sense, and nodded seriously. Great timing. It's Luan and family's turn to guard the mind vein, and there are no affairs at home that need attention. I'm also planning to enter seclusion to make a breakthrough. I'll take this jade slip with me and leave the home matters to you, brother. Li Xianxian nodded in agreement, waving his hand dismissively to assure him. That's good news. You go ahead and focus on your seclusion. With Li Xianxian and Chen Donghe both already having condensed the jade capital chakra and attained the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm, the family's safety should not be an issue for concern at all. Li Xianfeng nodded before pocketing the jade slip, then flew toward Meiche Peak to begin his cultivation in seclusion. Li Xianxian descended the mountain only to be approached hastily by Li Xianling, appearing to have an eager announcement to make. Brother Xian, people from the Yue family have arrived at the front yard, asking to see you. Not Qi cultivators. Li Xianxian frowned. Usually, when other families visited, Qi cultivators would inquire from outside the formation. Only messengers or disciples of the embryonic breathing realm would send someone to formally announce their arrival. He's a Qi cultivator who came down riding the wind. He specifically said not to disturb clan Uncle Tonya, so I came up to report, Li Xianling answered. Li Xianxian nodded, puzzled. Nonetheless, he straightened his clothes and walked toward the courtyard. There, he spotted a middle-aged man in a long robe sitting on a chair, fidgeting with the wooden armrest, clearly uneasy. His aura was formidable, indicating he was at least a mid-stage Qi cultivator. Li Xianxian of the Li family greets the elder. Li Xianxian greeted as he announced his presence, cupping his fist. The middle-aged man returned the gesture right away and upon realizing the visitor was not Li Tonya, looked visibly relieved. He carried a sword on his back and looked rather stiff. He then introduced himself politely. Yue family's Mujian. Mujian lost face in the spar on the boat and got severely reprimanded by Xiao upon returning home. Coinciding with the Yue family's market opening, Xiao sent him to apologize to Li Tonya and also to extend an invitation to the Li family to attend the opening ceremony. All the way, Mujian felt aggrieved, fearing that Li Tonya would think he had come to reclaim the sword. Heaven pity him. All this talk of sharp Qi and control it at his will left Mujian utterly confused. He did not understand even a single word of his. He thought he grasped the essence of swordsmanship, yet he failed to comprehend Li Tonya's words. Ashamed to meet Li Tonya, he chose to follow the process for embryonic breathing realm cultivators when visiting the Li family. Upon inquiring with Li Xianling, he learned that Li Tonya was in seclusion and not receiving guests, which was a relief for him. Even heaven couldn't bear to see me embarrassed further. He could not help but blush sheepishly to himself at the thought. However, when he met Li Xianxian and introduced themselves, Li Xianxian realized who he was and could not contain his surprise. So, you are Senior Mujian. His exclamation hit Mujian like a bolt of lightning. Realizing he had made a complete fool of himself to the extent that even people across the lake had found out, he gulped and asked awkwardly, You've heard of me? Seeing Mujian's expression, Li Xianxian quickly changed the subject, smiling. Elder Tonya, my second uncle, told me that among the families around the lake, only young Master Mujian's swordsmanship can truly be called the way of the sword. The rest are merely hacking with swords. Though the comment was meant as fickle flattery, the simple-minded Mujian took it to heart, delighted. Recalling his provocations on the boat, he felt deep guilt, sighing as he looked up at the sky. Li Tonya is truly a gentleman. I am the lesser man. Li Xianxian was stunned, unable to keep up with his train of thought. Mujian sighed before handing over the invitation to Li Xianxian. Once Senior Tonya emerges from seclusion, I must personally visit to apologize, he said solemnly with a grim smile. While still muttering words like sharp Qi and control it at his will, Mujian disappeared into the distance, leaving Li Xianxian and Li Xianling looking at each other in bewilderment. This person, Li Xianling was at a loss for words, and even Li Xianxian was somewhat puzzled as he opened the invitation card. The Yue family had already informed the families about the event on the boat, but made a special effort to deliver a formal invitation to the Li family, both as a gesture of respect and as an attempt at goodwill. After reading the invitation, Li Xianxian made up his mind and instructed, Brother Qiuyang is good in his way of handling things. Sending someone with his cultivation will not make the Li family appear too ostentatious as well. Time flowed like a river, and over the past year, with not much happening at home, Li Xianxian diligently practiced while keeping an eye on the movements of various families. However, mastering the complex and profound river-crossing torrential step from Lingyu Gate was not a feat that could be simply achieved in a day or two. Lifting his brush, Li Xianxian drew a talisman on the paper in one fluid motion. Having practiced for about 10 years now, his success rate in talisman drawing had finally become profitable, adding yet another source of income to the family. The sunlight from the window bathed Li Yuanxiu in a golden glow. The boy, now 4 or 5 years old and having just returned from school, stood quietly in the sunlight, watching his father. Li Xianxian looked up and caught his eyes. "What's wrong?" he asked gently with a smile. "Father, it's been a month since you last visited Xiao," Li Yuanxiu spoke. This comment startled Li Xianxian, who narrowed his eyes in suspicion. "Who told you to say that?" "Nobody," Li Yuanxiu replied as he pressed his lips tightly together, looking a bit afraid of Li Xuanxuan's serious demeanor but still meeting his gaze defiantly. "All right." Li Xianxian finally sighed as he nodded and picked up his son. He headed out, feeling rather emotional. Li Xiangping had died in Mount Yue's territory. Although the Li family was not aware of the details, they had suspected the involvement of Mujian and Mount Yue, but had to let it go in order to maintain peace and avoid Mount Yue's attention. When Muyalu came to propose marriage, Li Tongya and Li Xianxian valued her ancient Mulu bloodline, planning it as a chess piece for future control over Mount Yue, to avoid trouble when great changes occur in the mountains. However, since Muyalu is Mu Jiaoman's clan sister, Li Xianxian, despite not saying it aloud, could not help his feelings of resentment. This affected his feelings toward Li Yuanjiao. Hearing his son's words now, he began to ponder his actions. For the sake of the family's stability in the next 100 years, I must not show favoritism. As they approached the courtyard, Li Xianxian set Li Yuanxiu down gently, who cheerfully ran away to find his younger brother, Yuanjiao. Soon, Mu Yalu's joyful voice was heard from a distance. "Xiao, you're here? Come sit." Li Xianxian laughed and entered the courtyard to see Mu Yalu, who was startled to see him. She paused for a moment before quickly regaining her composure and bowed politely. "The family head has arrived." Li Yuanjiao, holding a wooden toy, looked up and called out, "Father." Li Xianxian nodded at Mu Yalu and sat aside, watching the children play. The sunlight at the foot of the mountain was even brighter now, making Li Yuanjiao's eyes appear a brownish hue as he smiled toward Li Xianxian. "Jiao, come here." Li Xuanxuan's voice trembled slightly. Mu Yalu, sensing something was off, looked up worriedly. When Li Yuanjiao walked over, puzzled, Li Xianxian examined his face but found no trace of brown in the shadows. Sighing, Li Xianxian stood up, his gaze wandering. "I have matters to attend to on the mountain. I must leave now," he said solemnly. With that, he left, leaving Li Yuanjiao and Li Yuanxiu playing in the courtyard. Mu Yalu watched him go, sitting quietly in the corner. Chapter 148, The Stag. Li Xianxian returned to the mountain with a heavy heart, only to find a middle-aged man standing in the courtyard. He was dressed simply in a gray robe and holding a sword, appearing to be lost in his thoughts while he gazed at the sky. "Second uncle, you've come out of seclusion," Li Xianxian exclaimed, immediately filled with joy. Li Tongyan nodded slightly and said softly, "This breakthrough went smoothly. Having accumulated cultivation for 4 years, breaking through to the 6th heavenly layer of Qi cultivation realm was just a matter of time." By this year, Li Tongya was 46 years old. Thanks to the aid of the deep ocean long whale talisman, he had reached the 6th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. By the age of 60, he hoped to reach the peak of this realm with hopes of breaking through to the foundation establishment realm. Without the talisman, reaching the peak of the Qi cultivation realm by 60 would have been challenging, let alone the foundation establishment realm. After all, unlike the disciples of major sects who could cultivate peacefully within their sects, their family cultivators were always engaged in skirmishes and battles with others. As they aged, their bodies became more worn and prone to issues like blood stagnation or the invasion of malicious qi. Without access to precious medicines or spirit pills for healing, their pace of cultivation inevitably would slow down. "Is there anything happening at home? What's the situation with the Yue family's market?" Li Tongya asked. Li Xianxian hurriedly reported everything to him, including the incident with Mujian right before Li Tongya's seclusion. Li Tongya smiled and said, "Mujian is probably the most talented among the Yue family's disciples, devoted to swordsmanship. He's truly fortunate to be born into such a prominent family with his skills." Li Xianxian agreed and changed the topic, a hint of amusement crossing his face. "Since the opening of the Yue family's market over a month ago, and as their people moved there, we heard someone attacked the main family's formation in Milin Prefecture. The Yu family had no choice but to send reinforcements. Li Tongya raised his eyebrows as he heard this. It was as he expected. A simple yet effective strategy. The attackers probably came back as soon as the reinforcements left, right? Exactly, Li Xianxian recounted with excitement. No sooner had the Yu family's reinforcements left, that two Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators immediately attacked the formation directly. Although the Yu family was prepared, leaving Yu Xiaogui behind, and even using two talismans of the Foundation Establishment Realm to block the attacks, it still caused panic, driving away a large portion of their customers. It attracted many troublemakers and looters, leaving them with a huge mess to deal with. Li Tongya nodded thoughtfully and explained, "It is most likely many of those troublemakers were arranged by the other families, timing it just right to deal the Yu family a significant blow." Li Xianxian found Li Tongya's words quite reasonable and continued after a brief pause. Although the Yu family was angry, they had no choice but to swallow this loss silently. Months later, the market saw a drastic reduction in foot traffic, which has yet to recover. Did our disciples get involved? Li Tongya asked with some concern, and Li Xianxian assured him almost immediately. I remembered second uncle's instruction, ordering our family's disciples not to go out, let alone cause trouble at that market, he said with a grin. Well done, Li Tongya praised before patting Li Xianxian on the shoulder. Winter is approaching. I'll hunt a few demonic beasts of the Qi cultivation realm in the mountains for sacrifice and request a talisman Qi for you guys as well, he instructed. Yes. Li Xianxian was overjoyed, eagerly agreeing. Watching as Li Tongya flew away, his lips moved silently, the doubts in his heart ultimately unvoiced. Forget it. Li Xianxian sighed softly before walking a few steps into the yard, murmuring to himself. I should talk to Jingtian about this, and see how she recorded it. If it's not written in the family history, that's best. If it is, hopefully, she won't include it. That way, Yuan and Xiao could have a better life, and this lineage could face less slander and disparagement in the future. Li Tongya departed from Mount Lijing, where the autumn leaves of Mount Dali had already fallen, covering the ground in gold and russet. Following the mountain veins for a while, the landscape slowly transitioned from lush green to exposed brown earth. The large banyan tree with white leaves still stood tall and proud on the slope. A fox was pushing along a battered wooden cart, wandering back and forth clumsily. The cart was filled with fox cubs of various colors, all chirping and yipping endlessly. What a prolific friend you are. Li Tongya landed beneath the tree swiftly, chuckling softly. The fox looked downcast and squeaked. Oh, not at all. With winter coming, food is scarce, and many foxes in the mountains have died. These cubs would likely freeze or starve to death, so I brought them back to raise them myself. Looking up at Li Tongya, the fox said, 380 li to the east, there's a deer king who has reached the Qi cultivation realm, under a great locust tree. It fits your requirements. The deer herd is likely to migrate in winter. If you go late, you might come up empty-handed. Li Tongya nodded. Seeing the fox busy and overwhelmed, he dropped a bag of spirit patties on the ground before, then cupping his fist and bidding his farewell to the fox. With that, he took off and flew eastward. After 2 hours, he finally spotted the big locust tree surrounded by a herd of wild deer. As he descended, the deer scattered in all directions. Noticing the cleanly gnawed bones of an unidentified wild animal on the ground, Li Tongya surged forward with the wind. This deer is quite ferocious. Having become a demon, it knows to feed on blood and is very cautious. After chasing it for dozens of li, Li Tongya finally locked onto a large and strong stag, its coral-like antlers still dripping with bloody droplets. However, the stag, being only at the second heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm, could not outrun Li Tongya, who flew in the sky and was unaffected by the terrain. It did not take him long at all to catch up to it. Li Tongya aimed to capture this beast alive. Without drawing his sword, he brought his palm down onto the stag's head with great might. The stag stumbled but persisted, continuing to run. After another heavy strike to its back, the stag finally tilted and fell, turning back to attempt to bite fiercely. Li Tongya drew his sword readily, and with a flash of white light, he cut off the stag's antlers. The deer cried out and fell to its knees, rolling on the ground and leaving a trail of crimson blood behind it. Merely a wild demonic beast, and not even knowing any spells, it is rather easy to subdue, Li Tongya commented. Lifting the stag with his mana, and sealing the blood wound on its head. Once he was done, he set off to return to Mount Yue. In the dim mirror world, layers of gray fog float high in the sky, while below lay a land riddled with scars with countless gray-white buildings lying in ruins among moon-white pebbles. Lu Jiangxian stood alone amidst it all, holding a bright shining spell in the palm of his hand. He had been studying alone in this mirror world for years, drawing inspiration from the shamanic magic of Mount Yue, and had finally made some progress. Some ethereal figures made some small movements, and he lifted his palm slightly. Almost immediately, the bright shining spell falls like rain upon the moon-white pebbles before him. Crack! Crack! The moon-white pebbles trembled and began to move, enveloped in a faint white halo. They swirled and spiraled under Lu Jiangxian's feet, assembling into a pile that eventually resembled a humanoid shape, complete with arms and legs. These moonstone figures, with their white shard-shaped heads, stood dumbfounded, staring at him blankly. Lu Jiangxian quickly condensed pure white supreme moonlight in his hand before reaching out and touching the tops of these figures' heads. The shard-shaped heads immediately lit up. Instantly, these moonstone figures along with their bright heads all came to life, digging where needed and moving bricks where required. They worked in perfect harmony, beginning to repair the ruins of the gray-white buildings. This spell, having read many of the Li family spell manuals, Lu Jiangxian found this spell completely different from the usual ones. The Li family spells followed specific procedures strictly, producing exactly what they were supposed to. However, his spells were whimsical, with no fixed outcome, and were entirely controlled by his thoughts. With a thought, Lu Jiangxian appeared at the top of a mountain where a smooth platform stood. At the center of it, there was a giant tree with huge white leaves, its roots entwined. Below it, there were stone tables and chairs that exuded an ancient charm. Listening intently, Lu Jiangxian heard a humming sound from outside the mirror. The Li family of Lijiang offers respect along with fine delicacies and wine with unwavering devotion year upon year. Living at the northern vein of Mount Yue, we sow in the spring, nurture the wheat through summer, harvest in autumn, and exterminate demons in winter to safeguard the fields. Observing the 3 Yuan festivals and 6 regular festivals, we maintain reverence, ensuring to pay timely respects. Through the smoke of our offerings and the blood of our sacrifice, we call upon the gods, seeking their blessings. It appears they are requesting a talisman, he mumbled to himself quietly. Chapter 149, Requesting a Talisman. It appears they are requesting a talisman, Lu Jiangxian muttered before pausing for a moment. His divine sense reverberated from within him, enveloping the entire Li residence. By now, his divine sense coverage had greatly expanded, allowing him to clearly oversee not only the surrounding Mount Yue, but also the Lu family. The ritual of sacrifice was a major event for the people of the 4 towns. It had existed even before the Li family rose to prominence, though it was conducted at different times. Under the Li family's rule, the timing was unified, elevating the status of sacrifice to the highest level. Even children by the roadside knew how to recite a few lines from it. The weight of all matters lies in sacrifice and military affairs. The townsfolk each brought fruits to their courtyards and erected wooden poles, hanging paper lanterns in anticipation of the sacrificial hour. Now that the residents of the 4 towns had become more prosperous, ordinary families could now afford to lay out a few dishes of sugared fruits and pastries and burn leftover medicines from the past years outside their doors in a ritual called discarding 100 illnesses, symbolizing good health. Below Mount Yue, the crowd was surging as townspeople craned their necks to look at the scene on the platform. The giant Qi cultivation realm deer, tightly bound by iron chains and kneeling on a stone platform, was a bloody and fearsome sight. "So this is the infamous demon deer," exclaimed the townspeople. How frightening! Though they said such things, they were not too frightened of the beast before them. Having witnessed numerous demonic beasts of the embryonic breathing realm invade their towns over the nearly 40 years since the spirit vein of Mount Yue was restored, they had long grown accustomed to seeing subdued demons and were not easily scared by them. The platform, polished to a mirror finish and carved with intricate patterns, had the huge coral-like antlers of the deer placed on the deer's neck. Li Tongya, with one hand on it, had the beast immobilized. At its front were several symbolic wooden and clay puppets, with the descendants of the Li family's Xian and Jing generations standing behind Li Tongya. Li Xianxian was standing one step behind Li Tongya, while Li Xianfeng and Li Xianling were positioned a step lower by the round platform. Through the smoke of our offerings and the blood of our sacrifice, we call upon the gods, seeking their blessings. After reciting the prayer for the sacrifice, the surrounding townspeople immediately kneeled down in unison. Crowds on the streets and bridges bowed down in devout prayer, enveloping the town in a terrifying silence. So this is the Li family's sacrifice, Wan Tianqiu whispered softly in awe. He had witnessed sacrifices more than once, but each time he could not help but be deeply moved. Standing respectfully below the platform, he was shaken to his core by the thick scent of incense and the solemn atmosphere. Thinking to himself, this doesn't seem like an immortal cultivator family that rose only 40 years ago. It's more akin to a 4 centuries-old prominent immortal cultivator clan. Wan Tianqiu had also participated in some ancestral ceremonies during his time with the Wan family, yet they could not compare to the solemn and dignified nature of the Li family's ceremonies. Looking at the Li family's strict management of their disciples, Wan Tianqiu sighed softly to himself. The rapid rise of the Li family over the past 40 years is not without reason. On the platform, Li Xuanxuan's ritual knife had already pierced straight into the brain of the large deer at the center of the platform. The creature let out a mournful cry but was held firmly in place on the platform by Li Tongya, unable to move and dying instantly. Under the guidance of Lu Jiangxian's divine sense, streams of essence qi rose from the body of the large deer. This was accompanied by wisps of its dispersing deer-shaped soul, gushing out through the opening of its wound made by the ritual knife like a cloud of vital energy. Faint golden mists that go unseen by ordinary human eyes rose from everyone below the platform and from every household sky lantern, converging into the cloud of smoke and tinting it a faint golden hue. The cloud of smoke ascended for a few moments, dispersing into countless gray specks invisible to the naked eye. It floated up toward Mount Yue. Instantly, divine light twinkled on the mirror's surface. An invisible and formless circle of light spread out, and everyone below felt a sense of weightlessness. Lu Jiangxian conjured a gray talisman and glanced over at it before casting it toward Li Xianfeng. The gray talisman circled once and flew into his Xinyang mansion. Lu Jiangxian's vision momentarily blurred, revealing several lines of large characters. At the very top were inscribed words that were drawn in deep red strokes that seemed to emanate a fierce and aggressive aura. Strength to move mountains. This talisman qi, like Li Xiangping's before, could elevate the recipient's physical condition to an extremely high level, with vitality like smoke and strength that could move mountains. It was akin to that of a demonic beast. The second line, in light blue strokes, revealed a touch of agility, chasing clouds and moon. This talisman qi would grant the recipient the talent to ride the wind at several times its speed, which would prove to be of utmost practicality. The last one, prolong life and increase longevity, offered 40 years of life to the recipient, and was the first that Lu Jiangxian chose to discard. After all, the path of immortal cultivation was fraught with danger, and it was not certain that Li Xianfeng would be able to use up his own lifespan. If he could not even survive, then prolonging life was pointless. Lu Jiangxian hesitated between strength to move mountains and chasing clouds and moon for a while. With a light flick of his finger, the light spot entered Li Xuanfeng's spiritual sense. Let him choose for himself. The population of the 4 towns has now increased significantly, and the incense energy has not only condensed into a single gray talisman, but also left a small portion unused. After pondering for a few moments, Lu Jiangxian suddenly remembered a secret technique that had never been used since the reparation of the mirror. Now, with the surplus of talisman qi from the incense, which was barely enough to condense another gray talisman, he realized it was just the right time to apply it. Li Xiangping once killed an old qi cultivator and obtained a jade pendant from him. This jade pendant restored the mirror's ability to condense talisman pills, which involved combining the surplus talisman qi with the supreme yin moonlight to form a talisman pill. A cultivator could only consume one of these pills per major cultivation realm to achieve a breakthrough in their cultivation. The extent of its effectiveness hinges on the talisman qi in the pill. It could work wonders on even cultivators of the Foundation Establishment or Purple Mansion realms. Consuming this pill also secretly left a talisman seal in the host's Xinyang mansion, enhancing the speed of absorbing spiritual qi. When the host died, All their essence qi would then be transformed into talisman qi and returned to the mirror. Although the efficiency of the talisman pill was not nearly as high as that of profound pearls or talisman pearls, it could still extract 2 to 3 tenths of the cultivator's cultivation. However, because the Li family was weak back then, this secret technique was never utilized, not until today, when it can finally be put to good use. It would be best to condense a few more of these talisman pills to greatly accelerate the speed of mana enhancement. If they could be circulated in the market for cultivators of the Foundation Establishment Realm and Purple Mansion Realm to consume, and then reclaimed after their death, wouldn't that be wonderful? Pleased with the thought for a while, Lu Jiangxian then became cautious, murmuring, "But I wonder if the talisman pill could be recognized and attract enemies to our doorstep, causing trouble. Well, let's first use it for these few children of the Li family." With the secret technique activated, the mirror shone brightly. Bright moonlight surged out of it instantly, encircling and converging on the platform. It gathered into 3 glowing pills that had mysterious and intricate patterns on their surfaces, looking quite beautiful. After condensing the talisman pills, Lu Jiangxian returned to the mirror to continue his study of shamanic spells. Chapter 150, Imminent Calamity. As Li Xuanxuan's knife pierced into the head of the demon deer, its body quickly shriveled. Its pair of antlers also lost their dazzling luster, turning dry and pale. Upon finishing the sacrificial prayer, and with the ceremony completed, Li Tongya swiftly concealed the corpse of the demon deer from sight, sweeping it into his storage pouch with a simple wave of his sleeve. Li Xianfeng straightened himself up, feeling the presence of 2 talisman qi in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, his spiritual sense settled on the one that was exuding a ferocious aura. Instantly, a brilliant red light filled Li Xuanfeng's Xinyang mansion, and he staggered back a few steps as if intoxicated, his complexion flushing red. The qi cultivation realm of the 2nd heavenly layer surged within him uncontrollably, prompting him to step down from the platform. Descending from the platform, Li Tongya and the others were greeted by the bustling noise of the townsfolk resuming their activities. Li Tongya turned to Li Xianfeng and asked with a beaming smile, "I saw you acting a little weird just now. Have you received a talisman?" Hearing this, Li Xianxian and Li Xianling also turned their attention to Li Xianfeng, eager. Li Xianfeng nodded. "Indeed, during the sacrifice, 2 talisman qi appeared in my mind, strength to move mountains and chasing clouds and moon. I chose the former and have now broken through to the 3rd heavenly layer of qi cultivation realm." He then explained the features of the talisman qi he chose. After wiping down his hands, he set aside his black bow and picked up a piece of stone from the ground. He flicked it tactfully with his finger, and it shattered into a million fragments that scattered on the ground. Pure physical strength, without employing mana, Li Tongya commented in awe and admiration. He picked up his black bow once more and examined it for a moment before speaking again. "Now that you've attained the 3rd heavenly layer of qi cultivation realm, this Dharma artifact of the embryonic breathing realm is somewhat unbecoming. Our family has some savings these years. In a few months, you should visit the Prefecture again and consult with a weaponsmith, then have a longbow custom-made to suit your strength." Li Xianfeng, visibly pleased, pondered for a moment before a sheepish expression crossed his face. "How could I? There are many uses for spirit stones at home. Brother Xian and Linger have not yet broken through the qi cultivation realm. It'd be better to spend them on some medicinal pills or the like. My needs are not urgent. We can wait until they have achieved their breakthroughs." Hearing this, Li Xianling burst into laughter and replied, "Brother Feng, why the formality among brothers? I've just recently advanced to the 4th stage of embryonic breathing realm. My cultivation needs further refinement before requiring any medicinal pills." Li Xianxian also smiled and said earnestly, "I have already broken through to the Jade Capital stage. What's left is the grind to reach the peak of the embryonic breathing realm. You really needn't worry about us." Li Xianfeng only responded with a sheepish grin. Seeing the 2 of them like this, Li Tongya felt a great sense of contentment. He patted Li Xianfeng on the shoulder and said with a smile, "It's good that you think this way. You've all grown up under my watch, growing up on the mountain like real brothers. There should be no barriers between you. Speak freely." Li Xianfeng nodded, visibly moved by these words. Li Tongya continued, "You're both right about the medicinal pills not being urgent. Crafting a Dharma artifact takes time, so it's best to place an order now." With no choice, Li Xianfeng finally agreed to such generosity. After exchanging a few more words, the four of them went to the courtyard on Lijing Peak to give thanks before the mirror. Just as they entered the courtyard, a sweep of their spiritual sense revealed 3 luminous pills on the stone platform. Li Xianfeng raised an eyebrow and immediately exchanged a look with Li Tongya, who hurried into the stone chamber. Are those the talisman pills mentioned in the sacrificial ritual method? After paying their respects to the mirror, they stood up and carefully picked up the pills from the stone platform. Li Tongya pondered for a moment and then nodded. According to the sacrificial ritual method bestowed by the mirror, it can not only condense talisman qi, but also, if the incense is sufficient, condense it into talisman pills. An immortal cultivator can only consume 1 per major realm to achieve a breakthrough. The 3 talisman pills were translucent and luminously white, with mysterious patterns etched upon them. They were smooth and beautiful to the touch. Li Xianfeng carefully placed each one into a jade bottle, beaming with joy. Now we have medicinal pills to for ourselves. Indeed. Li Tongya agreed as he nodded thoughtfully, then added, since the talisman pills can help in achieving breakthroughs, and each major realm can only consume 1, it would be a waste to use it now. It's best used when breaking through from the peak of Qi cultivation realm to foundation establishment realm. Xianxian and Xianling can each use 1 when they break through the Qi cultivation realm. That's going to take a while before it happens, and though we won't have enough for both of our use, there will be plenty of opportunities for more rituals in the future, so there's no worry about not having them when needed. With joy, Li Xianxian and Li Xianling stored the pills, and Li Tongya went back to Meiche Peak to continue his seclusion. Li Xianfeng received a few spirit stones from Li Xianxian, then cheerfully headed toward Li Xiao Prefecture. The night shrouded Lijing Town, and the streets emptied. Only a few dim lights shone through the windows and onto the ground. As Lu Wanrong walked along the street, her servant girl remarked behind her, the Li family's ritual is really lively. We never had such festivals in the Lu family. We can't possibly compare ourselves to them. Lu Wanrong replied as shook her head, continuing her walk as she continued. The Li family's elder is in his prime, and Li Xianxian manages the Li family in an orderly manner. Have you ever seen any Li family disciples daring to bully others, abusing men and women? The Lu family's elder hasn't managed the family affairs for decades, and my senior clan brother loves luxury, a character of extravagance. In the rise and fall, the Lu family is far inferior. Having reached the front of her residence, she saw a man pacing back and forth, sweating profusely. But upon seeing them, his eyes lit up immediately, and he hurried over. Lu Wanrong recognized him as a junior clan brother from her time in the Lu family. A frown appeared on her face. Junior clan brother, what brings you here? The man from the Lu family wore a morose expression, his panic evident as he could only stammer out his words. The ancestor has passed away. What? Lu Wanrong looked as though she was struck by thunder, exclaiming in disbelief. Knowing he referred to Lu Cece, she quickly shook her head, asking softly, when did this happen? Last night. I heard everything clearly. The ancestor sighed all night in his chair, saying, the Lu family is doomed. By morning, he was lifeless. The man from the Lu family looked as if he found his pillar, whispering to her with a face full of sorrow. Brother Yunlu hurriedly buried the ancestor, and now he's secretly feasting on the mountain. The ancestor once told me to seek you out when he dies, so I ran here overnight. Sister Rong, what should we do? Seeing his face covered in grime and exhaustion from crossing the gully road as a mortal to come all the way to the Li residence, undoubtedly having faced dangers along the way, Lu Wanrong felt deeply moved. Immediately feeling anxious, she said quickly, wait for me to go inside and write a letter back home. If this matter isn't handled well, it could spell disaster for our family. Chapter 151, Heading to Mount Huaqian. Lu Wanrong hurried into the house and took a piece of cloth from the desk, while the servant girl quickly ground some ink. She dipped the brush and began to write furiously. Having heard of our ancestors' passing, I am filled with extreme anxiety and fear. Our family has lost its support, and I fear we cannot protect the 2 mountains, Huaqian and Taoyuan. I urge senior clan brother to lead our family eastward, either to Mushroom Forest Plain or the Prefecture, and offer the 2 mountains to the Li family. Leave by dawn to ensure our family's survival. If you hesitate and delay, disaster will strike us overnight, and it will be too late for regrets. Pausing briefly with her hand hovering midair, Lu Wanrong looked at the tear-streaked face of her servant who had come with her as part of her dowry. Her voice was trembling when she spoke. Currently, there are still marital ties between our two families. If my senior clan brother could speak kindly and offer both mountains, perhaps we could save our family's dignity and ensure its survival. If blood is shed between our families, it will lead to our entire clan's annihilation. After putting down the brush, she quickly rolled up the letter and stepped out of the house. However, in her haste, she accidentally bumped into someone, which made her stagger backward. The person was dressed in a white robe with his hair neatly tied, standing quietly in the yard. His jade pendant tinkled in the wind. His eyes were clear and gentle as he looked at her, looking as though he had been standing there for a long time. "Husband," Lu Wanrong called out timidly. Li Xianling hummed in response and said softly, "Let me see it." Lu Wanrong handed over the letter. She kneeled down suddenly, sobbing. "Please give the Lu family a way out, my dear. My clan brothers are all frivolous pleasure seekers. Moving the family to the prefecture will render them incapable of causing any threat. Please, spare them." After reading the letter, Li Xianling sighed softly and gently said, "What of today's useless bunch? Who knows about tomorrow?" Lu Cece was quite a figure, but he ended up with such unworthy descendants. Nonetheless, who can say that these unworthy descendants won't produce a genius? There's absolutely no reason to spare them. He handed the letter back to Lu Wanrong and took her hand before continuing. "Moreover, with your senior clan brother's character, even if you showed him a way out, he wouldn't know how to take it. He would just blindly rush toward his doom. So what way out is there to speak of?" Lu Wanrong immediately cried out, saying softly, "The Lu family has been arrogant and unbridled, causing harm without restraint. I have already given up on them. But since I was born into the Lu family, how could I just watch by idly and do nothing?" Having finished speaking, tears streamed down Lu Wanrong's face as her voice fell softer. "I was thinking, if our families became blood enemies, resulting in the slaughter of our entire clan, what would become of our children in the future? My dear, you must also consider the future." At this, Li Xianling paused, glancing at her for a moment before speaking again. "Rest assured, I know what I'm doing." Watching Li Xianling hastily leave the courtyard, Lu Wanrong wiped away her tears and placed the letter on the table. The servant girl hurriedly asked, "Madam, should we still send this letter?" "There's no need," Lu Wanrong replied sorrowfully, adding softly, "What use is human effort against a Qi cultivator's speed? There's no longer any need to send this letter. Let my junior clan brother stay here first. No need for him to go back." Li Xianling quickly headed up the mountain, walking along the stone steps. He soon came across Li Xianfeng and Li Tongya, who were standing in front of the courtyard, appearing to be in deep discussion about something. "Feng weren't you on your way to the prefecture to forge a Dharma artifact?" Li Xianling asked in confusion, noticing Li Xianfeng shaking his head slightly and laughing. "I passed by the Lu family's territory and saw the hills covered in white. It seems Lu Cece has passed away. Thinking it was a great opportunity, I decided to return first." Li Xianling couldn't help but laugh and shake his head, saying, "You really can't wait for others to know." What was Lu Yuan thinking? The Lu family sent someone to notify Wanrong, and I also received this news, so I hurried up here to report to father as well. Li Tongyan nodded slightly and said in a low voice, "Before the Yu family has time to react, we should deal with the Lu family quickly. If the Yu family gets involved, it will only complicate matters further. Xianxian has already gone down to organize the clan soldiers. Let us go ahead first." Li Xianfeng and Li Xianling responded quietly, with Li Xianling going down the mountain to find Li Xianxian, while Li Xianfeng and Li Tongya, both Qi cultivators, took to the air, heading toward Mount Huaqian. Just after flying half a kilometer, Li Xianfeng hesitated for a moment before speaking. The Lu family, both main and side, numbers over 2,000 people, and with in-laws, the number touches tens of thousands. If not handled properly, it could definitely become a troublesome affair. Li Tongya was also in deep thought and nodded upon hearing this. Indeed, it's a difficult situation. This is the first time our Li family is annexing another clan. We need to set a precedent for future generations. If we rashly exterminate them, not only do we waste the spiritual orifice bloodline, but since they are our in-laws, it wouldn't sound good if it spread out. It would potentially displease the surrounding families. This matter with the Lu family needs to be handled gracefully and tactfully, ensuring no future problems that would prove to be quite the challenge. As they flew onward, Mount Huaqian soon appeared in view. Below it scattered were small houses all draped in white cloth, while the mountain itself buzzed with feasting and joy, a rather ironic contrast. The terrain of Mount Yue, where the Lu family was originally situated, was steep and humid, and was full of mosquitoes. Since acquiring Mount Huaqian, the Lu family had moved there, with most of the population now living at the foot of the mountain. The formation protecting Mount Huaqian was rather ordinary. As Li Tongya approached and saw flickering lights on the other side of the mountain, which signaled Li Xianxian and his troops' arrival, he drew his sword and struck at the mountain's protective formation. With a loud clang, the formation around Mount Huaqian lit up instantly, covering the entire mountain in a bright glow. The banquet below descended into immediate chaos as everyone looked up at the source of the sound, only to hear a loud shout. Who dares to attack the Lu family? Lu Yuanlu rose into the air, cheeks visibly flushed from drinking. He appeared both shocked and angry upon seeing Li Tongya, and he cursed. Since the Li family has become in-laws with the Lu family, why now covet our Mount Huaqian? Li Tongya simply sneered as he continued his assault on the formation without pausing, and said coldly, Lu Sisi has only just passed away, and here you are, his unworthy descendant, feasting and celebrating on the mountain. You dare speak of in-laws? The Lu family's current strength can no longer protect these two mountains. If you know what's good for you, disable this formation yourself, and you may yet live. Foolishly arrogant, Lu Yuanlu roared. Enraged and eyes bloodshot, he drew his sword to confront Li Tongya. Li Tongya, with a single sword move, forced him backward. And just after a few exchanges, Lu Yuanlu's expression shifted quickly as he began to think of retreating. Such excellent swordsmanship. Though proud and arrogant, Lu Yuanlu was somewhat skilled, comparable to Mujian. However, his cultivation was far less than his. After a few losses, he still stubbornly resisted. Li Tongya remained silent, merely exchanging a few dozen moves before knocking Lu Yuanlu's sword out of his hand completely and swiftly advancing upon him. Lu Yuanlu's complexion drastically changed, and just as he tried to speak, a flash of light appeared before his eyes as Li Tongya decapitated him cleanly with his sword. Chapter 152, Imminent Calamity. Suddenly, Mount Huaqian was filled with screams as they watched Lu Yuanlu's headless body fall into the forest below helplessly. The mountain's large formation began to shake, and it was then that the people began to regret their actions. Cries and shouts of alarm echoed all around, and some even kneeled in supplication. The Li family soldiers had surrounded the mountain foot, blocking any means of their escape. Shortly after, the large formation on Mount Huaqian collapsed with a loud noise. Li Tongya descended upon the mountain, and people below were already prostrating themselves. A middle-aged man, looking fearful and timid, quickly wailed out, Head of the Lu family, Luan Yu, greets the ancestor of the Li family. It was only now that Luan Yu and the others from the Lu family understood the imminent disaster that Lu Sisi had continually mentioned before his death. With Lu Sisi buried only at dawn, disaster had already struck them by midnight. Li Tongya looked at him and saw his sorrowful expression, and then heard him pleading, Please spare our lives, ancestor. The Lu family will immediately dissolve, and Mount Huaqian along with Mount Yue will belong to the Li family. Our disciples will pledge their loyalty to you. Please stand up. Li Tongya replied, surprisingly polite and with a hint of regret in his expression. I hold great respect for Senior Sisi. I was only forced to discipline Lu Yuanlu because he had gone overboard. I hope you won't blame me for that. Oh, I wouldn't dare. After Luan Yu responded, Li Tongya did not wait for him to continue and spoke again. Without Qi cultivators in your current family, the Lu family indeed cannot stand firm in Moongaze Lake. Have you thought of a plan, family head? He asked. The man was initially stunned. Then, with a mix of joy and sorrow, quickly responded, We are yours to command, ancestor. Li Tongya nodded, then addressed the direct members of the Lu family below him. The Lu and Li families have had good relations. Out of respect for Senior Sisi and his character, I offer you two choices. After taking a glance around at the surroundings, Li Tongya announced, Firstly, you may join the 4 towns of the Li family, with the men marrying into and the women remarrying into our family. With the Lu surname abandoned, you will be no different from the townspeople of the Li family, still living as wealthy householders, enjoying your later years. After pausing slightly, Li Tongya continued, Secondly, if you still harbor thoughts of rebuilding the Lu family, we'll grant you a way out and ceremoniously escort you out of our territory, allowing you to seek your own fortunes elsewhere. Li Tongya had just finished speaking when Li Xianfeng, understanding the situation, stood out with a detached expression and smiled. Those who wish to rebuild the Lu family may follow me down the mountain. Suddenly, the crowd fell silent, with everyone bowing their heads, not daring to move. After a long while, a woman stepped out, standing defiantly in front of Li Xianfeng. He took a final glance around before keeping to his word and taking the person down the mountain. As the soldiers encircling the mountain parted to allow a path, more people dared to follow. In just a few short moments, a small portion of those from the Lu family had left, led by a few cultivators of the embryonic breathing realm. They walked down the mountain dejectedly. Li Tongya scoffed inwardly, watching Luan Yu before smiling a tight smile. "Aren't you going down with them?" Hearing this, Luan Yu raised his head and smiled bitterly. "Without any spiritual orifice, leaving the mountain would only make us servants to other cultivators. What's the point? It's better to submit to the Li family. At least, we can still live comfortably as wealthy individuals, without the need to wander in our old age and die in some corner." After making an obsequious smile, Luan Yu added quietly, "The Lu family has a few legacies. I'll fetch them for you now." As he naturally stepped forward to leave, Li Tongya glanced at him and commanded in a cold tone, "Stop." Stunned, Luan Yu immediately kneeled down, not daring to speak. Although Li Tongya saw the people of the Lu family as unworthy, he remained cautious, fearing that Luan Yu was merely feigning obedience to destroy the legacies. He then whispered instructions to Li Qiuyang, who was standing by his side in great alert. "Follow him and see." Understanding the instruction, Li Qiuyang immediately nodded and pulled up to Luan Yu. "Stay close behind me, and don't try anything funny," he warned. Soon, Li Qiuyang returned from the courtyard with 3 jade slips, followed by a still obsequiously smiling Luan Yu. Li Qiuyang respectfully reported, "Clan uncle, there's a spirit spring in the cave dwelling on Mount Huaqian with a dense concentration of spiritual qi, even higher by 10% than the one on Meiche Peak. It's a good place." Li Tongya nodded, taking the 3 jade slips and examining them with his divine sense. "Not bad," he praised. The jade slips were techniques of the qi cultivation realm, with 2 being common techniques and not redundant with the family's own. Li Tongya accepted them, and the last one, called Cave Spring Clear Spirit Technique, was a grade 3 technique that uses Cave Spring Clear Qi for cultivation. This Cave Spring Clear Qi produces abundant life force and sustains strength in Qi cultivators. No wonder Lu Cixi insisted on keeping Mount Huaqian. It turns out that he was aiming for the spirit spring inside. It also explains why Lu Cixi used common techniques while Lu Yuanlu had already started using Cave Spring Clear Spirit technique. This discovery resolved a question that had lingered in Li Tongya's mind all this while. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed everyone. Soldiers escorted the Lu family members back to the 4 towns, while Li Tongya and Li Xianxian went to inspect the spirit spring in the Lu family's mountain cave dwelling. Li Xianfeng led a group of Lu family members who wished to rebuild their family down the mountain. With a cursory glance revealing some resentment among them, he smirked and led the group forward until they encountered another group. "Brother Feng, is everyone here?" Li Xianling asked with a smile, clad in armor and holding a gleaming sword. A contingent of well-armed clan soldiers stood behind him, presenting an intimidating sight. "All here. I've kept a close eye on them and made sure none of them got away," Li Xianfeng replied. The captives' faces turned pale as one tried to argue. "Your ancestor promised that we would be escorted out of the territory safely. Don't take matters into your own hands and tarnish your family's reputation." Li Xianfeng scoffed. The captives then realized they were surrounded by Li family soldiers. "We are already beyond the border of Li family's territory. We've certainly kept our word. Unfortunately, some of you died or went missing after encountering bandits on the road, and failed to rebuild the Lu family." Li Xianfeng snickered. "You." The captives were furious, but before they could voice their complaints, the clan soldiers charged forward silently. Cries and pleas for mercy filled the air as blades flashed and blood splattered everywhere, dead people falling like flies. Li Xianfeng raised his bow and eliminated several cultivators of the embryonic breathing realm who were still putting up a fight with great accuracy. Observing that all adversaries had been subdued, Li Xianling personally verified each casualty before remarking, "Our clan soldiers were meticulously selected for their unwavering loyalty. No word of today's events will spread, achieving the best of both worlds. Indeed, Li Xianfeng, with his bow now carried on his back, watched as the soldiers began burying the bodies. After a brief moment of contemplation, he added, "However, we must remain vigilant against any among those who surrendered but might still harbor malice. Upon our return to the towns, we must ensure vigilant supervision to avert any unrest." "Let's leave those matters to Brother Xian," Li Xianling suggested with a soft smile. Being able to give a decent explanation of the Lu family to Lu Wanrong lightened his mood considerably. The brothers exchanged a look of mutual understanding and led their troops deeper into the forest. Crow's thoughts. Just a quick note. Xianling and Xianfeng are actually first cousins since their fathers are Li Tongya and Li Xianping respectively. But everyone in the main branch of the Li family refers to each other as brothers/sisters. Chapter 153. First Encounter within Jingming. Li Tongya had just finished dealing with the Lu family members on Mount Huaqian. Knowing that time was of the essence, he did not dare to delay any further. He immediately rose to the wind and hurried toward the Lu family's ancestral home in the distant Mount Yue, which was to the east. The Lu family surely has more than these three legacies. When the Ji family annihilated the Yuan family, although Wan Xiaohua destroyed the Yuan family's formation legacy before dying, the Lu family also obtained many essential insights into the path of formation. Later, when the Lu family broke through the Ji family's defense on Mount Huazhong, they must have acquired these things as well. However, breaking through Mount Huaqian took a lot of time, and it's uncertain what the situation is now in the east. After flying on the wind for the time it took to burn a stick of incense, traversing through dense, overlapping forests, Li Tongya finally caught sight of Mount Yue appearing before him. However, he was met by a young man instead. This young man was clad in golden armor, holding an axe that glowed with the luster of jade, covered in a bright red layer of true essence Qi shield. He clearly had attained the third heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. Lifting his head, he revealed a pair of spirited eyes, looking to be around 14 or 15 years old. He was staring at Li Tongya quietly, as if he had been waiting for a long time. "Excuse me." Li Tongya started, slightly confused. "I am in Jingming from the Yin family. I extend my greetings to you, Senior Tongya. I have been waiting here for a long time." The young man interrupted him with a cheery voice. The young man's voice was clear and respectful, and he was sizing up Li Tongya with a sharp gaze. He thought to himself, this must be Li Tongya. He certainly looks dignified and composed. I wonder if the sword in his hand is as remarkable as the rumors say. Li Tongya carefully observed him for a while, surprised by his youthful appearance, and thought, this is the rumored prodigy in Jingming from the Yin family, so young. He looks to be only about 14 or 15 years old, but has already attained the third heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. Truly astonishing. Li Xianfeng, who was now 20 years old and having just passed this winter, had just reached the third heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. But even so, this achievement was aided by the increased cultivation he had received during the ceremony. Furthermore, the Li family's supreme in-breathing meridian nourishment sutra was vastly superior to those of other families. Without it, Li Xianfeng would have needed an additional 3 to 5 years to reach the third heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. The attainment of the Qi cultivation realm at the age of 15 is a feat that even Jing'er in his year might not have matched. Li Tongya remained silent for a moment, but Jingming had already begun to speak, his tone painfully polite. I'm afraid I've made Senior Tongya come all this way for nothing. My elders have already negotiated with the Ding family from Mushroom Forest Plain about Mount Yue. Although the remnants of the Yuan family have been absorbed by your family, and Mount Huaqian naturally belongs to the Li family, the Yin family dares not interfere. However, Mount Yue has already been promised to the Ding family. Li Tongya felt a bit displeased, but did not continue the conversation. Instead, he laughed and said, You are indeed young and promising. Aren't you afraid that by coming out so rashly, you might be harmed by the Yu family? Of course I am afraid. It is precisely because of fear that we led the Ding family to Moongaze Lake. And Jingming sighed softly, a hint of melancholy not befitting his age appearing on his youthful face. What my Yin family has done is not honorable. I am willing to offer the Yin family's share of the ebony mine as an apology, and I ask for Senior Tongya's forgiveness, he added respectfully with a slight bow of his head. Li Tongya smiled at him, knowing that there was no longer hope to recover Mount Yue, and pondered to himself quietly. The vein searching technique is still in the hands of the Yin family. If they were to withdraw their share and pull out their manpower, would we not have to ask for their help again? That would give them an opportunity to manipulate us. What a cunning little rascal. But Li Tongya was not going to fall for it. He waved his hand and laughed, saying, "Come now. Our families are pretty much neighbors. There's no need for us to come to such a pass. The Yin family can retain a 20% share. We can all make money together." And Jingming smiled at this, nodding slightly. Suddenly from the west, a figure flew swiftly, with a dark longbow on his back that seemed to blend with the night. It was Li Xianfeng. Li Xianfeng had just steadied himself when his gaze collided with Jingming's. They stared at each other for a moment before Jingming quickly smiled and lowered his head, while Li Xianfeng appeared eager to test his mettle, the arrows in his quiver vibrating, creating a tinkling sound. "That settles it then. I bid you farewell." Fearing being detained by Li Xianfeng and Li Tongya working together, Jingming hastily took his leave and headed north. "That guy is very young, but not weak in strength," Li Xianfeng praised. Li Tongya nodded, commenting warmly. "This Jingming is much more difficult to deal with than Jian, definitely no simple opponent. Clans like the Lu family, lacking successors, are ultimately in the minority. Both the Yin and Yu families are in a state of revival." Li Xianfeng nodded slightly, but he did not think highly of Yumugo one bit. He only took Jingming seriously and flew back west with Li Tongya in silence, laughing as he said, "Jingming is a worthy opponent, but Yumugo is not. That person is uninteresting and insincere." Li Tongya turned his head to look at him before reprimanding him in a serious tone. "Do not be careless. Yumugo is scheming and malevolent. He's not to be underestimated. It's better to face Jingming than to confront Yumugo." After chatting for a while, they landed on Mount Huaqian. Li Xianling had just climbed up from the steps, his sword still dripping blood which trickled down, forming a puddle on the ground. Following him was Luan Yu, who obsequiously called out, "Son-in-law, son-in-law, there are a few more warehouses over here." "Father, brother Feng." Li Xianling did not heed his call, but instead cupped his fist at the two men and explained, "The Lu family has a few more warehouses guarded by some loyal servants. I have taken care of them all. Apart from the secular gold and silver, I found 31 spirit stones and 800 jin of spirit patties." "Not bad." Li Tongya nodded in satisfaction, and Li Xianxian assigned people to guard Mount Huaqian. Then, they all returned to Mount Lijing. Lu Wanrong waited in the courtyard all night until she heard a lot of noises outside. She sent a servant girl to check and saw the servant returning beaming with joy. She whispered, "Miss, it's our Lu family's people. We've managed to save their lives after all." "Don't talk nonsense. What Lu family? There won't even be a Lu surname anymore. If you don't remember this, losing your life will be the least of your worries, and you'll even drag me down with you." Lu Wanrong hissed as she sighed lightly, her anxiety easing slightly. However, with resentment in her tone, she continued, "I only hate that my cousin is as stupid as a pig. This matter could have been settled decently by both families. Given the Lu family's inevitable dissolution by the other clans, if we had offered up the mountain and left before the Li family made their move, it would have saved the Li family's face and preserved the Lu family's inner dignity without putting the Li family in a difficult position. Now look at this mess. Not only is our clan destroyed and people killed, but it also puts both the Li family and myself in an awkward position. It's truly infuriating," she muttered in anguish. The servant beside her was at a loss for words. But then Lu Wanrong suddenly glanced up and a soft whisper left her lips. "My dear." The door creaked open, and Li Xianling entered gracefully, dismissing the clan soldiers around him. He smiled as he said, "From now on, there is no Lu family. Those who wish to stay may pledge allegiance to my family. Those who don't wish to stay, we have let them go eastward." "Congratulations, my dear." Lu Wanrong praised him softly, then frowned and asked doubtfully, "Did you really let them go?" Li Xianling touched her head and lifted her up, chuckling lightly. "Not really, but they believe it's true." Lu Wanrong paused for a moment, then sighed in resignation. "Well, it's done." Li Xianling looked at her for a while, but his thoughts were elsewhere. Brother Xian's eldest son, Yuan Xiao, is now 5 years old, and our family has only 2 talisman seeds left. Father is planning to adopt another child under fourth uncle, which means there will be new demand for the talisman seeds. How will we have enough for the next generation? Moreover, if the eldest son does not have a spiritual orifice, should we wait for a child with one to be born before giving it to them? Or should the direct eldest have priority? It's not the scarcity that troubles us, but the uneven distribution. These matters are complex. If not handled well, it could lay the groundwork for fraternal strife. It requires deep contemplation and caution. Thus, he lost the mood for celebration. He simply smiled at Lu Wanrong before saying softly, "There are still matters to attend to in the mountains. I need to go up once more. Rest for now, and I will come to see you tomorrow." Seeing Lu Wanrong nod blankly, Li Xianling then left. However, he stopped after a few steps and turned his head to look at her. He said in a serious tone, "I remember you had a clan brother who came to report earlier, still staying at the Li family. What about him?" Lu Wanrong knew whom Li Xianling was referring to and quickly responded, "He's a mere mortal." Li Xianling then felt relieved and left the courtyard, murmuring, "Even mortals should not be underestimated. I should remind Brother Xian about this." Chapter 154, Xiding. As dawn gently illuminated the sky, the bare trees among the mountains were now covered with sparkling morning frost. Li Tongya had returned to Mount Yue. Thanks to the superior recovery abilities granted by the deep ocean long whale talisman, the true essence within his body was quickly and fully restored. After completing his breathing exercises, Li Tongya closed his eyes to scan his surroundings. It had already been a year since he had broken through to the 6th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm, and his cultivation had been stagnant since then, with little progress. The latter 3 heavenly layers of the Qi cultivation realm are all about accumulating and building progress. It's not possible to break through within a short term. It probably needs another 5 to 6 years of effort. While he was thinking these thoughts, the patterns of the sun, right profound light formation suddenly lit up. Li Tongya's expression immediately turned serious as a booming voice reverberated from outside the formation. Xiding of the Ding family from Mushroom Forest Plain has come to visit. I request a meeting with Brother Tongya. Li Tongya raised an eyebrow and looked out to see an old man with thick eyebrows and a rugged face standing outside, holding a staff and closely examining the formation below. The old man was at the peak of the Qi cultivation realm. The Ding family is the family the Yin family has invited from Mushroom Forest Plain to take over Mount Yue, to counterbalance the Yue family and our Li family. They are quite polite to have come to visit so soon after taking charge of the mountain. Li Tongya muttered grumpily to himself. With just a thought, the formation had opened to allow for a small entrance. Li Tongya cupped his fist and politely greeted. Li Tongya of the Li family from Lijiang greets Senior. Please, no need to be so formal," Xiding said as he waved his hand and landed on Mount Lijiang. Looking at Li Tongya, he praised, "The reputation of Qing Sui Sword Immortal precedes him. This mountain is indeed blessed to have nurtured such a genius." Xiding was a smooth talker. He knew that praising Mount Lijiang as a blessed immortal land would sound insincere, so he changed his approach and decided to praise the Sword Immortal instead. He cupped his fist once more. "Congratulations to Brother Tongya for expanding eastward and securing a blessed mountain beyond this perilous position." Li Tongya smiled softly and responded, "The Ding family has also acquired new territory. Congratulations, congratulations. This way, please. Let's continue inside." The two families had just divided the Lu family's territories. Since the Li family had marital ties with the Lu family, its remnants were given a way out from Mount Huaqian. However, the people of the Lu family at Mount Yue were all freshly slaughtered by the Ding family. Xiding entered the courtyard and immediately started working on building a good relationship with the Li family. He laughed heartily before speaking. "Brother Tongya might not be aware, but my Ding family has had generational marital and friendly relations with the Yuan family. The Yuan family has a daughter who is also cultivating on Qingsui Peak, and according to seniority, she is your Sword Immortal's senior sister." "I see. This must be destiny," Li Tongya said politely, deciding to play along well. However, he scoffed to himself inwardly. What use are generational friendship and marital ties? Weren't the Yin and Lu families also bonded by generations of marriage and friendship? Lu Cece had just died, and they had already taken over Mount Yue without delaying any time. They surely didn't hesitate to wield the slaughter knife, conveniently forgetting the generational relations between them. Generational marital and friendly relations, huh? More like a conflict of interests. Xiding nodded slightly, feeling helpless inside. His Ding family had not experienced any territorial changes for over 200 years, and the Yuan family treated the Ding family like dogs guarding the gate to Mushroom Forest Plain. Now that they had finally escaped their predicament and acquired a mountain, It was frustrating to find themselves between a sword immortal family and a prominent clan with cultivators of the Foundation establishment realm. However, on the other hand, Li Tongya sighed. Since you have taken over this mountain, you must report to the Yue family, senior. You should also go to Milin Prefecture to present some gifts. Otherwise, you risk offending them. Ding Xiding's face changed drastically at this, putting down his tea bowl in shock. Is it really so? Is the Yue family that domineering? The Yue family's territory is vast, with Yu Xiaogui at the early stage of Foundation establishment realm. Yu Yufeng, also known as White Jade Fist, is now at the late stage, not to mention the young talents emerging from their ranks. They have long dominated the lake. Li Tongya said in exasperation, venting his frustrations. It was obvious he portrayed deep resentment. Ding Xiding was greatly shaken by this, asking, even the Li family, known for your sword immortal, is pressured by them? Although my Li family remains neutral, we too fear them. Li Tongya responded as he also set down his tea bowl and then whispered, Senior, how could you not consider the future of your descendants when you have such a family near you? The Yue family's influence is too strong. Ding Xiding found this reasoning sound, nodding in agreement, then gritted his teeth as he got lost in his own thoughts. I had some doubts about what the Yin family said, but now I see that even the Li family fears the Yue family. It seems if I want to carve out a place for myself here, I'll need to shake up the Yue family. He began considering and scheming on how to contact some friends of the Foundation establishment realm and Yuan family allies to strike at the Yue family. Seeing Ding Xiding deep in thought, Li Tongya smiled without distracting him. After a long pause, Ding Xiding finally looked up, looking apologetic. I was lost in thought. Please forgive me, Brother Tongya, he said sheepishly. Don't worry about it. Li Tongya replied with a small chuckle. After exchanging a few more words, Ding Xiding took his leave. Li Tongya saw him off and then sat back down, looking at the map of Moongaze Lake on the table. He touched the corner where Mount Huaqian was and murmured, with this territory, my Li family can have another 30 years of peaceful development. Let them fight among themselves for now. After saying this with a slight smile, he saw the courtyard door gently open, and Li Xianling stepped in. He walked respectfully up to him and cupped his fist. Father, what is it? Li Tongya asked as his gaze lingered on the map, his voice soft. It's about the Talisman seeds, Li Xianling began, recounting his earlier thoughts softly. When he mentioned the potential for fraternal strife, Li Xianling could clearly see his father pause momentarily. After finishing his explanation, it took several moments before Li Tongya nodded and said in a deep voice, what you're considering is to be taken seriously indeed. After looking up at him, Li Tongya had an expression of pride. You have a good grasp of the situation, which is commendable, but that's still not enough. Have you thought of a solution? Li Xianling pondered for a few moments before answering. In my opinion, the best solution would be to divide the talisman seeds equally among the 4 branches, allowing each branch to receive one. Unfortunately, we do not have enough talisman seeds. Thus, we may only select the best candidates to receive the talisman seeds. When the eldest sons and those with spiritual orifice of the branches come of age, we can compare and choose the owners of the remaining 2 talisman seeds. After listening to Li Xianling, Li Tongya shook his head and said, you're still young, and your view isn't far-reaching enough. Even if we had enough talisman seeds for each generation, allowing the 4 branches to divide them equally would only lead to the branches drifting apart, creating barriers that might cause competition between them in their quest for the talisman seeds. Pausing slightly to gather his thoughts, Li Tongya continued, the most feared scenario in managing a clan is making the divisions too clear. The branches should be unified. From each generation, select the most exceptional child to be given a talisman seed. Only 1 seed will be granted per generation. If you give away both now, what will we do 20 years later when the generation of Yuan and Qing gives birth to the generation of Shi and Yu, and a truly exceptional talent emerges? There'll be no talisman seed to be granted to them then. After saying this and gesturing slightly with his hand, Li Xianling nodded eagerly, saying respectfully, I see. That is enlightening. After thinking for a few moments, Li Xianling then voiced his confusion. But how do we determine who this exceptional child is? Li Tongya smiled at this and whispered, isn't that simple? Blindfold them all, block their hearing, and have them kneel in front of the mirror. Then, we shall see who receives the talisman seed. The chosen one shall be then referred to as the auspicious child. Chapter 155, The Elder of the Chen Family. Having acquired the devastated Mount Huaqian, the Li family's craftsmen and laborers who had been idle for years finally found a place to unleash their skills. The population surplus from various towns also found a new place to live, instantly revitalizing the area. A large number of craftsmen flooded into the ruins at the foot of Mount Huaqian, beginning construction and repairs. The entire ebony mine fell within the Li family's territory, still protected by the formation plates left by the Liu family. However, without the Liu family's cultivators meddling unnecessarily, there was no longer a need to support a group of idle people who did nothing but eat, drink, and entertain themselves, significantly improving efficiency. The Liu family had neglected the well-being of the people, resulting in many tragedies in the villages under Mount Huaqian. When the news spread, it deeply moved the residents of the towns. The local theater troupes selected a few examples to adapt into performances, drawing large crowds to the Yuan theater. It was so lively that there were no seats that were left empty. Even Li Xianxian watched half of a show secretly, then left with a shake of his head and a smile. With this comparison, the previously taken-for-granted prosperous life of the residents in the four towns suddenly became interesting again. With silver in their pockets, the men spoke with more confidence, and all industries thrived. Everything was moving in a positive direction. The area between the two mountains now had over 100,000 residents, with over 1,000 infants born each year. Only one or two individuals with spiritual orifices were identified, but most of them lacked talent compared to those of the Li family's bloodline, which have absorbed individuals with spiritual orifices for decades. Most of these individuals were integrated into the Li family and sent to watch over the spirit fields in various towns. A fresh snowfall covered the entire mountain. Li Xianxian, who was in high spirits, carried a bag of spirit rice up the mountain. He quickly entered the courtyard. He waited until Li Tongya finished drawing a talisman before approaching with a bright smile. Second uncle, this is the first batch of yellow jade spirit rice of the year, totaling 70 jin. Yellow jade spirit rice, a new offering since the Li family became a Qi cultivation realm clan, could be sold for 4 to 5 times the price of ordinary spirit patties. It was harder to grow, requiring frequent spirit rain and the occasional adjustment of the earth's veins. If the cultivator was only at the first stage of the embryonic breathing realm, it might take 5 or 6 of them to even be able to manage a single spirit field. Only cultivators at the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm could take care of the spirit field alone. Not bad. Li Tongyan nodded in contentment, examining the bag's contents. The spirit rice, with its grains shining like yellow jade and brimming with spiritual qi, prompted him to say, "Truly a cultivator's nourishment. The spiritual qi is truly abundant. Our Li family now needs to contribute 300 jin of yellow jade spirit rice and 2,000 jin of ordinary spirit patties every 5 years. The rest, like various medicinal herbs, are easy. We can have the weak embryonic breathing realm cultivators plant those. You must manage these 2 types of spirit patties well. Don't worry, second uncle," Li Xianxian assured as he cupped his fist, saying solemnly, "Now that we have Mount Huaqian, I've already dispatched people to cultivate it. Our Li family can now produce 450 jin of yellow jade spirit rice and over 3,000 jin of ordinary spirit patties every 5 years, which is more than enough." Li Tongya began drawing another talisman, pondering for a moment before responding. "Just remember, let those cultivators with lesser talents and lower cultivation realms work together on these spirit fields. Do not waste the time of cultivators who have condensed the jade capital chakra on farming. Let them learn talisman arts, or strive to break through to the qi cultivation realm. You need to balance it well, ensuring it doesn't feel too unfair to everyone, nor too fair." "I understand." Li Xianxian nodded obediently, before leaning in to whisper, "After managing our household for many years, I know well how to allocate our cultivators. Those with ordinary talents using common embryonic breathing realm techniques will never break through to the jade capital, so I understand how to arrange them." "Good," Li Tongya commended, now storing the talisman he had finished. He then asked, "Where is Feng?" "He has gone to the prefecture with his savings to forge a Dharma artifact. It has been 3 days, and he has not yet returned." After Li Xianxian answered, he saw Li Tongya smile softly and say, "Being in seclusion for so long must have bored him. Let him have some fun." Li Xianxian paused, then remembered something and said softly, "Second uncle, there's news from the Chen family. Chen Erniu passed away last night." Li Tongya paused slightly, the tea bowl he had just picked up not reaching his lips before he placed it back on the table. He let out a somber sigh. It was inevitable. The elder was a cornerstone of our community decades ago, accomplished and with a clean family reputation. Truly rare. He was also related by marriage to our family. Let's go together to pay our respects. Seeing Li Xianxian nod, Li Tongya's expression turned complex as he sighed quietly, realizing how the older generation had dwindled. Li Mutian, Lu Linfeng, Li Qingfu, and now Chen Ernie. He was nearly becoming the oldest among the related families. The biting cold wind rushed through the remnants of the mountains into Lijing town. It plastered the faces of people with bright white snowflakes and reddened the cheeks of children playing in the streets who still chattered incessantly despite the biting cold. Clan Brother Pingy, Uncle Xiaoan is a town leader. Last month, most of the cultivators in our clan went to Mount Huaqian. Did your father tell you what that was about? Surrounded by children either surnamed Li or Yi or from related families. They were all wearing cotton clothes and were looking up at the boy in the middle. Li Pingyi glanced around before responding. My father mentioned that there are 3 villages under Mount Huaqian with just over 5,000 people. They have now received orders from the mountain to establish their own towns. This trip was for consolidating and exploring spirit fields. Li Pingyi, the legitimate eldest son of Li Xiaoan and the legitimate grandson of Li Yexing, appeared quite clever. With the younger generation not yet grown up and Li Yuanxiu being a quiet child who disliked causing trouble, Pingyi had become the default leader of the children, much to his delight. But it's people from the main residence. Before the children could ask more, 2 groups of clan soldiers suddenly appeared from both sides, trampling the snow piles on the streets into nothing. Seeing the group of children, someone turned to report back. The children scattered in a panic, yelling and screaming. Amidst the chaos, Li Pingyi, being pushed and shoved around, fell to the ground with a loud thud. Don't run. Don't run. You've all been spoiled by your fathers and uncles. Hey, don't push. They're only catching those who are lazy and tyrannical. We're just children. What's there to run from? He shouted, dizzy from having been pushed around so aggressively. But before Li Pingyi could finish, the street had already cleared of children. As he got up, he found himself alone except for a pair of brown leather boots in front of him. Without thinking, he cupped his fist and said, My father is Li Xiaoan. I'm not sure who you are. The area fell eerily silent, and the surrounding clan soldiers struggled to contain their laughter. Li Pingyi slowly looked up, only to find his father Li Xiaoan staring back at him, furious yet incredulous. Startled, Pingyi cried out, Father, how did you find me here? Li Xiaoan glared at him, finding the situation rather amusing despite his stern appearance. He pretended to be angry, scolding, Damn it, using my name to engage in such antics. We'll settle this when we get home. Now come with me. Li Xiaoan was strict on the surface, but he was deeply pleased with his son. After all, he had been much duller back when he was the same age, constantly infuriating Li Yexing. Had it not been for his brothers being even less capable, it's uncertain if he would have been the one to assist Li Xianxian in managing the town and mountain affairs today. Li Yexing and Li Xiangping had ventured beyond the mountain together, facing multiple life and death situations. Li Xiaoan, assisting Li Xianxian with the affairs of the 4 towns and 2 mountains, married a woman with a spiritual orifice. Earlier this year, it was discovered his child did not possess one. Li Xiaoan had already planned Li Pingyi's future, intending for him to follow Li Yuanxiu and continue the family's legacy. Following behind, Li Pingyi eyed his father's white clothes and whispered, Who died? Such a grand affair. Li Xiaoan nodded in approval of his son's observation, saying solemnly, An elder from the Chen family, one of the earliest town leaders who had connections with those on the mountain. Act solemnly. This funeral is significant. Don't disgrace me. Chapter 156, Custom-Made Dharma Artifact. My lord, as Chen Donghe entered his home, people on both sides called out to him and addressed him as lord, a title that burned uncomfortably in his heart. Yet, he could not voice his discomfort. Before Chen Ernie passed away, he had a final meeting with Donghe. Donghe, choking with tears, found himself at a loss for words. Chen Ernie squeezed his hand and said hoarsely, From now on, be bold in your actions, your father won't blame you. You're a smart child who knows how to handle affairs. Take good care of our family. Chen Ernie understood Chen Donghe's inner conflict. Marrying into the family was a mutual decision, and Chen Ernie no longer cared about surnames. If it had not been for Li Mutian's father, Li Jinshui, who saved him, The Chen family as it was today would not exist. Besides, they did not have the right to refuse anyway, since they were living on the family's territory. However, Chen Erniu had publicly disowned him, cursing his beloved son in the street to prove that the Chen family had completely severed ties with him. Chen Erniu knew that such an act was unnecessary given their current relationship with the Li family, but he still cautiously made the gesture to remain cordial. Now, with the old man gone, Chen Donghe stood before his coffin, filled with guilt. From childhood to adolescence, and now at 26 years old, he had been educated by two men, Chen Erniu until the age of 7, and then Li Xianping. One taught him to be steady and forbearing, while the other taught him to strike fiercely. "Father!" Chen Donghe cried out as he kneeled in front of the coffin, weeping bitterly. How could he not be in pain when both the man he viewed as a father and his biological father had passed away one after another? Li Jingtian gently patted his back. Chen Donghe, dressed in his white robe, appeared particularly frail in the wind. Li Tongya sighed softly at the sight. Donghe was like a son to him, and was now also married to Li Jingtian. Watching Donghe cry so painfully, he remained silent, unsure of what to say. Moved by the solemn atmosphere, Li Pingyi could not help but shed tears as well. He covered his eyes to look at Li Yuanxiu, only to find his eyes brimming with tears as well, whispering, "Brother Yuanxiu." Li Yuanxiu turned his head and gestured for him to remain silent. The two then bowed their heads, weeping silently. After Chen Erniu's funeral ended and the two boys stepped outside, Li Yuanxiu sat quietly on the steps. Li Pingyi, choking back sobs, whimpered, "If my father dies, I'll be just as sad." Wiping away his tears, Li Pingyi, looking at Li Yuanxiu's tearful eyes shimmering in the sunlight, spoke softly, "Brother Yuanxiu." Li Yuanxiu lifted his gaze and turned to look at him, also managing to catch sight of Li Pingyi swearing earnestly. "I'd be sad if you died too." Li Yuanxiu nodded vigorously, about to say something more when Li Xianxian came out from the courtyard and took the child by the hand. Together, the two departed. Li Pingyi sat alone for a while before getting up and dusting off his trousers, wandering off alone into the alley to play. Li Xianfeng had arrived in town 3 days prior and spent several days playing around with Jiang Yunu, their days and nights reversed. The angry Goose still paced furiously in the yard, squawking away. Holding Jiang Yunu in his arms for a few turns around the yard, he heard the young woman ask, "What should we name the child if we have one?" Her face was flushed and her voice soft. Li Xianfeng chuckled, explaining, "I am of the Xian generation. If it's a boy, his first name should start with Yuan. If it's a girl, she should start with Qing." Jiang Yunu nodded in understanding. Li Xianfeng glanced at the sky, then carried her back to bed, whispering, "The cloud-crowned peak market is about to open, but I still have important matters to attend to. I'll step out for a bit and come back to find you after I'm done." After getting dressed and kissing Jiang Yunu goodbye, he left and flew westward, soon landing at the foot of Cloud-Crowned Peak. Walking a few steps along the street of the market, the stalls became fewer, and several shops appeared before him. Li Xianfeng looked around, choosing a shop that sold Dharma artifacts, and stepped over the threshold into the store. A cultivator of the embryonic breathing realm stood inside, smiling warmly as he approached. Li Xianfeng said in a deep voice, "Go ask your shopkeeper how many spirit stones it takes to commission a Dharma artifact. I want to commission a longbow of the Qi cultivation realm." The shop assistant was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure. "Right away. I'll go and ask now," he blurted and hurried off. Shortly after, a muscular man with a bare chest rushed in from the backyard, with various iron implements hanging on his body clanging together. He was clearly a peak Qi cultivator. "What are your requirements, fellow Taoist?" The man's face was stubbled, and his eyes were piercing as he stared directly at Li Xianfeng. He looked rugged but spoke quite softly. After observing Li Xianfeng for a while, he seemed to recall something. "I am Li Xianfeng of the Li family from Lijing. Pleased to meet you," Li Xianfeng said as he politely introduced himself. "The Li family from Lijing. So, you belong to the family of the Qing Sui Sword Immortal," the rugged man praised as he cupped his fist, realization dawning upon him. He let out a laugh. "My name is Chu Minglian. Back in the day, I also had a small shop on Moongaze Lake, and might have had some connections with your elders." "Really?" Li Xianfeng asked as he immediately perked up. "Indeed. The Qing Sui Sword Immortal once sold me a rare fire baleful qi from the Yue State in my shop. Later, when the Sword Immortal's fame reached me, it sounded familiar. After much thought, I finally made the connection." I regretted not offering more spirit stones. Who knows? I might have earned a favor from a sword immortal. Milin chuckled as he humorously bridged their relationship with lightheartedness. Li Xianfeng laughed heartily and said, "Since Senior has such a destined connection with my family, it seems I might be able to save some spirit stones today." Milin was chuckling, but Li Xuanfeng's words had caught him off guard, leaving him speechless for a second. However, he soon burst into laughter again. "You're quite the witty young man." After looking at him thoughtfully, he remarked, "The Li family truly produces geniuses. When the Sword Immortal visited my shop, he was merely at the embryonic breathing realm. Now he's established his Tao foundation. You, young and already at the Qi cultivation realm, have an immeasurable future as well." After exchanging pleasantries, Li Xianfeng quickly got to the point, describing the Dharma artifact he wanted to commission. Milin listened carefully and nodded. "Your request is quite rare. Few cultivators use bows, let alone one so heavy." After pondering for a moment, Milin said seriously, "I intend to use the golden barrier stone for the bow's frame and refine it with a mystic flame to withstand the strength of 5,000 Jin while maintaining sufficient flexibility. As for the bowstring, do you prefer the tendons of a demonic beast or a metal?" "Let's use metal," Li Xianfeng said after some time, considering the destructive power of astral qi on the frame. He figured that metal would transmit it faster and that a demonic beast's tendons might not withstand it, making metal the better choice. "Then we'll use the essence of ebony, or refining it from ordinary ebony, or to craft this ebony metal essence will meet your requirements," Milin suggested with confidence. Li Xianfeng nodded eagerly as he heard this. "How many spirit stones will it cost?" Milin smiled slightly, explaining, "The raw materials will need 80 spirit stones, and it will take me a good half-year to craft it, charging 40 spirit stones for the labor, totaling 120 spirit stones." Li Xianfeng felt a slight tingle in his feet when he heard the price, which far exceeded his budget. Even with the spirit stones from his storage pouch and the 50 provided by his family, the total value barely exceeded 100. However, satisfied with the bow Milin described, he bit the bullet and asked in a low voice, "Senior, if I provide the ebony or myself, how much can the price be reduced?" After a moment of thought, Milin answered, "The ebony or costs 30 spirit stones. If you can provide it yourself, the price would be 90 spirit stones." "Then it's settled," Li Xianfeng hummed, thrilled with his answer. He then dumped a pile of spirit stones on the table for the shop assistant to count. He also produced a large piece of ebony or for Milin to take a portion of, watching eagerly until Milin nodded and said, "Young friend, come back in half a year to collect it." Li Xianfeng nodded vigorously, and the two went to the Xiao family in the market to draw up a contract, swearing a profound scenery spiritual oath together. Only then did Li Xianfeng leave in great contentment, not minding his now empty pockets. He then cheerfully returned to Jiangyunu. Chapter 157, Golden Age. Li Xianfeng returned to the mountain to discuss with Li Tongya and the others about the custom-made Dharma artifact. After half a year of cultivation, someone came knocking at his stone door. Li Xianfeng stepped outside to see that the snow on the mountain had melted, and the greenery was vibrant under the scorching sun. Excited, he rode the wind along the gully road toward the prefecture. Landing in the market, he strutted into Milin's shop, where the embryonic breathing realm shop assistant greeted him with the same warm smile. He offered him tea and asked him to wait for a moment while he fetched Milin. Milin, ever so energetic, approached and was accompanied by the sound of clanging metal. He laughed as he saw him. "Young brother Xianfeng, you've come to pick up your bow, haven't you?" "Exactly," Li Xianfeng responded with a grin, noticing two embryonic breathing realm apprentices carrying a long, thick, dark golden bow that shimmered as they entered the front of the shop. They were gasping for breath and sweating profusely as they placed the bow on a stone table, a loud thud resounding. Milin quickly stabilized the table, causing a white light to emit from the jade surface to dissipate the force and prevent the table from collapsing. "Be careful," he scolded the apprentices with a frown. The apprentices bowed their heads apologetically. Milin then turned back to Li Xianfeng, his face breaking into a smile as he introduced his proud creation. "This bow is made from golden barrier stone and strung with ebony metal essence, forged in mystic flame for exactly 126 days. What's more, the bow frame is fully inscribed with runes for gathering and condensing qi." Milin proudly continued with his extravagant introduction. The bow is 7 qi and 6 cun long, with horns measuring 2 qi and 5 cun. The golden barrier stone is dark gold, radiant throughout. Its quality is considered superior among Dharma artifacts of qi cultivation realm, although it is extremely heavy and difficult to draw. Splendid, Li Xianfeng praised, his eyes sparkling as he grasped the dark golden bow with one hand, holding the bow with his right and pulling the string with his left. Gritting his teeth and widening his eyes, his robust blood qi surged as he laughed fiercely and yelled, "Draw!" The dark golden bow tensed instantly, drawn full. The buzzing sound filled the air, leaving the two apprentices watching in shock, their jaws dropping as they crouched in pain from the piercing noise. Chu Minglian stepped back, astonished. How is this possible? Is this man transformed from a demon beast? How can he possess such strength? I thought this bow was so heavy that an ordinary person could only draw at a fraction of its capacity. Who knew Li Xianfeng could fully draw it in one go? Seeing the items in the room vibrating, Chu Minglian rushed forward, braving the sharp qi to plead, "Fellow Taoist, many items in my shop are extremely fragile. If you release the bowstring here, I fear many will shatter." Hearing this, Li Xianfeng, feeling his relatively empty storage pouch on the verge of becoming even lighter, quickly eased the tension on the bowstring. He apologized hastily. "I was too excited. My apologies, and thank you for the reminder. Have you thought of a name for this bow?" Chu Minglian asked with a smile. Li Xianfeng nodded and pondered for a moment before answering. "Let's call it the Golden Age." Chu Minglian laughed heartily, proudly gesturing to the bow once more. "Are you satisfied with the bow?" he asked with a grin. "Extremely satisfied. Brother Chu, your craftsmanship is exceptional." Thus, Li Xianfeng, now beaming with joy, slung the bow over his shoulder and went with Chu Minglian to the market to dissolve their contract and spiritual oath, signifying that the transaction was complete. He then rode the wind out of the market, eager to get home. After flying for a while, he landed in the sun-right profound light formation on the mountain, only to hear a crack under his feet as the Golden Age longbow accidentally shattered a stone tile. With an awkward smile, he adjusted the bow and walked into the yard. Li Tongya was demonstrating sword techniques to Li Xianling, their swords dancing in the courtyard while Li Yuanxiu watched intently from a stone bench. It was a warm sight to see. Seeing Li Xianfeng, Li Tongya smiled gently and sheathed his sword. "You've brought back the bow?" "Haha." Li Xianfeng laughed heartily and grinned, holding the dark golden longbow proudly. He approached and thoroughly explained it to them. He then, with Li Xianxian, who was drawing talismans with a helpless expression, insisted on finding a place to test the bow's power with the three of them. Thus, the four found a clearing in the mountains. Li Xianfeng took a stance, drew the bow, and concentrated his energy. The Golden Age longbow instantly lit up with bright golden runes while the bowstring emitted a strong glow, forming a dazzling true essence arrow on the string. Fire! The distant woods instantly roared, and the ground shook violently, while a thick plume of dust rose, knocking down 5 or 6 large trees and leaving a large crater in the ground. The force was so great that it sent dirt flying everywhere. A pale golden qi also emanated, forcing the surrounding trees to shed their leaves, creating a rustling sound as green leaves covered the ground. The three onlookers were momentarily speechless. Li Xianling looked at the deep pit on the ground and murmured, "With such power, even a cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm might suffer if they were caught off guard." Li Xianfeng, lost in thought, shook his head before finally speaking. "I haven't been able to fully synchronize with this bow. It was merely the power of my true essence and mana force." He cupped his fist to Li Tongya, and his tone became serious, solemn, even. "I plan to go into seclusion for 5 years to consolidate what I've learned, innovate, and in the process, become attuned to this Dharma artifact. As you advised, I will also write a manual on archery techniques." "Very well," Li Tongya said as he nodded in approval and lifted his sword. As Li Xianfeng cupped his fist to his two brothers, he rode the wind thoughtfully toward his cave dwelling on Mount Yue. Li Tongya and the others walked up the mountain, where Li Xianxian and Li Xianling praised Li Xuanfeng's actions. Li Tongya said with a smile, "Among the generations of Xian and Jing, Xianfeng possesses the most exceptional talent. You too must not slack off. Xianxian, you're nearly 30, yet still at the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. Our family's techniques surpass others by far. Do not let this advantage go to waste." Pausing briefly, Li Tongya added, Xianling has impressively condensed the Jade Capital Chakra at the age of 17. In the next decade, both of you should aim to advance to the Qi cultivation realm to add 2 formidable forces to our family. The younger members promptly acknowledged the advice. As they continued walking, a clan soldier approached them, looking rather anxious and on edge. Lord Chun Donghe seeks an audience with you, clan uncle. Me. Li Tongyao paused, and both Li Xianxian and Li Xianling were momentarily taken aback. Realization then dawned upon Li Tongya as he laughed and said, That's good news. We were just discussing bolstering our family's strength. And here comes Donghe. Chun Donghe had waited outside the courtyard for quite some time before someone came to invite him in. Li Tongya was enjoying tea at the head of the table, with Li Xianxian and Li Xianling smiling at him. I, Chun Donghe, have reached the peak of the embryonic breathing realm and came to seek guidance, Chun Donghe announced, his tone respectful and sincere. Li Tongya nodded with a smile and sipped his tea, asking softly, How old are you this year, Donghe? I am 28 this year, Chun Donghe answered. Good, Li Tongya commended, then turned to the others with a smile. If Yu Mufeng had reached Qi cultivation realm at 30 and the Yu family praised his talent, Donghe is certainly not falling short. I am merely diligent in my practice. I'm far from Xuanfeng's caliber, Chun Donghe humbly deflected. But to this, Li Tongya immediately quelled his concerns with affirmation. I'll allow you to know this. The few grade 3 Qi cultivation techniques the Li family possesses are all legitimate. Having watched you grow up, and with Xiangping treating you as his own, we naturally won't withhold them from you. Currently, there are 2 techniques available for gathering Qi. The first is the River 1 Qi technique, and the other is the Cave Spring Clear Spirit technique. After detailing the technique's advantages and drawbacks, Li Tongya asked, Which one would you like to have? I'll leave it to the elder to decide. Chun Donghe replied, as respectful as ever. Li Tongya smiled softly and nodded, saying, The River 1 Qi technique it is. I have some River Pure Qi here. Start by consuming it for your cultivation. Once you've achieved Qi cultivation realm, collect a portion of River Pure Qi from the river and return it to the clan to balance the accounts. Thank you, Elder. Chun Donghe expressed gratefully. Chapter 158, Lingyanzi. Chun Donghe thanked Li Tongya before being taken down by Li Xianxian to take on the profound scenery spiritual oath. He was meant to also study the cultivation technique, while Li Xianling excused himself to cultivate as well. Li Tongya watched the younger generation leave and set down his tea bowl, then stood up to calculate his age. He was nearing 50 and still had some way to go before reaching the 7th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. He could not help but smile bitterly. Both the geniuses and the mediocrities end up harmed by others, leaving me, neither exceptional nor terrible, to cultivate arduously. The world is unpredictable and heartless. I might as well dedicate myself more to cultivation. With that, he rose on the wind and returned to his cave dwelling to cultivate. Hundreds of miles away from the Li family, in the midst of mountains and forests, a young man clad in a cloud-patterned robe was fleeing desperately. Wearing a jade crown and ceremonial clothes, he unleashed a pale purple jade bead, creating a radiant purple shield around him as he sped through the sky. 2 Taoists in white robes with flowing beards were in hot pursuit, wielding Dharma swords and standing on flying shuttles. They chased after him relentlessly, their Dharma artifacts emitting bright silver sword lights that struck the radiant purple shield, causing flashes of unearthly collision. Lingyanzi, stop running. It will only add to your suffering. This area is filled with minor families who dare not intervene. Coming here is a death sentence. The 2 pursuers continued pursuing him fervently, preventing him from heading toward the prefecture. Looking down at the mortals kneeling on the ground below, Lingyanzi felt a surge of despair. Where exactly is this Li family from Lijing? Originating from the Purple Smoke Gate, one of the 3 sects and 7 gates located west of the Golden Tang Gate, he came to Mount Dali for an important task. Unexpectedly, he encountered these 2 scoundrels from the Changshao Gate, who had been doggedly pursuing him for 3 days and nights, circling the outskirts of Mount Dali from the southern foothills to the northern. When Lingyanzi finally stumbled upon a family, he shouted for help while dodging attacks, only to learn it was a minor family from the edge of Mushroom Forest Plain and were too fearful to meddle in conflicts among the 3 sects and 7 gates. They timidly advised, We are too weak. Please head west, senior. There, you'll find the Li family from Lijing, said to be a sword immortal clan. They can surely resolve your predicament. Frustrated, Lingyanzi cursed 3 times and continued westward. Now, nearing the lake without any sight of the Li family, he prayed earnestly. May the ancestors of Purple Gate Peak bless me. Let not the legacy end with me. After his prayer, Lingyanzi reflected upon his current predicament. If not for this purple smoke spirit shield, I couldn't have withstood these Changsha Gate scoundrels for this long. But now, my medicinal pills and talismans are almost running out. If I can't escape soon, I fear today might really be my end. Consuming his last medicinal pill, Lingyanzi spurred his true essence. As a large settlement and 2 mountain peaks finally came into view, he spotted the bright formation ahead, much to his great relief. Overcome with excitement, he accelerated his pace and called out, I am Lingyanzi, a disciple of the Purple Smoke Gate, allied with the Azure Pond sect. I'm being pursued by enemies. I beseech the elders of the Li family ahead to save me. His voice, bolstered by mana, boomed like rolling thunder. It startled the townspeople below, who looked up and whispered among themselves in hushed voices. The door to Li Tongya's cave dwelling was hurriedly knocked on by a frowning Li Xianxian, but before he could speak, Lingyanzi's voice came through again. I am from the Purple Smoke Gate, allied with the Azure Pond sect. I beseech the elders of the Li family ahead to save me. Li Tongya's expression turned grim as he cursed inwardly. Why has the strife of the 3 sects and 7 gates found its way here? Although the Purple Smoke Gate is an ally of the Azure Pond sect, the Azure Pond sect is no good either, having harmed my family several times. If we help him, we might be targeted by the 3 sects and 7 gates chasing after him. Yet if we don't, we risk offending both the Azure Pond sect and the Purple Smoke Gate. What a dilemma. Li Tongya considered leaving his cave dwelling just as Lingyanzi, under relentless attack from the 2, could hardly sustain much longer and shouted out once more in desperation. I've heard the Li family is a sword immortal clan with formidable strength. Won't you save me? I, Lingyanzi, will surely repay you with treasures and techniques. Li Tongya's face grew even more displeased as he sighed. Fame can indeed be a shield, but also a great burden. This person likely sought help from many families along the way, each passing the buck until it landed with my Li family. Seeing his dire state, this is one hot potato I don't want to explode in the Li family's hands. Looking around, Li Tongya approached the edge of the formation and extended his spiritual sense, discerning that Lingyanzi was at the 6th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. The other 2 with Dharma swords were at the 7th and 6th heavenly layers respectively, with surging true essence that seemed formidable. I am Yunzi from the Changsha Gate. You better not meddle in this. The Azure Pond sect can't always protect you if you offend the Changsha Gate. Who knows when your sect might be eradicated? Given the Azure Pond sect's notorious ruthlessness and lack of loyalty, would they really stand up for a minor family? One of the 2 pursuers threatened as he sneered. Hearing this, Lingyanzi briefly hesitated. However, he did not give up and cried out with urgency once more. Do not be deceived by their words. If I fall here, the Purple Smoke Gate will not let this go. If they trace it back here, you too will face the consequences. Li Tongya felt a headache coming on already, and he was formulating a plan in his mind. If I intervene now, scaring off these 2 will indeed save Lingyanzi, but we might become targets afterward. If we don't save him and the Purple Smoke Gate comes knocking, we're in trouble. Well, it would be best to quietly eliminate these 2 then. That would be the safest option. Thus, he rose into the air and exited the formation, revealing himself. Greetings to both of you. I'm Li Tongya of the Lijiang Li family. Lingyanzi, initially relieved, saw that Li Tongya was only at the 6th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm and exclaimed, Why are you here? Where are your elders? Li Tongya cupped his fist and apologized. Our elder of the Foundation establishment realm isn't here right now. I'm sorry to have disappointed you. The 2 from Changsha Gate laughed heartily upon hearing this, exchanging a glance with each other, sharing the same sinister thoughts. Since the Li family's elder is not here, after killing Lingyanzi, we could also take the opportunity to extort them. Lingyanzi, now pale, raised his treasured bead and cried out in despair. Is the Li family truly so heartless? At his wits' end and engulfed in despair, Lingyanzi was about to fight to his death when he was interrupted by Li Tongya's voice. It was soft and transmitted by mana, resonating lowly in his ear. Senior, please head toward the lake first. Do your best to shake them off, then return to the forest by the lakeshore. At a corner of the lake, follow the mountain terrain deep inside, where you'll find a mountain topped with a large white banyan tree. We will be waiting for you there to ambush these two. This way, Miley family need not become enemies with the Changsha Gate, and you can escape safely, achieving the best of both worlds. Lingyanzi was overjoyed inside, though his expression remained unchanged. He composed himself and shook his head in feigned sorrow and despair as he flew toward the lake on his shuttle. The two from Changsha Gate laughed loudly before nodding at Li Tongya and gave chase on their flying shuttles. Watching them leave, Li Tongya went down to call out to Li Xianfeng, who looked bewildered. Changing his robe and explaining along the way, they rode the wind, flying through the mountains for a quarter of an hour before landing under the large banyan tree. There, a fox lay drowsily, barely lifting an eye to glance at them as they arrived. Oh, a junior has arrived. Li Tongya cupped his fist and shared his plan with the fox. He then instructed Li Xianfeng to hide on the mountain peak opposite them before covering his face with a spirit cloth and moving to stand quietly under the tree, waiting for the three men to arrive. Chapter 159, Killing Two Men. Lingyanzi made rounds above the rippling moon-gaze lake, sustaining all the attacks of the two pursuers with his purple smoke spirit shield. Changing his direction abruptly to return, he pondered quietly in his doubtful heart. If that person ends up deceiving me, I'll probably die here today. Yet, glancing back at the two from Changsha Gate, his heart filled with dread. He gritted his teeth and flew along the mountain terrain, thinking to himself, there's no other way now but to trust him. It's death either way. Without me, my junior brothers and sisters at Purple Gale Peak will struggle. Soon, a large white banyan tree appeared below him. Lingyanzi's eyes immediately lit up as he quickly descended, followed closely by the two from Changsha Gate. Both men landed on the mountain without any suspicion of foul play. The scenery here is beautiful. It's indeed a fine final resting place, the two men sneered. Noticing another person under the tree, they frowned. Who are you? We are from Changsha Gate on official business. Please step aside, they demanded. Li Tongya, however, focused on Lingyanzi, who looked deathly pale and on the brink of collapse. He tossed a bottle of qi recovery pill to him before assuring him softly, please rest, fellow Taoist. Leave these two to me. Preposterous. Shocked and enraged, the two from Changsha Gate charged forward with their Dharma swords. Li Tongya drew his sword immediately, and his celestial moon/technique formed a powerful pure white sword arc, deflecting their swords 3 meters away with 2 loud clunks. Your swordsmanship isn't bad. While the martial brothers from Changsha Gate wondered which of the 3 sects and 7 gates he belonged to, Li Tongya took advantage of the initial stance of the celestial moon/technique and unleashed more than a dozen sword qi, overpowering them with his robust true essence. Wary of his strength, the two were temporarily suppressed. Having chased Lingyanzi all this way, their true essence reserves were already low. Yunzi, now growing anxious, communicated with Yehizi telepathically as he assessed the situation before them. Junior brother, this man's background is unknown, and he's quite skilled with the sword. We don't know what other tricks he has. Perhaps we should let this one go. What a pity, though, the purple smoke spirit shield was almost ours. Though Yehizi was weaker in terms of cultivation, he was the decision-maker. Who else could this be but someone from the Li family of Lijing? They're well known for their sword techniques, aren't they? These minor families usually have only 1 or 2 legacies. Don't be fooled by his superior sword technique. He surely can't match us in other aspects. We've got the upper hand. Just push him away. However, let's not expose his identity, as that would surely mean a fight to the death. He responded quickly, also telepathically. Now with renewed resolve, they stood off against Li Tongya. After a dozen moves, Yunzi suddenly felt a tightening sensation. His face contorted in pain as he yelled out in agony. It's a trick. His talisman spontaneously ignited without wind, and despite Yunzi quickly enveloping himself in several layers of light shields, a shrill whistling filled his ears. His protective shield burst as if struck by a heavy blow, sending him flying far away. Seeing Yunzi's pathetic state, Yehizi felt a chill in his heart and gritted his teeth. Senior brother, Li Tongya's sword light immediately suppressed them, knocking their Dharma swords away. Meanwhile, Li Xuanfeng's arrows continued their onslaught, each arrow following one after another. Although they were not as powerful as the first, fully charged shot, they still forced the two into a sorry state, sparking the idea of a retreat. Lingyanzi was astonished, not expecting Li Tongya to be able to fend off 2 attackers alone, let alone twist their fates around. Brother, do not kill these 2. Changsha Gate members carry tracking Dharma seals that can mark the person who kills them. It's best if I finish them off, he warned quickly. Hearing this, the 2 from Changsha Gate became all the more terrified. They hurriedly deployed their mana shields and talismans, unleashing their last resort spells. Yunzi used a jade bead that was flashing with white light, while Yuhizi ignited a glowing red flame on his sword. For a moment, they stood their ground against Li Tongya and Li Xianfeng rather courageously. Li Tongya's impression of Lingyanzi instantly improved upon hearing this, nodding. So, Changsha Gate has such measures. I'm guessing Lingyanzi's purple smoke gate must have similar ones. This is enlightening. This method might seem clever, essentially restricting one's actions during combat. However, it's useless when facing a formidable enemy that ends up crippling them and feeding them to demonic beasts. Lingyanzi suddenly approached with renewed energy, his body enveloped in a radiant purple shield, neutralizing the enemy's attacks. The 2 sensed danger and exchanged glances, clearly prepared to flee the scene on their flying shuttles. Where do you think you're going? Lingyanzi, clearly harboring deep hatred, laughed coldly and activated his spirit bead. The purple smoke spirit shield buzzed loudly before expanding and trapping all 4 of them, thwarting their escape. Li Tongya, now finding himself inside someone else's formation, remained alert. However, he could not help but praise, such a fine treasure. I expected no less of a Foundation Establishment Realm Dharma artifact. The 2 were immediately thrown into a state of panic, cursing under their breath. As Li Xuanfeng's arrows failed to penetrate the formation, Li Tongya advanced with his sword. Lingyanzi harried them from the sidelines, exploiting their growing desperation as their mana reserves dwindled, visibly darkening their expressions. Fellow Taoist, whatever Lingyanzi has promised you, we can promise the same. Killing us would only bring the scrutiny of Changsha Gate upon you. Can we stop here and pretend that we've never met each other? However, before they could even finish uttering that sentence, Li Tongya had swung his long sword, thrusting it toward Yunzi's abdomen. Depleted of mana and barely able to remain standing in the air, Yunzi was not spared despite the pleading look on his face. Art, Yunzi cried out, his face contorted in pain. The sword pierced through his abdomen effortlessly. As it was pulled out, his intestines and stomach spilled out immediately, causing a gory scene. Surprisingly, the blade remained unstained by blood. Being at the Qi cultivation realm did not make one immune to pain. Yunzi trembled in agony, his complexion turning deathly pale, and he was sweating bullets. Lingyanzi blocked Yuhizi's Dharma sword and counterattacked, decapitating Yunzi one swift stroke. Both his body and head fell to the ground with a dull thud. Lingyanzi, relieved and pleased, felt as though he had downed 5 bowls of spicy soup in one breath. His face and body was also drenched in sweat. He approached Yuhizi, ignoring his pleas for mercy as he chopped him into pieces. That was truly satisfying, Lingyanzi remarked with a laugh. Li Tongya held his sword and looked at him, his sword technique still ready. Quickly dissolve the formation, fellow Taoist, he said cautiously. Internally he pondered to himself, albeit greedily. The purple smoke spirit shield is indeed a fascinating treasure, tempting even, now that Lingyanzi is also nearly exhausted perhaps. Lingyanzi smiled awkwardly and dissolved the formation created by the purple smoke spirit shield. Watching Li Tongya pick up the 2 men's storage pouches, he quickly warned, absolutely not. Li Tongya, puzzled, glanced at him. Lingyanzi then explained softly, disciples of the 3 sects and 7 gates often craft Dharma tokens that, when paired with the formations on their storage pouches, record everything from the last time the storage pouch was opened. If you are not the rightful owner and you open this storage pouch, the token will vanish like smoke instantly, and within moments, the entire Changsha Gate will know who has killed their disciple. Li Tongya was startled, remembering that Li Chejing had also shown him such a token before when he visited his home. Realizing the truth of Lingyanzi's words, he thought to himself, the centuries-old traditions of the 3 sects and 7 gates do indeed have their methods. No wonder everyone fears their disciples. I was tempted by the purple smoke spirit shield, but having now offended Changsha Gate, it's better to befriend Lingyanzi. Thus, he cupped his fist and thanked him graciously. Thank you for the warning. Not at all. It's I who should be thanking you. Along my journey, I encountered 10 rogue cultivators and 6 families. but only the Li family extended help. I am eternally grateful, Lingyanzi replied earnestly, eliciting a slight smile from Li Tongya. He thought to himself in resignation, I guess the hot potato has indeed been passed to the Li family. Having killed these two men but being unable to open the storage pouches, I must extract something valuable from this man as compensation. I shouldn't have to labor in vain. As Li Xianfeng descended from the air, Li Tongya cupped his fist and suggested with a smile, Why don't you come along with me to Li residence for a visit? Lingyanzi initially intended to refuse but then thought to himself, if he had wanted to kill me, it was just a matter of a sword thrust earlier. He wouldn't have needed to lure me into their formation for that. It seems he genuinely wants to befriend me. Perhaps I should accept the invitation? Chapter 160, The Secret of the Purple Thunder. I'm Li Tongya from the Li family of Lijing. Following Li Tongya's introduction, Lingyanzi also introduced himself, Lingyanzi from the Purple Gale Peak of the Purple Smoke Gate. Finally, Lingyanzi reached Mount Lijing and entered the courtyard where he was warmly greeted by Li Xianling with a polite smile. Greetings, senior. Lingyanzi nodded politely, but was taken aback when Li Xianling responded. I've already gathered all the clan members. They are eagerly awaiting to witness senior's profound techniques. Lingyanzi was momentarily speechless, recalling his hasty promises of techniques and spirit items during his escape. Li Tongya and Li Xianfeng could not help but smirk internally, rejoicing with the outcome of the situation in their hearts. Even so, Li Xianfeng said sternly, Linger, show some respect. Senior Lingyanzi is a skillful cultivator from one of the 3 sects and 7 gates. You need not worry about him going back on his word. Lingyanzi sighed deeply and said with a bitter smile, Come now, I'm no skillful cultivator from the 3 sects and 7 gates. Not only have I embarrassed myself in front of you all, but tens of thousands of mortals at the foot of the mountain also saw me being hunted down and fleeing in such a sorry state. I'm just an ordinary man, afraid of death and desperately clinging to life. After sipping his tea and carefully savoring it, Lingyanzi continued calmly, Regardless, I survived. Those 2 from Changsha Gate, on the other hand, died by my hands. You have no idea how good it feels to be alive. He paused suddenly, as if drawing in a deep breath of the spiritual qi from the mountains after having narrowly escaped death. Then in a cheerful tone, he said, It beats any other feeling in the world. His words made Li Tongya hold him in high regard, while the younger members of the Li family from the Xian generation paused to reflect. Lingyanzi laughed and continued, The abilities I wield come from my gate, and I've sworn a profound scenery spiritual oath, so I can't share them with you. My spirit stones and medicinal pills were used up on the way here, and most of the techniques and scriptures I possess are from my travels and wouldn't be of much use to you. However, I do have one secret technique called Purple Thunder Secret Origin Technique, a standout even among grade 3 techniques, and is quite valuable. What do you think, Brother Tongya? Please, do tell us more about it. Li Tongya urged after Lingyanzi finally broached this topic and listened intently. This technique originally came from the ancient Thundercloud Temple, a grade 4 technique that used to involve consuming purple gold thunder liquid to achieve Qi cultivation realm. The Tao Foundation formed during the Foundation Establishment realm was known as Winter Thunderclap. However, after Thundercloud Temple was destroyed and purple gold thunder liquid disappeared, it was modified to be used with profound Yin thunder liquid instead, thus degrading it to a grade 3 technique. The resulting Tao Foundation is known as Profound Thunderpool, but it's still much better than ordinary grade 3 techniques. Lingyanzi explained patiently in great detail. Oh, since it's a secret technique, it must have some side effects, right? Li Tongya asked, a frown appearing. Very minor. Just infertility and a few years off one's lifespan, Lingyanzi answered. Li Tongya's interest visibly faded upon hearing this. For a sect, such consequences might be acceptable, but it was not ideal as a family technique, as infertility would compromise the very foundation of the Li family. Seeing Li Tongya's reaction, Lingyanzi quickly added, There's more. I also have the method for gathering profound Yin thunder liquid, which I can also share with you. Noticing the embarrassed look on Lingyanzi's face, Li Tongya merely nodded and said in resignation, Thank you, senior. As for these pouches, Lingyanzi nodded, lifting the 2 plain pouches from the disciples of the Changsha Gate. These pouches can resonate with the techniques of the Changsha Gate members, so they shouldn't be opened. Keeping them within your family would only invite trouble. It's better if I take them. Next year, I will send someone to exchange the items inside these pouches for spirit stones and have them delivered to you. Li Tongya did not trust him entirely, but realized that he had no other choice. He decided to give in, hoping to leverage this favor in the future. Please take them with you then, Senior, he conceded with a nod. Lingyanzi then took with him the storage pouches. The Changsha Gate's cultivator's Dharma swords and flying shuttles naturally fell into the Li family's possession. Those two Dharma swords were even better than Li Tongya's, yet he dared not use them. The flying shuttles, though ordinary, were a welcome addition to the Li family. Since spirit stones were important resources to be spent wisely, the Li family never bought any flying shuttles. Now that they had received 2 of them, they hesitated to use them. Hence Li Tongya planned to sell them all in the future. After talking for a bit longer, Lingyanzi recuperated on Mount Yue for a while before bidding farewell and flew back on his flying shuttle to report back on his mission. With peace returning to Mount Yue once again, Li Xianfeng and Li Tongya went into seclusion, while the rest busied themselves with their own tasks. In Lixiao Prefecture, the bustling streets were filled with all kinds of people. On both sides of the streets, numerous small vendors pushed their carts along, selling cakes and porridge. The crowd moved deeper into the streets where the alleyways became quieter and less populated. In one such alley, a large courtyard paved with green stones appeared even more serene. Verdant vines wrapped around the wooden sticks supporting 2 rows of drying clothes, gently swaying in the glow of the setting sun. Mommy! The crisp voice of a boy broke through the silence. Jiang Yunu looked up at the boy. Her face, which was once round and cute, had now slimmed down considerably. You were, she responded to the boy, who was dressed in simple clothes. Although they were not anything fancy, they were clean and well-washed. The boy looked at her with round and gleaming eyes, saying, Mommy, a beggar came asking us for coins. Jiang Yunu raised an eyebrow at him, but pulled out 2 copper coins from her chest pocket with a smile, then handed them to him. Go on, but be careful, she instructed softly. Got it. Watching the boy head out clumsily, Jiang Yunu felt a wave of concern and quickly followed him. She gritted her teeth while murmuring, It's been 5 whole years. Has that bastard become addicted to seclusion, or has he been killed in a duel with someone? Not a single word from him in 5 years. If I wasn't pregnant with Yuan before he left, these 5 years would have driven me insane. Approaching the entrance of the courtyard, she saw that the beggar was a middle-aged man with perfectly working limbs and a rosy face. Yet, he shamelessly lay on the ground feigning pain, while little innocent Yuan tried to comfort him. Fearing the man might be a kidnapper, she called out hurriedly with a worry-stricken voice. Yue, come back here. Li Yuan looked back at her and approached his mother cheerfully. Mommy, this man is so strange. He didn't take my money but thanked me and told me to move away. He even gave me this large, round copper coin. He then produced a flat copper coin which was dark gray in color, bearing 4 ancient characters indecipherable to them. Jiang Yunu paid it little mind but kept her eyes on the beggar. There are bad people in the prefecture who kidnap children, so you need to be careful. After advising him, Jiang Yunu scooped her son up into her arms and headed back into the house. Would you like to go to your teacher's place this afternoon to learn some writing? She asked softly. Yes, Li Yuan answered in a childish voice, and as the mother and son stepped into their yard, the splendid morning sun suddenly dimmed. Thick clouds swiftly covered the sky from the east. Several faint silhouettes stood in the sky above Lixiao Prefecture, occasionally letting out loud laughter. They looked down on the mortals below as if they were mere delicacies on a plate. Chapter 161, The Massacre. Situ stood on his large flying shuttle, his heart mixed with bitterness and joy. Below, the bustling crowds of Lixiao Prefecture looked up at them, causing him discomfort and agitation. Just like decades ago, when the Golden Tang Gate invaded Azure Pond to slaughter mortals for crafting artifacts, Situ did not revel in the invasion as his clan brothers had back then. He understood that this was not a deal but a demand from Azure Pond sect, marking this mission as perilously risky. And quite frankly, that was why the Gate had chosen him, the least valued among the illegitimate descendants of the embryonic breathing realm, for this task. The Golden Tang Gate might sound prestigious, but it was essentially controlled by the Situ family. As cultivators reached for higher realms, their offspring were more likely to be born with a spiritual orifice, inevitably leading the sect to be dominated by a single family, like the Azure Pond sect by the Qi family, and Golden Feather sect by the Zhang family. Outsiders who joined the sect would eventually be serving these families. With the Golden Tang Gate losing its pillar after the death of a middle-stage Purple Mansion realm cultivator, Situyu's branch, which had marital ties with the Azure Pawn sect, naturally ascended to power. His clan brother, Situ-yi, who had slaughtered thousands, had met a grim fate, leaving Situyu wary of the deep waters surrounding invasions. He was aware that any involvement likely spelled doom. Thus, with complex feelings, he embarked on this mission. Now a vassal to Azure Pawn sect, the Situ family was ordered to attack the 5 prefectures of Azure Pawn. Situyu, unclear on why the Azure Pawn sect suddenly began slaughtering its own subjects, obediently led his team southward. How ridiculous! I'm only an embryonic breathing realm cultivator, yet they expect me to lead a few Qi cultivators to plunder Xiao Prefecture, which is guarded by a foundation establishment clan. Situyu's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts until a realization hit him. I see. I get it now. It seems a Purple Mansion realm cultivator in the Azure Pawn sect is nearing death. Azure Pawn sect is in fear. Brother, a Qi cultivator called out to Situyu, snapping him back to reality. He hastily summoned his blood-red long saber, a foundation establishment realm Dharma artifact with the blood of over 100,000 mortals on it. After this sacrifice, its kill count might even rival the top-ranked Dharma artifacts of the Azure Pawn sect. Activating the saber, Situyu unleashed a torrent of blood-red saber light. Thousands of blood lights danced in the air, seemingly sentient as they swooped down toward the mortals of Xiao Prefecture like birds, signaling the beginning of the massacre. Clan Uncle, Xiao Ryu cried out as he approached Xiao Yongling with urgency. We must act quickly. Xiao Prefecture is home to tens of thousands of mortals and thousands of our Xiao family's common descendants. The attackers are but a dozen Qi cultivators. We cannot let them proceed with this slaughter. Wait a bit longer, Xiao Yongling replied as he shook his head, coldly observing the silhouettes of the Qi cultivators in the sky above them. It's not so simple. Azure Pawn sect's people must be watching from the sidelines. This is a trap to lure our foundation establishment realm cultivators into action, aiming for a complete encirclement trap and consequent massacre. Qi Wei won't live much longer, and we cannot ruin the grand plan of our ancestor. Xiao Ruyu's expression stiffened when he heard this. We're talking about the lives of a few 100,000 mortals who have served the Xiao family for generations. How can we just ignore them and let Golden Tang Gate turn them into Dharma artifacts? His voice was hard, pained. I'm well aware of that, Xiao Yongling said as he appeared somewhat irate, raising his voice at his junior. Gritting his teeth, he continued, but our Xiao family has been biding its time for over 300 years. We finally have a prodigious talent like Xiding, our ancestor, who broke the alliance of the 3 families and took control of the entire Xiao Prefecture. Now, with just a decade or so away from breaking free from Azure Pawn sect and establishing ourselves as a Purple Mansion immortal clan, how can we afford to act rashly? Xiao Yongling kept talking, almost as if trying to convince himself. Do you not fear that Qi Wei may be just waiting at the mountain gate, ready to seize us the moment we act impulsively, forcing our ancestor to intervene and ultimately leading to the annihilation of our hard-earned Purple Mansion realm cultivator? In the end, not only would the mortals be sacrificed, but our Xiao family could also be destroyed. Xiao Ryu remained silent, not uttering a word. Xiao Yongling gave him a stern look and continued harshly. As soon as Qi Wei dies, the Azure Pawn sect will no longer have the power to besiege our ancestor. Everything will be worth it. To establish our own territory, and perhaps, in a few decades, take over Milin Prefecture at Moongaze Lake. With the lake and Mount Dali at our back, our Xiao family will have no more worries. Xiao Ryu never spoke another word. Together with Xiao Yongling, they witnessed the horrific scene below the mountain. It was hell on earth, with screams and cries of anguish echoing outside the formation. Xiao Ryu's teeth clattered in anger. It was not a while until he spoke again, his voice filled with anguish and grief. I have always despised the Golden Tang Gate and Azure Pawn sect for their despicable acts. But now, looking at our Xiao family, we're not any better. Xiao Yongling was slightly shaken by these words, his expression complex as he looked at him and said softly, If you're seeking purity, the only place you might find it is in tales and stories. Perhaps you'll find one or two there. Do not be deceived by the dazzling sun. There's nothing truly pure in this world. Li Xianfeng emerged from his cave dwelling, the golden age longbow in his hand shimmering under the sun. Greeted by Li Xianfeng laughed heartily. It seems like you've been cultivating hard during my 5 years of seclusion. You're nearing the peak of the embryonic breathing realm already. Haha, but I'm still no match for you. Li Xianxian replied cheerfully. He, too, had made rapid progress over these 5 years. Not only had he condensed the final 6th chakra of the embryonic breathing realm, but he was also reaching its peak. How's your Bao technique coming along? Li Xianxian asked. Li Xianfeng, with a gleeful smile, handed over a jade slip, declaring proudly, "This is the Astral Golden Bao technique. Although it's quite complex, fully mastering it means inheriting at least 70% of my true legacy." Excellent. Li Xianxian praised as he accepted the precious jade slip, carefully tucking it into his chest pocket, planning to place it in the stone cave for safekeeping. With a beaming smile, he said, "Sit down for a moment. I'll go and call our second uncle." Li Xianfeng nodded slightly, his mustache giving him a more mature appearance. Sitting on a stool, he drank his tea in big gulps, feeling restless. Strange, Li Xianfeng said, setting down his tea bowl. He suddenly thought of Jiang Yunu, murmuring to himself, "In any case, I should bring that woman back home. It's not easy for a Qi cultivator to have children. Waiting for her to get pregnant might take forever, and leaving her outside all the time isn't right either. Regardless of how second uncle and the others might react, I'll have to do my best and explain." Fenger, Li Tongya called out as he descended in front of the courtyard before entering leisurely. Li Xuanfeng's eyes lit up, and he quickly stood up, cupping his fist respectfully. "Congratulations to second uncle for breaking through to the 7th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm." Li Tongya, with his aura already exuding the 7th heavenly layer of Qi cultivation realm and even brimming with true essence, indicated that he had broken through a year or two ago. He simply nodded and took his seat. He accepted the tea bowl and smiled. "Have you made any progress with your Bao technique?" he asked. "I certainly have," Li Xianfeng replied as he beamed with pride, lifting his Bao. "A few years ago, my mastery was confined to the sheer sharpness of the Bao. Now, I've truly grasped the intent of the Bao. Without the need for arrows, merely drawing and aiming the Bao at rabbits is enough to startle them to their demise, while aiming at people can shatter their resolve. Even Qi cultivators, struck by my formless, colorless arrow intent, will find themselves thrown into disarray for an extended period, let alone ordinary people and those in the embryonic breathing realm. Those with weaker wills may even succumb to vomiting blood and falling to a fever, unable to even take flight. It's that miraculous." Li Tongya repeated softly as he found his Bao technique quite peculiar. Lacking knowledge of archery, he could not tell whether Li Xuanfeng's current mastery was good or bad, deciding it would have to be tested in real combat. Seeing Li Xianfeng looking around, Li Tongya asked softly, "What's wrong?" Li Xianfeng shook his head, choosing his words carefully before saying, "Well, before I begin, please forgive me, second uncle. I've actually taken a liking to a girl in the prefecture. She is of humble background, so I've always hesitated to bring her home. It's been over a decade. I thought of bringing her back today, to continue our lineage here." "Huh." Li Tongya sipped his tea and replied, "Young love is no crime. Find an opportunity to bring her home." Li Xianfeng was overjoyed, nodding vigorously. Initially planning to demonstrate his Bao technique to Li Tongya and the others, he was now too excited for that. After bidding farewell to Li Tongya, he rode the wind to the prefecture to fetch Jiang Yunu. Chapter 162, The Little Goose. Li Yuanyu was dozing off at the foot of the bed when he was suddenly awakened by loud cries and shouts. He rubbed his eyes, only to find the room filled with thick fog that obscured his view. "Mother!" Li Yuanyu called out as he turned to look, but found Jiang Yunu, his mother, gone. Peering outside into the eerily dark sky, he noticed a bright moon. "Strange," he muttered, stepping out the door only to find no ground beneath his feet. It emptied out and seemed to only extend into an eternal emptiness. Ah! Suddenly, Li Yuanyu felt the collar tighten around his neck as he was yanked up by the collar and thrown into a basket roughly. Looking up, he saw the towering city wall before him, realizing he was already outside the prefecture. The middle-aged man he had seen earlier met his gaze with a grin. His pale complexion, blood-red lips, and hauntingly black eyes greatly unsettled Li Yuanyu. "It seems my spell hasn't rusted too much. I can't kidnap others, but a child is still within my means. You." The man took out the copper coin from Li Yuanyu's chest pocket, carefully storing it away before stating firmly, "Since you took my coin, You must now follow me. A startled Li Yuanyu protested. Why are you taking me? Are you an immortal? No, the man replied gruffly, his face contorting in anger immediately at the mention of an immortal. The so-called immortals have killed your mother. Do not speak of them again. Li Yuanyu looked as though he had been struck by lightning, staring in utter shock and disbelief. What are you talking about? The middle-aged man chuckled darkly, stepping forward to brush his hand over the city gate. Suddenly, a pattern spread like water ripples, revealing the ghastly scene within the courtyard. Li Yuanyu caught a glimpse of the gore and cried out in shock, nearly fainting. His little face turned deathly pale as he sobbed. The man, unmoved by his tears, said with a low chuckle, My name is Qing, and from now on, you will learn curse spells with me. What's your name? Li Yuanyu, still not trusting of this strange man, was naturally unwilling to follow him and began to cry louder. Seeing that Li Yuanyu would not stop crying, Qing picked him up with a look of satisfaction on his face. Then I guess you'll have to take my surname and be called Jiang Yan. Li Xianfeng flew along the gully road, noticing the five-colored brilliance flowing over Cloud-Crowned Peak as if a formation had been activated. A sense of dread filled his heart, and he thought to himself, could it be that someone dares to cause trouble for the Xiao family? What's going on? With doubts crowding his mind, Li Xianfeng did not stop. He observed the city gate road below that was deserted with overturned carts, scattered clothes, and various foods left unattended, while unattended horses and cows grazed lazily as if nothing had happened. His heart sank as he flew over the city walls of Lixia Prefecture, spotting bloody handprints covering the walls, as if countless people had attempted to climb over them, only to fall and burst their stomachs, splattering the ground below with blood-stained feces and urine. It was not hard to find the small courtyard located in the alley, especially with how deserted the city now was. Landing in front of the courtyard, Li Xianfeng noticed a small goose crookedly embroidered on a piece of cloth hanging on the door that was stained with blood, swaying in the wind as if ready to take flight. Creak! The door was ajar. Pushing it gently, he caught sight of a white, tender little foot on the steps. It was cleanly severed at the ankle, the cut smooth and precise. He recognized it instantly as the foot he had caught and caressed countless times under the covers. One of the pair he had once playfully teased, making Jiang Yunu blush and glare at him. As a young man experiencing the beginnings of passion, he had always squeezed her feet and asked, how can there be something so beautiful? Jiang Yunu, with her cute, round face, would always stare at him with her almond-shaped eyes in response as she turned her face away shyly. Feeling as if he had been slapped in the face, Li Xuanfeng's eyes dodged the sight of the foot as if burned by fire, only to then catch sight of the bloody intestines hanging from the wall. Collapsing to the ground, he picked up the foot as if in a trance and called out in a voice stricken with agonizing grief. It's you. Tears flowed uncontrollably as he moved forward, picking up two smooth limbs that were once his lover's arms. However, in doing so, the foot he was holding fell from his grasp. He picked it up hastily and continued forward. He saw her bloodied rears, long black hair, globs of flesh that looked like breasts, and finally half of Jiang Yunu's face, and her once cute and round almond eye. That eye, which was once filled with hope, was now lifelessly dull. It was no different to the eye of a dead fish, empty and void of emotion. As he kneeled, still holding her dismembered parts gently in his arms, the world seemed to sway before him. The past figures of his father Li Xiangping, old Su, and countless others whom he cared for flashed before his eyes, seeming to form an endless row of figures that only signify painful yet tender memories. Finding the lower half of her face in a corner, he painstakingly reassembled her, his hands trembling as he did so. He poured her shattered teeth back into her mouth carefully. Wait for me, my love, he whispered. And with that, he closed her eyes gently. He bit his lip so hard that it bled. He bent down and planted a kiss on her cold lips, his blood staining her pale ones with a flush of red. With the gentlest voice that he did not know he was capable of, he murmured softly, It's my fault. I'm a fool. I don't deserve to be the one alive. I'll make sure to avenge you, my love. I don't care who did this to you, whether or not it is a young master of the immortal gates or a fiend of the devil Dao. I'll kill them. Just wait, just wait. I will avenge you. He rose and swayed a little on his feet, clearly still in a daze. His eyes blazed with a terrifying intensity. His body burned, from the top of his head to the tips of his toes, as if he had drunk 2 jars of liquor. I'm not burying you yet because I'm afraid. I'm afraid he might escape. I'll go ask around and then come back for you. He was whispering to the severed head that was split into 2 on the ground. Turning around, he took the cloth that was embroidered with the little goose from the wall. He held it carefully in his palm and flew up, soaring over the mountains of corpses and seas of blood below, heading toward cloud-crowned peak. Xiao Ryu stood stunned on the mountain peak, feeling both empty and sorrowful, when a cold voice broke the silence. Li Xianfeng has come to visit. I kindly request the elder to open the gate. Before Xiao Yongling could speak, a startled Xiao Ryu exclaimed, "This is bad. There are still members of the Li family in the prefecture." Seeing Xiao Yongling's stern face and his silence, Xiao Ryu quickly thought, Li Xianfeng must be furious. I can't let him confront clan uncle. If he speaks out of turn and causes offense, it could lead to a rift between our families. Thus, he boldly volunteered, "Clan uncle, leave this to me." Xiao Yongling stroked his chin and nodded slightly, evidently also having considered the situation. Xiao Ryu then flew down to meet Li Xianfeng, his expression mournful as he called out to him, "Brother Xianfeng." Li Xianfeng appeared calm, showing no emotion as he spoke quietly. "What happened down there?" "The Golden Tang Gate invaded, slaughtering our Lixia prefecture. My family dared not resist," Xiao Ryu answered nervously, casting his eyes downward. "I understand," Li Xianfeng replied with a curt nod, lifting his head to meet Xiao Ryu's gaze and startling him. Gone was Li Xuanfeng's usual carefree demeanor. Instead, it was now replaced with an unfamiliar and chilling ferocity. If Chen Donghe were here, he would be stunned too. This expression, which had appeared thousands of times on Li Xianfeng's face, now marked Li Xuanfeng's, transferring the same sinister look to his visage and sending shivers down one's spine. "Which way did they go?" Li Xianfeng asked simply. "East." Just as Li Xianfeng took to the wind and was about to head east, Xiao Ryu yelled out to stop him. "Brother Xianfeng, don't be rash." Biting his lip, Xiao Ryu stood frozen for a moment before also taking to the skies, deciding to follow Li Xianfeng eastward. Chapter 163, Trembling Heart. Xiao Ryu followed Li Xianfeng, feeling rather agitated in that moment. He was of a kind nature and had been holding back his anger at the sight of hundreds of thousands of civilians being slaughtered. Clenching his teeth, he said, "Brother Xianfeng, those from Golden Tang Gate are merely Qi cultivators, and the person in charge is just a minor cultivator at the embryonic breathing realm. This is a bait thrown by Golden Tang Gate and Azurpon sect. They probably have more than a dozen Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators behind them. Without hooking a few big fish at the Foundation Establishment Realm, they won't make their move. Although we are only at the Qi cultivation realm, if we plan carefully, we might make them pay a price." Although Li Xianfeng was furious, he was still rational. "Don't worry, Brother Ryu. I'm confident. Not even a Qi cultivator can escape from me, let alone that young master who is only at the embryonic breathing realm. I'll make sure he dies obscurely and in a humiliating manner, as a form of interest payment," he snarled, the same ferocity crossing his expression. Xiao Ryu glanced at the Golden Age longbow behind Li Xianfeng and speculated on some possibilities in his head. He patted the brocade pouch on his waist and took out 2 pale blue talismans before saying in a low voice, "I have 2 profound essence escape talismans here, best used for fleeing and as a last resort for saving one's life. As long as Brother Xianfeng can ensure a fatal hit, we'll immediately head west without leaving any traces. I'll count on you then, Brother Ryu." Li Xianfeng nodded as he accepted one of the talismans, feeling even more confident now. Xiao Ryu then sternly said, "If we succeed, at the very least, we could lay the souls of tens of thousands below to rest and be spared from the guilt. If we fail, we'll immediately escape without risking our lives. After all, revenge is a dish best served cold." "Don't worry, Brother Ryu. I won't act rashly," Li Xianfeng assured as he shook his head, feeling his hatred for Azurpon sect and Golden Tang Gate reaching new heights. He gritted his teeth and continued, "This is only to avenge the elders in my family and my wife. Hatred and resentment will not disappear into thin air just like that. We still have many things to do after we've done this." At that very moment, a group appeared on the horizon. They were all dressed in golden robes, carrying various blades on their backs. It was easy to tell that they were people from the Golden Tang Gate. At the highest point was a boy around 12 or 13 years old who was wielding a blood-red long sword, from which thousands of red sword lights surged out, each moving nimbly through the air, lethally seeking a human life to claim below. Surrounded by a circle of Qi cultivators, they stared greedily at the mountains of corpses and the seas of blood soaking the small town below. Li Xianfeng squinted for a moment, selecting a mountain peak to alight upon. He landed with a light step, with his left hand tautening the string while his right hand gripped the bow steadily. His fierce gaze bore forward, yet he was making no attempt of knocking an arrow or channeling any mana into his bow. To an observer, it seemed as though he was simply taking aim at a rabbit. Whoosh! Only the sound of the bowstring vibrating in the air broke the silence, which was accompanied by a gentle breeze that rustled through the mountains, blowing off 2 dried leaves. Li Xianfeng rose to his feet and put his bow away. This time, most of the anger in his expression had dissipated as he spoke softly. The man is already dead. Let's go. Xiao Ryu gave him a puzzled look. Nevertheless, the two activated their talismans, which transformed into 2 blue lights, then sped away to the west like the wind. Waner, what's wrong? Nothing, Ningguan replied with a small frown, looking at the triumphant look on the face of the young master from Golden Tang Gate, feeling quite troubled. As a disciple of Moon Lake Peak, Lixiao Prefecture was her place to protect. Yet, now it was being handed over to Golden Tang Gate for slaughter. This put her in an awkward position, and it pained her. Yet, she had no choice but to follow the sect's orders and had to be ready to suppress any Foundation Establishment realm cultivator that might appear. She was not an old-fashioned person, nor was she like those naive and ignorant sect disciples. If she had to choose between protecting the Azure Pond sect and the lives of tens of millions of people, Ningguan would not hesitate to choose the former. However, allowing others to slaughter their own people just to eliminate a possibility made Ningguan feel like it was not worth it. She had broken through to the Foundation Establishment realm more than a decade ago, becoming the youngest Foundation Establishment cultivator in the Azure Pond sect to do so, aside from Li Chejing. Being the strongest Foundation Establishment cultivator among the ones currently hidden in the surroundings, she clearly saw the arrow intent aimed straight at Situ Yu's head, but chose not to act as a flicker of satisfaction crossed her eyes instead. With such profound intent, it's either the work of a seasoned Foundation Establishment realm cultivator or a Purple Mansion realm immortal cultivator. Yet, not a trace of mana was mixed in. This seems like a deliberate choice to spare the families any loss of face while still disciplining that guy. Let it be. If he dies, his death won't affect the plan anyway. After all, Ningguan harbored no fondness for Situ Yu. At just 12 or 13 years old, he was already so cruel and vicious, slaughtering the people of her Moon Lake Peak. Although bound by sect rules not to intervene, Ningguan was pleased to see him dead. Looking around, several middle to late-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivators appeared thoughtful, evidently sensing something as well. However, none was willing to offend an unknown Foundation Establishment realm, or even a Purple Mansion realm cultivator for an embryonic breathing realm cultivator they did not know well. Even the cultivators from the Golden Tang Gate watched coldly from the side, and Ningguan chuckled to herself in her heart. Suddenly, Situ Yu grunted from below. The surrounding Qi cultivators looked at him hurriedly. Situ Yu waved at them dismissively, mumbling to himself in confusion. Strange, why does my mouth taste so bitter? His anxiety grew as he shook his head, and he found the bitterness in his mouth intensifying. He called out, "Someone come and look after this Dharma artifact for me. Something's wrong with me." Someone stepped forward to take his long saber, but as soon as Situ Yu's hands left the Dharma artifact, he suddenly felt panic setting in. Touching his tongue, he discovered that his fingers were covered in a pale yellow liquid. This is bile? Oh no. No, no. Situ Yu screamed suddenly, his chest swelling suddenly as though it was inflating. He collapsed soon after, crying out weakly, "Ah, ancestor, save me. I." As he spoke these words, he continued inflating, almost like a balloon. The Foundation Establishment realm cultivators above him projected their spiritual senses toward him, but none showed themselves, merely watching as he burst like a balloon with a bang. Boom. Blood and bone fragments splattered everywhere, staining the surrounding Qi cultivators in blood. The group stood dumbfounded, staring at the mist of blood in the air, wiping their faces without any clue of what had just happened. One of the Qi cultivators holding the Dharma artifact opened his mouth as if to call out something, but then was interrupted by a cold voice. "Carry on." No one dared to defy the order. They simply lowered their heads and cleaned the blood off themselves with spells. acting as if nothing had happened. The mark left on one of Situ Yu's bone fragments that was meant to track his killer flew upward. However, it found no trace of mana and aimlessly circled in place before disappearing into thin air. To think a distinguished young master died in such a pitiful manner, murmured a nearby Qi cultivator, feeling a shiver of terror. Thoughts raced through his mind. Despite being an illegitimate son of a concubine, this young master was not only cunning and clever, but was also born with a spiritual orifice. I thought things would go well if I served him, but now that he's dead out here, my future seems bleak. Xiao Ruyu and Li Xianfeng settled down in the mountains. Li Xianfeng said in a low voice, "He's dead, but I was just taking out some anger on him. It's meaningless because in the end, we're still powerless." Although Xiao Ruyu did not understand how Li Xianfeng killed the young master from the Golden Tang Gate, he felt sorrowful in his heart. This has always been a muddy situation. Who doesn't bear any sins? We just killed the apparent culprit, but those behind them continue with their slaughters using Dharma artifacts beyond our resistance, he muttered with a grim smile. Li Xianfeng had no interest in further discussion as the round trip had taken over 4 hours. He cupped his fist and bid Xiao Ruyu farewell respectfully. "I still have things to take care of, so I'll be taking my leave now, Brother Ruyu." Xiao Ruyu hurriedly returned the gesture and watched as Li Xianfeng departed. After a while, he turned to address Xiao Yongling behind him. "Clan uncle, have you had your fill of excitement?" Once Li Xianfeng left, Xiao Yongling appeared and stared at Xiao Ruyu, speaking softly. "You managed to escape only because you found a loophole in the situation between the two sects. Don't do such dangerous things again." It was clear he had secretly followed them. Stealth was the Xiao family's specialty, hence he was not discovered by the two men. Although Xiao Ruyu felt that neither sect understood how the young master died, he did not counter his elder's words. "I'll keep that in mind." Xiao Yongling then nodded, looking in the direction Li Xianfeng had gone, and muttered, "Although Li Xianfeng isn't foolish, his heart harbors a bold courage that is innate. It's a trait that can make or break him. His exceptional archery saved the day, but if he's ever targeted by others one day, it will likely be through the exploitation of his bravery." Xiao Ruyu, considering Li Xianfeng a true friend, shook his head with a pained expression. Xiao Yongling gave him a stern look as he shot him a word of advice. "Your kindness is no different. Though you're not stupid, with a lifespan of hundreds of years, if your nature is too obvious, sooner or later, it will lead to your downfall." Xiao Ruyu laughed heartily in response. "There are all sorts of people in this world. In my opinion, if everyone were only cautious and driven by profit, life would lose its meaning," he said in a carefree tone, though he made sure to remain respectful. "You little rascal." Xiao Yongling was amused, patting his head and murmuring softly, "As an elder, I wish nothing but for you to live well. I'm not forcing you." Chapter 164, The Burial. The sky was dark when Li Xianfeng landed in the courtyard. It was eerily silent, devoid of any sound except for the distant cries from far beyond the horizon. The dimness seemed to bury all traces of bloodshed, yet Li Xianfeng's cultivation allowed him to see everything clearly. "My love, I've avenged you by slaying that young master." He dismantled a door to fashion a makeshift coffin and carefully arranged each piece of the dismembered body parts, using his mana to piece her back together. It took him about an hour to restore her to a semblance of her once human form. As he dressed her in some clothes he found in the wardrobe, he stumbled upon several children's garments. Upon closer inspection of them, he realized that they were all suitable for a child around 4 to 5 years old. Digging deeper, he found an array of children's items. If his last visit had resulted in her pregnancy, their child would indeed be about this age by now. Through his tears, Li Xianfeng noticed the cuffs of one particular piece that bore the name Yinyu, 1, a reminder of Jiang Yunu's origins from a prominent fishing family by the river. Despite later ending up in a brothel, she knew how to read to some extent. He was not sure whether it was the complexity of the characters or the clumsy embroidery work, but the name Yuanyu appeared rather messy. Yuanyu. It was then that Li Xianfeng realized that he had also lost his child whom he had never met in the city, which led to him feeling even more guilty and pained. He crouched on the ground for a while before closing the coffin, murmuring to himself, "Considering the time, there's still no sign of him at home. Could he have been at school or out playing in the streets?" Gathering a few sets of the children's clothing, Li Xianfeng carried the coffin and flew around the yard. Under the dim sky, he saw no corpse of a 4 or 5-year-old child. Thus, This forced him to head toward a nearby school with tears brimming in his eyes. There, the ground was littered with the remains of children. Li Xianfeng searched blindly among the mountain of bloody flesh, but failed to identify the child he was looking for. He sighed sorrowfully, deciding to erect a tomb for the child with his clothes as a replacement for his lost body. Shaking off the blood from his hands, he went toward the Li family's store. Still carrying the coffin, he walked around the Li family's shop and could faintly recognize the bodies of Wan Tianqiu and a clan brother of his. Biting his lip, Li Xianfeng muttered angrily, "I've always told you not to slack off and practice diligently. Yet, you chose to indulge yourself in the city. Look at yourself now. You couldn't even withstand a single glow from a Dharma artifact." He wanted to say more, but glancing at Wan Tianqiu's despairing eyes, he could not bring himself to continue. "Well, it's not your fault. It's the fault of this cruel world," Li Xianfeng said bitterly, casting his eyes downward. "I guess I'll inform his family to recover his body," Li Xianfeng sighed softly. With that, he lifted the coffin once more and flew westward, crossing the blood-stained city walls. Seeing him approaching with the coffin, Xiao Ruyu felt guilty and exclaimed, "Brother Xianfeng, I've received word. The young master is indeed dead." "I know," Li Xianfeng responded flatly without stopping, continuing his way toward the Li residence. He left Xiao Ruyu in his wake, still rather confused, who stood alone before returning to the mountain as the sky gradually brightened. Meanwhile, on Mount Lijing, Li Xianxian took Li Yuanxiu up the mountain with him. Now 12, the child was quiet and polite. Having discovered his spiritual orifice a few years ago, and already having started his cultivation, he had condensed the profound scenery chakra and attained the first stage of the embryonic breathing realm. Li Xianxian planned to delegate some family responsibilities to the child and start preparing him to be a leader. Li Yuanxiu was now 8 years old, and likewise, was also blessed with a spiritual orifice. The news last year delighted Li Xianxian immensely. Li Xianling was not to be outdone, however. Lu Wanrong bore him 2 children, a daughter named Li Qinghong and a son named Li Yuanyun. Now 4 and 3 years old respectively, both children were extremely adorable, earning everyone's affection. Xuanling's children are also growing up. In another 3 years, when these kids have matured, we'll request a talisman seed before the mirror. Li Xianxian glanced at Li Yuanxiu, who was engrossed in reading a bamboo slip, and sighed to himself. "I feel sorry for Xiao. As the elder brother, he has to wait for his younger brother and cousins." Setting down his tea bowl, Li Xianxian saw Li Tongya's expression change suddenly. He stood up and walked out of the courtyard, loudly demanding, "What's going on?" Li Xianxian followed him outside hurriedly and saw Li Xianfeng covered in blood, his robe stained crimson red. He carried a huge and shabby blood-stained wooden box, looking very forlorn. Although he had composed himself on the way, Li Xianfeng, now seeing his father and brothers gather around him, felt mentally exhausted and forced himself to explain in a painful voice. "The Azure Pond sect and Golden Tang Gate have started another slaughter. Lixiao Prefecture has hardly any survivors left. The Li family members stationed there, including Wan Tianqiu, are all dead. She, and the child I've never met, have both perished." Such succinct words from him stunned everyone. Li Xiaowen, standing behind Li Xianxian, almost cried out in shock. His younger brother had been responsible for guarding Lixiao Prefecture. He thought it would be a safe assignment, not expecting it to cost him his life like this. Li Tongya opened his mouth, but looking at the child's weary face, spoke in the softest voice he could muster. "Let's bury them on the mountain first." Li Xianfeng nodded and his voice trembled as he spoke. "I couldn't find the child's remains. I only brought back a few clothes of his. We can only erect a cenotaph for him." Tears welled up in Li Xuanxuan's eyes. After Li Xianfeng excused himself to bury his wife and child in the mountain, Li Xianxian turned to Li Tongya and said bitterly, "Second uncle, what's going on?" Li Tongya merely sighed. Such is life. He could not recall how many times he had offered these words of comfort. While he had first heard this from Li Mutian, he had personally experienced it numerous times in his own life, gradually gaining a profound understanding of its meaning. Li Xianxian sent people down the mountain to have the families of the deceased clan members recover the corpses. Watching Li Xiaowen rush down the mountain, Li Xianxian entered the mountain quietly. He watched Li Xianfeng dig the graves himself and bury the blackwood coffin, watching also as he placed the children's clothes in another grave before carefully covering it up. Li Xianfeng lifted his head and looked at Li Xianxian. Forcing a smile on his face, he said softly, "I was the one who buried my father. and now my wife and son. When it's time for me to be buried, I'll have to trouble you. Nonsense. For the first time, Li Xianxian assumed the stance of an elder brother, staring at him fiercely. He was about to say something when Li Xianfeng waved to silence him and continued. I won't let this defeat me, brother. I will cherish my life even more, now that I have a mission to avenge my father and family. As they conversed, Li Tongya, Li Xianling, and others had arrived. They listened as Li Xianfeng recounted how he had used his bow intent to kill the young master from the Golden Tang Gate. Li Tongya wanted to scold Li Xianfeng for acting recklessly but feared upsetting him, so he could only sigh. Don't do such dangerous things again in the future. Li Xianfeng nodded but said nothing else while Li Xianling, leaning against a rock and seeing that his father and brother remained silent, simply said, Life is hard, and no family has it easy. We must look forward. 1. The character Yu, used in Li Yuanyu's name means to catch a fish, or a fisherman. This is also the same character in Jiang Yunu's name, where Yunu actually means the fisherman's daughter. Chapter 165, The Generation of Yuan and Qing. In the 8th lunar month, the Golden Tang Gate once again advanced southward, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake as it slaughtered the people of Lixia Prefecture. Homes were razed, families perished, and the city streets were littered with bones. There was no one to mourn the dead. Desolate roads lay empty, and the air was foul with the stench of decay, bearing witness to the annihilation of countless families within the city walls. Li Jingtian wrote all of this down in great detail, capturing the tragedy of millions in a short paragraph. Dipping her brush into the ink again, she continued writing. The young master's wife and child were not spared from the purge. With eyes blazing with rage, he rode the wind eastward. Spotting members of the Golden Tang Gate from afar, he swiftly shot one of them down. Auntie, Li Xuanling's children entered the courtyard, laughing and playing. Li Qinghong, the elder sister, had grown tall and was now reaching Li Jingtian's waist. She had her long hair tied back and boasted an energetic personality, and now she was rushing into the courtyard. Li Yuanyun, her younger brother, was much quieter, carefully following behind his sister. Upon seeing Li Jingtian, he greeted her respectfully, while Li Qinghong had already sat by the table, eyeing her clothes. The two children, merely 6 or 7 years old, and not yet of age to leave the mountain, would often visit Li Jingtian, chatting with their aunt and asking for snacks. Last year, when Li Yuanjiao discovered that he had a spiritual orifice and went up the mountain, these two would wander about after school, frequently calling for their older cousin, Yuanjiao. When they finally grew tired, they would end up at Li Jingtian's place. Li Jingtian put down her brush, closed the book on the table despite not being done with the writing, and warmly embraced Li Qinghong. Then, footsteps were heard at the door, and a gentle voice followed. Greetings, Auntie. A young boy in black attire entered, his long hair tied back and a sword around his waist, his eyes bright and spirited as he looked at Li Jingtian. Remembering his mother Mu Yalu's instructions, Li Yuanjiao often visited Li Jingtian to borrow books. Come, have a seat. Li Jingtian smiled. Seeing the 3 children getting along well with each other reassured her. She then asked Li Yuanjiao, Where's your father? The mention of Li Xianxian caused the light in Li Yuanjiao's eyes to dim slightly. He's either dealing with affairs down the mountain or cultivating in seclusion. Those are the only places he goes to. Where else could he be? He responded glumly. Li Jingtian was taken aback, quickly comforting him. Your father has a large family to manage. Naturally, he can't always be there for you and your mother. I hope you're not upset with him. I wouldn't dare, Li Yuanjiao replied hastily, yet thought to himself, Mother and Auntie said the same thing, but I'm not blind. Why can he spend time with Brother Xiao every day, but not with my mother and me? Li Yuanxiao, the elder brother, was quiet and gentle, and Li Yuanjiao shared a good relationship with him. Hence, these thoughts left Yuanjiao feeling uncomfortable. He pursed his lips tightly, unwilling to let any of it out. Li Jingtian, noticing this, was about to offer some consolation when 2 knocks were heard at the door. Li Tongya dusted his robe before stepping into the room, followed by Li Xianling in leather armor and Li Xianxian in a long robe. The children in the room were startled, standing up in a flurry and greeting Li Tongya all at once. Second granduncle. Grandfather. Li Tongya responded with a smile. Recently, he had unexpectedly broken through to the 8th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm, bringing him great joy over the past few months. Seeing the children's cheerful demeanor brought a rare smile to his usually stoic face. Has Xianfeng not come out of seclusion yet? He asked. Not yet. After burying his wife, Li Xianfeng immediately went into seclusion on the mountain and was never seen wandering around since then. He had been more diligent in his cultivation than before, now having been in seclusion for over 2 years. Li Tongya stroked his beard, feeling reassured by the changes in Li Xianfeng. As an elder in the family, he looked at things from a long-term perspective. If it wasn't for losing a child in the prefecture, this lesson could almost be considered beneficial. It made this kid seriously reflect and focus on his cultivation. Observing the cautious children, Li Tongya considered the timing and said to Li Xianxian, "It's time to get Yuan Xiao up the mountain. If we delay it any further, it might hinder the child's progress." The brothers exchanged glances, understanding Li Tongya's intent. Li Xianxian nodded, and immediately, a clan guard was sent down the mountain to call for Li Yuanxiao, who was now 14 and had been assisting with some matters at the mountain's foot. Li Tongya sipped his tea, observing the children. His gaze lingered on Li Yuanxiao, dressed in black. All the children are clever. Xianling has only Yuan for a male heir, while Xianxian has many descendants, including 4 or 5 from his concubines. We could select one to be adopted by Xianling to continue the lineage, preferably one with a spiritual orifice. Yuan Xiao seems like an ideal choice. However, this is a significant matter, and it's better to observe the child's talent and personality first. As he mused, Li Yuanxiao had arrived at the house. He was a rather handsome youth draped in a white goose feather cloak. His smile was gentle, yet he remained quiet and polite. Clutching a green sword, he exuded a certain grace. "Greetings, elders." Li Yuanxiao's clear and strong voice rang out. Seeing him, Li Yuanxiao and the other children stood up and looked at him eagerly, almost wanting to rush up and wrap him in an embrace. Li Tongyan nodded slightly, while Li Xianxian smiled broadly, thoroughly pleased with the eldest of the 4th generation. Li Yuanxiao, be it in his demeanor, appearance, handling of matters, or talent, was considered exceptional. He was beloved by his cousins and capable of shouldering heavy responsibilities. Everyone took their seats, and the children, standing awkwardly in the middle of the courtyard, hid behind Li Yuanxiao. Li Xianxian glanced at his sibling and then warmly said to the children, "It's rare for us all to gather like this, especially with your second granduncle out of seclusion. Don't be shy, come forward." Li Tongya glanced at the long sword hanging at Li Yuanxiao's waist and asked warmly, "How goes your sword technique cultivation? Have you mastered the profound water sword technique?" Li Yuanxiao replied, "I started learning the sword at 7, and this is my 6th year practicing it. I've memorized the profound water sword technique by heart and managed to unleash sword aura." Li Tongya nodded and praised him. "Well done. Come to the cave dwelling on Mount Yue tomorrow. I'll teach you sword techniques." Li Xianxian, overjoyed, knew of Li Tongya's high proficiency in swordsmanship. Learning from him would be excellent. Li Yuanxiao nodded eagerly while the other children in his generation looked on enviously. Li Tongya smiled at the other children and explained, "The same goes for all of you. Whoever manages to unleash a sword aura before the age of 15 may come and find me at the cave dwelling on Mount Yue." After saying this and nodding at Li Xianxian, Li Tongya left. Li Jingtian followed to see him off, while Li Xianling and Li Xianxian exchanged glances with each other. Li Xianling suggested softly, "Let's take the children to the back courtyard then. Yuan Xiao, Yuan Jiao, Yuan, and as for Qing, she'll come too," Li Xianxian decided after a moment's thought. Suddenly, the image of Li Jingtian's face popped into his mind, reminding him of the bewilderment and helplessness in her eyes when he asked if she would marry Chen Donghe years ago. Feeling a tightness of guilt in his heart, he spoke firmly, "Take them all. If second uncle asks, I'll explain." Chapter 166, The Bestowal of Talismans to the Generation of Yuan and Qing. Lu Jiangxian sat at the foot of the mountain, watching the moon-white stone spirits hopping around energetically. These spirits, enlivened by his mana, worked diligently within the mirror, their pale blue halos casting shadows that shifted on the ground. The majority of the buildings within the mirror realm had been repaired, presenting a much more pleasing sight. For Lu Jiangxian, life within the mirror involved studying shamanic spells and observing the Li family outside. It was a life marked by simplicity and, at times, monotony. Such was life, caught in a cycle of resignation and boredom. Now that my study of shamanic spells has made some progress, these years haven't been wasted. He had not only developed certain cursing techniques, but had also discovered blessings and tracking spells. However, for an artifact spirit confined to a mirror, these advancements held little practical value. Yet, Lu Jiangxian sensed the increasing connection between the shamanic spells of Mount Yue and the mirror. As his understanding of this type of spell deepened, he found it easier to manipulate the mirror, allowing him to perform many actions previously thought impossible with them. His divine sense spilled out of the mirror, and with a loud rumble, the stone door opened. Li Xianxian and Li Xianling, leading several children, entered. The refreshing scent of burning incense filled the air, though the children were unable to smell it with their senses still sealed by mana. Hence, they showed no reaction and followed their elders in silence. Li Yu and Xiao, engulfed in darkness and unable to hear or speak, clutched Li Xuanxuan's hand tighter when he felt a reassuring pat on his shoulder. Following his father's earlier instructions, he kneeled down, his knees cushioned by something soft and smooth, as if kneeling on a pad. Li Tongya had already been waiting inside the stone chamber, silently observing the mirror on the stone platform. He said nothing as the four children kneeled. He looked at Li Qinghong, but did not object to her presence here. The Li family of Lijing offers respect along with fine delicacies and wine. On behalf of the four children present, I respectfully request the profound light. They will dedicate their lives to pursuing the Tao, and their destinies rest in your hands. When the time comes, they will remain true to their oath. With this talisman burned, we express our gratitude to the Supreme Yin, he stated with great solemnness and sincerity. Lu Jiangxian's divine sense stirred, sending out invisible, colorless ripples that caused a nearly transparent white glow to emanate from each child's head. To the far left was the eldest, Li Yuanxiu, who possessed a spiritual orifice and commendable talent. Although he did not match Li Xianfeng from the previous generation, he was superior to Li Xianxian. A 6 CUN white glow, indicating his compatibility with the profound pearl talisman seed, hovered above his head. This glow signified that, once he consumed the talisman seed, his cultivation speed could increase by 60% due to his inherent spiritual orifice. In the middle were Li Yuanjiao and Li Yuanyun, dressed in black and white respectively. Li Yuanjiao, with a spiritual orifice, showed even greater potential than Li Yuanxiu, as evidenced by the 7 CUN white glow above his head. Li Yuanyun, without a spiritual orifice, also had a 7 CUN glow over his head. Lu Jiangxian could only sigh and exclude him from his consideration. Li Qinghong, the last child, caught Lu Jiangxian's attention. Possessing a spiritual orifice and talents comparable to Li Yuanxiu, her head was crowned with a 9 CUN white glow, shining like a faint column of light. Li Yuanxiu was indeed a good choice, but based on the future deduced from the heaven-expanding profound talisman for Lu Changdai, there's no sign of Li Yuanxiu in the Li family's future. Investing comes with risks and requires caution. After pondering for a moment, Lu Jiangxian, like an old farmer planning his spring planting, contemplated upon which seed would yield the greatest harvest next year. The mirror floated up from the stone platform, emitting a faint white light. Though Li Tongya wished to grant only one talisman seed to the generation of Yuan, fearing a shortage in a few years, he's unaware that I have 3 more talisman seeds hidden within the mirror. This decision is not up to him. I'll take both Li Yuanjiao and Li Qinghong. The 12 runes on the mirror lit up one by one, causing a twitch in both Li Tongya and Li Xuanxuan's eyes, half expecting a surge of boiling white moonlight from the mirror's surface. Lu Jiangxian focused his mana, then released 2 profound pearl talisman seeds. Here stand the disciples of the Li family, who have forsaken their worldly attachments, ceased all transgression, and severed their roots of evil. To them, I bestow the profound light, initiating their journey in the path of Tao, transforming them from mere mortals to saints. They will begin with discipline and ultimately ascend to truth. I grant them a scroll of the Supreme Breathing Meridian Nourishment Sutra, along with a tracing technique. 2 white orbs leaped from the mirror's surface like water droplets, round and beaming with white light, illuminating the courtyard in a white expanse. The children, their senses still sealed, remained unaware while Li Tongya watched on, momentarily stunned. The 2 profound pearl talisman seeds sunk into the Xinyang mansions between the eyebrows of both Li Yuanjiao and Li Qinghong, one after the other. Since neither had practiced the reception method, The talisman seeds did not follow the meridian pathways to settle in the Qihai acupoint, but instead remained quietly hidden at their Xinyang mansion, awaiting future activation through the given method. Li Yuanjiao felt a cool sensation on his forehead, as if something had shone upon it, while Li Qinghong frowned slightly. An image of a bright moon appeared on their foreheads, flickering briefly before vanishing. Li Xianxian was stunned. He had not expected the mirror to choose Li Yuanjiao and Li Qinghong over Li Yuanxiao. Turning to Li Tongya, he whispered, "This. Take the children out first." Li Tongya shook his head, signaling Li Xianling to take Li Yuanxiao and the 3 others away. Then, Li Xianxian hastily said, "This. How shall we resolve this?" As the eldest of his generation and possessing a spiritual orifice, the family is ultimately to be entrusted to Li Yuanxiao. How can we possibly hide this from him? There's no need for us to hide anything. Yuanxiao is generous and kind. He won't be jealous of his younger cousins. Li Tongya and Li Xianxian exited the stone chamber, still concerned. Li Tongya gravely added, "My worry isn't about Yuanxiao. Yuanxiao himself is generous, but not all future descendants might share his temperament. With only 1 or 2 talisman seeds per generation, those who receive them may become proud. Affairs of the world suffer not from scarcity, but from uneven distribution. Over time, if we cannot manage our clan properly, it may lead to discord." Li Xianxian also fell silent. The two stood on the mountaintop for a while, facing the cold, biting north wind. Li Tongya murmured, "For our family members, especially the direct descendants who possess a spiritual orifice or have received a talisman seed, let them be aware of the mirror's existence, but make them take a profound scenery spiritual oath to prevent leaks of information. The more people that know about this, the greater the risk of exposure. Second uncle also knows that the spiritual oath isn't foolproof," Li Xianxian added respectfully. Li Tongya shook his head and replied, "We can only take it one step at a time. At the very least, we must ensure that the next generation won't be divided. The system needs to be improved over generations. There's no measure that can guarantee absolute safety forever." Meanwhile, in Lixiao Prefecture, the people from Golden Tang Gate had already withdrawn. The blood and corpses in the prefecture town had been cleaned up by scavengers, leaving only scattered traces of life and white, dry bones everywhere. The now desolate prefecture town echoed with the mournful whistle of the wind, as if it were silently weeping. Corpses were left to decay and be devoured by wild animals, while the roads of Lixiao were slowly being reclaimed by encroaching wild grass after being deserted for over a year. The sky above Lixiao Prefecture was cloudless. From the south, a figure flew over like a shooting star. Tied around his waist were 5 or 6 medicine pouches, and he carried a long sword on his back. His face showed signs of hardship, including a faint scar on the left cheek. Looking down at the desolate town below, he sighed sorrowfully and said in a low voice, 20 years have gone by, and the Azure Pond sect has finally allowed me to return. It seems Clan Uncle has also managed to avoid the sect's scrutiny. The time has come to take action for my Xiao family's cause." Passing through the deserted town, cloud-crowned peak loomed ahead. He felt both joy and sorrow. Joy for escaping the clutches of the Azure Pond sect and returning to his familiar home, and sorrow for having to return his junior brother's belongings. Shaking his head, he murmured, "How should I face Jing'er's family?" Chapter 167, The Belongings, I. Li Yuanxiao stood in the courtyard, holding a sword as Li Yuanjiao, dressed in a black robe, swung his sword around, cutting through the cold wind sharply and producing several whooshing sounds. His hands turned white from the grip, and the sword was heavy, causing sweat to appear on Li Yuanjiao's face. Li Yuanxiao patted Li Yuanjiao's shoulder, correcting the way he held the sword, and asked warmly, "Jiao, how long have you been practicing the profound water sword technique?" "A little over 2 years," Li Yuanjiao responded softly. Li Yuanxiao corrected a few of his mistakes, and then a young boy, appearing younger than Li Yuanxiao, entered. He cupped his fist to them and said, "Brother, father asks for your presence on the mountain." "All right." Li Yuanxiao nodded to Li Yuanyun in front of him and instructed, "Go to the east courtyard and tell them I won't be dealing with affairs for now." Behind them, Li Pingyi had grown taller and more robust than his father, Li Xiaoan. He nodded in response and left while Li Yuanxiao then followed Li Yuanyun up the mountain. Li Xianling was sitting in the courtyard, pondering deeply as he watched the tea leaves floating around in his cup. Li Tongya had instructed him to disclose the matter of the mirror to Li Yuanxiao and the others, filling him with worry and unease. He had already known that his son, Li Yuanyun, lacked a spiritual orifice since long ago. Even so, he still harbored some hope that the mirror might choose Li Yuanyun and resolve the issue. However, after kneeling before the mirror, Li Xianling accepted reality. With a mix of emotions in his heart, he watched his child run around on the mountain. He could not help but worry. What to do with this child? From a young age, Li Xianling saw his third uncle, Li Xiangping, show particular affection toward Li Jingtian. Now, experiencing it firsthand, he realized it was more than just simple love. To claim he felt no guilt or sorrow would be something Li Xianling could not bring himself to believe. There was then a knock at the door, and Li Yuanyun led Li Yuanxiu inside. After a long conversation the previous night about his lack of a spiritual orifice, which had left Li Yuanyun in tears, he seemed more cheerful today, almost as though trying to comfort his father. "Greetings, clan uncle." Li Yuanxiu greeted as he cupped his fist, while Li Yuanyun stepped outside tactfully. Li Xianling lowered his gaze, then turned to Li Yuanxiu. "I've called you here today because there are some family matters you should be aware of, now that you've condensed the profound scenery chakra." Li Xianling had thoroughly sorted through his thoughts before summoning Li Yuanxiu today. Carefully choosing his words, he continued, "Our family has inherited a Dharma artifact from our ancestors, an extraordinary bluish-gray mirror, far surpassing the Foundation establishment realm, which is capable of performing many miracles." He described the marvelous uses of the mirror in detail, citing examples from past events. Li Yuanxiu listened with joy, and then Li Xianling continued, "Some days ago when I took you all and sealed your senses in the courtyard, it was to seek these talisman seeds. Your younger cousins, Yuan Zhao and Qing Hong, were chosen and have already received a talisman seed in their Xinyang mansion." Without mentioning the fact that the talisman seed could be bestowed upon any individual through request, and instead emphasizing that only those favored by the mirror could receive one, was a tactful move to avoid hurting the feelings of Li Yuanxiu. The eldest of the fourth generation remained oblivious to this, reacting happily to the news. "That's truly wonderful." There was a fleeting sadness in his eyes as he quietly added, "I feel sorry for Yuanyun though." This comment hit right at Li Xuanling's sore spot. He nodded somberly and said, "Yuanyun cannot cultivate, and there are many things he can't confide with me because I am his father. The days ahead will be tough for him, and I will need you to look after him more, Xiao." Li Yuanxiu nodded solemnly. The two talked for a long time, from discussing the threatening Yu family to the remotely supportive Xiao family. Many of Li Yuanxiu's insights impressed Li Xianling. They talked late into the night before Li Xianling had him swear the profound scenery spiritual oath, then sent him off. With such a boy to lead the family, we have nothing to worry about in the future. Li Xuanling's mood had improved considerably. Watching Li Yuanxiu descend the mountain, he nodded in satisfaction and turned to continue his cultivation. Xiao Yuanxi paid a visit to his great ancestor Xiao Xiding and his nephew Xiao Yongling at home before finally being able to leave. He rode the wind along the gully road, passing over layers of forests until he reached the territory of the Li family. The simple misty maze formation on Mount Yue had now been replaced by a complex, shimmering gold formation, earning Xiao Yuanxi's nod of approval. Although this formation was nothing particularly impressive to a cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm like him, it showed considerable progress in the Li family over the years. Standing outside the formation, Xiao Yuanxi spoke apprehensively. "Xiao Yuanxi from Qingsui Peak." After a moment of thought, he corrected himself. "Xiao Yuanxi of the Xiao family in Lixia has come to visit. Please open the mountain gate." There was a noticeable delay before a small opening was created. Xiao Yuanxi retracted his mana and descended, only to be greeted by a junior he had never met before, but seemed oddly familiar. The junior cupped his fist and introduced himself. "Greetings, senior. I am Li Xianxian from the Li family. My elders are currently in seclusion. Please come rest in the courtyard." Xiao Yuanxi nodded lightly, holding back his curiosity about the junior's parents, and sat down. While waiting for Li Tongya and the others, he savored his tea. Just as he organized his thoughts, Li Tongya arrived at the door. After dismissing everyone else, there were only the two of them left in the courtyard. Li Tongya cupped his fist respectfully. "Greetings, senior." Xiao Yuanxi looked at him sentimentally, noticing his graying temples. "You've aged. Where's Xiangping?" he asked softly. Li Tongya looked down, concealing the emotions that swirled in his eyes as he answered. "Due to an agreement between the two sects, Mount Yue's eastward invasion had forced Xiangping to his death. Already burdened with guilt, Xiao Yuanci felt as if a heavy hammer had struck him hard. He untied the green sword around his waist and handed it over, saying softly, "Jing, he's gone." Although Li Tongya was already aware of this, he still failed to stop his tears. He accepted the sword with both hands and managed to choke out his reply. "I lost my elder brother at 20 years old, then my parents and younger brothers, one after the other. Now, I'm the only one left." Although Xiao Yuanci was a cultivator at the Foundation establishment realm, these few words from Li Tongya stirred him to tears. Recalling his promise to take care of Jinger when he was refining pills in the Li family, he clenched his teeth. "Tongya, I've let you down." Li Tongya suddenly raised his eyebrows and spoke softly. "Senior Xiao, I only have one question. How did Jinger die?" Struggling internally, Xiao Yuanci's face turned red before he spoke. "He was sacrificed by the Qi family, given to demons in the southern border to be refined into a pill. My master is still locked away in the tower, and I am too powerless to do anything. So it was the Qi family." Knowing that the Qi family held significant power within the Azure Pond sect and were most capable of such deeds, Li Tongya bowed and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, senior. I do not deserve any of that." Xiao Yuanci sighed as he shook his head. Eager to break the somber atmosphere, he changed the topic and said, "Junior brother also entrusted me with many things to bring back, all of which I now hand over to you. The most precious among them is this Qingche sword." Upon saying this, Xiao Yuanci pointed to the sword sheathed in his hand and explained, "This sword was forged by the master of Yuanwu Peak using 7 feet of Jingming copper from Mount Azure Pond, along with 32 kinds of heavenly materials and spirit items. When it was made, it wasn't at the Foundation establishment realm. After my junior brother nurtured it day and night, aligning its sword intent with the sword body, it broke through to the Foundation establishment realm, endowing the Qingche sword with a great degree of spirituality. It accumulated a pure celestial moon sword intent, elevating it to a Dharma artifact of the Foundation establishment realm. Jinger instructed me to ensure it was returned to your family." Xiao Yuanci shook his head and sighed. "However, after it came into my possession, the sword refused to unsheath, appearing dull and lackluster even when summoned with my mana. It seems to have developed its own consciousness and refuses to be wielded by my hands." Chapter 168, The Belongings, 2. Li Tongya examined the sword, noting its pale white tassel swaying attractively. However, just as Xiao Yuanci had experienced, he could not draw it from its sheath either. "That's proven." Xiao Yuanci glanced sadly at the sword and continued. "Secondly, Jinger had accomplished some feats in the southern border, and, knowing your family lacked legacy in alchemy, he exchanged for one. Here it is." He then produced a jade slip, radiant and inscribed with small characters. Li Tongya took it and read the words out loud. "Secrets of Alchemy." Xiao Yuanci also handed over a storage pouch, explaining, "This contains miscellaneous items, over 100 spirit stones, some talismans of the Qi cultivation realm, and a precious essence-gathering pill that can increase the success rate of breaking through the Foundation establishment realm by half." Li Tongya quickly accepted, impressed by Li Chijing's thoughtfulness. "That boy," he muttered to himself, though fondness was evident in his voice. Finally, Xiao Yuanci took out 2 jade slips, one large and one small, placing the smaller one on the table. "This is Spirit Eye Perception, a rare pupil technique good at breaking illusions. It's difficult to cultivate and was originally intended for Xiangping, who was known for his archery," he explained softly. He then handed over the larger jade slip to Li Tongya with great care, instructing, "This contains Chijing's sword techniques, compiled into the Law of Celestial Moon." He claimed it could be considered a grade 5 technique, which is extremely precious. "Be sure not to let the word of this get out. It's marked with Jinger's mana to prove I've not read it." Li Tongya was visibly moved by the revelation of a grade 5 technique, which would even tempt a Purple Mansion realm cultivator, let alone Xiao Yuanci, who might not have been at the Foundation establishment realm then. He rose to his feet and bowed his head. Tongya is impressed by senior's conduct. After exchanging a meaningful glance, all was understood without the need for words. Xiao Yuanci then settled down to drink a couple of sips of tea in the silent courtyard with only the two of them. Li Tongya softly asked, "If I may inquire, senior, how long do you think this matter can be kept a secret?" Xiao Yuanci set down his tea bowl, having pondered Li Tongya's thoughts for a moment. Other than a few Purple Mansion realm cultivators, probably only I and Qi Zhiyun from the Qi family know about this. Qi Zhiyun spends his days in seclusion and dislikes social interactions. Given the disgraceful nature of the Qi family's actions, he's unlikely to spread the word. Naturally, I won't speak of it either. Keeping it secret for another 50 years shouldn't be an issue. 50 years, Li Tongya hummed as he silently noted this time frame and thanked Xiao Yuanzi once more. The atmosphere in the courtyard suddenly grew heavy. Both men opened their mouths to speak, but found themselves at a loss for words. After taking another sip of his tea, Xiao Yuanzi, feeling restless, finally broke the tense silence. Great changes are looming over the Yue state. Among the peak Purple Mansion realm cultivators of that generation, 3 are nearing the end of their lifespans, which will surely lead to turmoil. One is a rogue cultivator, whose whereabouts are unpredictable. Another is from Mount Yue, who has been extending his life with secret techniques but has recently encountered some mishaps, making things rather awkward. The last one is Qi Wei from the Qi family. All 3 are approaching their death and seeking ways to break through to the Golden Core realm. Though the chances are slim, it's best to stay vigilant. Li Tongya listened attentively as Xiao Yuanzi's eyes suddenly lit up. By my calculations, those snake dragon fruit should have grown 6 or 7 by now. Since I'm here, let's refine those pills. It'll also prevent the loss of spiritual qi from storing them for too long, he said with great enthusiasm. Oh, how could we possibly impose on you? Li Tongya forced a laugh, feeling slightly awkward from Xiao Yuanzi's enthusiasm. After a few courteous refusals, he waved his hand, and Li Xianxian, who heard his transmitted voice, went to fetch the snake dragon fruits hurriedly. Xiao Yuanzi stayed on Mount Lijing for a few days, refining pills during his stay and offering Li Tongya guidance on cultivation and his future. The River One Qi technique, when cultivated to the foundation establishment realm, forms an immortal foundation known as Boundless Ocean, known for its vast and mighty surge of mana. Cultivators with this foundation could often withstand attacks from multiple assailants due to the rapid flow of their mana. The former master of the Moongaze Lake Market cultivated this technique. It took 3 cultivators of the same realm, wielding special Dharma artifacts, to besiege and kill him. However, this technique is somewhat slow, but paired with your swordsmanship, it could indeed be perfect. Li Tongya nodded, carefully noting this down. Suddenly remembering a disciple from the Yue family who had been accepted into Yuanwu Peak, he inquired, "Senior, do you know of a disciple from the Yue family by the Moongaze Lake who was accepted into Yuanwu Peak?" Xiao Yuanzi nodded, putting away the jade box in his hand before answering. "Before leaving the Azure Pond sect, I made sure to gather information about the surrounding clans, including the Yue family. That disciple is named Mujian, whose talent was decent but excelled in artifact forging, had gained the favor of Yuanwu Peak." Speaking of which, Xiao Yuanzi chuckled softly and continued, "I heard a curious tale about Mujian. He not only requested from Yuanwu Peak's master for a separate prefecture to rule, but also arranged for the allocation of new disciples to be assigned to those associated with or under the influence of Yuanwu Peak, and this had already filled its quota of disciples in recent years. In other words, unless by chance, for the next few decades, no one would go to Moongaze Lake to recruit disciples." Li Tongya pondered for a moment and exclaimed, "What a clever strategy!" The reason why the clans by Moongaze Lake had not aggressively annexed each other was primarily due to their deep entanglements with various peaks of the Azure Pond sect. Any rash action might invite censure from within the sect, and the Yue family often found this situation troublesome. However, the peak masters were only somewhat obligated to look after these families since they were not their guardians. The deeds of the Liu family remained fresh in everyone's minds. Such entanglements were often related to personal relationships, with the death of 1 or 2 family elders causing protection to wane and entire clans to be annihilated. Yue family's strategy effectively severed most clans' future hopes. As the older generation slowly passed away, the day would come when protection faded, offering the Yue family a chance to profit. Moreover, preventing the peaks from recruiting disciples also eliminates a significant threat. While accepting the medicinal pills handed over by Xiao Yuanzi, Li Tongya continued pondering silently. And Jingming's talent is definitely among the top in Moongaze Lake in a century. If he were to be accepted into the Azure Pond sect, the Yue family's path to expansion southward would be completely blocked. Moreover, having such a genius from a neighboring family join the sect would likely keep the Yue family's head awake at night. Such a cunning plan. Yu Mugo and Yu Xiaogui must have spent a considerable amount of gifts to pave such a way for their clan. This father and son are indeed difficult to deal with. Chapter 169, Acquiring Pills. Xiao Yuanci tapped the alchemy furnace in front of him, and the final batch of snake essence pills flew out instantly, glowing brightly as they circled in the air, before each landed neatly in the jade bottle in his hand. All right, from these 7 snake dragon fruit, we've managed to produce 45 pills. According to the usual rules we've established, I'll take 9, and the remaining 36 are for your family, Xiao Yuanci suggested. Li Tongya shook his head repeatedly upon hearing this. Having grown far beyond the young man he once was when he first stepped onto the path of immortality by the lake. After 3 or 4 decades of cultivation by the lake, he was well aware of the usual shares in alchemy and insisted, "Senior, you're being far too generous to my family. In the realm of alchemy, if one provides their own materials and the success rate exceeds 50%, the remainder belongs entirely to the alchemist. There's no precedent for taking only after achieving a 70% yield. You've assisted my family greatly. How can we take advantage of you?" Xiao Yuanci paused before a gentle smile crossed his face. "I have already broken through to the Foundation establishment realm. These snake essence pills are of no use to me. Taking these 9 is merely an effort to not break tradition. Your family has many younger members who need these pills far more than I do. There's no need for such formalities with me." "Absolutely not," Li Tongya refuted immediately. He understood that it was Xiao Yuanci's sense of obligation because of what had happened at Xiding, and was simply wishing to make amends to the Li family. He then continued graciously, "But you're right, we do indeed urgently need these pills. I shall accept your goodwill then." After saying this, he took out 50 spirit stones from his storage pouch and placed them on the table, respectfully saying, "Since these pills are of no use to Senior, these are the spirit stones you rightfully deserve. Please accept them." Xiao Yuanci calculated quickly and realized that Li Tongya was still valuing them based on a 50% share, and the 50 spirit stones were actually more than sufficient. With a wave of his sleeve, he accepted them, not wanting to argue with him. "Well, I won't make it difficult for you then. I'll accept them." As he stood up preparing to take his leave, Xiao Yuanci suddenly remembered something and said warmly, "The Lixiao Prefecture has been devastated with hardly any population left. My Xiao family will need to migrate some people over from the various families along the Guli Road. A junior will come by later to discuss the details." "Understood, Senior. Safe travels," Li Tongya quickly replied, watching as Xiao Yuanci rode his flying shuttle away, disappearing into the horizon. It was only then did Li Xianxian dared to come into the courtyard. Seeing the table filled with jade bottles, his face lit up with joy. "With these pills, the cultivation of our family members can advance further," he exclaimed gleefully. Li Tongya nodded, collecting the pills on the table with a wave of his sleeve. The snake essence pill is known for its mild nature, suitable for those at the embryonic breathing realm and qi cultivation realm. "They're just what our family needs right now," he remarked with an approving nod. Li Xianxian estimated the timing and smiled. "I've been at the peak of the embryonic breathing realm for 2 years now. With these snake essence pills, plus a talisman pill of each major realm, I have great confidence in breaking through to the qi cultivation realm." Li Tongya handed him the pills, asking softly, "Have you decided on which cultivation method to pursue?" Though the Purple Thunder secret origin technique is powerful, the required profound thunder liquid can only be collected during specific thunderstorms, and I can't wait that long. So, I'm choosing between the River One Qi technique and the Cave Spring Clear Spirit technique. Both are unique in their own way, but I'm leaning toward the latter. Li Xianxian explained his decision in one breath, clearly having thought through this a long time ago. Li Tongya simply waved his hand in response to this. "And your reasons?" "The Cave Spring Clear Spirit technique uses the vitality-rich and nimble Cave Spring Clear Qi for Qi cultivation, which will greatly aid in talisman crafting. Having delved into the art of talismans for over a decade, I believe it could significantly contribute to our family's needs. Moreover, Xianling is proficient with the sword, and the River One Qi technique suits him perfectly. If everyone in our family were to cultivate the River Pure Qi, our common traits would make us easy targets for our enemies," Li Xianxian said thoughtfully, his face serious. Li Tongya nodded in agreement and handed over a portion of Cave Spring Clear Qi he had collected over the past few years. "Sounds like you have a good plan. Make all the necessary arrangements first before entering seclusion. If Yuan Xiao can't handle the family affairs, Then get Xianling to do it, he advised. Li Xianxian nodded firmly. Li Tongya then took out the Spirit Eye Perception Jade Slip, instructing him to deliver it to Xianfeng in Seclusion, and then retrieved another light purple one titled The Secrets of Alchemy. I've glanced through this. Not everyone is cut out for alchemy. It requires a certain talent. Copy the section on conjuring pill flame from this slip and distribute it among the family's disciples. In the coming years, if anyone manages to conjure the pill flame, have them seek me out on Meiche Peak. Li Xianxian acknowledged the instructions and left. Li Tongya then picked up the sheathed Qingche sword, gazing at it for a moment before firmly grasping the hilt and exerting a gentle force. Clang! A soft white light poured forth, illuminating the courtyard with a gleam of aqua and white sword light, casting ripples of light throughout the cave. In fact, the force was so strong that it caused the sword at Li Tongya's waist to tremble resonantly. Jinger. The moment Li Tongya touched the sword, he had realized that using the initial stance of the Celestial Moon/Slash technique would allow him to draw this spirit blade. At that time, Xiao Yuanxi was nearby, so he did not apply much force. Now, drawing the sword from its sheath, he saw the word Qingche engraved on the blade. I'm sorry that you've suffered, he whispered, his voice pained. The Qingche sword hummed in his hand, radiating a cold brilliance. Li Tongya noticed a new word coming out from the sword tassel, annihilate. Annihilate. Qingche. Li Tongya pursed his lips and sheathed the sword, then flew toward Meiche Peak. Li Xianxian, having made all the necessary arrangements, took the spiritual qi he received from Li Tongya and went to Meiche Peak for seclusion, leaving Li Xianling and Li Yuanxiu in charge of the family affairs. Li Qinghong and Li Yuanjiao had learned the reception method on the mountain and were now using the moonlight to condense the profound scenery chakra. Meanwhile, on Lijing Peak, knock, knock, Li Yuanxiu entered the courtyard with a smile. Li Yuanjiao, who had just finished his cultivation, was practicing with his sword in the courtyard. Seeing Li Yuanxiu, he quickly greeted him with a bright smile. Big brother. Come here, Yuanjiao. Li Yuanxiu ruffled up his hair and handed him a jade bottle. This is the medicinal pill that your fourth granduncle sent back. Take good care of it and use it when you're about to break through, he said warmly, his gaze tender. In order to keep Li Chujing's death a secret, Li Tongya and Li Xianxian claimed the items Xiao Yuanxi brought back as sent by Li Chejing. Li Yuanxiu and the others, not knowing the truth, naturally accepted them happily. Li Yuanjiao, having received a talisman seed and rapidly breaking through the profound scenery stage with the help of moonlight, was privy to the family's secret. He had taken the spiritual oath and had been cultivating on the mountain since then. Seeing Li Yuanjiao obediently nodding and accepting it, Li Yuanxiu felt relieved that he had personally delivered the medicinal pills as instructed by Li Xianxian before his seclusion. After all, the snake essence pills are precious. It's better to deliver them personally to avoid any unsightly incidents and unnecessary trouble. Li Yuanxiu's lips curled into a small smile. Although the cultivators in the branch family had been obedient with no unsightly incidents occurring so far, he still did not trust them fully. Hence, he preferred to handle such important matters personally. Chief. While Li Yuanxiu was still deep in his thoughts, Li Pingyi and the others entered the courtyard hurriedly, coming up to him with several town managers following closely behind. Their heads were all bowed, and none of them dared to speak. Since Li Yuanxiu was managing affairs in the clan affairs courtyard, Li Pingyi naturally addressed him as the clan leader. Hearing Li Pingyi calling him chief, instead of young clan head, with town managers behind him, Li Yuanxiu knew something had happened to the clan disciples. What's the trouble? I've just praised our disciples, and now there's trouble. How truly laughable. Li Pingyi did not dare to beat around the bush, looking somewhat troubled as he responded hastily. Clan Uncle Chuyang has returned from the mines. He has already broken through to the Jade Capital stage and possesses a spiritual sense now. When he returned to town, he took a stroll on the street and, unexpectedly, with a sweep of his spiritual sense, caught several clan disciples in the courtyard. They in the courtyard. What were they doing? Li Yuanxiu asked sternly, only to hear Li Pingyi grit his teeth and say, gambling on dog fights. Some were stripped naked and fooling around with women in the courtyard. How dare they? Li Yuanjiao exclaimed in disbelief and shock. His expression darkened as he listened and watched Li Yuanxiu's expression contort with shame and indignation. Chapter 170, Rectifying the Atmosphere. Who are they? Have they all been caught? Li Yuanxiu asked as he stepped out of the courtyard, his voice low. Li Pingyi responded promptly. I've caught them red-handed. Apart from those not bearing the Li surname, there were 6 individuals in total with the Li surname. 5 of them are descendants of the illegitimate brothers of our founding ancestor, and one is my uncle. Li Pingyi's confession was delivered with a sense of shame and dread. The founding ancestor he was referring to is naturally Li Mujian. Li Pingyi's uncle was one of Li Xiaowen's siblings, specifically one of the sons of Li Yexing. While Li Yexing was alive, there was at least someone to keep them in check. After his death, they remained subdued for a few years, but with Li Xiaowen preoccupied with affairs, they eventually began to stir up trouble. I see. Li Yuanxiu left after just speaking those 2 words. Brother, I will go too. Li Yuanxiu muttered, and quickly scrambled up to follow Li Yuanxiu down the mountain. Li Yuanxiu whispered a few words to Li Pingyi, who nodded and left, then led the way to the front of that courtyard in question. A crowd had gathered in front of the courtyard, with clan guards securing the area tightly. Li Xiaowen, looking grim-faced, stood at the entrance. Upon seeing Li Yuanxiu, he cupped his fist respectfully. Greetings, young clan head. Uncle Wen. There's no need for formalities, Li Yuanxiu responded as he entered the courtyard with him, only to witness a scene of pure chaos. The floor was littered with fruit and vegetable scraps, making it difficult to navigate through. A dozen men, bare-chested, were pressed to the ground. His clan uncle, Li Qiuyang, stood by with his arms folded. Greetings, clan uncle, Li Yuanxiu said curtly as he greeted his clan uncle. Young clan head. Li Qiuyang responded right away as he caught sight of him, cupping his fist and then retreating into a corner, choosing to remain silent. Li Yuanxiu noticed his graying temples. Li Yuanxiu surveyed the courtyard. Everyone's expressions varied. Li Xiaowen appeared ashamed, Li Qiuyang calm, and the townsfolk angry and fearful, creating a heavy atmosphere. Eyes were all fixated on Li Yuanxiu. His few illegitimate brothers, whom he had barely seen since he was 6, now watched him silently from the crowd, resembling silent wolves. Li Yuanxiu, standing by his side, stared back at them coldly. Li Yuanxiu had not interacted much with his elder brothers who lived at the foot of the mountain. These 3 elder brothers lacked spiritual orifice and were not well educated, yet they had never been a bother to Li Yuanxiu. They were aware that Li Xianxian had only assigned Li Yuanxiu to manage household affairs temporarily. Li Yuanxiu, being an immortal cultivator, was destined to stay on the mountain. With 4 towns in Lijing and 3 in Huaqian, plus over a dozen scattered villages, some towns were so wealthy that the presence of immortals was the norm, while others were so poor that they barely scraped by for years. They were wary of each other, keeping a close eye on certain positions. Li Yuanxiu then focused his steely eyes on the people before him and demanded in a cold voice, "Who started this gambling den?" All eyes drifted toward one individual, who stumbled forward on his knees. It was a cultivator not bearing the surname Li, still at the profound scenery stage of embryonic breathing realm despite being in his 30s. Without a word, Li Yuanxiu advanced swiftly and drew his sword. The grayish gleam of the profound water sword aura burst forth, and with one swift strike, the man was decapitated. As his head rolled on the ground, the Adam's apple in his throat was still bobbing up and down as if pleading, "Mercy, please, young clan head." The crowd recoiled in shock. Li Yuanxiu stepped to the side, avoiding the spurt of fresh blood, and the onlookers began to wail and cry. As the crowd continued their chaotic cries, Li Pingyi arrived with a pot of boiling oil. The clan soldiers exchanged looks with each other, understanding their task silently. They then pressed the struggling gamblers down and forced their hands to be outstretched. Gambling is a disease of the hands, Li Yuanxiu sneered coldly. Li Pingyi and his men proceeded to pour the boiling oil over the gamblers' hands, which immediately caused blisters to form. While the men were screaming in agony, Li Yuanxiu then ordered, "Those who pulled down their trousers, step forward." Li Qiuyang, who had been silent in the corner, finally lifted his head. With a slight gesture of his finger, several burly men suddenly stumbled forward. Even the clan soldiers who were holding them down staggered a few steps forward. Li Yuanxiu naturally knew that it was Li Qiuyang who had singled them out. "Pour again," he commanded loudly. His tone was harsh and unforgiving. The distinct smell of roasted meat quickly filled the air, and the men realized at this point that their hands were far gone. Li Yuanxiu turned to the crowd and declared, "The clan affairs courtyard enforces the rules set by our ancestors. Prostitution, gambling, and adultery will not be tolerated. These rules apply to everyone in our family, from the main lineage and even to the most distant branches. Don't go thinking you can get away with breaking the rules and tarnishing the Li family's name just because you're down at the foot of the mountain. Silence fell all around them, and Li Yuanxiu noticed his illegitimate brothers lowering their heads, no longer meeting his gaze. He then gave out another order, though now in a gentler tone. Have someone treat their injuries. As Li Yuanxiu led his group out of the courtyard, the onlookers parted to give way to them, shrinking back and avoiding his gaze. Li Pingyi, feeling a sense of satisfaction, stepped forward and said, "Young family head, that should shut up those uncles and clan elders who often criticize you for not being harsh enough." "There's no need to mind them," Li Yuanxiu responded, walking through the dimly lit streets. He then continued, "Those people are just looking to shift more control of the 7 towns from the main family and Uncle Xiao to their own descendants. Their gossip is meaningless. Now that this is over, they'll say I'm too brutal to lead the family. Power and profit struggles are inherently dirty. It's all about slandering each other. And in the end, whoever causes the other to suffer the worst defamation gets the last word." Li Yuanxiu spoke nonchalantly, patting Li Yuanjiao's head and continuing solemnly. "Our real adversaries are never these minor internal family disputes, but the Yuan families, along with the other ambitious clans surrounding us." Li Yuanjiao nodded, walking beside him. After a moment of thought, he said seriously, "Brother, I'm afraid they'll hold a grudge against you. Maybe we should just send someone to get rid of them for good." Li Yuanxiu shook his head and replied softly, "They're still our relatives at the end of the day. Our family is already few in number. A few notorious and begrudging mortals can't make much of a difference. The clan affairs courtyard will keep an eye on them. There's no need for drastic measures." Li Yuanjiao could only nod and say coldly, "Did you notice the looks from those few brothers of ours? They're quite frightening." Li Yuanxiu sighed slightly, causing Li Pingyi behind him to step back half a step instinctively, his gaze wandering as if lost in thought. Li Yuanxiu shot him a glance before responding. "They're merely troublemakers without any spiritual orifice. It's not surprising that they harbor some jealousy toward us. After all, we share the same father. Yet, they were born without spiritual orifice. I'm sure they also understand the bigger picture. With them around, the outsiders can't stir up much trouble." "Understood, brother," Li Yuanjiao said thoughtfully, nodding. The two then ascended the mountain together, sharing a smile as they looked down at the darkening night below. Li Yuanjiao's black robe fluttered in the night, complementing Li Yuanxiu's pure white cloak. Having felt little fatherly love from a young age, he felt a profound sense of affection from his brother. "Brother, you are much better than father," he chirped cheerfully. Li Pingyi, who was behind them, wished that he could cover both his ears at that very moment. Li Yuanxiu stared sternly at Li Yuanjiao and said righteously, "What kind of talk is that? Father is the most hard-working among all our elders. In his life, he has had little to take pride in, but instead has had to act against his nature day after day. Now, in his mid-30s, he already has a head full of gray hair. It's inevitable that he might neglect some aspects. You should be more understanding of father." Li Yuanjiao chuckled, agreeing. Clutching his brother's cloak, he continued with a smile. "Brother, one day, our Li family will surely defeat the Yuan families under our leadership. United as brothers, we are much stronger than any Yu Mugo or Yu Muxian." Li Yuanxiu laughed heartily, patting his head, his eyes filled with laughter and hope. Together, they gazed at the moonlight, walking in silence. Chapter 171, Turmoil in Mount Yue. Eastern Mount Yue. Mujian lay on his bed, tormented by a burning sensation swirling in his mouth. His heart was cramping painfully, leaving him dry-mouthed and unable to speak. "Great king! Oh, great king!" His wives and concubines wailed around him, their cries irritating him. He bit his lip and shouted with all his might, "Shut up!" Yet, his voice was so faint it came out sounding only like a murmur, and no one paid him any attention. They continued wailing, plunging him into further despair. Under his rule, Eastern Mount Yue, though not flourishing, had improved significantly from the chaotic times in the past. The territory of Eastern Mount Yue had been expanding, with villages surrendering to them from time to time. Mujian, knowing Li Tongya was a cautious man, pretended that they had the support of Mount Wu to prevent Li Tongya from invading their territory. In a compromise, he opened the trade routes, allowing the Li family to exchange some novel luxury items for the massive amount of food and materials in the hands of the mountain tribes' families. By using the hundreds of thousands of mountain tribes as labor to support over 100,000 humans, they have managed to secure a lifeline. Just as everything seemed to be improving, a demon wolf of the sixth heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm invaded the town. It had mysteriously traversed hundreds of miles of mountains and rivers without making a sound, appearing at the foot of his city. Mujian had no choice but to fight. Over the years, a few Qi cultivators had emerged in eastern Mount Yue, though they were nowhere near the level of those immortal cultivators since they had consumed various unrefined Qi. Despite this, they were considered combat forces. However, since they were being stationed on the Western Front, reinforcements were too slow to arrive. Hoping to hold out for a short while until reinforcement arrived, he did not expect the demon to possess several innate spells that left him in a bad position. In desperation, he sacrificed his blood Qi and cast an ancient shamanic spell to call upon Mount Yue. Why is there no response? Mu Jiaoman's mind went blank, his heart sinking into silence. Years of honed intuition led him to a grave realization. There's trouble on Mount Yue. This demon is definitely a probing pawn sent by a certain immortal cultivator. Using a shamanic spell to drain his life force, Mu Jiaoman finally repelled the demon. Now that he was lying on his luxurious jade bed, he realized his time had come. As his wives and concubines wept, a roar interrupted them. Out of the way! A burly Mount Yue tribesman, covered in talismanic tattoos, barged into the palace anxiously. The bone and jade he wore as jewelry clattered loudly. Mu Jiaoman mustered his strength and muttered weakly, "You. Sorry I'm late," the man cried out. Upon seeing him, Mu Jiaoman suddenly became spirited, clutching his hand and murmuring, "Pass my position to Chimu, and kill all other sons and daughters. Make sure there are no survivors." "Yes," the Mount Yue tribesman answered. "You must remember," Mu Jiaoman emphasized as tears streamed down his face. "Ensure all other children are killed. Do not let them fall under the Li family's control. Our tribe is silently enduring them, not submitting. Do you understand? Do you?" The burly man looked up with tears brimming in his eyes, tears that refused to fall. Mu Jiaoman's grip loosened, falling back onto the jade bed, lifeless. The Mount Yue tribesman wiped away his tears, lamenting loudly, "Your Majesty. Until we meet again." The city's bells tolled loudly, and Mount Yue soldiers scurried through the streets. Screams of killing and agony rose as the once high and mighty lords were dragged out and beheaded cleanly. However, a dark gray ox cart had already left the city, making its way on the rugged gully road. Several figures jumped off the cart hastily and darted toward the woods to the east. That old man truly loved Chimu. "Thankfully, we had informants in the palace, or we would have been slaughtered like pigs and dogs," one of the men said. "What should we do now, my lord?" voiced out another man. These men were clearly guards or advisors, and they closely followed their leader. The man replied, "I heard that my aunt is also a concubine in the eastern lands. Our only option now is to flee east and seek refuge with her." They oriented themselves by the stars and plunged into the dense woods, vanishing from sight. Li Tongya was in his cave dwelling, reading through the Law of Celestial Moon, silently practicing the moves and occasionally praising the work. Wonderful. Truly the peak of perfection. When Li Chejing returned home and wrote down the Celestial Moon/technique, Li Tongya was just a novice in the way of the sword, never realizing the sophistication of his younger brother's sword technique. As he progressed year by year, grounded on the Celestial Moon/technique explained personally by Li Chejing combined with his own decent talent in swordsmanship, his skill sword, quickly grasping the essence of sword Qi and finally appreciating the depth of his younger brother's understanding of the sword. The explanations in the Law of Celestial Moon were clear and ingenious, significantly accelerating Li Tongya's slow swordsmanship progress over the past few months. Many previously perplexing issues became clear, and he estimated that it would now take less than 10 years before he would be able to grasp the next realm of swordsmanship, the sword essence. The Celestial Moon/technique was merely the introductory form of this set of techniques, which included dozens of sophisticated combinations and variations that dazzled Li Tongya with admiration as he continued to practice diligently. Suddenly, there was a knock at the stone door. "Who is it?" Li Tongya asked as he looked up, hearing his son Li Xuanling's familiar voice. "Father, a Qi cultivator from the Xiao family has arrived. It seems we might need to host them." "I understand," Li Tongya replied, pondering for a moment before standing up and leaving the cave dwelling with Li Xianling waiting outside. Seeing his father emerge, Li Xianling let out a sigh of relief. Li Xianling was in a difficult position. There was a significant status gap between the Qi cultivation realm and embryonic breathing realm, and given the Xiao family's favors toward the Li family, not sending a Qi cultivator to receive them could be seen as disrespectful. Li Xianfeng was in seclusion, and he could not afford to distract Li Xianxian, who was on the verge of a breakthrough to the Qi cultivation realm. Chen Donghe, though a Qi cultivator, had no authority to make any decisions. It seemed that Li Tongya was the only remaining option as he was not in seclusion, hence the visit to the mountain to invite him. Li Tongya put away the Law of Celestial Moon he was reading and, together with Li Xianling, headed to the main courtyard atop Mount Yue. There, a man in his mid-20s, dressed in a flowing robe and striking appearance, looked up at them. Surprised to see Li Tongya, he quickly stood up and cupped his fist before introducing himself. Xiao Ryu from the Xiao family. It's an honor to meet you. Xiao Ryu had expected Li Xianfeng, but was pleasantly surprised and slightly nervous to see Li Tongya. Li Tongya is a peer of clan uncle Xiao Yongling and one of the most distinguished cultivators on the Gully Road. With that in mind, Xiao Ryu said with a smile, "Your reputation precedes you. My clan uncle often speaks highly of you, and I've finally met you in person after hearing so much about you." His polite and dignified demeanor left a good impression on Li Tongya, who smiled graciously and replied softly, "Likewise, I've heard a lot about you from Xianfeng. Your willingness to accompany him into dangerous territories shows bravery." "You're flattering me, senior," he replied humbly. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Ryu decided to cut to the chase and stated the purpose of his visit. "I've come for two main reasons. Firstly, with 9 out of 10 homes empty in the prefecture, we need to relocate people from other areas. The Li family has the most people, and the Xiao family is willing to pay a price." "That's hardly an issue," Li Tongya interrupted with a smile. "Our Li family can provide up to 1,000 male and female workers to your clan each year. There's no need for compensation between our families." The Li family was short on many things, but definitely not people. The annual influx of refugees from Mount Yue posed a dilemma, complicating local settlements and risking cultural contamination. Sending them back seemed wasteful given their potential as a labor force. In the 7 years since the Li family took over Mount Huaqian, the population soared from 5,000 to almost 20,000, nearly reaching half the size of a prefecture city. Without the support from the several 100,000 Mount Yue tribesmen to the west, the Li family would indeed face challenges. Chapter 172, The Xiao Family's Scheme. "Thank you, senior." Xiao Ryu thanked as he cupped his fist, but he did not wish to owe a favor to the Li family over a few thousand mortals. Shifting the conversation tactfully, he chose his next words with great thought and care. "However, before leaving, my elders specifically instructed that the closer the two families are, the more such minor details must be clearly settled to avoid any potential future complications. Keeping this in mind, I dare not take advantage of your generosity." Seeing him handle the matter so cleanly and with such propriety, Li Tongya regarded him even more highly. "What do you suggest then? For every batch of mortals delivered to Lixiao Prefecture, our Xiao family will compensate 1 spirit stone for every 1,000 mortals." Xiao Ryu's offer was considered generous. After all, with the Azure Pond sect setting a precedent, all families looked up to the sect's actions. Without proper regulation, the mortals under their control were merely seen as resources to be exploited. Save for a few cultivators with special needs who might value them, most looked down upon them. "All right, let's settle it that way then." Li Tongya said in agreement. Xiao Ryu nodded, then brought up another matter. "There's also another reason for my visit. The Gully Road hasn't been maintained over a long time, with many paths becoming overgrown and hazardous due to roaming beasts. This has led to a disruption in communication between families, and only those who have attained the Qi cultivation realm can traverse the prefecture freely, which poses a significant inconvenience. Our Xiao family wishes to restore the Gully Road, establishing relay stations at the borders of each family's territory. In areas where there are gaps, the Xiao family will fill them. This way even the embryonic breathing realm cultivators and commoners can travel for trade, thus benefiting all families along the Gully Road." Oh, Li Tongya was surprised that the Xiao family would undertake such a thankless task. He pondered briefly before speaking. "For the Xiao family to lead this effort benefits my Li family greatly, and naturally, I have no reason to disagree. However, if I may be so bold, Why would your esteemed family bother with such a thankless task? Li Tongya was never one to meddle unnecessarily, but given the long-standing friendship between their families and the kindness shown by Xiao Yuanzi and Xiao Shooting to the Li family, he attempted to dissuade them. Thank you for your concern, senior. Xiao Ryu simply smiled. On his way through Gully Road, he had met with many families, all of whom had readily agreed, though they probably were laughing behind his back. Only Li Tongya cared enough to offer advice, and Xiao Ryu was grateful for that. He then went on to explain, the Xiao family collaborates with many clans in alchemy and smithing, supporting a third of the cultivators within Lixiao Prefecture's influence. This is crucial for our family's expenditures. If we lose access to medicinal herbs and spirit minerals, it would be a significant loss. We're interested in the spirit resources along Gully Road, and I'm afraid I can't reveal more. I hope you understand. This explanation, along with Xiao Shooting's quiet achievement of the Purple Mansion realm, allowed Li Tongya to connect the dots in his mind. He had his suspicions, but chose not to press any further. That's fine, he replied after a moment of contemplation. After discussing and arranging the distribution of the relay stations, Xiao Ryu respectfully took his leave. Li Xianling escorted him out of the courtyard, watching him ride the wind eastward before returning to the courtyard. He saw Li Tongya sitting silently with a tea bowl in hand, and after a moment of silence, he inquired, Father, the Xiao family has connections with Mushroom Forest Plain and the families of Linghai Prefecture, with long-term trade relations. Are they perhaps afraid someone will cut off the trade flow from the east? Who has such power to prevent the families from dealing with the Xiao family? Li Tongya put down his tea bowl and shook his head in response. The Xiao family is probably planning to break away from Azure Pond sect and stand on its own. What? Li Xianling was stunned. Then his expression quickly turned to alarm. He said hoarsely, this. They actually dare to do that, knowing that the Azure Pond sect currently has 3 early-stage Purple Mansion realm, 1 mid-stage Purple Mansion realm, and even a peak Purple Mansion realm cultivator like Qi Wei. The Xiao family is waiting for Qi Wei to pass away, Li Tongya said matter-of-factly, narrowing his eyes. He had analyzed the situation in his head and was feeling fairly certain of such a speculation. Narrowing his eyes, he then said softly, with Xiao Shooting having reached the Purple Mansion realm, they have the standing to come to the fore. Didn't the Chen family also declare independence on the spot when a Purple Mansion realm elder emerged among them? Among the Purple Mansion realm cultivators of Azure Pond sect, only Qi Wei has the power to eliminate Xiao Shooting on the spot. Once Qi Wei dies, it's only natural for the Xiao family to break away from Azure Pond sect, taking over this battered Lixiao Prefecture, backed by Mushroom Forest Plain and Moongaze Lake. The Azure Pond sect might even have to present congratulatory gifts to them. Purple Mansion realm, Li Xianling murmured, sighing deeply. The families and the 3 sects and 7 gates are just tools in the hands of those in the Purple Mansion realm. Once they break away from Azure Pond sect, which family in the prefecture would dare to trade with the Xiao family across borders? Naturally, the Xiao family will have to look for new sources and targets for dumping their goods, hence moving westward, restoring the Gully Road, and targeting the scattered families around Mushroom Forest Plain and Moongaze Lake without a large prefecture city. Having finished his lengthy explanation, Li Tongya felt more assured in his deductions, left pondering to himself. But how should our Li family preserve itself and seek benefits amidst such upheaval? Diverting trouble eastward, thus changing the current situation in Moongaze Lake, where the Yu family dominates alone. Li Yuanjiao stood in the courtyard with a sword in hand, facing a girl with her hair tied up. Her almond eyes were fixed on the sword in his grasp. After circling each other in the yard for a while, Li Yuanjiao noticed her agile footwork, likely focusing on swift and unpredictable moves. He thrust his practiced wooden sword toward her face, closing the distance. The girl countered with her wooden spear, retreating a few steps and using her left hand to parry Li Yuanjiao's sword. She chuckled and said, "You're really cunning, brother Jiao." Humph. Li Yuanjiao snorted lightly, also stepping backward and putting away his sword. There's nothing cunning about it. It's just that your spear technique is solid enough to block a few of my moves. Qinghong, he scoffed. Li Qinghong giggled, aware that she had been at a disadvantage earlier, and conceded, "It's naturally easier to learn with a family sword technique. I've even sought the best spear teacher from the mountain foot, yet I'm still struggling. Why bother with a spear when there's a family sword technique to practice? Spear techniques are easy to start, but hard to master without proper guidance. You could spend a lifetime failing to get anywhere. Li Yuanjiao frowned, gazing intently at her with a serious expression. Li Qinghong, however, placed her spear against the wall and explained, "The thought of practicing the sword technique gave me a headache. Father brought various weapons for me to choose from, and they said longer weapons have an advantage, so I chose the spear. Father was very pleased and encouraged me to keep at it." Seeing that it was Li Xuanling's decision, Li Yuanjiao abandoned the idea of persuading her to switch to swordsmanship. Hanging up his wooden sword and straightening his robe, Li Qinghong also leaned her spear against the corner and began to undo her hair. The practice had left a rosy tint on her face, lending her a feminine charm. A respectful voice came from outside after a double knock on the door. "Young master, madam is calling for you." "Got it," Li Yuanjiao replied, seeing an old servant at the door with his head bowed. He was the one who usually served his mother. "Did something happen?" Li Yuanjiao asked, slightly worried. "Some people from Eastern Mount Yue came saying that Mu Jiaomon had passed away due to serious injuries last night," the servant replied after a brief moment of hesitation. Li Yuanjiao's eyes sparkled, showing no emotional disturbance over the death of this uncle he had never met. Instead, he was visibly excited. Seeing Li Qinghong laughing beside him, he turned and asked, "What's so funny?" Li Qinghong, though not fully aware of the details, sensed intuitively that this was a good omen. Suppressing a smile, she looked up at him cheekily as she replied, "Nothing much, just that it's good news." Hee. Li Yuanjiao giggled, then hurried out of the courtyard, bursting with excitement. "The 9 towns and 26 tribes of Eastern Mount Yue will soon all belong to our family." Chapter 173, Shamoli. Shamoli, along with a few loyal members of his tribe, snuck through the forest for several days and nights, not daring to look back or light a fire to cook. When hungry, they ate a few fruits. When thirsty, they scooped up water to drink. They had finally managed to escape the territory of Eastern Mount Yue. Upon encountering the bustling and affluent towns of the Easterners filled with throngs of people, they were stupefied by the sight. Disguised as refugees from Mount Yue, they were taken into custody and could only watch from a distance as the lively scenes of horse-drawn carriages and cloud-like canopies moved westward, the sound of opera drifting in the air. "This Eastern lifestyle, it's practically divine," Shamoli remarked in awe, finally understanding why the slaves were so desperate to flee eastward. After being confined for several hours, Shamoli noticed an opulently dressed Mount Yue tribesman approaching. His spirits lifted immediately. This person was a former vassal of the Molu family who had disappeared years ago, presumably to enjoy life in the east. Shamoli quickly called out to him in their native Mount Yue language, "Hey, Skinny, look this way." That person's expression turned into annoyance almost immediately, and he looked toward the direction of the shout. Suddenly, bursting with joy, he shouted loudly, "Quick, seize that man. He is a royal descendant of Eastern Mount Yue." Shamoli, who possessed the strength of the 3rd stage of embryonic breathing realm, did not resist and was meekly taken away, eventually thrown into a courtyard paved with stone slabs. Kneeling on the cold, smooth ground, Shamoli looked up timidly to see a young man about 14 or 15 years old staring back at him. The youth's stern appearance and penetrating gray eyes gave off an overwhelming sense of authority. Greetings, Your Majesty." Shamoli speculated that this imposing figure was likely Li Xianxian, who appeared youthful due to attaining the Qi cultivation realm early in life. Despite this, Li Xianxian was still his uncle. "You must be joking," Li Yuanxiu responded with a slight smile, amused by the unexpected turn of events. He had to suppress the urge to burst into laughter at the thought of having such an advantage over Mount Yue, courteously engaging with the trembling Mount Yue prince while sizing him up mentally. "I am Li Yuanxiu, the eldest legitimate son of the family head. I believe we are of the same generation," Li Yuanxiu began as he introduced himself. It was only at this moment that Shamoli learned that he was speaking to the heir of the Easterner king. He smiled at Li Yuanxiu politely and was about to speak when another person resembling Li Yuanxiu came in, interrupting him. The newcomer had shorter eyebrows and longer eyes, giving off a more predatory aura. Shamoli instinctively bowed his head in fear. "Yuan Jiao is overjoyed to hear that a cousin has come to visit," the newcomer announced as he approached. Shamoli's face immediately lit up with joy, thinking this person must be his support in the east. "Ah, so your brother Xiao. Your reputation precedes you. You're even better looking than I expected," he quickly added hastily. Li Yuanjiao curled his lips, stood next to Li Yuanxiu and stared at the people below. The people from Mount Yue knew that he was a descendant of the Molu family, and given the way he had treated them, they all looked up to him in admiration. I've heard about your father's incident. Would you be willing to explain it to us again so that we can understand the whole story? Li Yuanxiu asked leisurely as he took his seat, holding his cup of tea in his hand. Shamoli trembled in his seat and quickly replied, "Yes, of course." He quickly narrated the events surrounding Mu Jiaoman's death in detail, taking nearly half an hour to explain everything in great detail without leaving out anything. Only then did the surrounding people finally understand and begin whispering among themselves. Li Yuanxiu waved his hand, his expression slightly shifting, disappointed at how foolish Shamoli was. I specifically called everyone here to let him state the facts, yet this simpleton really just laid it all flat out, not even trying to smear some dirt on his older brother to give my Li family a pretext to intervene. Truly a waste of my kindness. Looking up at the others in the room, Li Yuanxiu softly commanded, "I'd like to speak privately with Shamoli. I'll have to ask the elders to step out for now." A few clan elders frowned and were about to speak, but Li Yuanxiu hummed and stepped forward, staring them down. Knowing they had no choice, they left reluctantly. As the clan elders left, the crowd quickly dispersed like the tide, leaving only the clan soldiers behind and the two brothers Li Yuanxiu and Li Yuanjiao. Li Qiuyang stood beside Shamoli, preventing him from ambushing anyone. Li Yuanxiu quickly left his seat and took Shamoli's hand with a friendly gesture, smiling as he said, "Brother Shamoli, with the elders around earlier, Yuanxiu couldn't speak freely. We are sort of relatives, so formality isn't needed between us." Shamoli was stunned, not expecting Li Yuanxiu to be so approachable, stuttering without daring to speak. Li Yuanxiu then continued, "When your father was critically injured, Lord Shimu usurped the throne, and against the former king's wishes, he slaughtered the other lords, truly an unfilial act. Since my Li family has promised to protect eastern Mount Yue, we can't sit by and do nothing. Please rest assured." These words left Shamoli dumbfounded. His mind went blank right away, doubting internally if he had failed to make the story clear. It was his father who passed the position to Chimu and personally ordered the execution of his other sons. But in Li Yuanxiu's mouth, the story changed completely. Shamoli looked at Li Yuanxiu's smiling face, and a spark of realization flashed through his mind instantly. A trembling surge of desire that he had long suppressed, thinking the throne was beyond his reach, suddenly made him shiver with both joy and horror. He immediately replied with great eagerness, "Yes, yes." Lord Chimu took advantage of the king's critical injuries to usurp the throne and then, against the king's wishes, slaughtered many lords. Li Yuanxiu was relieved to see this simpleton finally grasp the situation and sighed in relief as if a burden had been lifted off his chest. "Your father could also be considered Brother Jiao's uncle, and this offense is an affront to the Li family as well. You should enjoy your stay at the foot of the mountain for now and take in the scenery of the east, which is quite different from Mount Yue. I will report this to the elders and then come find you," he said with a smile. Shamoli's mind was ablaze with visions of returning to Mount Yue to reclaim his throne. He nodded in agreement before snapping back to reality, fervently saying, "I cannot possibly repay the great kindness of the esteemed Li family. I am willing to pave the way for the Li family, to guard the west for the Li family, and to pay tribute annually." Li Yuanxiu waved his hand, speechless at how off-point Shamoli was, thinking to himself, guarding the west and paying annual tribute. How is that any different from how it is practiced now? Shamoli really can't get to the point, showing no sensitivity to the situation at all. After such thoughts, Li Yuanxiu nodded and left the courtyard to go up the mountain, leaving Shamoli and Li Yuanjiao to stare at each other. Shamoli was still lost in his daydreams when Li Yuanjiao glanced at him and patted the shoulder of his distant relative, whispering in his ear, "Our eastern beauties and music are the most renowned. Cousin might as well go have a look." Sure," Shamoli mumbled as he left the courtyard in a daze. Meanwhile, Li Yuanjiao nodded to Li Qiuyang, whispering to him, "I'll leave the rest up to you, clan uncle. Please select some singers and dancers carefully. We must ensure Shamoli leaves behind a few offspring who stay in the town to study. Only by achieving this can we truly hold Mount Yue in our grasp." "I understand." Li Qiuyang nodded and cupped his fist before leaving, not showing any disrespect to Li Yuanjiao just because he was younger. Chapter 174, Scheming Against Mount Yue. Li Yuanxiu stepped onto the mountain along the stone path, finding the courtyard quiet and serene. Most of the elders were secluded in cultivation. Only Li Xianling was in the garden, holding a tea bowl in one hand and a white jade slip titled River Crossing Torrential Step in the other. Noticing Li Yuanxiu's joyful entrance, he softly inquired, "What brings you such joy?" Eastern Mount Yue was attacked by a demon beast. Mujian died a sudden death, and his son, Shamoli, has sought refuge with our family. He's waiting at the foot of the mountain as we speak, Li Yuanxiu explained as he shared the news, to which Li Xianling promptly placed down his tea bowl with a nod. "Good news indeed," he remarked, beaming. Observing Li Yuanxiu's eager look, Li Xianling then asked, "You seem to have some plans in mind." "Exactly." Li Yuanxiu cupped his fist and nodded eagerly, having clearly thought through his strategy. He proposed, "With Shamoli in our grasp, our natural course is to support him as the leader of Eastern Mount Yue. However, this is quite a complex matter. While we hold Shamoli, we mustn't underestimate Mount Yue. It's prudent to gather intelligence before making any decisive moves." "Well said." Li Xianling nodded with a serious expression on his face. He then inquired, "What kind of person is Shamoli?" "I've met him before. He appears naive and simple-minded. Even so, we must be wary of him, in case he's putting up a facade for our family to see. For now, we'll entertain him with singers and dancers to probe his intentions. Ideally, he'll father a few children here," Li Yuanxiu explained. "Oh," Li Xianling pondered after a pause. "He's not a Qi cultivator yet, is he?" "No." Li Yuanxiu met Li Xuanling's gaze, both having the same thought in mind. Li Yuanxiu then suggested, "We have a copy of Purple Thunder's secret origin technique. Once he has offspring here, we can bind him with a spiritual oath and grant him this technique without telling him about its side effect of infertility. Grateful as he might be, once he returns to Eastern Mount Yue, regardless of his future ambitions, he'll have no descendants. Inevitably, we'll have to send a king's heir we've raised, thus keeping everything within our control." Li Xianling nodded in agreement, picking up where Li Yuanxiu left off, speaking softly. "We need not refine an entire portion of profound Yin Thunder liquid. Just extract 10 to 20% of it, and mix it into various unrefined qi for his cultivation will suffice. Even if the Purple Thunder secret origin technique is potent, what could possibly come of cultivating with such unrefined qi? Once he attains the qi cultivation realm, he'll only be mediocre at best, preventing him from becoming too powerful and slipping out of our control with a grade 3 technique." Li Yuanxiu nodded vigorously, his thoughts in sync with Li Xianling. It took them just a few words to each other to concoct a plot tightly ensnaring Shamoli. Li Xianling chuckled, then said seriously, "Though we've made this plan, I still need to discuss it with your father to keep him informed. He's privy to many secrets, and we might as well inquire about Mount Yue." Li Yuanxiu cupped his fist and replied, "Then I shall proceed with making arrangements. Shamoli shows a particular fondness for Brother Xiao, so his involvement will be crucial in this matter. I trust that you'll do a good job," Li Xianling encouraged with a satisfied smile. After a moment of thought, he then patted his storage pouch and pulled out several jade boxes. These contain spirit fruits of the embryonic breathing realm, mostly gifts from other families. They're good for improving cultivation progress. Our family doesn't have any recipes to make them into pills, but direct consumption can lead to a shaky foundation, thus complicating future cultivation. Therefore, they've remained unused and are losing spiritual qi to the extent of nearly becoming ordinary fruits now, he explained. Take these spirit fruits and offer them to Shamoli when the time is right to accelerate his cultivation progress, ensuring his progress matches our pace. It'll be good to elevate him to the qi cultivation realm as soon as possible so we can put him to good use, he instructed. Got it. Li Yuanxiu took the jade boxes and said respectfully, "Uncle's plans never cease to amaze. Xiao will get everything done." Watching him leave the courtyard, Li Xianling mulled over the entire plan once more before heading to Mount Yue to find Li Tongya. Mujian died a sudden death. Li Tongya muttered as he placed down the jade slip, just as Li Xianling finished recounting the turmoil in Mount Yue. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Mujian had ways to communicate with Mount Yue. Logically, he could have enlisted the help of qi cultivators from Mount Yue by offering something in return. It's puzzling why he'd just let himself be killed by a demon beast. After pondering for a moment, Li Tongya recalled Xiao Yuanxi's mention of a purple mansion realm cultivator from Mount Yue nearing the end of his lifespan. Given Mount Yue's history, This purple mansion realm cultivator likely had the highest seniority among them and hence most respected, living nearly 600 years through several extensions of life via secret methods. The figure from Mount Yue is probably attempting to break through to the Golden Core realm. With the Xiao family also at a critical juncture, it's best to send a letter to inform them and to inquire about the specifics. This will allow us to gauge Mount Yue's current hold over Mount Yue, Li Tongya suggested. Get Donghe here, he instructed. Li Xianling nodded and left. Li Tongya picked up a jade slip, but after a brief consideration, opted instead for a sheet of cheaper spirit cloth to write a concise letter. After sealing the letter, he resumed reading the jade slip. Chen Donghe had attained the Qi cultivation realm for over 4 years now, and was currently in the early stages of the second heavenly layer. He consumed proper spiritual Qi of heaven and earth for his Qi cultivation and practiced with an authentic technique, thus possessing a pure true essence. He approached respectfully. Greetings, senior. Li Tongya waved his hand, then handed the letter to him and said, Please take a trip to the Prefecture and deliver this letter directly to Senior Xiao Yuanzi of the Xiao family. If he can write a reply immediately, then bring it back with you. Understood. Chen Donghe cupped his fist and took his leave, riding the wind out of the cave dwelling. Li Tongya turned back to look at Li Xianling standing beside him and quietly asked, Have you managed to condense the nascent spirit chakra? Yes, father. I just broke through last month. Li Tongya scanned his son with his spiritual sense and nodded approvingly. You are 25 this year. This pace is just right, no need to rush. With a few more years of diligent practice, you should be able to break through to the Qi cultivation realm before turning 30. I will keep your advice in mind. Li Xianling replied respectfully, and then shared the plan that he and Li Yuanxiu came up with. Li Tongya listened impassively and responded. Yuanxiu is thoughtful. Eastern Mount Yue sends not only many spirit items, but also a large quantity of food and materials to the east every year, which are crucial for the livelihood of over 100,000 people under our Li family's rule. This also indirectly affects the abundance of offerings for next year's sacrificial ritual. If Mount Yue is indeed preoccupied, we can boldly take further control of Eastern Mount Yue. I understand. But what if that person from Mount Yue attains the Golden Core realm? Inquired Li Xianling, forever a cautious person. Li Tongya smiled and explained. In the path of cultivation, it's always best to break through as early as possible on a stable foundation. Those Purple Mansion realm cultivators who wait until their lifespan is nearly over and force themselves to break through as their vitality wanes, show that they're uncertain about their breakthrough. I've also reviewed numerous historical records. After the war between immortals and devils, the Yue state was established, and some individuals broke through to the Golden Core realm in that period. Later, when the Moonlight Origin Mansion withdrew from the world and the 3 sects and 7 gates emerged, there has not been any cultivator breaking through to the Golden Core realm since then, let alone those from Mount Yue. Chapter 175, The Changing Situation, I. Shamoli spent several months on the territory of the Easterners, finally understanding what true enjoyment meant. The sight of those veiled, graceful dancers nearly made his eyes pop out of their sockets. A few of the Li family's younger members took him to watch operas, hunt, taste wine, stroll through markets, and participate in cockfights and dog races. Every day was filled with delightful living. Damn it, the folks in the West are really a bunch of fools. Shamoli finally realized why those tribesmen from Mount Yue who returned from the East often looked down upon their Western counterparts. Life in the East was completely different. It was relaxing and comfortable. The only headache for Shamoli was the complex and sensitive political life in the East. Whenever Shamoli spoke, 9 times out of 10, his words would offend someone, leading them to silence him with displeased faces. Unintentionally offending people became a routine until he learned to be cautious, choosing to stay quiet, and just smiling happily unless absolutely necessary. Young master. When Shamoli came back to his senses, he saw someone approaching him. After a moment of recollection, he realized that this person was Li Yuanxiu's half-brother, which in Shamoli's view was akin to a royal family's distant relative. He quickly replied, "Greetings, brother." The man was slightly taken aback, but since he was accustomed to Shamoli's bluntness, he did not take it to heart. He smiled and asked, "Do you like these dancers?" "Yes, of course, I like them." Shamoli immediately grinned. After spending a few days here, he figured out a pattern. If he expressed his liking for something, 9 times out of 10, it would be delivered to his room the next day. The only downside is the strict rules of the Easterners. Unlike at home where you can just drag away anyone you fancy, here, you can only have these dancers. Shamoli sighed in regret. Just then, the courtyard gate creaked open, and a young man in a black robe entered. Upon seeing him, everyone else bowed their heads in silence, while Shamoli's eyes lit up. "Brother Xiao," he called out warmly. Li Yu and Xiao entered the room, glanced around, and was pleased that the useless ones in the family could finally contribute. They got along well with Shamoli and had likely extracted a lot of information from him. Seeing Shamoli's visibly flushed face from mild intoxication, Li Yu and Xiao placed a jade box on the table in front of Shamoli, saying with a smile, "I got some spirit fruits recently and immediately thought of you, cousin. These are for you." Shamoli was overjoyed, thinking to himself, "Li Yu and Xiao really is my pillar in the Li family. He has brought me several gifts these past months, each of them excellent spirit items." Shamoli expressed his gratitude as he took the jade box, pondering over how much he could fetch for such a spirit fruit. Naturally, Li Yu and Xiao was well aware of his thoughts. He knew Shamoli's daily activities like the back of his hand. Li Yu and Xiao then reminded him, "Cousin, I hope you still remember the great endeavor of reclaiming your throne." "Of course I remember." Shamoli's already red face turned a shade deeper. During his first few days in the town, he remained focused on his endeavor of reclaiming the throne thanks to Li Yu and Xiao's constant reminders. But lately, he had almost pushed the matter to the back of his mind, engrossed in daily pleasures. "I must speak frankly, cousin. If you can't even attain the Qi cultivation realm, you won't be able to stay on the throne even if our family managed to place you there. You need to remember this clearly." This warning stunned Shamoli, sending a shiver down his spine, cursing himself internally for even considering selling the fruit. Gratefully, he said, "Thank you for the reminder. I'm extremely grateful. After arriving here, I've already broken through to the 4th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. I will definitely focus on my cultivation from now on and break through to the Qi cultivation realm as soon as possible." Li Yu and Xiao nodded and left, leaving Shamoli in the courtyard, his gaze still fixated on the dancers. Meanwhile, everyone else was looking at him. Shamoli looked in the direction Li Yu and Xiao had gone, then cleared his throat and said, "Continue dancing. Tonight will be the last. I'll start cultivating tomorrow." Li Chunyang, standing at the side with a sword, remained silent. Assigned to protect Shamoli, he had been by his side day and night and had come to understand the nature of this young man quite well. He sighed quietly, thinking to himself, the lineage of the Molu clan is decent. Although this guy is just a self-indulgent scion, he still managed to reach the 4th stage of the embryonic breathing realm in his 20s. How unfair. Touching his graying sideburns, Li Chunyang realized that he was already 45 years old. Yet, he had only just condensed the Jade Capital Chakra and attained the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. A wave of sorrow washed over him. "My cultivation speed has been declining day by day. After 60, cultivators of both the embryonic breathing realm and Qi cultivation realm will see a drop in their blood Qi. I wonder if I'll ever break through to the Qi cultivation realm in this lifetime, to fly with my Qi and roam the heavens and earth. I started on the path of immortality at 8 and seized every moment to cultivate diligently. I've never squandered my time away outside from completing the tasks required by my family. Yet, I might end up dying just like any other mortal, while this self-indulgent scion who spends his nights in revelry is on the verge of reaching Qi cultivation realm. Life is really unfair." Hiding in the shadows, Li Chunyang looked increasingly aged, harboring a barely suppressible longing. "Uncle Tongya has watched me grow up since I was a child and naturally harbors a bit of affection for me as a younger family member. If I ask him for a pill, perhaps I still have a chance to break through to the Qi cultivation realm in this lifetime." Li Chunyang, lost in thought, could not help but let a wistful smile cross his face, only to abruptly quell his longing. He scolded himself internally. With all these talented juniors emerging in the family, not to mention Yuan Xiao and Yuan Xiao, even Qinghong is making rapid progress. How could I justify wasting precious pills on an old man like me? Li Chunyang bit back his impulse, resigning himself to silence, observing Shamoli without uttering a word. This middle-aged man had dedicated most of his life to the family's cause, but yet, in the end, he refrained from asking for a single pill from the family. Ha ha ha, how charming. Shamoli's laughter echoed in the courtyard, the dim light reflecting off Li Chunyang's gray hair, highlighting his age even more. He seemed out of place amidst the lavish scene. Like a statue, he silently watched over Shamoli as instructed by his family. Senior, the Xiao family has received the letter and asked me to bring back their reply, expressing their thanks. Chen Donghe knocked on the door of the cave dwelling, presenting a jade slip to Li Tongya. He accepted it and scanned it with his spiritual sense. Xiao Yuanxi's warm voice filled his mind. Having received Brother Tongya's message today, our ancestor has already made a trip into the territory of Mount Yue. With Mount Yue sealed off and left unable to attend to other matters, the Purple Mansion Realm Cultivator of Mount Yue is preparing for a breakthrough to the Golden Core Realm within the next 6 to 7 years, during which signs will surely appear in the heavens and earth. Within the sect, I've also learned that all 12 disciples of Mount Yue are Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators who have already made deals with the 3 sects and 7 gates. Once this Purple Mansion Realm dies, Mount Yue will cease to exist, with its Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators each leading people to join the 3 sects and 7 gates. It's possible that 3 or 4 of them will remain within Mount Yue to establish their own sects or families under Azurpon's governance. If your clan has any ambitions, you must act swiftly after that person's death to take advantage of such an opportunity. Once the situation stabilizes and Mount Yue's Foundation Establishment Realm has divided the territory and established relations with the sect, any further plots will become difficult. Chapter 176. The Changing Situation, 2. After reading the jade slip, Li Tongya pondered for a while, formulating a plan in his mind. After a while, he turned and instructed Chen Donghe, "Get Xianling here." Li Xianling, already waiting at the entrance, entered upon hearing the call. Chen Donghe excused himself and Li Tongya whispered softly to him, "Read this jade slip." After Xianling read it, he lowered his head in thought, then heard Li Tongya say, "With Mount Yue about to vanish, the West will see the rise of several Foundation Establishment Realm families under Azurpon's governance. Our Li family can seize this opportunity amidst the turmoil to take over eastern Mount Yue." Li Xianling nodded in agreement, then listened as Li Tongya declared solemnly, "Help Shamoli attain the Qi cultivation realm swiftly. As Mount Yue remains sealed, we shall assist Shamoli ascend the throne under the guise of minor upheaval and secretly gain control over eastern Mount Yue. Once Mount Yue's Purple Mansion Realm cultivator dies, we'll immediately claim eastern Mount Yue for our Li family using the Azurpon sect's name. Those Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators from Mount Yue, having just lost their backing, won't dare to act rashly." "I understand," Li Xianling replied in a respectful tone, pondering for a moment before speaking softly. "When those Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators have divided their territories and become part of Azurpon's sect, they will learn of the Sword Immortal's fame and would not dare to oppose our family. It's likely they will even seek to ingratiate themselves with us like the Yue family. If handled properly, our Li family can gain the territory of Eastern Mountain Yue without any effort." "Correct," Li Tongya nodded, then proceeded to give him his next instructions. "There are still a few years left. Take a snake essence pill with you and feed Shamoli with them until he reaches the Qi cultivation realm." Nurturing Shamoli to reach the Qi cultivation realm within 6 years was somewhat challenging, but not impossible. After all, it only required breaking through 2 stages, unlike normal cultivation, which required steady progress step by step. They could just invest in him with spirit stones and spirit fruits without caring about the stability of his foundation. Besides, the consumption of unrefined qi was easier than proper spiritual qi from the environment. However, this also meant that his cultivation progress would suffer in the future, forever unable to attain the Foundation Establishment realm. "I'll make sure it happens," Li Xianling replied, ready to leave when Li Tongya suddenly stopped him, asking, "Who is currently looking after Shamoli?" "It's Brother Qiuyang, Father," Li Xianling answered. Li Tongya calculated the time, saying gravely, "Li Qiuyang should be around 45 by now, and I heard he had just recently broken through to the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. Shamoli is an outsider after all. Although these spirit items are for acquiring the territory of Eastern Mountain Yue, we can't explicitly say so. Qiuyang has never requested anything from the family aside from the usual allowance of spirit patties and spirit stones over the years. I fear he might perceive this situation as unfair. Call him over." Li Xianling quickly nodded and left. Not long after, there was a gentle knock at the stone door of the cave, and Li Qiuyang's respectful voice came from outside the door. "Greetings from Li Qiuyang, clan uncle. Come in." Li Tongya put down the jade slip he was holding, glanced at the white hair at Li Qiuyang's sideburns, and said warmly, "In my memory, you're still that little boy on the platform, getting tested for a spiritual orifice. Time really flies, and in the blink of an eye, you have your own large family and have become one of the elders. Your diligent and earnest effort over the years has not gone unnoticed by me." Li Qiuyang slightly bowed his head, his eyes moist. He then replied apprehensively, "If not for the family, I would just be an old farmer tending the fields today. I am grateful for the family's kindness and dare not be negligent." Li Tongyan nodded approvingly, flipping his hand to reveal a small brocade pouch. His expression turned warm. "You're a cultivator at the Jade Capital stage now, yet you don't even have a storage pouch. This is an old one that I used in my youth. It doesn't have a very large capacity, but you can use it for now." "Absolutely not." Li Qiuyang was shocked, knowing the storage pouch was worth 1 or 2 spirit stones, far beyond what he could afford. His usual allowance went to cultivation, and he could not even produce half a spirit stone from his pockets. He repeatedly protested, "I can't possibly accept this." Li Tongya waved his hand dismissively and tied the brocade pouch around Li Qiuyang's waist. He clapped his own storage pouch and took out a small jade bottle. "This is a snake essence pill, refined by our family. Take it for now. If you can't break through to the Qi cultivation realm, come back up the mountain to find me," he said softly. Li Qiuyang was stunned, his eyes reddening, but he found himself unable to refuse such a tempting offer that could potentially let him live for another 100 years. He stammered in gratitude. "Thank you for this kindness that I do not deserve," Li Tongya said sternly. "Nonsense. You deserve this more than the younger generations in the family. Over the past 30 years, you have taken care of our spirit fields, guarded the mine, and eliminated demon beasts. There's no one more dedicated in our family than you." Tears welled up in Li Qiuyang's eyes as he continuously thanked him. Li Tongya comforted him with kind words before sending him off from the cave dwelling. Meanwhile, in a residence on Mount Yue, and Jingming stopped in front of the grand and luxurious hall. Today his father, and Jian, was again feasting in the hall. This hall began construction the day Jian became the family head and was completed on the day of Jingming's birth. However, underneath its splendor lay the bones of countless craftsmen. And Jingming sighed softly, his eyes filled with confusion, which quickly turned to anger as he looked at the lively scene. With the Yu family in the north coveting our lands, the Li family in the south rising like the sun, and even the Ding family we brought here growing ambitiously bold, our family still feels no sense of crisis and indulges in luxury. And Jingming strode forward angrily, only to encounter several mortals bowing their heads as they passed, carrying a large basket dripping with blood. The fear on their faces was palpable, and they dared not meet his gaze. "What's going on?" And Jingming roared as he blocked their path, his voice cold. The mortals had no choice but to drop the basket and kneel, revealing several fingers that rolled out toward Jingming's feet. The bear paw the family head ate today. And Jingming closed his eyes, already understanding the situation. And Jian was not lustful or greedy, but had an insatiable appetite and was brutally cruel. Any dissatisfaction with the cook's work led to executions. A poorly stewed bear paw resulted in chopping off the chef's fingers, and an undercooked pork shoulder meant cutting off the chef's legs. Daily, cries could be heard from the mountain hall. "Never mind, I get it already." And Jingming shook his head, feeling powerless as he could reprimand anyone in the family except his father. Stepping into the grand hall, he found Jian drinking with a stern face, but smiling upon seeing Jingming. He called out to him, "My family's pride and hope has arrived, Father." And Jingming greeted him respectfully and then said, "I have something to tell you." "What is it?" And Jian frowned, distracted by the stewed bear paw, not expecting Jingming to solemnly say, "The day of our death and the annihilation of the Yin family is imminent." Chapter 177, Father and Son of the Yin Family, I. At the head of the table, Jian was toying with a piece of bear paw on his plate. Hearing these words, he raised his eyebrows and pushed up the leather hat on his head. His expression immediately shifted, now marked by fleshy folds as he visibly tensed. He said sternly, "What do you mean by that?" And Jian's tone was relatively gentle, devoid of any reproach, indicating that Jingming truly was the apple of his eye. Any other clan member who dared to utter such words would have been executed on the spot. Only from Jingming's mouth would these words prompt Jian to take him seriously. The Yu family acts tyrannically, full of ambition, while the Li family is reserved and quietly ruthless. Our family is caught in between, struggling to look after both ends. Father, aren't you afraid? Standing in the courtyard, with the sunlight reflecting off the gold bracelets on his wrists, the young and Jingming stood tall against the wind, staring directly at his father at the head of the table. Well, and Jian was at a loss for words for a moment before saying, haven't I already followed your advice by drawing the Ding family to Moongaze Lake, maintaining a tripartite balance? The Yu family has also promised not to attack the families that pay tribute. If the Li family ever invades from the north, the Yu family will surely not stand idly by and watch them expand. There's nothing to fear then. You just need to focus on your cultivation. Once you've reached the Foundation Establishment realm, our family will have a place on the lake. Wouldn't that be wonderful? And Jingming clenched his teeth and shook his head, unable to muster anger at the sight of his father's contented face. He swung his sleeves and said softly, Father, what makes you think the Yu family will just sit idly by and watch me attain Foundation Establishment realm? I dare not even leave our family's grand formation now. As I slowly increase my cultivation year by year, the Yu family will eventually become impatient and will surely find an excuse to kill me. And Jian was momentarily stunned. His mouth moved, but no words came out. Unable to formulate a rebuttal, he could only ask, what do you suggest then? Clearing his throat, and Jingming said in a voice still tinged with youthful timbre, our family's awkward position is due to its poor geographical location, caught between the Li and Yu families. The best strategy now is to sell Mount Huaqian to the Li family, letting them face the pressure from the Yu family directly. The two families could sign a pact, in turn, making the Yu family feel the threat of the Li family's rise. And Jingming continued to lay out his plans. I've heard that Li Tongya has reached the 8th heavenly layer of Qi cultivation realm, which could draw the Yu family's attention. The two families supporting each other from east to west. I could marry a girl from the Li family, leveraging the might of the Sword Immortal to deter the Yu family. Once I've reached the Foundation Establishment realm, and if Li Tongya succeeds in his breakthrough, we could support the Li family against the Yu family. If Li Tongya fails, then we could lead both families, with each party getting what they need. As in Jingming was still speaking, and Jian's lips trembled, and his complexion turned unsightly. He interrupted his son, slamming his silver chopsticks down. No, absolutely not. Do you know how many spirit fields are on Mount Huaqian, feeding how many of our clan members? We fought tooth and nail to get it. How can we just hand it over to the Li family? And Jingming sighed lightly, realizing that Jian's character would never allow for the ceding of Mount Huaqian. Thus, he solemnly suggested, since father is reluctant to give up Mount Huaqian, I have another plan. The key to the Li family is Li Tongya. He is extremely cautious, fully focused on cultivating in seclusion in the south, and difficult to remove. However, if we can ally with the Yu family against Li Xianling and Li Xianfeng, eliminating one of them, could Li Tongya still remain indifferent? Continuing, and Jingming said, with the Yu family currently favorably inclined toward us, there are opportunities to be utilized. Yu Mugo is a dark and ruthless man, difficult to deal with. If we can unite with other families to assassinate Yu Mugo, the threat of the Yu family can be significantly reduced. And Jian was confused, seeing him aim to kill Yu Mugo on one hand, and remove Li Xianling and Li Xianfeng on the other. He was unable to follow his son's ambitious line of thought. He murmured, so, does our family side with the Yu family or the Li family? Both sides. And Jingming softly chuckled, lifting his head slightly as he declared, as the Yu and Li families harbor mutual suspicions, our family has the opportunity to sow discord and navigate both sides. Regardless of who dies, or if both sides suffer no casualties, it's as good as setting a feud between the Yu and Li families. And Jian, somewhat moved by this, pondered for a moment before hesitantly saying, but neither side is foolish. How could they simply act as you suggest? Don't worry, father, and Jingming assured. It is precisely because neither side is foolish and they are wary of each other. Fear leads to murderous intentions. The conflict between the two families is inevitable, and we are merely a catalyst. Father just needs to follow the script I've taught you, ensuring that both families betray each other, resulting in mutual destruction. In the estate at the foot of the mountain in Lijing town, Muyalu paced around the courtyard before taking a seat on a stone bench. A servant hurriedly served her tea. Since it was discovered that Li Yuan Xiao had spiritual orifice and extraordinary talent, Muyalu's days in the main courtyard had significantly improved. Previously, Li Xianxian rarely visited her courtyard, and Muyalu always tried to keep a low profile, minimizing her presence. Once Li Yuan Xiao started spending more time on the mountain, Muyalu instantly became one of the most significant figures in the courtyard. "Madam, this tea was sent over by the main family yesterday. This month, they've sent gifts to the courtyard 3 times already," whispered a servant girl beside her. This woman, a descendant of the Mount Yue refugees who had assimilated completely with the Easterners, was brought into the courtyard personally by Muyalu and was deeply trusted by her. Upon hearing this, Muyalu nodded slightly, and the servant girl added softly, "Since young Master Xiao and Zhao get along well, the first madam has always been displeased. But in recent years, ever since Zhao was found to have spiritual orifice, she has started to curry favor." Muyalu gestured for her to stop talking and said quietly, "The first madam is crafty. Over the years, she has managed the concubines in the family well, and Xiao has been well taught. He's capable of managing a household and is no ordinary person. She sees Zhao as Yuan Xiao's future right-hand man, hence naturally wanting to maintain a good relationship with me." Setting her small teacup on the table, Muyalu softly inquired, "Have you found out about the matter I asked you to investigate?" "Yes, madam. The man's name is Shamoli, the 4th son of Mujian. He is now residing on the eastern side of the town." The servant girl replied obediently. Muyalu smiled, her eyes slightly crinkling as she spoke gently. "What a God-sent opportunity. In the future, Mount Yue will become even closer to the Li family, and when Zhao grows up, he can also receive some support from the Molu clan." Although the servant girl did not understand why Muyalu considered it a godsend opportunity, she felt happy seeing her madam so delighted. However, their conversation was interrupted by a gentle knock on the door. Chapter 178. Father and Son of the Yin Family, 2. "Mother, I've returned." Li Yuanjiao's cheerful voice came from outside the door. "It's the young master," the servant girl exclaimed happily as Muyalu quickly stood up and walked to the door, gently pushing it open to see Li Yuanjiao standing there with a beaming smile. "Zhao." Muyalu stepped forward to embrace him, softly asking, "Are you accustomed to living on the mountain this year?" "It's been all right. My siblings have all been quite nice to me." Li Yuanjiao chuckled and swiftly entered the courtyard to sit beside the stone table, taking the teacup in his hands. He quietly asked, "Has father been in seclusion on the mountain this year? Has anyone troubled you at home?" "Not at all," Muyalu replied with a soft voice, refilling his cup with water. Li Yuanjiao sighed in relief as he continued, "Stepmother has been quite kind to you. There haven't been any petty schemes in the family, which has really eased my mind. At least brother and I won't have to worry about it." As Muyalu nodded and smiled, Li Yuanjiao paused before seriously adding, "I've been dealing with affairs in the clan affairs courtyard with brother these past few days and learned quite a lot." Muyalu raised an eyebrow at him, observing as Li Yuanjiao put down his teacup. He then whispered, "Mother, have you sent someone to inquire about Shamoli's news?" Muyalu was momentarily shocked, nodding with a hint of unease before she responded meekly, "Yes." Li Yuanjiao shook his head, advising, "Mother, given your sensitive status, it's better to have someone ask me these things directly on the mountain. In the future, avoid inquiring yourself. Li family's territory is not like eastern Mount Yue. The clan affairs courtyard has many eyes and ears around. I'm afraid you might inadvertently give them something to hold against you, mother." Muyalu was instantly alarmed and anxious, her voice filled with concern as she asked, "Could this lead to any consequences? Has mother caused you trouble?" "It's nothing serious," Li Yuanjiao reassured, taking a sip of his tea and smiling. "It's not a big deal. Besides, brother gave me that secret letter to handle myself. I just wanted to remind mother," he continued with a small grin. "That's a relief." Muyalu sighed softly. After a brief exchange, she had the servant girl leave and then softly asked, "Does Lord Yuanxiu treat you the same as before?" "Yes," Li Yuanjiao's voice lowered in response. "In our family, where only my brother from the direct lineage can cultivate, and with the family being sparse in numbers, regardless of legitimacy or gender, all descendants with spiritual orifices are treated equally. I haven't faced any mistreatment. On the contrary, I've received tremendous benefits." "That's very good." Muyalu visibly relaxed, only for Li Yunjiao to continue. "I've heard that the family is considering adopting me into 4th granduncle's line, who is solely focused on his cultivation in the southern border without any interest in taking a wife for himself. I came today to get your opinion on this matter. What? Mu Yalu was stunned, feeling as though fortune had suddenly smiled upon her. She asked hesitantly, "You're talking about the Qing Sui Sword Immortal?" "Yes." Li Yuan Jiao was quite shocked himself when Li Xianling confided in him about this intention. Observing his mother's disbelief, he softly added, "Father, he has agreed to it. If you are fine with it, I'll become the direct descendant of the fourth lineage, which will be greatly beneficial in the future." Good. Mu Yalu nodded as she heard this, her primary concern always being her son's well-being, thus agreeing without hesitation. After pondering for a moment, she whispered, "That way, you could compete with Yuan Xiao for the position of the young clan head." "Mother, you must not speak nonsense." Li Yuan Jiao shook his head firmly, stating, "I respect my brother the most. The position of the young clan head can only be his. In this life, I only wish to support him well, with no other intentions." "That's fine too," Mu Yalu replied with a smile, thinking about how to convey these exact words to the main household. However, regarding Shamoli, he's quite the pleasure seeker. The mother and son discussed further regarding the newcomer, with Li Yuan Jiao detailing Shamoli's personality. Not everyone can be adept at human relations. The Li family is only kind to its own and those under its rule. Shamoli, falling into you and your brother's hands, is rather unfortunate. Mu Yalu laughed. What's there to pity about him when he's being handed a throne on a silver platter? Li Yuan Jiao dismissed, laughing heartily. Mu Yalu watched him with a joyful eye. From Li Xianxian to Li Yuanxiu, she realized that both were not at all simple-minded men. She thought to herself, every one of the Li family is cunning and bad, focusing outward for now. By the 6th or 8th generation, when kinship thins, internal strife will surely happen. Fortunately, my son was born early and is thus spared from having to compete with similarly shrewd characters. Atop Mount Yue, Li Tongya stepped through the air, his figure shifting like a phantom. Around him, several reflections that looked like water gleamed, floating around his figure for a moment before dissipating with a soft splash. I've finally mastered the river-crossing torrential step. Now, I have an added layer of protection against enemies. Unless facing against a Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator, I can escape with ease even if I can't win. Li Tongya mumbled to himself gleefully. The river-crossing torrential step had 3 stages. The initial stage was not too challenging, but it became significantly more difficult with progression. It took Li Tongya 7 to 8 years just to master the first stage. Li Tongya's practice of the River Wenqi technique from Lingyu Gate, a foundational technique that shared origins with this footwork technique, should have sped up his training. However, these past few years, his focus was on cultivation, aiming to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm before 60. Thus, this footwork technique was only revisited during cultivation bottlenecks, taking him 7 to 8 years to master what should have taken 3 to 4. Only Li Xianling from within the family showed a natural aptitude for this technique, mastering it early on. No other clan members were known to have succeeded. It's unbelievable that among the vast Li family, no one could master the pill flame's secret art and produce a pill flame. Li Tongya thought again. Among the members of the Xiao family, far larger than the Li family, only Xiao Shooting and Xiao Yuanzi could conjure the pill flame. This put things into perspective for him. No wonder Mujian of the Azure Pawn sect is so valued by the Yu family. I'm guessing there are also certain conditions to meet before one can refine artifacts. Just as Li Tongya settled on the mountainside, a voice transmission entered the formation, echoing in the cave dwelling. And Jian from the Yin family is here to visit. Please open the formation, Brother Tongya. And Jian. Li Tongya paused momentarily. He had little interaction with this individual, having only divided the Lu family's assets in tacit agreement. He wondered about the purpose of today's visit. After opening the formation, Li Tongya sat for a moment. Soon, Li Xianling led Jian inside. Li Tongya glanced at him and courteously said, "Greetings, Brother Jian." "No need for formality, Brother Tongya." And Jian grinned, returning the greeting. His bald head was now adorned with a gray-white leather hat that made him look less like a butcher from the secular world, but more like a wealthy landlord. Word has it that Brother Tongya has broken through to the 8th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. Truly remarkable. And Jian, taking the offered tea, smiled. It had been decades since their last meeting. Back then, their cultivation realms were comparable, but now Jian was at the 5th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm, while Li Tongya had already reached the 8th. "You're flattering me," Brother Jian, Li Tongya replied with a shallow smile. He decided to cut to the chase. What brings Brother Jian here today? Chapter 179, External Cultivator, I. And Jian cupped his fist, then answered in a calm tone. To kill Yumugo. Li Tongya chuckled inwardly, maintaining a slight smile on his face. He then softly said, if Brother Jian has come for this matter, then please leave. Linger, please see the guest out, Li Tongya called out. Right away, Li Xianling, who had been silently standing in the corner, stepped forward, and Jian hurriedly waved his hand, hastily saying, Brother Tongya, please hear me out. Since Li Tongya did not plan to dismiss him so unceremoniously, he turned his head at his plea, and Jian quickly continued, Brother Tongya, although your family is protected by a sword immortal and no one dares to look down upon it, the Yu family has long harbored intentions to sweep across Moongaze Lake. Even if they dare not openly annex your family, they will certainly not refrain from acting in the shadows. Yumugo wouldn't dare target Brother Tongya directly, but it's entirely possible for him to hire a few foreign cultivators, rogue cultivators, and outer sect disciples to secretly assassinate your clan's disciples. They'll only be at ease when all your family's promising juniors meet untimely ends. Though the Sword Immortal's cultivation is profound, he is far in the southern border. The Yu family also has backing within the sect. As long as they leave no evidence, the Qing Sui Sword Immortal can't possibly cross thousands of li to act for one or two mysteriously deceased juniors. And Jian laid out these points bluntly, causing Li Tongya to frown deeply. Brother Jian seems to know quite a bit about the Yu family, he remarked with a grave tone. Rather than persuading Li Tongya, and Jian's words only raised more suspicions in his mind. Living as neighbors for so many years, both sides had their spies in each other's territories, and Li Tongya was somewhat aware of Jian's actions. Yumugo is indeed ruthless enough to do such a thing, but Jian has always been selfish and stingy, not someone who typically thinks in such grand terms. Why is he suddenly speaking like this today? Seeing Li Tongya silent, and Jian thought he had swayed him and pressed on. Even if one does not provoke the tiger may still harbor the intent to harm. Although your family resides peacefully on its land, if the Yu family wishes to monopolize the Moongaze Lake, they will inevitably need to suppress your family. Unable to find a way to deal with Brother Tongya directly, they will certainly plot against the younger generation in your family. Li Tongya shook his head, finding an excuse to reply in a stern voice. Both Yumugo and Mujian are of good talent. Not to mention Yu Xiaogui, who is at the Foundation Establishment realm. Several members of their generation of Xiao are also at the peak of the Qi cultivation realm. There is no need for them to fear my Li family. I will say it again, Brother Jian, if you have come for this matter, there's no need to speak further. Please leave. And Jian, seeing that Li Tongya was indeed unmoved, did not panic but spoke softly. Every word I've spoken is true, and Brother Tongya knows it. If your family doesn't believe me, just wait a few more years, and you will understand the value of my warning. After cupping his fist, he rode the wind away, leaving Li Tongya standing there for a while. Li Xianling approached hesitantly, whispering, I find his words quite reasonable. We should be cautious. Li Tongya, with a furrowed brow, sat back down. He was feeling increasingly uneasy. After pondering for a moment, he responded, those words aren't something Jian would come up with on his own. This must be Jingming's idea. He then recalled Yumugo's character and thought about the close relationship between the Yun and Yu families. Li Tongya felt somewhat troubled and spoke after some time, his voice soft. Given Yumugo's nature, he would indeed do such a thing. I'm sure he'll target not only our family, and Jingming must also be on his mind. Hence Jian is rushing to find someone to deal with Yumugo. Li Xianling, who was standing by, frowned and replied, but that man is always guarded by peak Qi cultivators when he leaves home. He's not easy to kill. Doing so would just offend the Yu family for no reason. Li Tongya nodded and advised, this is an impractical matter. For now, let's ensure our younger family members don't leave our territory, and wait until the Xiao family finishes executing their plans. By then, we may be able to borrow the Xiao family's strength and no longer allow the Yu family to dominate unchecked. Li Xianling noted his words. Li Tongya looked at the sky and instructed, now that we have snake essence pills, I can try to break through to the 9th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. Although it's been only 2 to 3 years since my last breakthrough, and it's a bit rushed, there's no other choice. I must try to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm before turning 60. Li Xianling clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with deep worry. After composing his thoughts for a long while, he finally spoke with unease. I have heard that the breakthrough from Qi Cultivation Realm to Foundation Establishment Realm is fraught with danger, almost a 9 in 10 chance of death. With father being a late-stage Qi cultivator, you are the pillar of our family. I'm afraid. His voice trailed off. Li Tongya was initially startled, then sighed deeply. Looking at his son, now a father himself with a fully grown beard, he felt somewhat comforted and responded. I have only consumed 3 pills and 1 talisman Qi in my cultivation journey, relying solely on diligent practice without taking any precious medicines or spirit items like those in the 3 sects and 7 gates do. This breakthrough indeed carries a high risk of death. Seeing Li Xuanling's worried gaze, Li Tongya reassured him with a warm smile. But I have been earnestly cultivating day and night, aiming to reach Foundation Establishment Realm before I turn 60, even if it's just a slightly better chance. If our Li family wishes to advance further, we must have a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. In this vast moongaze lake, only those at the Foundation Establishment Realm can truly make their voices heard. With the prestige of your 4th uncle, our Li family will be worry-free for the next 50 years. It's the perfect opportunity to attempt the Foundation Establishment Realm. If I fail and perish, the Yu family won't trouble us too much and lower their guard instead. I understand. Li Xianling cupped his fist, and Li Tongya nodded slightly before stepping out of the courtyard and flying toward Meiche Peak in the south. Li Xianling watched with concern, hoping that the day Li Tongya's attempt to break through to the Foundation Establishment Realm would come later rather than sooner. In Lijing Town, the biggest and most lavish residence was not that of Li Xianxian at the foot of the mountain. Compared by size and splendor, Li Xuanchuan's residence would likely be ranked lower. The residences of clan uncles and elders are among the top, followed by the Chun, Lu, Run, and Tian families, with Li Xuanchuan's coming last. Chen Donghe, who had been guarding Mount Huaqian for years and cultivating with the aid of the spirit spring on the mountain, rarely returned home. To his surprise, the Chun family's estate had expanded significantly, now housing over 300 family members. Without a map listing names, it would be almost impossible to find someone. As he approached the courtyard, firecrackers sounded. He noticed that people lined both sides. His only surviving brother, now over 50 and considered the head of the household, waited respectfully at the entrance. A boy in a padded jacket stared at him intently, recognized by Chen Donghe's spiritual sense as the special child the family had called him back for. Chapter 180, External Cultivator, 2. How old are you now? Chen Donghe asked the child. 8, was the reply. Chen Donghe scrutinized the boy. He was biting his lip and staring back at Chen Donghe innocently, and he asked his next question. What is your name? Chen Mufeng, the boy answered. Standing up, Chen Donghe noticed his brother approaching respectfully, speaking in a tone of unfamiliar deference. We've asked the immortal master here in the hope that he might mentor the child. The Chen family would be eternally grateful. After finishing his words, with a thud, he fell to the ground on his knees. The crowd around him followed suit, their pleading voices swelling like a tide. Chen Donghe, focusing on the boy and ignoring the surrounding people, pondered to himself. I cannot personally mentor this child, as it would recklessly leave traces. I'll find him a good family instead. This is the least I can do for the Chen family. Helping his brother up, he said solemnly. I cannot mentor this child personally, but I can find him a good teacher. His brother's expression shifted with uncertainty, and he was momentarily stunned. He hesitated. Will this teacher be someone from the Tian or Lu family? Chen Donghe, not often interacting with external cultivators at the foot of the mountain, paused at this question. A realization struck him. The Li family has accepted 30 to 40 external cultivators over the decades, most of whom are at the first or second stage of the embryonic breathing realm. However, there are also 3 or 4 at the 4th stage, and there might be factions involved, which also concerns the Chun family's position. Seeing Chen Donghe's reaction, his brother became somewhat flustered, squeezing out a smile through his wrinkled face. He responded hurriedly. We do not doubt the immortal master's decision nor wish to choose shamelessly. We just need to know the name of the teacher to understand whom the child will be mentored by. Chen Donghe, smiling warmly, reassured his brother. Don't worry, brother. It'll be someone from the Li family. The Li family. His brother was immediately overjoyed, smiling broadly to reveal a few decayed teeth. He exclaimed, "That's excellent. Excellent indeed." With a hearty laugh, Chen Donghe took Chen Mufeng's hand and soared into the sky, leaving a group of envious onlookers on the ground. Flying over the town for a while, Chen Donghe descended into a spacious courtyard with the trembling child in his arms. Chen Mufeng stumbled a few steps upon landing. Chen Donghe released his hand and saw a person standing in front of the stone door with gray hair and a straight posture. He looked somewhat surprised to see him and greeted, "Greetings, Brother Donghe. This is quite rare. Are you here looking for that Shamoli?" "Not at all." Chen Donghe returned the greeting with a warm smile, pulling the child closer and softly adding, "I'm here looking for Brother Chuyang." Li Chuyang stepped forward and took a seat on a stone bench in the courtyard, sweeping his spiritual sense over the area while keeping an eye on the stone door to the room where Shamoli had retreated for seclusion. He smiled. "Brother Donghe, just speak your mind." Chen Donghe nodded, speaking seriously. "I returned to the Chen family recently, and we have a child with a spiritual orifice. They wanted me to mentor him, but I felt it wasn't right for me to take him under my wing. I was hoping to entrust him to you." "Oh." Li Chuyang lowered his head but did not immediately agree. He observed Chen Mufeng for a while. Seeing the boy was well-behaved, Chen Donghe transmitted his voice. "I've heard Brother Chuyang's sons are without spiritual orifice, which will be troublesome in the future. Why not take this child as your disciple and later marry him to one of your daughters? When you pass away in 100 years, your descendants will have someone to shelter them." This suggestion struck a chord with Li Chuyang, who immediately brightened up and began nodding vigorously. He then said solemnly, "Since brother has put it this way, I will take the child under my wing." Chen Donghe laughed heartily, patting the boy's back and beaming. "Call him Master." "Master." The boy obediently did so, and Li Chuyang warmly took his hand, asking for his birth date and name. After they had spoken, Chen Donghe then spoke softly. "I have a question for Brother Chuyang." "Go ahead," Li Chuyang replied as he looked up. Chen Donghe took out 2 small cups and a gourd from his storage pouch, filled the cups with clear wine, and then said softly, "Having practiced on Mount Huaqian for many years, I'm not very familiar with the external cultivators of our home. Could Brother Chuyang enlighten me?" "Ah, that matter." Li Chuyang was about to sip from his cup, but set down the jade cup, looking toward the closed stone door before letting out a loud, hearty laugh. "There are 28 external cultivators of the embryonic breathing realm in our family now, and 6 from the Yi family have changed their surname to Li. Most are at the 1st or 2nd stage of the embryonic breathing realm, hardly worth mentioning. However, a few early cultivators with decent talent are noteworthy." Li Chuyang glanced at Chen Mufeng next to him, who was all ears. He nodded slightly and continued solemnly. "The first, at the 5th stage of embryonic breathing realm, is surnamed Tian, related to the family head, the Great King's wife's family." Li Chuyang's mention of the Great King silenced them both. Both of them had been through thick and thin with Li Xiangping, and everyone called him the Great King while they were in the territory of Mount Yue. The Great King passed away in the lands of Mount Yue, and his mother followed in sorrow within a few years. The Tian family has declined quite a bit, but this man's talent is decent. Now at 40, his likelihood of breaking through to the Qi cultivation realm isn't high, but still possible. He's currently in charge of managing the cultivation of the spirit patties in town, with quite a few people covertly supporting him, and can be considered a leader of one faction. Following them are the Lu and Ren families, both at the 4th stage of the embryonic breathing realm, but mostly without a chance to break through to the Qi cultivation realm, each leading a faction. Chen Donghe sipped the clear wine, frowning slightly, and asked in a low voice, "Is this known to the family?" "I wouldn't know," Li Chuyang said as he shook his head, his spiritual sense sweeping inside and outside the courtyard before whispering, "Such matters should be managed by the clan affairs courtyard. I avoid these affairs as much as possible. Who in the Li family doesn't fear the clan affairs courtyard?" Realization struck Chen Donghe, and he quickly apologized. After a moment of thought, he asked, "Is the struggle intense?" "It used to be manageable." Li Chuyang's voice had grown even lower, the shallow wrinkles at the corners of his eyes becoming even more evident in the dim light. He softly continued, "After all, each family has its interests, and the output of each spirit field differs. So does the stipend provided. These people used to vie for the better fields to skive off, and no one was willing to take the barren ones. Since the young Master Xiao took over, the factions have become increasingly antagonistic. Many people have been squeezed into the barren lands due to their disputes. having no choice but to toil thanklessly. I see. Chen Donghe responded as he nodded slightly, pondering deeply to himself. This matter probably needs to be reported to the family for Li Xianling and others to decide, to prevent long-term issues from brewing. After bidding farewell to Li Qiuyang, he flew away from the courtyard and headed toward the mountain, leaving Li Qiuyang in the courtyard silently watching his departure direction. He then eventually smiled and chuckled to himself. Here never changes. Chapter 181, Donghe's Worries. Li Qinghong stepped onto the stone-paved road on Mount Lijing, a path that was laid decades ago, and now the time that had passed by was evidenced by how it was now fully covered with moss. She heard it was laid during the time her third granduncle, Li Xiangping, led the family. In fact, a few of the craftsmen involved were still alive. Walking up the mountain, Li Qinghong looked around. It had been days since she last saw her younger brother, Li Yuan. After searching the mountain, she finally found him in their Aunt Li Jingtian's side courtyard. The boy sat there, engrossed in a wooden slip. Entering the courtyard, Li Qinghong felt a twinge of unease. Brother Yuan. Having received a talisman seed on the mountaintop almost a year ago, Li Qinghong had been busy with cultivation and spear training. Li Yuan rarely visited the main courtyard, and their infrequent encounters left Li Qinghong with a sense of guilt, especially since knowing her brother could not cultivate. "Ah, you're here, big sis. It's been quite a while since I last saw you," Li Yuan exclaimed as he brightened up, setting aside the wooden slip. Li Qinghong smiled sweetly, noticing the wooden slip titled 200 Years of Linghai Prefecture Scenery, annotated by Li Jingtun on the table. "Curious," she asked, "you used to dislike these long and boring history books. What made you start reading them?" Li Yuan chuckled. "Since I can't cultivate, and I certainly can't compare to Brother Xiao in managing our home, I thought I'd find something I can do. I've come to our aunt's place to study, hoping I can be of help to her in the future." His words hit Li Qinghong like a physical blow, causing her to awkwardly change the subject with a forced smile. "Have you gained anything from reading this?" Li Yuan sighed softly, picking up the wooden slip again. "After reading this, I feel only fear," he muttered. Puzzled by his response, Li Qinghong asked curiously after composing herself, "Fear? What's there to be afraid of? I always thought our family was harmonious, with Mount Yue already subdued and our parents in a loving marriage. I believed we lived in a peaceful world," Li Yuan confessed, his voice betraying a hint of terror as he gripped the wooden slip tightly. "But this book showed me the turmoil beyond our borders, lands awash with blood, filled with plots and schemes. The endless cycle of conspiracies makes one realize how vile the world can be. Our Li family might seem stable now, but who knows what dangers lurk in the shadows. It's disheartening to see how filthy this world truly is. Sister, although being born into the Li family means being clothed in silk and feasting on delicacies where even a mortal without spiritual orifice can enjoy a life of pleasure, I am truly terrified. I fear waking up one night to find our family's protective formation shattered, shimmering immortal swords descending from the sky, and dying in my sleep without knowing why." Li Yuan confessed, his eyes reddening with emotion. Li Qinghong was speechless for a moment. However, she composed herself and found her words, speaking softly. "Father once said, the rules of this world are set by immortals. Would immortals care about the morality of mortals? Of course not. They would resort to any means necessary. Sister," Li Yuan lifted his head to look at her, speaking softly, "I've read our family history. Mount Huaqian was taken from the Lu family, which was also our mother's maternal home, but it's destroyed now. I've seen Mother cry in secret. Perhaps it is because of this." His voice trailed off. Li Qinghong fell silent for a while before responding. If the Li family hadn't taken it, the Yin family would have by the next day. The Li family wasn't wrong, and neither was the Lu family. The situation developed to this point as the only way out when there was no other choice. If the head of the Lu family had been wise, this could have ended gracefully. The fault, if any, lies with him. "You're right, sister." Li Yuan put down the wooden slip, his mood seeming to have lightened considerably. "It's a pity that my perspective is limited. Otherwise, I'd write a 200 years of moon-gaze lake scenery, surely as interesting as that of the Linghai Prefecture." Li Qinghong smiled softly and was about to speak when the courtyard door creaked open. A woman in her mid-20s with long, flowing hair tied up behind her head walked in. She set down her paper parasol and greeted warmly. "Ah, you're here, Qinghong." "Auntie." Li Qinghong giggled, hurrying over to embrace Li Jingtian. However, she was not expecting to see another middle-aged man with a dignified air following her aunt into the courtyard. He greeted her politely. "Oh, you're here too, uncle," Li Qinghong exclaimed in slight surprise. Chen Donghe nodded. The children found their uncle, who was a Qi cultivator, stern and unfamiliar since they rarely saw him. Feeling awkward in his presence, they quickly excused themselves. Li Jingtian nodded, smiling as she saw them off. She then turned back to the courtyard, noticing Chen Donghe examining the rows of wooden scripts on the table. "What are you looking at?" she asked softly. Chen Donghe stroked his chin, marveling. The Li family's bloodline is truly extraordinary. The speed at which Qinghong and Yuan Jiao have broken through to the profound scenery stage is astonishing. Even Xianxian and Xianling were exceptional back in the day. It seems they were born cultivators. Li Jingtian lowered her gaze to hide the flicker of sadness in her eyes. She simply turned her head away and laughed. That's nothing surprising. After all, they carry the bloodline of a Foundation establishment realm cultivator. Chen Donghe nodded without giving it much thought. Once he confirmed there were no others around with a sweep of his spiritual sense, he spoke softly. "I don't mean to worry you, but these days I've made some observations that unsettle me. I'm considering whether to discuss it with second uncle or Xianling on the mountain. I need your insight on this." "What's the matter?" Li Jingtian asked as she joined him at the table, listening as Chen Donghe spoke seriously. "Currently, our family has dozens of external cultivators. Although most are only at the first or second stage of the embryonic breathing realm, they shouldn't be underestimated. These individuals are distributed across various territories to cultivate spirit fields, or assigned as guardians of towns, responsible for tasks like demon extermination and healing." Pausing here to allow Li Jingtian a moment to digest the information, Chen Donghe continued. "These people represent the voices of various forces outside the Li family. With several factions headed by 3 cultivators at the 4th and 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm, their actions are not always clean. The clan affairs courtyard doesn't strictly control them, and I fear that over time, this may lead to problems." Li Jingtian pondered for a moment, her delicate hands neatly arranging the wooden slips on the table before she responded in a soft voice. "The clan affairs courtyard has eyes and ears everywhere. I'm sure they have already noticed the issues you mentioned. It's likely that these matters have already been brought up to Xiao, or perhaps even to the cave dwelling on Meiche Peak by now. If the family has yet to address this, there might be other considerations at play. These people represent not just themselves, but also the interests of the branches and minor clans they come from. Conflict is inevitable, and who knows?" Seeing Chen Donghe looking at her, Li Jingtian leaned in closer, whispering softly in his ear with a gentle voice. "The one letting them fight might just be our Xiao." Chapter 182, Clan Affairs Courtyard. The Clan Affairs Courtyard was situated at the foot of Mount Yue, directly adjacent to the mountain itself. It was once the Li family's main residence when they still lived at the foot of the mountain, which was flanked by 2 other courtyards. The entire estate was rectangular, facing north to south. The front courtyard was an open area, constructed by the 4 Li brothers themselves in earlier days that had already gone by. Li Chonghu and Li Tongyao were responsible for laying the bricks, while Li Xiangping and Li Chaijing mortared them in place. Looking closely at the seams, one might still find the small fingerprints of the young sword immortal. The work done by family members was meticulous and tightly sealed, enduring through wind and rain with no problem at all. Li Xiaowen, now in his 30s and a stern middle-aged man, stood in traditional attire in the front courtyard. With Li Xianxian in seclusion and Li Yuanxiu managing the household affairs, Li Xiaowen naturally delegated the town's duties to his eldest son, Li Pingyi, and came to the clan affairs courtyard to work. Just like the night Li Yexing handed over Lijing Town to him, Li Xiaowen took Li Pingyi's hand and talked all night by candlelight, discussing from the days grandfather Li Yexing used to herd ducks at Meiche River to the present prominence of Li Xiaowen's lineage. Holding Li Pingyi's hand solemnly, he said, "Our lineage has governed Lijing Town for generations. Your grandfather and Uncle Xiangping both perished in the lands of Mount Yue, and I, along with your grandfather, have controlled the various families and disciplined the descendants here for 18 years. You must understand that the rise and fall of our lineage rests solely on the young family head. Make sure you tread cautiously." Li Pingyi, always astute, had observed these matters since he was young. He had heeded his father's efforts in creating chances for him to stick close to Li Yuanxiu. Now aiding Li Yuanxiu in managing household affairs for just over a year, He had shown no signs of negligence. Li Xiaowen stood in the yard, and as clan soldiers passed by, they bowed and he responded in kind. After waiting about half an hour, he saw his son, Li Pingyi, exit the courtyard and approach him while cupping his fist. The clan leader has descended the mountain. Please follow me, Inspector. In the clan affairs courtyard, each of them had their own duties. With all eyes in the clan on them, they naturally could not address each other as father and son in court. Li Pingyi referred to his father by his official title, and Li Xiaowen responded respectfully, "Thank you." Li Xiaowen followed Li Pingyi into the central hall, where many clan soldiers stood silently. Below, 2 men were kneeling, stripped to the waist and whipped with thorned whips. Blood splattered the floor. They bit down on their lips with their teeth, not daring to make a sound. Gray wooden plaques were stuck in their necks labeling their crimes: bullying a woman and extortion. Seeing they were not from his direct family, Li Xiaowen breathed a sigh of relief. Beyond the dim central hall, the rear hall was much brighter. It had windows on both sides letting in streams of sunlight, and was lit by lamps that seemed to be ignited by mana, producing no soot. A young man, about 16 or 17, was seated at the desk at the front. His black hair was neatly combed, and he wore a jade crown. His eyebrows were smooth, and his face was chiseled. His gray eyes looked up and smiled. "I heard Uncle Xiaowen was looking for me, so I rushed down from the mountain. Sorry to have kept you waiting." "Please, no need to apologize," Li Xiaowen responded, warmed by his sincerity, but careful not to presume as much. He continued gravely, "As the appointed inspector, I'm tasked with overseeing the cultivators from the minor sect and branches. I've recently received some news that I have to report urgently." "Please continue, clan uncle," Li Yuanxiu instructed as he nodded slightly. Li Xiaowen then cupped his fist and continued. "The son of the Chen family has become a disciple of Li Qiuyang and is betrothed to his 6th daughter, thus aligning the Chen family with Qiuyang's lineage. I have already discussed this matter with Uncle Donghe," Li Yuanxiu interjected, waving his hand dismissively. "Uncle Donghe and clan Uncle Qiuyang are pillars of our family. This matter is of no concern," he added with a smile. Li Xiaowen could tell that Li Yuanxiu did not want to delve deeper and had deliberately interrupted him. Aware that further discussion could offend him, he quickly moved on. "Currently, the Yi branch of our Li family consists of over 6,500 people, with 1,200 in minor sects, including 8 cultivators. The disciples involved in the strife with the 3 external cultivators have been identified, over 600 mortals and 3 cultivators among them." Li Yuanxiu frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before speaking softly. "These mortals are mostly married into families of external cultivators. Entanglements are inevitable. As for the family's cultivators, the minor sects aren't isolated. They have their own family ties and emotional preferences, and the intertwined interests are complicated to manage." After glancing at Li Xiaowen, Li Yuanxiu suggested quietly, "If clan uncle identifies any disciple with exceptional talent, relocate them to Mount Huaqian to cultivate with Uncle Donghe, away from these conflicts. The rest will merely mire in their current cultivation realms for life. Let them fight it out. As long as it's not too unsightly, let them be." "Understood," Li Xiaowen replied gravely, then shared some additional minor details before bowing and excusing himself. Li Pingyi then turned to Li Yuanxiu and asked softly, "Do we continue to let our people stir the pot, clan leader?" "No need. Withdraw them," Li Yuanxiu instructed, putting away some documents and taking a sip from his tea bowl. "If it escalates further, it could become ugly. The current level of conflict is just right, letting them fiercely compete while remaining impotent. The number of cultivators in our household is increasing daily, and although cultivators aren't truly detached from worldly needs, competing fiercely over spirit patties and spirit stones, the struggle is inevitable. This push now makes clear who the cunning and sly ones are, along with who the steady and honest ones are. Should a real problem arise, we'll have a reference." Li Pingyi nodded in agreement. Li Yuanxiu, holding a brush, drew on the fabric in front of him. He raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, "However, with most of the senior members in seclusion, we must proceed with caution and not disturb the elders. Assign some people to keep a close watch, and if a real problem occurs, issue a warning beforehand. It would be unsightly if it resulted in a loss of life." "Understood," Li Pingyi responded, cupping his fist. He recalled the recent reports, and a look of concern appeared as he spoke. "Clan leader, that one from the Tian branch has condensed the Jade Capital Chakra and broken through to the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm, thus awakening his spiritual sense. He's become sharply aware of everything around him. Our young ones have almost been exposed several times. I had to pull them back to avoid detection. Cultivators at the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm are considered to have truly transcended the secular world and are not easily managed. I've thought about this too, Lingyanzi remarked, setting down his brush. He added, once a cultivator reaches the 5th stage or the peak of the embryonic breathing realm, their powers elevate them beyond humanly possible, even beyond the jurisdiction of the clan affairs courtyard. I'm considering writing to Meiche Peak, proposing that cultivators at the 5th stage and above be separated from the others. Having them continue to farm with spiritual sense is a waste. They could better serve by hunting demons in the mountains or crafting talismans, without being under the direct control of the mountain's administration. Lingyanzi paused and mulled over his thoughts for a while before continuing. The problem is, we still have too few cultivators with awakened spiritual sense to form a separate group. Eventually, as the external cultivators in our family grow, this issue will need to be addressed openly. You are right, young clan head, Li Pingyi agreed. Chapter 183, King of the Kings. What? Another one? Shamoli was roused awake in the deep, dimly lit stone chamber. Upon hearing the news from the person before him, he was momentarily stunned. He muttered in embarrassment. How is that possible? How many does that make now? Your Highness, this is the 5th one. Shamoli felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He had been cultivating among the Easterners for 2 years and had consumed several spirit fruits, finally breaking through to the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. He had thought his progress impressive, only to find that the rate at which his concubines were becoming pregnant far surpassed his own cultivation speed. The firstborn here has already learned how to walk. It truly is astonishing. Back in his palace in eastern Mount Yue, Shamoli also had wives and concubines, who, under the directive of Mujian, had been delayed in bearing children. Unexpectedly, since coming here, children seemed to spring forth one after another. Confused, Shamoli stepped out into the courtyard, facing a host of wives and concubines. He was barely able to match their faces to names. One concubine approached him with a radiant smile. She had been pregnant even before his seclusion and was nearly due. Surely it's mine, right? Shamoli asked, fraught with uncertainty. After months away, the faces of his many wives and concubines seemed all but new to him. He pulled the pregnant woman closer, peering at her bashful face, struggling to recall any shared moments of joy. Never mind, at least the first son is definitely mine. Shamoli mumbled as he looked toward the crowd and spotted a woman at the forefront, holding a child who looked about 1 or 2 years old. The child had narrow eyes and a healthy tan complexion, clearly of the Molu clan lineage. This concubine had been pregnant when he first arrived in the lands of the Easterners. It was Shamoli's first child, and so he cherished the baby deeply, watching over him carefully. He had managed to keep track of the timing and was confident that this child was indeed his own. Look who's here, the future heir to the throne, Shamoli declared as he proudly took the child in his arms and played with him for a while. Soon after, an attendant approached respectfully. Your Highness, young Master Xiao is here. Shamoli's beaming face instantly fell, and he muttered under his breath. Damn it. He must have brought spirit fruits, and now I have to return to cultivation. Shamoli wanted to enjoy more time with his wives and concubines, but he could not possibly slack off while living under another's roof. Internally cursing, he plastered a forced smile on his face and hurried out to greet his guest. Young master, you're here. Having lived on the Easterners' territory for 2 years, Shamoli had finally come to understand their way of speaking and managed to be polite for once. Lingyanzi entered the courtyard with a raised eyebrow as he heard Shamoli's greeting. Cousin, you're unusually polite today. Shamoli chuckled awkwardly. He had only learned how to greet, but was unprepared for Lingyanzi's off-script question, which had caught him off guard and left him laughing with painful awkwardness, unsure of how to respond. As the wives and concubines dispersed, Shamoli led Lingyanzi into the courtyard where they took their seats, tea being consequently served to the 2 men. It was then that Lingyanzi spoke. Cousin, with your breakthrough to the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm, you're one step closer to reclaiming the throne in eastern Mount Yue. Congratulations are indeed in order. Shamoli chuckled awkwardly, nodding clumsily, only to see Lingyanzi wave his hand dismissively. He spoke nonchalantly. Your elder brother, Chimu, has now firmly secured the throne, rallying the tribes and factions within the state. None of your brothers have survived to challenge him. He truly enjoys his glory now. That's truly infuriating. Shamoli felt a mix of jealousy and hatred as he heard this, and could not help but curse aloud. Xiao, sipping his tea as if it were a matter of no consequence, casually revealed, "Your brother does have some foresight." As soon as he secured his position on the throne, he dispatched trading caravans laden with 5 or 6 carts of tributes, and he also arranged marriages to maintain alliances. Right now, the streets outside are bustling with people drawn to the spectacle at the town's edge. What? This statement hit Shamoli like a lightning bolt out of the blue, nearly making him jump 3 chi in the air. Now, he felt not only jealous and hateful, but also fearful and panicked. So much so that he was momentarily stupefied and left unable to speak. Shamoli was currently living a carefree life, not only surrounded by numerous wives and concubines, but also having ascended a level in strength, all thanks to the Li family. While Shamoli was not the sharpest tool in the shed, he was not completely foolish. He understood that his value lay in bringing the eastern Mount Yue under control. His brother had always been a force to be reckoned with, and was likely well aware of these dynamics. This prompted him to swiftly submit, making Shamoli feel redundant and frightened. He was so terrified that he trembled and found himself speechless. Grasping a teacup, he gulped several mouthfuls. Although Shamoli usually was not strategic, he possessed some wits when it counted, which was why he fled in haste to the Li family. He stammered nervously, "Why young master? Chimu is greedy and unloyal. He's definitely not genuinely submitting, but waiting for an opportunity to strike." Seeing how terrified he was, Lingyanzi sighed and deliberately remained silent for a while. Watching Shamoli's eyes redden, he felt it was the right moment to speak solemnly. "Rest assured, cousin. I understand. You are my true brother. How could Chimu, who murdered his brother and father, ever be genuinely submissive?" Exactly. He who kills his brother and father could never be truly submissive. Shamoli nearly applauded Lingyanzi for his spot-on analysis, which greatly relieved him. However, Lingyanzi's expression suddenly darkened and turned serious as he gritted his teeth. "But that man disguises it too well. Some elders at home actually believed him. I had to argue based on reason to prevent them from handing you over. But what?" Shamoli gasped exasperatedly, deeply moved by his cousin's staunch support and alarmed by the twist in the conversation. "It's just that your cultivation is progressing too slowly. It's causing the family to lose confidence," Lingyanzi answered after a short pause. Thump! Shamoli stood up so hastily that he broke the leg of his large wooden chair, which fell awkwardly to the ground. His face flushed with anger, he shouted loudly, "Damn it! I'm going to cultivate right now." "Wait a moment." Lingyanzi was taken aback by Shamoli's sudden and drastic reaction, pausing for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. "Are you practicing the native methods of Mount Yue?" Shamoli's face reddened with embarrassment as he nodded awkwardly and stammered, "Yes. This method is very slow to cultivate. When breaking through, it involves condensing a mere portion of unrefined qi from the sky over the course of a month and consuming it. It can't possibly be compared to the sophisticated techniques of your Eastern people." The issue of cultivation methods had been a long-standing pain for the people of Mount Yue. Any ruler who rose to prominence there and had seen the wider world would soon realize how inferior they were compared to true cultivators. A cultivator who practiced authentic techniques could easily overpower multiple Mount Yue cultivators who had ingested unrefined qi and practiced crude techniques. Even those from Mount Yue were superior in terms of cultivation realm. "I know your methods are unreliable, brother. That's why I've specifically requested our family to grant you a proper technique," Lingyanzi said as he reassured him. "What?" His words were shocking, and they overwhelmed Shamoli, causing his breathing to hasten as he struggled to maintain his composure. In a hoarse voice, he said, "Brother, such kindness I will remember forever. Please, do not offend the elders on my account." "Don't worry," Lingyanzi reassured, shaking his head as he continued. "As long as you can reach the peak of the embryonic breathing realm within a few years, I am confident that our family will bestow a proper technique upon you, one that will make you comparable to the legendary Jianixi." Overwhelmed with emotion and now with tears streaming down his face, Shamoli nodded vigorously, bowing deeply to Lingyanzi. He then made a loud declaration through his tightly gritted teeth. "No thanks needed. As long as I live, you, brother Yuan, are the king of the kings in Mount Yue." Chapter 184. Envoy from Mount Yue. In the great hall, the candlelight flickered. Li Yuanxiu stood to the side at the highest seat with an envoy from Mount Yue kneeling below him, his head pressed firmly against the ground. He spoke with respect. My humble self greets the young family head. Our king remembers the friendship between our two families and often speaks of the health of my aunt and uncle and recalls the alliance between our two families. He has sent many products from our region. Currently, the position of queen remains vacant, and the king still hopes to marry a daughter from the Li family. Li Yuanxiu stepped forward and descended 2 steps from his elevated position. The clan soldiers on both sides immediately focused their attention on this envoy from Mount Yue. Chen Donghe, who was standing below the steps, also went on high alert, ready for any sudden movements from the visitor. Our Li family is located in the east and has only heard of the upheavals in Mount Yue. Mujian's side branches have all perished without survivors. With the envoy coming from afar, can you enlighten me on this matter? Li Yuanxiu did not respond to the envoy's initial address, instead bringing up the details of the unrest in Mount Yue. This caused the envoy to stammer and sweat profusely. The current king of Mount Yue, Chimu, although following Mujian's orders to kill his brothers, had such an excuse often doubted within his own territory. Naturally, that excuse alone was not sufficient to convince Li Yuanxiu. The envoy could only shakily say, there was unrest, it resulted in the death of the previous king's heirs, and a change in kingship is inevitable. It wasn't our king's intention. He made sure to protect the mother queen, which was indeed meritorious. The mother queen naturally referred to the woman from the Li family who had been married off there. Mujian, while keeping the woman in his palace, acted cautiously, never allowing her to bear children. Her status in the palace was quite unique, and during the turmoil, forces from all sides sent protection for her immediately. Li Yuanxiu listened, but made no response. Observing the Mount Yue envoy trembling before him, he contemplated to himself quietly. Before Shamoli breaks through to the Qi cultivation realm, we should pacify Chimu to prevent him from becoming suspicious and seek help elsewhere, potentially causing trouble. Everything should remain as usual, making him feel at ease. Tributes and trade are easy to agree upon. It's just a matter of issuing another order. However, if a daughter of our clan were to marry over there, wouldn't she become a widow within a few years? There are many daughters in the minor clans right now, but several clan uncles and elders will inevitably make a fuss. The envoy from Mount Yue, not understanding the situation, thought Li Yuanxiu was angry and trembled like a leaf. His sweat was pooling on the stone floor, almost forming a small puddle. Li Yuanxiu then spoke up, breaking the silence softly. Mount Yue wishes to continue the marital alliance with our family, and we, the Li family, also agree. Matters of tributes and trade will follow the old practices. There is no need for changes. Thank you, great king. Thank you, great king. The envoy bowed deeply several times in relief, blurting out his thanks, calling Li Yuanxiu a great king. Li Yuanxiu raised his hand slightly, smiling warmly. However, our family does not have many daughters to marry off as of now. They hold significant status within the clan, so we can't simply arrange a marriage. Besides, my father is currently cultivating in seclusion. I, the young family head, am not easy to persuade like my father. There is one condition for this marital alliance with Mount Yue. Do tell, great king. The envoy quickly said, to which Li Yuanxiu, still smiling, replied. How could my family's daughter marry into the west without land to showcase her prestige? To the west of eastern Mount Yue, there are several villages. Let Chimu conquer a few villages to the west as a celebration gift for our daughter's wedding. That's caught off guard by Li Yuanxiu's demand. The Mount Yue envoy momentarily froze, knowing well that granting lands to a daughter who would wield no real power upon marrying out merely meant extra tax revenue from those lands. He could only respond. Would it be possible to grant a land or two from the various villages of eastern Mount Yue? Our king is not stingy. The region is unstable, and it might not be advisable to mobilize troops rashly. Li Yuanxiu frowned and, cutting him off mid-sentence with a commanding tone, challenged, is this truly the extent of your king's sincerity? As Mount Yue was in a position of weakness and reliant on the Li family for survival, the envoy, naturally becoming submissive, panicked under Li Yuanxiu's intimidation and started begging for mercy. This lowly one will report back to the king immediately. A response will be provided within a few days. Please, forgive me, young family head. You're dismissed. Li Yuanxiu simply waved his hand, and the envoy hurriedly retreated. Then, a clan soldier brought forward another person dressed in Mount Yue attire who kneeled and cupped his fist instead as he greeted. Young family head, what news does my clan sister bring? Li Yuanxiu asked, lifting his head. The messenger from Mount Yue then pulled a thick stack of documents from his chest pocket and replied respectfully. The Queen Mother has recorded all the arrangements Qimu made upon ascending to power, along with the distribution and locations of Mount Yue cultivators within the state here. Li Pingyi stepped forward to receive the book, and Li Yuanxiu nodded with a smile. He then said softly, Tell my clan sister when you return to first excel in her role as Queen Mother, and within these few years, we'll find a way for her to reunite with her family. Understood. The man bowed in gratitude and withdrew. Li Yuanxiu then took the stack of documents from the approaching Li Pingyi, spread them out, and began to read. He muttered to himself, 3 at the early stage of Qi cultivation realm. 1 at the mid-stage. All are cultivators with unrefined Qi. Mount Yue is indeed too weak. No wonder Qimu was able to stabilize the state in one fell swoop. He couldn't afford to wait and has come to affiliate himself. As Li Yuanxiu read on, Li Yuanjiao was already standing in the courtyard. He glanced at the Mount Yue messenger. Once the messenger had exited the courtyard, Li Yuanjiao spoke. Although our clan sister is from the minor sect, she's no easy mark. Mu Jiaomon was wary of her while alive. Yet she quickly garnered support after his death and meticulously gathered information, placing people within the trade caravans that were returning home, which is no small feat. Li Yuanxiu simply nodded, continuing to read the letter before responding. When selecting a daughter from the minor clan to go west that year, she was chosen with great care, and her entourage was loyal. When she returns, we must acknowledge her and her group's contributions. The Li family's marriages were certainly more strategic than when Mu Yalu had come over alone in her time. Not only could the clan daughter return home annually, but she could also bring many loyal attendants along with her. After listening to his brother's explanation, Li Yuanjiao nodded in agreement. Brother, Shamoli has already broken through the 5th stage of embryonic breathing realm and has been persuaded by me to go into seclusion. The spirit fruits have also been delivered to him. With these aids, he should attempt to break through the Qi cultivation realm within 2 years. Good. Li Yuanxiu commended as he nodded. He pondered for a moment, then softly added, I'll also personally go up the mountain to make sure that our family is prepared with a portion of unrefined Qi. Chapter 185. Envoy from Mount Yue 2. Li Yuanjiao chuckled softly and responded, From what I managed to listen to outside, brother, your method is indeed effective. No matter whether the new king of Mount Yue takes 1 or 2 towns in the west, in the end, it will still belong to our Li family. Li Yuanxiu's face, which bore a resemblance to Li Yuanjiao's, but with a more relaxed and casual expression, curved into a smile. He glanced at his brother below and replied, We both know the family strategies. It's merely closing a loop. With Mount Wu sealed off, the villages of Mount Yue to the west have lost their backing. According to the reports, Qimu also harbors ambitions to expand westward. I'm merely giving him reasons to act. When he conquers more villages for our family, his troops will also suffer from the strain and commit atrocities. It will be more legitimate for Shamoli to replace him then. You always think things through so thoroughly. Li Yuanjiao praised with a smile of awe. Li Yuanxiu waved his hand and replied, It's a small move that doesn't greatly impact the overall situation, but it'll make subsequent plans run more smoothly. As for the clan daughter to be married off, brother, whom do you plan to send? Li Yuanjiao asked. Li Yuanxiu shifted his gaze from the letter, and his voice was soft when he replied, Nobody. Li Yuanjiao was momentarily stunned, then quickly grasped his brother's intention, murmuring, Brother, I understand your care for our clan's people, but will this really work? Li Yuanxiu smiled and nodded, explaining, We'll find a respectable family in the town that's willing to provide a daughter. We will then train her up and send her over. Whether Qimu realizes it or not, he'll have to pinch his nose and accept her. Would he dare complain? Once we control eastern Mount Yue, we can bring her back, and she'll have earned the status of a branch family. Surely, many families will be willing to volunteer themselves then. Li Yuanjiao lowered his eyes slightly. His care for his clan members was based on affection rather than bloodline, and he was inclined to truly send a clan daughter to appease Qimu, even if there was a slight chance of causing a disturbance. However, since Li Yuanxiu had spoken thus, he could only nod in agreement. He replied solemnly, As long as you are confident about this, brother. Li Yuanxiu looked at him, catching wind of the disagreement in his mind. Setting aside what he was holding, he then said gently, Chimu is requesting a daughter from the minor sect. There are 5 bloodlines within the minor sect, which have been separated since our great-grandfather's time. The elders from families are very old and usually silent, yet their feelings must be considered. These people are closely related to us and are instrumental in managing our household affairs. Several of the elders have the ear of our father and granduncle. If we were really to marry off a clan daughter indiscriminately, the clan's elders would have significant objections. Remember, harmony within the family is paramount. Li Yuanjiao scoffed at this. Who cares what they think? They're just ordinary people. Jiao. Li Yuanxiu shook his head, saying in a stern voice, the reason our family stays closely knit is firstly due to the orderly transmission of our cultivation techniques, and secondly, because of the humility and respect within our ranks, from honoring the elderly to cherishing the young. If these principles collapse, what follows will be endless bloody strife and a disordered, fragmented clan, rendering the intelligence of future generations useless. We are the role models for the younger generations. They will remember how you act today. Don't underestimate those noisy elders. They may seem to fuss over securing advantages for their descendants, but they understand the gravity of major right and wrong. They restrain their descendants from disgraceful acts, contributing significantly to the stability ensured by the clan affairs courtyard. Li Yuanxiu stared into his brother's eyes, explaining, if these elders see their children committing acts that disgrace the family, they would even hobble over to the clan affairs courtyard with their canes to report it. They understand the importance of the family's reputation and deeply wish for its prosperity. Moreover, for the sake of the family, Uncle Qiuyang and several cultivators from the minor sect have been diligently supporting us. If you marry off their children like this today and annihilate Chimu tomorrow, it will dishearten these people. Li Yuanjiao opened his mouth, not expecting Li Yuanxiu to have thought so deeply. His view of those nagging elders improved significantly, and he nodded, murmuring, I see. Thank you for enlightening me, brother. Li Yuanxiu nodded approvingly, continuing, in the past, it was natural to be cautious of those from the minor sects when our main family lacked capable cultivators. Now that our main family is thriving, with our granduncle's swordsmanship unmatched on the lake, these minor sects and branches are invaluable aids in managing our affairs. The approach should be to embrace and favor them, treating them as our own. Li Yuanjiao nodded in agreement. The brothers exchanged a smile and a few more pleasantries before Li Yuanxiu chuckled and revealed, I've now broken through to the 2nd stage of the embryonic breathing realm. Really? Li Yuanxiu had started cultivating earlier than Li Yuanjiao, who had rapidly advanced through the profound scenery stage thanks to a talisman seed, and had broken through to the 2nd stage of the embryonic breathing realm a few months earlier. Li Yuanxiu, catching up a few months later, also had a commendable pace. Why would I even lie about that? Li Yuanjiao laughed. Li Yuanxiu calculated the time and spoke, somewhat concerned. As the day of the sacrifice ritual approaches, with several elders still in seclusion aiming for breakthroughs and no sacrificial offerings prepared, I've already made arrangements. But I fear if the elders don't emerge soon, we might miss the deadline. At the cave dwelling on Meiche Peak, there were 3 stone chambers where Li Tongya, Li Xianxian, and Li Xianfeng each resided in seclusion. Li Xianling, however, meditated in the great hall, having sat cross-legged on a straw mat throughout the night. The main door of the cave trembled slightly, and 2 clan soldiers stepped aside as a woman dressed in a white robe entered. She had a dignified appearance and smiled gently at him. My dear, Lu Wanrong said, now at the 3rd stage of the embryonic breathing realm in her cultivation, considered quite capable among the external clan cultivators. With a warm smile, she approached him, holding a bamboo-woven food basket which she placed on the stone table. Li Xianling spoke softly upon seeing this. They could have brought it up. You didn't need to trouble yourself by coming all the way here. Cultivators at the first 4 stages of the embryonic breathing realm exhibit vigorous blood qi and consume large amounts of food. Once they break through the crucial jade capital stage and transcend the mortal realm, their need for food drastically reduces. Upon reaching the qi cultivation realm and being blessed with the longevity of a deity, they sustain themselves on air and dew, needing only to drink clean water. If they eat at all, it must be spirit meat or spirit rice, as secular food could hinder their cultivation progress. Li Xianling, at the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm and a step or two from the Qi cultivation realm, still required regular meals, roughly once every day or two. Now that his household was prosperous, he no longer consumed ordinary grain but spirit rice and demon beast meat instead. Lu Wanrong opened the food basket and retrieved 2 tiers, one containing steamed, pristine spirit rice, and the other several slices of tender, red demon meat. Li Xianling took the jade chopsticks from his wife and ate slowly, chewing thoughtfully. After he was done, Lu Wanrong handed him some tea, which he accepted gracefully. She spoke softly. Yuan hasn't come down from the mountain for over a year, and I'm really worried about him. He's very proud at heart, and despite the setback, he won't share his troubles with us. Li Xuanling's expression became pained and slightly guilty as he responded to his wife's concerns. I'm aware of that. Chapter 186. Preparing for the sacrifice. Li Xianling set down his chopsticks, his expression turning somewhat despondent. After a long pause, he said, "What else can we do?" Yuan finds solace in the company of Sister Jingtian as they share similar fates. If he wishes to stay on the mountain and read, let him. We can't possibly ask him to come down. That'd only hurt him more. Lu Wanrong sighed softly. It would be best if she's willing to teach him. I initially thought about having him come down the mountain to manage some worldly affairs to distract him, as that might ease his melancholy over time. Having seen many such kinsfolk without spiritual orifice in her youth, Lu Wanrong was experienced in dealing with such situations. She had come to make this suggestion, but knowing that staying with Li Jingtian was preferable to coming down the mountain, she changed the subject. Qinghong loves to train with a spear, but we lack a proper master at home. Now that she has reached the 2nd stage of the embryonic breathing realm, not even the skilled mortals below can match her. My dear, could you possibly find a good teacher for her? I'll keep it in mind and ask my father when I get the chance, Li Xianling replied as he nodded in agreement. As the couple shared an intimate moment together, the stone door beside them creaked. Some dust flew up as it moved aside to reveal a young man carrying a golden longbow who stepped out. Seeing the couple, he raised an eyebrow and greeted them. Brotherling, sister-in-law. Greetings, elder brother. They both replied as they stood up. Li Xianfeng nodded, his demeanor fairly relaxed as he said, I've just broken through to the 4th heavenly layer of Qi cultivation realm. With the day of the ritual approaching, I decided to step out for some fresh air. Li Xianling breathed a sigh of relief. We still haven't secured a demon beast for the sacrifice. With father deep in his breakthrough, I dare not disturb him. I'm glad you're out now. Yuanxiu was just about to knock on your door. Placing his golden age longbow on the ground, causing a gust of air to burst forth, Li Xianfeng joined Li Xianling at the table as the latter recounted the happenings of recent years. After listening, Li Xianfeng responded, It's fortunate that all is well. Once Shamoli achieves the Qi cultivation realm, second uncle won't need to be troubled. With my bow alone, not a single Qi cultivator from Mount Yue will escape. Li Xianling smiled and nodded, adding, We still haven't gathered the unrefined Qi needed for Shamoli's cultivation. I've asked Donghe to keep an eye out for it. Not having broken through to Qi cultivation realm myself, I'm unsure if we'll manage in time. No matter. Now that I am out, I can simply collect it during thunderstorms. After all, it's just unrefined Qi and doesn't require much effort, Li Xianfeng said as he reassured him. By the time he finished speaking, Lu Wanrong had prepared some tea and had served it in 2 jade cups for the men. Li Xianfeng took a sip and asked with a smile, How is Yuanxiu managing the household? Li Xianling set down his jade cup, his expression filled with satisfaction as he spoke softly. He handles it skillfully, managing to sway all branches of the family. Even those elders who are a constant headache for Xianxian have come to praise him to me. He skillfully balances severity and gentleness, fosters closeness among the major and minor branches, and has incited such competition among the external cultivators that their age-old silent agreements have collapsed overnight. This boy manages our household better than either of us ever did. Li Xianfeng was momentarily stunned by Li Xuanling's high praise, then slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Really? He was such a quiet kid. I never imagined he'd be so capable. Li Xianling beamed as he spoke of Li Yuanxiu. Xiu'er is subtly brilliant. His unassuming appearance often makes people underestimate him, only to find themselves ensnared in his schemes before they realize it. Xiao'er, on the contrary, projects bravery and resolution from the outset. Both brothers are formidable in their own right. Ha ha ha. After years of separation, Li Xianfeng and Li Xianling conversed a while longer before a brief silence fell between them. Li Xianfeng reached for his long bow and excused himself with a smile, saying, "I'll go settle the matter regarding the sacrificial beast. The sooner we address the issue, the fewer worries we'll have." After bidding farewell, he flew out of the cave dwelling and into the mountains. Watching Li Xianfeng disappear into the distance, Lu Wanrong murmured, "My brother-in-law is nearly 30 and still hasn't married or had children. It's becoming an issue." Lu Wanrong had only met Li Xianfeng a few times and hence did not share a strong bond with her husband's brother. Despite her comment, she felt somewhat relieved deep down. After all, the more children there were in the family, the less attention would be given to her own daughter, Qinghong. Still, as a sister-in-law, it was proper to show concern. Indeed, Li Xianling agreed, showing genuine concern. He then continued, "But that incident was a hard blow to him. I fear he has little inclination to think of marriage right now. We won't be able to persuade him. Only father can." Li Xianfeng soared into the air, following the route he had once taken with Li Tongya when they had ambushed the two individuals from Changshao Gate. After the time taken to burn a stick of incense, he finally landed under a large banyan tree with white leaves. A large fox was busily digging at something by the tree roots, surrounded by various other foxes that were hopping around. The little ones were unafraid of Li Xianfeng, even sniffing curiously around his feet. "Greetings, senior," Li Xianfeng called out, cupping his fist respectfully. The fox paused in surprise before anxiously asking, "Where's Li Tongya? Why are you here instead? Surely he hasn't died out there, has he?" "The elder is currently in seclusion focusing on his breakthrough, so he sent me here instead," Li Xianfeng replied reassuringly. The fox then stood upright, exclaiming nervously, "Is he attempting to attain the Foundation Establishment realm? That's a life-and-death trial. My second uncle is now at the 8th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. His seclusion is not for attaining the Foundation Establishment realm," Li Xianfeng clarified. The fox calmed down upon hearing this, saying, "Humans really cultivate fast. It takes you just a few years to break through a heavenly layer. Soon, he'll surpass me." After a glance at Li Xianfeng, the fox said mysteriously, "I heard from the great demons of my clan that the ruler of Mount Yue is about to die of old age. Are you aware of this? Your home borders the mountain region. You should be prepared." Li Xianfeng appreciated the fox's concern for Li Tongya and its prompt advice for the Li family. He thought to himself, "It's funny how the demons of this world often seem more sincere than humans." Thinking this, Li Xianfeng responded aloud, "Thank you for the warning, senior. My family is already aware of it." "Good to know." The fox huffed, seemingly frustrated at not eliciting a more dramatic reaction from Li Xianfeng, which seemed to itch its need to share gossip. Laying down on the ground, the fox then decided to pry further. "What brings you here?" "I seek to capture a couple of demon beasts. Do you have any advice for me, senior?" Li Xianfeng asked, making the intention of his visit known. The fox accepted the spirit patties from Li Xianfeng and smiled, revealing the locations of several demon beasts. As Li Xianfeng flew away, the fox stuffed its mouth with the patties while wagging its tail and chittering to itself happily. "That's a nice golden bough." Li Xianfeng flew for an hour and came upon a hill shrouded in mist, dotted with fruit trees. Deer and horned horses roamed among them. He peered closely, searching for the creatures he sought. The fox mentioned a pack of hyenas here, with 2 at the Qi cultivation realm, but I see nothing, not even a trace of demonic Qi. They hide well. Li Xianfeng observed for a while longer and finally spotted a gray hyena sitting on a large rock. It seemed to have attained the 3rd stage of the embryonic breathing realm, with robust hind legs and weaker front limbs. Sitting like a child on the rock, it watched the deer below. At first glance, it looked like a child in a gray fur coat. "Is it hurting?" Li Xianfeng wondered to himself. Chapter 187, The Hyena Demon. Li Xianfeng watched in amazement as the hyena occasionally howled loudly, commanding the other hyenas to drive the deer to another lush grazing area. Once the deer had nearly finished grazing, they were herded back into the forest. Li Xianfeng, who had hunted many demons in the mountains for years, had never seen such a phenomenon and patiently waited the entire afternoon. As the sun set and everything was eventually basked in its orange glow, the hyena finally selected a few deer and awkwardly led them deeper into the forest, using its forelimbs like arms, staggering oddly on 2 legs. Despite its ineptitude, the gray-haired hyena stumbled a few times after just a few steps. getting so frustrated that it threw down the rope and howled angrily before switching to running on all fours, guiding the rope with its mouth. Li Xianfeng, using a stealth spell, followed the hyena closely as it navigated through the woods to a large rock face covered in green vines. It had a large cave entrance where Light and two other hyenas could be seen sleeping at the entrance. The gray hyena howled once before awkwardly entering. The other two hyenas, merely at the second and third stage of the embryonic breathing realm, did not challenge Li Xianfeng as he confidently passed by them. Soon, he could hear the crackling of fire and the noisy chattering from within. Yip yip ha ha. Inside, it sounded like a group of playful children, noisy and lively with intermingling sharp cackles, robust laughs, and occasional murmurs and giggles. The voices echoed erratically throughout the cave. The dim, reddish light of the fire cast bizarre, twisting shadows on the cave walls, resembling a chaotic dance of demons. Amidst the laughter were intermittent cries of deer, creating an eerie atmosphere. Having heard the fox describe the hyena's laughter as childlike and unsettling, Li Xianfeng was now fully witnessing it. Knowing that there were Qi cultivation realm demons inside, he dared not probe with his spiritual sense, fearing that he might alert them of his presence. He lingered at the cave entrance, pondering, the narrow confines of the cave are ill-suited for bow combat. I need to find a way to lure them out. Thus, he retreated a few miles and pondered for a moment before settling around the forest perimeter. With a flick of his fingers, he conjured a flame with his mana and moved it closer to a large locust tree, which instantly crackled as the fire climbed its branches. In mere moments, the entire tree was aflame. The night wind was favorable, sparing Li Xianfeng the effort of conjuring a windstorm with his mana. He then flew a few miles away and waited patiently. As expected, a pack of hyenas soon arrived, frantically circling the growing wildfire and howling. These hyenas, merely minor demons at the embryonic breathing realm, were naturally powerless against the flames. After about the time it took a stick of incense to burn, 2 gusts of demonic wind finally arrived, summoning rain from above using their mana. These 2 Qi cultivation realm hyenas appeared to lack any sophisticated lineage and were unfamiliar with techniques like cloud manipulation. They merely used their mana to mobilize the moisture in the air. Given the recent damp weather and abundant nighttime humidity, the fire gradually diminished. Li Xianfeng did not attack immediately, but waited quietly from a distance. Firstly, to let the 2 demons deplete some of their mana, and secondly, there were many other great demons in Mount Yue. If the fire escalated, it could attract countless other demons, creating unnecessary trouble for him. Once the flames had mostly subsided, Li Xianfeng drew his bow and nocked an arrow. The bowstring shimmered in bright gold before he released the arrow, sending it speeding directly toward the back of one of the demons. The demon, who was patrolling the forest atop the wind, was caught off guard by the arrow flying toward it. Its fur bristled in alarm, and it barely managed to conjure a grayish-black demonic shield in a desperate attempt to block the incoming attack, all while letting out a loud screech. However, the demonic shield shattered like thin paper in the face of the golden arrow. The Qi cultivation realm hyena was pinned to the ground like a regular hyena, wailing pitifully. This one's a bit weak. I shouldn't kill it with a single arrow, Li Xianfeng remarked from a distance. Unable to accurately judge the opponent's cultivation with his spiritual sense due to the distance, Li Xianfeng pinned it down with 1 arrow. The astral qi had already begun to spread within the demon's body, potentially killing it instantly. Li Xianfeng quickly aimed to attack the other hyena, but unexpectedly, the hyena was quick to react and bold enough to rush toward him, exhaling a black breath toward his face. Li Xianfeng raised his bow to shield himself, and the hyena, with its 4th heavenly layer of Qi cultivation realm and apparently experienced in killing, knew of the frailty of cultivators' bodies. It swiped its claw towards his bow while continuously exhaling black breath. Clang! The hyena had dreadfully underestimated his opponent. Li Xuanfeng's bow was both heavy and hard, deflecting the claw with a metallic clang. Taking no chances, Li Xianfeng concentrated his mana to block the deadly breath of the hyena, creating a dazzling display of mana light. The demon, unwilling to show weakness, attacked with its black claws, each strike heavy and powerful. Fortunately, Li Xianfeng, having received the talisman, was as strong as a demon. The battle raged on fiercely and with great intensity. With most of his cultivation invested in his bow, Li Xuanfeng's strength was significantly reduced when the demon got close. The cunning creature clung tightly to him, refusing to allow any distance between them, forcing the two into a stalemate. After a dozen moves in a tense standoff in the air, Li Xianfeng spotted an opening. With a swift motion, he slapped his storage pouch, causing 2 yellow talismans to fly out. They transformed into streams of fire, effectively blocking the demon's spells and providing him with momentary respite. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xianfeng retreated a few steps, drew his bowstring, and unleashed a radiant golden light toward the hyena's face. The hyena demon shifted several times in the air, attempting to evade the relentless onslaught of the golden light, but to no avail. With no other option, it mustered a robust mana shield, summoning its courage to endure the powerful blast of golden light. The astral chi exploded against the hyena demon's mana, disrupting its flow and creating an opening. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xianfeng stepped back, each retreat accompanied by the release of an arrow. With each shot, he widened the gap between them, relentlessly bombarding the hyena demon with waves of golden light. Within just a dozen breaths, Li Xianfeng had released 5 arrows. Feeling overwhelmed, the hyena demon spewed a jet of black air aimed toward Li Xianfeng before darting into the forest like a shooting star, hoping to utilize the cover of night and the dense woods to evade Li Xuanfeng's relentless barrage of arrows. What a fool! Li Xianfeng sneered coldly. With determination, he pulled an ebony arrow from his quiver, swiftly knocking it to his bow. Through the dense canopy of treetops, he fixed his gaze on the fleeing figure. Though the distance was too great for his spiritual sense to accurately lock onto his target, the demon was affected by his astral chi, thereby granting Li Xianfeng a faint sense of its position. As the golden arrow accumulated power, it subtly adjusted its trajectory to match the movement of its target. With great precision, Li Xianfeng gently released his hold, allowing the arrow to streak across the night sky before striking the ground with unerring accuracy. The demon bristled in panic and frantically scratched at the ground, attempting to dig a hole where it could hide. Its efforts were futile, however, as it was too slow to evade the incoming attack. The first arrow pierced through its flank, causing the demon to cry out in agony. Before it could gather its wits, a second arrow found its mark, leaving the creature gasping for breath as it collapsed to the ground in defeat. Despite the creature's futile resistance, spitting intermittent bursts of black air, he used his mana to lift it effortlessly. With precision, Li Xianfeng injected a stream of true essence into the creature's body, effectively sealing its cultivation. He picked up the subdued demon hurriedly and rode the wind once more to land beside the weaker demon he had already subdued earlier. The weaker hyena demon was already struggling to breathe and gasping for air. It seemed to have only recently broken through to the chi cultivation realm. A group of embryonic breathing realm hyena demons surrounded it, wailing softly. Upon seeing Li Xianfeng land nearby, they scattered like leaves in the wind. Li Xianfeng quickly worked his mana to sustain its life. He removed the ebony arrows from both demons and carefully treated their wound before taking to the air with his trusty bow slung over his back. He then headed home with both demons in each of his hands. Chapter 188. Yuan Xiao's Ritual. Report. A clan soldier rushed into the courtyard and entered the rear hall, announcing his arrival at the door before kneeling down in a panic. Come in. A youthful voice, clear and slightly high-pitched, characteristic of his age, came from inside the hall. The soldier entered the rear hall and presented a small letter to Li Pingyi, who approached him. His voice was solemn when he spoke. Report from Jingyang Town. Li Yuanxiu read the letter and muttered. The fourth son of the Tian family and a male member of the Lu family got into a fight on the streets of Jingyang Town, knocking out 3 of the Lu family members' teeth. Incensed, the Lu family sent a letter overnight to my aunt, seeking justice. Li Yuanxiu was amused by the letter. Granduncle Li Tongya's wife was from the Lu family, which afforded the Lu family a certain status among the towns. Although the Tian family lacked powerful backers, several of its members held significant power, leading to endless disputes between the two families that had now escalated to Lu Rochuan. Li Yuanxiu could not help but comment. They couldn't even handle such a trivial matter and decided to escalate a report. Should we arrest the culprit? Li Pingyi asked. No need. Li Yuanxiu responded softly, his voice low. He held a slight disdain for the Lu family's manager. He could have stopped the report, but chose not to intervene due to respect for his elders. Soon after, another clan soldier entered the courtyard. Without looking up, Li Yuanxiu inquired, "What was my aunt's reaction?" The soldier was momentarily stunned, not expecting Li Yuanxiu to predict his news. Swallowing the long speech he had prepared, he responded succinctly. The person from the Liu family delivered the letter, but she only read it without responding. Li Yuanxiu simply nodded and pondered over the letter in front of him for a few moments. He then lifted his brush and wrote, "Read." Before continuing, assign the guy from the Tian family to the ebony mine for a 3-year term. Liu Rochuan's response to receiving the letter was not to sternly reprimand her people for stirring up trouble, but rather to remain silent. Realizing that his aunt was somewhat dissatisfied with the Tian family's actions, yet refrained from acting due to her past relationship with his third aunt, Tian Yuan, Li Yuanxiu decided to tactfully administer a mild punishment to the Tian family. He then instructed Li Pingyi, send a younger family member to reprimand the Liu family's manager. How dare they escalate such embarrassing minor issues to the elders? They lack discretion. Understood, Li Pingyi responded quietly. Suddenly, he perked up his ears. Li Yuanxiu also sensed that something was amiss and looked toward the courtyard. Clang, clang. The sound of weapons hitting the ground echoed as the clan soldiers outside all bowed their heads and kneeled, laying their weapons on the ground. Through the open courtyard gate, a robust figure swiftly emerged. Beneath his long eyebrows were a pair of calm eyes. A man, carrying an impressively large, beak-nosed canine that was still squeaking, entered the courtyard nonchalantly. He had a gold bow ornately carved with patterns slung on his back, and he smiled as he looked at Li Yuanxiu seated at the head of the hall. The old guards in the rear hall were all familiar with this person, so they instantly kneeled and laid down their weapons as a gesture of respect. Although Li Pingyi did not recognize the man, the sight of the iconic golden bow startled him, prompting him to kneel on one knee and bow his head as well. "Welcome, clan uncle." Li Yuanxiu quickly set down his writing brush and hurried forward, cupping his fist respectfully. "Greetings, uncle." "Ha!" Li Xianfeng let the two demon beasts drop to the ground with a thud and laughed heartily. He scrutinized Li Yuanxiu, noting, "It's been years, and you're all grown up already. Xianling told me you were modest, but I see you are handsome and wise, not just bright inside." Very good indeed." Li Yuanxiu chuckled softly and replied, "The family still depends on the elders. My little cleverness is nothing special. I'm just managing the family's various branches as my duty." Li Xianfeng waved his hand, gesturing toward the two hyenas on the ground, explaining, "The sacrifice is nearing, and these two beasts I've captured are for that. I've sealed their powers. You should prepare for the sacrifice. It's likely that your second uncle and your father won't be able to attend due to their training in seclusion. Arrange everything properly. The household affairs are now in your hands." "Understood," Li Yuanxiu replied as he nodded seriously. Li Xianfeng then inquired about Li Yuanxiu's progress in cultivation. After making sure that the young one had no questions regarding his training, Li Xianfeng flew out of the courtyard. Watching Li Xianfeng leave with envy, Li Pingyi remarked, "With clan uncle out of seclusion, the family's upcoming sacrificial ritual should proceed smoothly now." Li Yuanxiu agreed with a relieved smile. "Indeed. Summon the family elders. We need to consult them about the rituals. We can hold the ceremony at the end of the year." Winter snow arrived on schedule, thoroughly icing over the shores of the lake. Every household lit lamps at the foot of the mountain according to the age-old tradition. Children worshipped the moon and frolicked before the lights, their laughter carrying far into the distance. Li Yuanxiu consulted with the family elders and finalized the preparations for the sacrifice. The street market surged with people who craned their necks at the stone altar, whispering among themselves as they gazed at the two massive hyena demons strapped in place. Lu Jiangxian's divine sense emerged from the mirror, observing the noisy scene below the mountain. Streams of pale golden incense flowed out, swirling like threads of gold, all converging on his mirror's surface. Time flies. 3 to 5 years pass in the blink of an eye. "Is this what they call the seed of longevity?" he mumbled. Lu Jiangxian, having spent nearly 50 years on the mountain, had watched Li Tongyao evolve from a mortal to a Qi cultivator. He had also seen Li Xinxian grow from a naive child into the head of a family, witnessed elders pass away, and children born. A multitude of emotions welled within him. Time flowed as usual within the mirror. Over the past decades, Lu Jiangxian had focused solely on studying shamanic spells within the mirror, deepening his understanding of the craft. The curses and spells he had developed were now potent enough to easily kill a Qi cultivator. They are here. In the town center of Lijiang, the stone platform was filled with people prostrating themselves. The sacrificial stone knife penetrated the skulls and brains of the two hyena demons. A robust flow of blood qi and essence qi rose, mingling with the pervasive incense before pouring into the mirror. The Li family of Lijiang offers respect along with fine delicacies and wine with unwavering devotion year upon year. Through the smoke of our offerings and the blood of our sacrifice, we call upon the gods, seeking their blessings. Lu Jiangxian stood atop the mountain within the mirror's world, a wisp of gray talisman qi appearing in his hand. Observing the changes in the talisman qi, he pondered for a moment before picking up a jade pot from the table, dividing half of the talisman qi for future study. His divine sense circled a few of the younger generation of the Li family below, musing to himself, "Talisman qi is precious indeed, but to me, it costs nothing. However, if granted too freely, it loses its value and significance." Looking at the people below, Lu Jiangxian planned his actions carefully. From now on, each generation should only receive 1 or 2 talisman qi. It's better to focus on quality. The excess talisman qi could be condensed into talisman pills or stored for later use. As for today's sacrifice, each person should only receive 1 talisman qi. If given now, it would only be a gray talisman of qi cultivation realm, which isn't much. It's worth the wait though. Once Li Tongya achieves the foundation establishment realm and secures a demon beast of that realm, I will bestow white talisman qi of the foundation establishment realm to the generation of Yuan and Qing in the Li family. With his mind made up, Lu Jiangxian activated the mirror, condensing half of the talisman qi into talisman pills. In the stone chamber on the mountain, the bluish-gray mirror radiated a bright white light, calmly floating up and releasing 6 intricately patterned talisman pills. Chapter 189, The Concerns of Shamoli. Li Yuanxiu wiped his hands that were stained with the blood of the demon beasts and slowly descended from the altar. His uncle, Li Xianfeng, had already inquired about the situation and, after confirming that no one had received a talisman, had departed on the wind, leaving the younger generation behind to handle the aftermath. With the sacrificial ritual completed, Li Xianling took a talisman pill and retreated to the mountains to cultivate in seclusion. Having been at the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm for several years, he planned to use the power of the talisman pill to break through to the 6th stage. Touching the jade bottle in his pocket, Li Yuanxiu knew it contained a portion of unrefined qi. Chen Donghe had been collecting it for 2 years, and after Li Xianfeng emerged from seclusion, he and Chen Donghe had vigorously completed the collection over the past few months, specifically preparing it for Shamoli. He glanced at Li Yuanxiao, who was engrossed in his own thoughts. He handed him the jade bottle, whispering, "The family's unrefined qi is ready. You should go up the mountain to fetch the purple thunder secret origin technique. Make sure you make the necessary adjustments to the beginning and the end of the content before taking it to Shamoli for his cultivation." Understood. Li Yuanxiao accepted the jade bottle with a curt nod. Perhaps feeling a bit down for not receiving a talisman this year, he took the bottle and tucked it into his chest pocket, murmuring, "Why did we not receive a talisman this year? Our father's generation used to get one, so why not us?" Well, at that, Li Yuanxiu smiled softly and ruffled his hair, responding, "Don't overthink it. If it did not happen this time, there's always a next time. We're only in our teens, there's no need to rush. Look at Qinghong. She did not receive a talisman either, yet she remains happy, training with her spear. She's just too carefree." Li Yuanxiao laughed as he thought of Li Qinghong's cheerful demeanor. His spirits visibly lifted, but he had not expected a playful slap on his back, causing him to stagger. Turning around, he saw Li Qinghong with a smirk, holding a wooden spear, as usual. She teased with a smile, "I could hear you gossiping about me from afar, Brother Jiao." Humph. Li Qinghong was a favorite among the family elders, and Li Yuanxiao, wary of her complaints, chose not to argue and turned back, only to see Li Yuanyun holding back laughter, thoroughly amused by the scene. "Brother Yun, what's so funny?" Li Yuanxiao grumbled. Li Yuanxiu finally could not hold back his laughter. He bent down to scoop both Li Yuanyun and Li Qinghong into his arms, balanced one in each, and smiled warmly. "I find it funny too. Brother." Li Yuanxiao was also laughing now, but he quickly straightened up and became serious again, shedding his childish demeanor as he spoke. I have heard that absorbing unrefined qi is much easier than pure spiritual qi from the heaven and earth. It probably won't take long for you to need to mobilize troops and get ready. Of course, Yuan nodded and smiled. Currently, our standing army numbers are over 5,000. With just one command from me, we can mobilize over 10,000 troops. If Uncle takes care of the Qi cultivators of Mount Yue, it won't take longer than 3 days before the entire eastern Mount Yue is under our control. Yuan, having read for several years, could not help but feel excited by these words, sensing the thrill of witnessing history. Yu and Xiao nodded in agreement, and they walked down the street together, observing the clan soldiers who stepped aside with a slight smile playing on their lips. Brother Shamoli, I have brought the items for you. Yu and Xiao held a jade slip in his hand, knocking on the stone door. After a moment, the door slid open loudly and Shamoli emerged, his beard unkempt, his expression full of anticipation. He stammered, Brother, did you manage to obtain the technique and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth? Yu and Xiao saw that Shamoli had made progress in his cultivation over the past few days and had not wasted time. He nodded in affirmation and replied, Yes. Overjoyed, Shamoli took the jade slip and jade bottle from Yu and Xiao's hands, continuously expressing his gratitude. Patting Shamoli on the shoulder, Yu and Xiao pulled out 2 more jade bottles from his chest pocket and explained, I have also obtained 2 pills for you. One is called the Snake Essence Pill, which is used for breaking through to the Qi cultivation realm. Shamoli took the jade bottle from Yu and Xiao, and upon channeling his spiritual sense into it, indeed found a white round pill inside it. Yu and Xiao continued, The second one is a unique pill of our Easterners, called Moonlight Pill. Take it immediately to break through to the 6th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. The pill Yu and Xiao brought was in fact a talisman pill, but fearing that Shamoli might inadvertently cause trouble if he knew its true nature, he had not revealed its real name, and instead had made up a name for it. Shamoli, upon receiving the bottle and seeing a white pill covered in intricate patterns, felt it was even more precious than the snake essence pill, and said hurriedly, This is too valuable. How can I possibly accept it? After all the trouble I have caused you, I can't possibly accept such a great favor from you. Enough of that. Time is of the essence. Yu and Xiao said as he cut him off with this reminder. He instructed Shamoli to take a spiritual oath to never reveal anything about the pill or the technique before cupping his fist to him and leaving. Shamoli courteously saw him off, then turned back with renewed vigor as he entered the secret chamber happily. He carefully placed the jade slip on his left and the jade bottle on his right, then gazed at the 2 items on the ground in a daze. A sudden change from elation to a mix of guilt and fear overwhelmed him, coming so swiftly that it made his head spin. He understood all too well that opening the coveted jade slip and consuming the spiritual qi that he received without lifting his finger could grant him a lifespan of 200 years as a qi cultivator, and the kingship he had dreamt of for over 20 years would be within easy reach. Yet, Shamoli also recognized that by doing so, he would lead the foreign army across the soil of his homeland, subjugating hundreds of thousands of his people in body and spirit. Eastern Mount Yue would be reduced to nothing more than a name. The entire nation, from the court to the common people, would depend on the whim of the Easterners. His elder brother, who had always been superior to him, would also be executed, leaving him, a mediocre man, to rule Eastern Mount Yue. Is it worth it? That is the lifetime effort of my father. Shamoli could almost see his stern father standing coldly before him. Suddenly, the reachable throne and spiritual qi lost their allure. He wavered for a moment and then, frightened by his own hesitation, began to tremble. Shamoli did not dare contemplate how the Li family might deal with him, aware that the family had qi cultivators in its late stage, likely observing him from the sky at that very moment. Even if he were to achieve the qi cultivation realm and attempt to flee, he could not possibly escape far. Father, I'm afraid of death. Who isn't? If I weren't so afraid of dying, I would have faced execution in the palace long ago instead of fleeing to the eastern lands. I really don't want to die. Shamoli cried out as he slowly closed his eyes, recalling how his father, Mujian, had consolidated his territory in the months following the death of Jianixi, using numerous underhanded methods and killing many of their own people in the process. And yet now here he was, weakly submitting to the Easterners. With tears, he sneered to embolden himself, his eyes fiercely wide open as he muttered, "How can I say no? This is what you taught me, father." He picked up the jade slip from the ground, sat up, and began reading intently. In a guilty tone, he whispered, Chimu does not understand the vast ambitions of the Easterners. He will eventually end up delivering Eastern Mount Yue into their hands. Only I can save it. Father, only I can preserve Eastern Mount Yue. His eyes became resolute as he found justifications for his actions, casting aside all his feelings of burden and guilt. Shamoli bowed his head, ground his teeth, and wiped his tears as he continued to immerse himself in the jade slip, gradually stabilizing his emotions. Chapter 190, Su Gongming. It's really damn cold, the old man grumbled as the harsh winter wind lingered over the lake for months. The weather had slightly warmed in spring, but it was as cold as the winters of previous years. The young plants stuck in the soil withered and turned yellow. Not a single one survived. When the chill finally receded, summer warmed up only briefly before plunging back into a bone-chilling fall. That year, the fields yielded no crops, and the farmers, swallowing their pride, set down their hoes to forage in the mountains for food. Old Master Su sat in front of his house, shivering as he rubbed his hands together in the cold wind, calculating whether his family's remaining grain would last until next year. Since his father, Su San, had passed away, he had been managing the household for over a decade and had become quite adept at it. The Su family was one of the larger families in the town, although far scruffier compared to the Tian and Lu families. They had never managed a town during the era when the Li family rose to power and had naturally declined over the years. While the number of their family members had swollen thanks to the Li family's exploitations of Mount Yue and absorbing refugees from the east, the family had not progressed, merely surviving year after year without any improvement. Old Master Su got up and strolled around the yard. After counting the grain left from the previous year, his courtyard door was knocked on twice. Who is it? Uncle, it's me, Gongming. The gate creaked open, and a young man entered. Old Master Su stroked his beard and called out, Gongming, come inside and sit. As Su Gongming entered the courtyard, he immediately said, Uncle, have you heard? The main family is preparing to fight Mount Yue, and they are recruiting soldiers in town. There has been drumming for many days. I want to join the army. My parents, being farmers, are undecided, so they asked me to consult with you. After Su San's death, the Su family split, and each branch developed separately in town. As the eldest and somewhat educated, Old Master Su naturally became the decision-maker of the family. He looked at the young man before him and hesitated to speak. Su Gongming, the only one in the family with a spiritual orifice and now at the second stage of the embryonic breathing realm, became anxious seeing his uncle's silence and said in a low voice, Uncle, no family in our town is as destitute as ours. The Lu family has always owned lands in Jingyang and holds significant status since they are related to the ancestor of the main family through marriage. The Tian family is thriving with many capable members controlling most spirit fields, and the Chen family, though quiet, already boasts a Qi cultivator. If our family is to find a way forward, it can only be through the military. Old Master Su picked up a large bowl and squinted as he counted the grains inside, responding slowly. The army is a tool for the townsfolk, but which battalion commander, one, is not from the Li family? Do not think it is that easy. Su Gongming slumped into a shabby wooden chair, disheartened by his uncle's words which disrupted his hopeful plans. He urged hastily, Then give me some advice. The Su family is about to fall into my hands, yet I feel powerless to do anything. Old Master Su nodded, but his face fell as he spotted a few mouse droppings at the bottom of the basket. If you want to join the army, that really is a good path. I do not know much about military formations or cultivation, but I can only teach you 2 words, he said. The first is loyalty. Old Master Su set the basket down, finally becoming serious. His face relaxed slightly, and in a low voice, he continued, Our Su family once took revenge for the main family, and our contributions are acknowledged by the ancestor and current family head. Once you join the army, you will carry the name of our family and can immediately secure a decent position, thanks to the heritage left by our forebears. You must be willing to suffer wounds, and at crucial moments, even die. You need to be stern and impartial, even if it means offending others, and you must engrave this mark of loyalty deeply into the minds of those from the main family. These words struck Su Gongming like a hammer, and he finally understood why his parents had sent him to consult his uncle. He memorized these words carefully before asking. And the second is composure. Old Master Su, sitting beside him, stretched out his thin and bony fingers before saying softly, "The young Master Xiao is well aware of the happenings within the family. In the army, do not seek accolades, but strive to avoid faults. When you see members of the main family, speak little, but remain silent and composed. Do not socialize too much in the army, and never promote your own family's young men. Handle everything impartially. If you can do this for 20 years, becoming a commander of 1,000 is within reach. If you are lucky enough to break through to the Qi cultivation realm, you could become a confidant of the family head, and our Su family could secure a place among the various towns." 20 years, Su Gongming mumbled as he nodded silently, then quickly expressed his gratitude. He then asked about potential questions he might face if Li Yuanxiu summoned him. The old man answered each question while picking up the basket, before impatiently shaking the rice basket. "Enough talking, go and prepare your things." Although he was caught off guard by his elder's curt dismissal, Su Gongming knew his uncle had a peculiar temperament. He quickly thanked him again, then left thoughtfully. Old Master Su sat in the courtyard for a while and looked at the rice basket in his hand. He picked out the few mouse droppings, shook the old rice in the basket, and murmured to himself, "This will barely suffice." Su Gongming. Li Yuanxiu opened the letter that was handed to him and read it. He recalled the situation of the Su family and said softly, "This Su family member is the first embryonic breathing realm cultivator to join the army, is he not? These cultivators, having barely stepped onto the path of immortality, cherish their lives immensely. When the family issued the conscription order, revealing plans to attack Mount Yue, they did not specifically summon these cultivators. All of them pretended not to hear what was happening outside, though they were usually busying themselves with singing, dancing, banquets, and outings. Now, they all obediently stayed at home farming. None ventured out to cause trouble." "Yes," Li Pingyi responded, watching as Li Yuanxiu pondered for a moment, flipping the letter back and forth several times. He then murmured, "The Su family has also contributed to our family. Over the decades, we have given them opportunities, and my father even mentioned them specifically to me. But the Su descendants have not grasped these opportunities well, leading unsatisfactory lives." "Su Gongming is already outside," Li Pingyi interjected, prompting Li Yuanxiu to nod. "Call him in." Shortly after, a young man around 25 or 26 years old walked in. He wore a sword at his waist and had an earnest look, appearing quite straightforward. Upon seeing Li Yuanxiu, he cupped his fist and said in a deep voice, "Su Gongming greets the young master." After speaking respectfully, Su Gongming stood silently with his head bowed humbly. Li Yuanxiu inquired about his family's circumstances. Su Gongming answered succinctly and clearly. Whether he had prepared his responses in advance or was simply quick-witted, his answers were all satisfactory. Li Yuanxiu nodded slightly and said in a gentle voice, "You may go to the barracks tomorrow." Su Gongming cupped his fist again, his expression solemn as he withdrew without asking further about the position he would receive, simply departing silently. Li Yuanxiu felt an increased respect for him and murmured, "The Su family has had a tough time over the years. Now that they finally have a member with a spiritual orifice, it seems he wishes to serve in the military. Let's start him off as a squadron leader of 100. His cultivation at the second stage of the embryonic breathing realm should be good enough for that role." Most of the cultivators in the military were from the Li family's minor sect and branches, with those at the first and second stage of the embryonic breathing realm serving as squadron leaders of 100, and those at the third and fourth as battalion commanders of 1,000, totaling 8. With Su Gongming, there were now 9 cultivators. As Li Yuanxiu was contemplating this, someone hurried into the courtyard. As usual, the clan soldiers kneeled one by one, laying their weapons on the ground as a gesture of respect. Seeing this, Li Yuanxiu quickly descended the steps. Upon recognizing the figure, his face lit up with joy and he let out a loud exclamation. "Father, the battalion commander here actually means a 1,000-man commander." Chapter 191. The elders emerge from seclusion. "Sure." The man smiled triumphantly. It was none other than Li Xianxian. Now that he had broken through to the Qi cultivation realm, becoming the 4th Qi cultivator in the Li family with a lifespan of 200 years and the ability to ride the winds and traverse the heavens and earth, he was naturally in high spirits. Even his appearance seemed rejuvenated by several years. "Father, you've emerged from seclusion," Li Yuanxiu exclaimed joyfully as he descended the steps to greet his father, who shook his sleeve with a proud flourish, boasting, Your father has consumed the cave spring clear qi and condensed the cave spring true essence, which brings prolonged vitality and skill in regulating qi and drawing talismans. Now, I am a qi cultivator. Not only me, but your granduncle has also broken through his seclusion, utilizing the power of the talisman pills to reach the 9th heavenly layer of qi cultivation realm. That's amazing. Li Yuanxiu grinned as he nodded repeatedly, as Li Xianxian displayed a wisp of pale blue true essence, revealing a lively and refreshing aura. Li Yuanxiu looked on enviously and cupped his fist. Now that father is back, the stewardship of the family naturally returns to your hands. He then stepped back, lifting his long robes slightly to kneel, indicating that he was handing back the authority of the family head to Li Xianxian. Mention of this made Li Xianxian visibly flustered. He had managed the family for over a decade and wondered before his seclusion whether Li Yuanxiu could take over his role effectively. Upon emerging, he was surprised to learn that Li Xianling praised the household's better order. Several elders shook their heads and sighed upon seeing him, leaving him bemused. "Xiu'er, you're being too formal," Li Xianxian said as he shook his head and stated seriously. "Now that I have achieved the qi cultivation realm, I naturally need to devote myself to deep cultivation, particularly in the art of talismans, to add more depth to our family's legacy. There's no reason for a qi cultivator to still cling to positions of power. Perhaps in 100 years, when our Li family has a foundation establishment realm cultivator and qi cultivators are numerous, then it would be suitable for a qi cultivator to lead the family. For now, you should continue to lead." Li Xianxian then continued proudly. "Moreover, I was extremely pleased to hear from Xianling how well you've managed the family over these years, so I descended the mountain to see you." Li Yuanxiu chuckled, his earlier remark just a formality. He knew well that Li Xianxian would not want the position back. During your seclusion, there was unrest in Mount Yue, and the heir, Shamoli, had fled eastward and is now attempting a breakthrough to the qi cultivation realm in seclusion, he said. He then proceeded to explain their strategies against Mount Yue for the next few years. Li Xianxian, having already heard from Li Xianling, listened again to Li Yuanxiu's account, then commented thoughtfully, "Shamoli's consumption of the unrefined qi is easier than pure spiritual qi of heaven and earth. This means that he's likely to emerge from seclusion within a year." The father and son, sitting at the head of the room, dismissed the guards and servants. Li Yuanxiu explained the family's internal strategies in detail, earning repeated nods and praise from Li Xianxian. "Xianling said you've surpassed us, but it seems he spared my feelings. This is far more than just surpassing," he commented and laughed. Although Li Yuanxiu was flattered, he repeatedly apologized for outshining his father. The father and son continued their cheerful conversation into the evening. The two even shared a meaningful dinner together before Li Xianxian returned to the mountains. Li Tongya emerged from the cave dwelling, his body shimmering with true essence. Now a 9th heavenly layer qi cultivator, he was among the top cultivators over Moongaze Lake, matched only by a few foundation establishment realm cultivators. Despite this, he felt little joy, and a touch of worry tinged his mood. "My cultivation speed is ultimately mediocre. Even using that precious talisman pill, it still took me 3 years to break through. Now that I'm approaching 60, I fear I won't be able to make it." Feeling restless, Li Tongya exhaled slowly, looking at Li Xuanxuan's empty stone chamber, feeling somewhat relieved. Fortunately, Xian'er has successfully broken through to the qi cultivation realm. We have another qi cultivator in the family, and this child is better at talisman drawing than I am. This will add another legacy to our family, he mumbled to himself. Li Tongya's knowledge of talisman arts came from the spiritual talisman method manual brought back by Li Jing, which included methods for 12 embryonic breathing realm talisman arts and 3 qi cultivation realm talisman arts. These were basic but widely applicable. Unfortunately, Li Tongya lacked talent in this area. After over a decade, he had only mastered the embryonic breathing realm talismans, but had never succeeded with a qi cultivation realm talisman. He eventually abandoned this pursuit to focus on sword cultivation. Li Xianxian, possessing greater talent and a cultivation method more suited to drawing talismans, naturally became the most suitable candidate to assume the family's talisman duties. Reflecting on his limited success with talismans and his nearly 2 decades-long contributions to creating another source of income for the family, Li Tongya suddenly realized his current cultivation mindset was unacceptable. "I'm rushing to break through to foundation establishment realm by 60. but such eagerness for quick success is a taboo in cultivation. Thankfully, I have decades of deep cultivation and the talisman pills to support me. Otherwise, being stuck at the 8th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm for years wouldn't be surprising. That would have been a real delay. Relieved, Li Tongya discarded his obsession with reaching the foundation establishment realm before 60 and consoled himself silently. Progressing steadily in cultivation, even if I exceed 60, is fine. Having experienced so much in my cultivation journey, whether I achieved foundation establishment realm or not, I started as a mere farmer's son and now soar between heaven and earth, wandering freely with my sword. What more could I possibly demand from the world? Breathing out deeply, Li Tongya, self-taught and without formal guidance, was thankful he could correct his path just by being cautious and reflective. After meditating in the grand hall of the cave dwelling, he saw his son, Li Xianling, approaching. He was a robust young man now. Congratulations on ending your seclusion, father. Li Tongya nodded, his gaze briefly sweeping over his son. He smiled proudly before saying, "You have also reached the 6th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. In a few years, you should break through to the Qi cultivation realm." Yes. Li Xianling sat beside his father, carefully choosing his words before speaking. Father, Qinghong enjoys spearmanship, but we lack a master of spears at home. I thought of finding a good mentor for her. Spearmanship. Upon hearing this, Li Tongya raised his eyebrows. He suddenly remembered the foundation establishment realm spear emitting faint electricity in his storage pouch, and a man named Fei Luoya. He was the old man in a white brocade robe who also attended the banquet hosted by the Yue family back then and happened to be the master of the spear. I have heard that someone from the Fei family on the northern shore excels in spear techniques, possessing top-tier strength around the lake. The head of the Fei family once invited me to visit their home. Perhaps this is a good opportunity to discuss this matter and foster good relations between our families, Li Tongya responded. That would be perfect. Li Xianling was thrilled at the prospect. Although Fei Luoya of the Fei family had only recently achieved a breakthrough a few years ago, he was a genuine foundation establishment realm cultivator. Even if the Fei family was unwilling to share their most guarded techniques, instruction from a foundation establishment realm cultivator was still far superior to that from any Qi cultivator. In the secret chamber of Lijing Town, Shamoli performed a series of hand seals, then held a small jade bottle. He exhaled thin wisps of pale purple air, rhythmically pulsing with each of his breaths. After 81 cycles, the streams gradually faded and vanished. Shamoli suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a flicker of purple electricity, albeit slightly impure and delayed. A look of wild joy spread across his face as he clasped his hands, causing a flash of lightning-charged mana to circulate between his palms. Purple Thunder's secret origin technique. Secret Thunder true essence truly is overwhelmingly powerful. With a single strike of this lightning, ordinary embryonic breathing realm cultivators could be severely wounded. No wonder everyone envies the path of thunder. It really is remarkable. Shamoli paused to feel the mana surge within his body, smacking his lips with a hint of regret. However, for some reason, the mana inside me feels somewhat inferior to what the scriptures describe for typical cultivators. It seems suited only for quick battles and lacks endurance. Rising to his feet, Shamoli pushed the stone door open with his palm and looked out into the courtyard. The sunlight was soft on his skin, warm and comforting, much like the throne and life he was about to embrace. Chapter 192, Attacking Mount Yue. Shamoli raised his head as he walked out of the courtyard. However, much to his surprise, he did not see his usual large group of pampered wives and concubines. The courtyard was empty, save for only a few leaves scattered on the ground. A middle-aged man stood there and was leaning against the stone chamber, watching him quietly. I am Chen Donghe. Greetings to your majesty. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the Qi cultivation realm. Chen Donghe's greeting was polite. The title made Shamoli feel utterly content and pleased, causing him to nod happily. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he recognized that this man was at the 2nd heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. Shamoli had seen him before at the side of Li Xiao, though it was only now that he found out his name. He then cupped his fist in response. Greetings, fellow Taoist. However, Chen Donghe did not acknowledge him but bowed deeply with respect and said in a solemn voice, Second uncle, this person is Shamoli. Shamoli was momentarily startled. Upon realizing that another person was present, He instantly broke out in a cold sweat and was alarmed. The newcomer was dressed simply in a gray robe. His eyebrows were long, and his demeanor was majestic. He carried a sword on his back that was wrapped tightly in cloth, yet another sword hung at his waist, which was rather unusual. His cultivation was evidently at the 9th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. Shamoli greets the elder. It was at that instant that Shamoli then realized that this man was in fact Li Tongya, the revered elder of the Li family. In a flash, he was half kneeling on the ground and cupping his fist, too nervous to speak. Li Tongya glanced at him and said softly, "Show me your condensed true essence." After observing the secret thunder true essence in Shamoli's palm, Li Tongya nodded approvingly. The purple thunder secret origin technique was truly extraordinary, possessing significant power and the rare force of thunder. It was no wonder it required such hard-to-collect profound thunder liquid. If Shamoli had cultivated using pure spiritual qi of heaven and earth, he would certainly be considered a strong cultivator in the early stages of the qi cultivation realm. Li Tongya's spiritual sense surveyed Shamoli for a while before finally speaking again. "Rise, I will send you back to Mount Yue to claim your throne." Although Shamoli was prepared, he was still overwhelmingly excited upon hearing this. He lowered his other knee and repeatedly pressed his forehead on the ground, uttering words of thanks. When he looked up again, Li Tongya had already disappeared. Before Shamoli could recover, several people hurried into the courtyard. They stripped him of his Eastern garments and adorned him with various animal bones along with jade stones. The Eastern-styled crown on his head was also removed along with the jade hairpin, causing his long hair to cascade over his shoulders. Now, he properly resembled a true man of Mount Yue. Feeling his long hair tickling him, Shamoli, having stayed long in the Eastern lands, secretly despised this disheveled appearance but could only chuckle awkwardly. After changing his clothes and ornaments, Shamoli was led out of the courtyard. Upon seeing the steps in front of him lined with kneeling Mount Yue people, prepared by the Li family as his retinue, including over 10 of his playmates from recent years in the Eastern lands, he hurriedly descended the steps. "Each of you is my backbone. Please rise quickly." Shamoli's words came out impulsively, sounding nothing like what a great king of Mount Yue would say. The crowd got up with puzzled expressions. Only then did Shamoli, now beaming with joy, walk through the crowd and step onto a carriage pulled by 2 large horses. Clatter! Shamoli's banner was raised and he was escorted by a group of soldiers, marching majestically out of the town. Lying in the spacious carriage, Shamoli listened to the clanging of weapons and the sound of footsteps, repeatedly touching the comfortable fabric of its interior. He picked up a fruit and placed it in his mouth before a satisfied smile formed at the corner of his lips. This is what life should be like. What were those earlier decades all about? The curtain flapped open unexpectedly, and in walked an old man with fleshy folds on his face, snow-white hair, and a matching beard. His bulging eyes bore into Shamoli with intense scrutiny. Startled, Shamoli choked and quickly straightened up, desperately trying to feign composure. "Who might you be?" The old man, at the peak of the embryonic breathing realm and clad in Eastern attire with his white beard curling upward, relaxed his stern face a little. Looking quite elderly, he then spoke. "Your Majesty should know. I belong to the Mount Yue tribe that once occupied the present Eastern Mount Yue. Having been defeated by Jianixi's eastward advance, I took refuge with the Easterners and followed Lord Xiangping back and forth through Mount Yue 7 times, earning numerous merits over 21 years. You're Jianixi's adversary?" Shamoli was genuinely startled by the man's bold claims, knowing that someone like Jianixi was considered a divinely appointed ruler in Mount Yue. His own father had been merely one of Jianixi's generals. He quickly showed his respect and asked politely, "May I know your name, senior?" "Owisi." The old man grinned as he replied, revealing yellow teeth. He looked straight into Shamoli's eyes as he spoke slowly. "I am merely the great king's high shaman, in charge of hunting, healing, and agriculture." Shamoli stiffened momentarily. The high shaman's role in Mount Yue was akin to a vice-king. Barely seated on the throne, the Li family had already arranged everything, making him feel incredibly awkward. However, he did not dare show his emotions and instead forced a smile. "I will need much assistance from you in the future." "That is already expected." Watching Owisi's neatly tied hair, Shamoli shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Finally unable to endure it any longer, he coiled his hair and secured it with a jade chopstick from the table. "I really can't stand this barbaric look." He laughed after letting out a huge sigh of relief. Awisi laughed heartily, lifting his head proudly. The etiquette of the Easterners is complex, great king. You have much to learn. Indeed. Shamoli nodded solemnly. Brother, have you thought through how we will govern this land of Mount Yue? Yuan Xiao asked as he stood in the swaying carriage, gazing into the distance at the rugged mountain road ahead. Unlike Shamoli's carriage, the one he and Yuanxiu rode was a battle chariot designed for charging, offering a broad view. The cold wind slapped against their faces, but as cultivators in the second stage of the embryonic breathing realm, they felt no chill at all. Yuanxiu nodded in response, resting his arm on the support next to him before speaking softly. The common people of Mount Yue will be under Shamoli's control. We will operate behind the scenes, maintaining governance as usual, and all positions related to the path of immortality will be held by our people. Once we conquer eastern Mount Yue, we will immediately survey the land and assess the spirit fields. These spirit fields and resources will rightfully belong to our Li family. We will dispatch people to cultivate and harvest them. The territory of eastern Mount Yue is vast, and there are likely many spirit fields. Yuan Xiao nodded as he listened to all this before whispering. Our cultivators might not suffice. We'll have to choose the most fertile spirit fields to start with. Yuanxiu smiled and shot a brief glance at Shamoli's carriage ahead before replying. Eastern Mount Yue has over 200,000 people. We can turn many of them into cultivators of the embryonic breathing realm. Although these people might not be fit for combat, they can certainly cultivate spirit fields. Even if the people of Mount Yue are not skilled in farming, a few years living in the East will naturally make them eager to learn. The brothers shared a smile. They recalled how over the years, many from Mount Yue who came east were influenced by the lavish and refined lifestyle. They voluntarily wore the Easterners' attire, robes and hair crowns, and adopted their official language. They even despised the natives of Mount Yue more than the native Easterners did. Hence, the brothers felt confident about changing these people. When the barbarians enter our land, they transform into Easterners. Yuanxiu chuckled before patting the long sword in his hand. He then lowered his voice and said, What one cannot have is always the most precious. Once we control eastern Mount Yue, we will strictly limit the eastward migration of the Mount Yue people and force them into selling their possessions in order to afford a trip east. Within 20 years, a top-down admiration for the East will pervade among them, and they will be no different from the Easterners. Chapter 193. Chimu. Eastern Mount Yue had stationed a force of about 2,000 soldiers at Big Fish Creek on the border between the two territories, guarded by a single Qi cultivator. Under the reign of Mujian, there had been over 5,000 soldiers, but now, the numbers had long dwindled. Compared to the national strength of eastern Mount Yue and the power of the Li family, this military force was pitifully small. Perhaps Chimu had not even planned to resist the westward advance of the Li family, thinking it was sufficient enough to have a Qi cultivator to send alerts and messages. Su Gongming, following orders from Yuanxiu, led the troops as the vanguard. He took 100 soldiers to probe the enemy's strength. Unexpectedly, they were met by a Mount Yue commander with a face full of ingratiating smiles who walked up to their formation unprotected. He was shouting as he approached. Is the envoy arriving? My lord has already conquered his fief and has come to welcome the princess. Su Gongming was stunned, his stern face almost cracking a smile, not expecting the commander to mistake their arrival as part of a wedding delegation. The surrounding soldiers looked at each other in confusion. Su Gongming quickly said, Please, come talk inside the formation. The commander, still foolishly smiling and clad in armor mimicking that of the Easterners, approached even closer. Su Gongming's corner of his mouth twitched, and he stepped forward suddenly. Without warning, he stabbed the man with his sword, shook the blood off his blade, and waved his hand. The troops below immediately sprang into action, charging at the unprepared Mount Yue forces. Blood splattered everywhere as they disrupted the enemy's formation, instantly creating a scene of great chaos and bloodshed. The two armies behind pressed forward, and Su Gongming, with his second-stage embryonic breathing realm cultivation, struck down enemies with each punch, fighting his way to the front of the formation. As Su Gongming fought fiercely, a figure suddenly flew up from the large camp. His voice reverberated across the battlefield, amplified by his mana. It was the Mount Yue Qi cultivator. Which faction are you from? How dare you cause chaos here? This Qi cultivator, who was unaware of the situation, initially assumed that it was a mutiny. Only when he noticed the well-crafted armor of the troops below did he exclaim and recoil in shock. Easterners, do not panic, someone will deal with him. Seeing some of his soldiers hesitating, Su Gongming smiled coldly and looked up. Sure enough, a golden light, like a shooting star, streaked from the east. The Mount Yue cultivator did not even have time to react before he exploded into a shower of blood and flesh, raining down organs and meat chunks onto Su Gongming's armor. Unrefined Qi cultivators are just like that. Having cultivated for 7 or 8 years, and having seen many of the Li family's cultivators, Su Gongming knew about unrefined and pure Qi and understood that the Qi cultivator of Mount Yue was particularly weak. His eyelid twitched, and though he spoke with a false facade of toughness, he felt a growing reverence for the family elder who was a great archer. Even though he cultivates with unrefined Qi, he's still comparable to ordinary embryonic breathing realm cultivators. Yet, in front of that elder, he's less than a mortal. The elder is truly formidable. Whether it is due to his cultivation realm or the technique itself, the various Qi gathering techniques of our family are indeed tempting. Su Gongming momentarily indulged in his thoughts, and by the time he snapped out of it, the Mount Yue army had completely collapsed, scattered around him like headless chickens. He tightened his grip on the long saber in his hand and ferociously pursued the remaining survivors. In the sky above, a figure of a young man appeared. He was dressed in animal leather, yet wore a hair crown atop his head. A powerful voice echoed through the air. Qimu is inherently vicious, closely engaged in evil and perversion, harming the loyal and good, murdering siblings, and committing regicide. I am Shamoli, son of the former king. Today I raise arms to seize the throne, to bring justice back to our people. Lay down your weapons immediately. Those who surrender will not be killed. He's the lucky child. The soldiers of Mount Yue around Su Gongming were already dropping their weapons and surrendering readily. Su Gongming looked up at Shamoli, who stood proudly as he rode the winds, feeling a growing sense of deep envy. Anyone with clear eyes could see that Shamoli was merely a puppet propped up by the Li family, but who wouldn't envy him? He was granted the power of the Qi cultivation realm and gained a position of power. Even though he was constrained, he was still the sovereign of a nation, enjoying all the associated glory and wealth. Li Xianfeng stood with his bow, and beside him was Li Tongya, who watched the Mount Yue Qi cultivator explode like fireworks and nodded with a smile. Not bad. This arrow wouldn't just harm that unrefined Qi cultivator from Mount Yue. Even a common early-stage Qi cultivator would suffer greatly from it. Li Xianfeng lifted his bow and cupped his fist in response as spoke humbly. I have gained very much from my years of seclusion. He turned his Golden Age longbow in his hands, caressing the runes on it, as a pale golden light illuminated from within. Li Xianfeng explained, the Golden Age longbow is made from golden barrier stone, which can contain my astral qi. I usually refine an arrow's intent within it, enhancing it with astral qi. Each refinement makes it more potent. I do not use it simply, reserving it only for critical moments. When I unleash this diligently refined arrow's intent, it is bound to deal a significant blow to the enemy. Oh, Li Tongyao raised an eyebrow. Although he failed to grasp the intricacies of what was described, it sounded quite sophisticated. He nodded slightly, and Li Xianfeng, with the bow slung over his back, watched as Shamoli flew with the wind below. After observing for a while, he transmitted his thoughts through his mana and let out a sigh as he said, even unrefined Qi can possess such power. The Purple Thunder's secret origin technique truly should not be underestimated. If it were not for the side effects that inhibit reproduction and reduce lifespan, it would indeed be quite valuable. That is true, Li Tongyao agreed as he looked at the troops moving like ants below and continued softly. With such a large formation from our family, the clans on the lake are not blind. More than likely, a good 30 to 50% of cultivators have come to investigate the situation by now, hiding within the surrounding mists. Let Shamoli handle what he can. We should not intervene to avoid revealing our strengths and weaknesses. I understand, Li Xianfeng nodded. Both men then concealed their presence, following closely behind the army formation. Chen Donghe and Li Xianxian stayed within the army, guarding and protecting the younger family members to prevent any mishaps with the talented cultivators of their household. The army marched on for an hour, conquering several towns. Qimu had redirected his troops and cultivators to attack villages in the west, so these towns had some slight defense, mostly by embryonic breathing realm cultivators. Shamoli revealed his identity as the royal heir and easily captured them, as the people of Mount Yue had no strong loyalty to their ruler and mostly surrendered without resistance. After advancing for half a day, they finally saw flags fluttering in the distance. It was the current ruler of eastern Mount Yue, Chimu, rushing over with his troops. 5 or 6 Mount Yue cultivators stood in the air, dressed in animal leathers and adorned with jade. Their eyes were wide with anger. Below, the armies faced off, and the air was thick with tension. Chimu's face bore a strong resemblance to Mujian, but he looked even more sinister, with thinner eyebrows and more elaborate clothing. His eyes gazed intently at Shamoli, his expression a mix of shock and anger as his hands trembled uncontrollably. He stuttered over his words as he spoke, overcome by anger. You have some nerve. Where did these troops come from, trespassing on our land? Chimu had rushed over, unaware that Shamoli's forces were actually the Eastern Army, thinking that they were just from another faction he had rallied. Seeing Shamoli's formidable aura of the unmistakable Qi cultivation realm, he was both shocked and frightened. He immediately sensed that something was amiss and grew suspicious. Hearing this, Shamoli cackled loudly. He then soared into the sky alone, coldly confronting the face across him that closely resembled his own. The pale purple lightning in his hand crackled continuously as he chuckled lowly. Brother, Shamoli has returned. Chapter 194, Fratricidal Strife. Chimu did not respond, but instead lowered his gaze to scan the battle formation below. The cold glint of the armor struck fear into his heart, and he realized the Easterner's intent. Feeling a sense of emptiness, he looked around, unsure of how many were hidden in the mist. The ancestor of the Li family is said to have reached the 8th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm and is skilled in swordsmanship, nourished by pure spiritual Qi of heaven and earth. If I were to flee now, I probably wouldn't get far. My king, allow me to deal with this Shamoli. A few Qi cultivators around him who were unaware of the dangers eagerly volunteered, stepping forward with cupped fists. Only Zhong Yudai, an old minister left by his father Mujian, remained silent, his hands trembling as he stared down at the troops below. Filled with fear, he lifted his head to look at Chimu, but could not utter a single word. You, and you, go and test him together. Chimu gave him a deep and meaningful look before calmly selecting 2 people, watching as 2 eager clan members stepped forward. He then called the old minister, Zhong Yudai, closer to him and transmitted his voice through mana. Shaman, Shamoli has colluded with the Easterners, and this time, they most likely want me dead. Take a troop westward and escort my son and 2 daughters out of the city. Find a place for them to live their lives and leave a legacy for me. Also, don't let them strive for more. Zhong Yudai's eyes reddened as he let out a shaky sigh and descended. The 2 individuals beside Chimu exchanged glances, sensing that something was amiss. They wanted to ask out loud, but Chimu was staring at the skies with a grim expression, leaving them no room to speak. Shamoli, seeing the 2 approaching, one a 2nd heavenly layer and the other a 3rd heavenly layer Qi cultivator, both superior to him in cultivation, felt no fear. Instead, he was feeling triumphant. He raised his twin hammers and swung fiercely at one of them. The Mount Yue Qi cultivator, clad in animal bones and jade that rattled with a clinking sound, laughed heartily. However, he wore a fierce expression. Holding a bone spear imbued with mixed true essence, he thrust it towards Shamoli's hammers. Shamoli's body surged with purple true essence with lightning flashing, which spread from his hands to his hammers. When the hammers collided with the bone spear, their true essences violently clashed, exploding into fine sparks of electricity. The Mount Yue Qi cultivator's smile immediately faded as he was struck by the heavy hammer. He retreated in shock, half of his body numbed by the impact. Fortunately, the stronger Qi cultivator beside him stepped forward with a staff, blocking Shamoli's offense. This gave him a moment to catch his breath, clashing with Shamoli a few times back and forth. Observing Shamoli's formidable true essence, he quickly shouted, "My king, this man's techniques are strange. The 2 of us might not be able to hold him off." Seeing the true essence around Shamoli, Chimu grew even more certain of his speculation, silently gesturing with his hand. The remaining 2 people took to the wind, pressing together towards the enemy. Chimu remained still, caught in his own thoughts. Shamoli must have received proper technique from the Easterners, serving as their lackey. Now, all I can do is delay and drag on this fight as long as possible to buy some time for my children. The 4 Mount Yue cultivators pressed together, greatly increasing the pressure on Shamoli. Although his hammers swung fiercely, repelling and causing any bone spear or knife that touched them to explode, the 4 cultivators took turns engaging him in battle. This gave them time to dissipate the force of the lightning, and they seemed to be able to manage it without much difficulty. Shamoli fought impressively, but internally he struggled, as his mana reserve was low. Although powerful, it could not last long. Quick resolution was crucial. Seeing himself restrained by 4 opponents, and the Li family not intervening, he reluctantly shouted out loud for their assistance. "FF family, head save me." As soon as these words were spoken, a figure from the Eastern Army formation soared into the air. Sword in hand, it was gleaming and robust with true essence. He intervened among the 4, swiftly knocking away 2 bone-made Dharma artifacts. Casting a cautious glance at Chimu, who remained uninvolved in the distance, he did not announce his name, but silently engaged the enemies in battle with his sword. This man was Chen Donghe. Chen Donghe single-handedly faced the encirclement of 4 with great ease. He then said in a deep voice, "Brother Shamoli, go directly to confront Chimu. Leave this to me." Chen Donghe, now at the 2nd heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm, practiced his family's authentic River 1 Qi technique, which, as profound as rivers, was particularly effective against multiple opponents. Although unable to kill, he was able to at least hold his position under pressure without any issue. Having married into the Li family, he had received the profound water sword technique legacy. Although he had not yet developed sword Qi, his combat prowess against these unrefined Qi cultivators was overwhelmingly superior, making the 4 opponents struggle continuously. While the pressure was not as intense as what Shamoli had faced earlier, Chen Donghe's relentless and unyielding approach made it clear that he was far from being as drained as Shamoli appeared. Chen Donghe is indeed excellent, with considerable talent and diligence in training. He's especially strong in his foundational skills too, Li Tongyao praised from above. Although Chen Donghe's swordsmanship was not as outstanding as compared to Mujian's, it was still sufficient for combat, capable of holding his own against any adversary, ensuring no premature defeat. It's a pity that Jingtian has yet to have children. Chen Donghe spends too much time in seclusion. Fortunately, Yuan is with her, otherwise she would be quite lonely. Li Xianfeng mumbled as he thought about his sister. Li Tongyao shook his head and whispered, "As a Qi cultivator, it's rare for Chen Donghe to have children, and Jingtian being mortal makes it even more challenging." As the two conversed, Shamoli had already broken free from the group, wielding his hammers and flying toward Chimu. Chimu, watching Chen Donghe hold off the crowd alone, sighed in despair. He flew into the air with his sword and came face to face with the triumphant Shamoli, who was fast approaching. "Shamoli, do you know what you are doing?" "What am I doing?" Shamoli sneered fiercely as he repeated his brother's words, his hammers glowing with purple lightning as they struck down on Chimu's approaching sword, sparking a burst of scattered purple light. "Who are you to judge? You don't even realize that this path that I have taken is the true salvation from Mount Yue," he shouted. Why you? Such a waste of father's instructions." Chimu spat through gritted teeth. He was seething in rage. Shamoli clashed with him in several exchanges, each move forceful and heavy, causing Chimu to retreat. His body went numb, and his true essence flowed unevenly, leaving him no match for Shamoli. Upon hearing Chimu's words, Shamoli's sneer grew fiercer as he responded, "You dare mention him? What right did Mujian have? You were made the ruler, while I was left to face execution. You, as the eldest, had everything your way. Have you ever felt what I have endured?" Chimu managed to hold his ground for the time it took an incense stick to burn, but it did not take long before he was drained of his true essence, his limbs growing powerless. At Shamoli's words, he paused, before bursting out into laughter. "Now I understand, Shamoli. So, you care that much about Mujian. Listen well. No matter how glorious your future will be, no matter how well you govern Mount Yue, you'll always just be a dog to the Easterners." Chimu growled as he stepped back several paces. Without warning, he then twisted his sword to position it at his own neck. The sharp blade slid across his throat, drawing a line of blood. With a fierce look and a cold laugh, he held eye contact with his brother once more. "In the underworld, my father and I will scorn you for your despicableness, mock your incompetence, ridicule you for being a lackey, deride you for deceiving yourself and others, and last of all, for not acting like how a son should." Shamoli trembled all over, feeling both shocked and furious. Silence, he yelled. Chimu, however, sneered coldly and closed his eyes. With a swift motion of the blade, his head quickly separated from his body. His head swung loosely as he fell, like a chicken being slaughtered. Shamoli, looking as though he had been slapped, caught the head like a defeated dog. He merely glanced at it before the sight scorched his eyes, compelling him to look away. He lifted Chimu's head despondently and made a loud declaration with feigned pride. Chimu is dead. Those who surrender will not be killed. The 4 Mount Yue cultivators looked at each other before briefly hesitating and stopping their actions. Below them, the military formation descended into chaos, cries and screams mingling with the damp morning breeze. Shamoli did not realize that his cheeks were slightly wet as he gazed at the majestic mountains and rivers shrouded in the pale white morning mist, muttering to himself. His words, "Should I have just resigned myself to death? Should I have fled and lived a life in exile? Why? Why should I?" Chen Donghe, riding the wind, approached and was slightly startled to see Shamoli holding Chimu's head in a daze, sprayed with blood, yet seemingly oblivious to what was happening around him. He just stood there with tears streaming down his face. Chen Donghe sighed softly and congratulated him. Congratulations, Great King. Chapter 195, Fei Luoya. The old minister Zhong Yudai, leading over 100 people, passed through various towns. Many approached to inquire, but he ignored them all, speeding along the dirt road, filled with worry. After ensuring that everything was in order with the embryonic breathing realm cultivators among his group, he left the army behind and soared through the air toward Mulu town, the capital set by Mujian. It was still early morning when he had left. After flying for an hour, Mulu town finally appeared on the horizon. The sun rose, gradually warming the earth and wetting him with dew. Mulu town. Zhong Yudai shook the dew from his body and flew directly over the city below, ignoring the Mount Yue clans who looked up from beneath. After a while, the grand palace appeared before him. He was about to land in the palace, but the palace's protective formation had been activated unexpectedly. A transparent barrier enclosed the entire palace tightly. It was a secret construction commissioned by Mujian to a rogue cultivator from the lake, costing a significant sum of money. Please open the formation. I am the minister, Zhong Yudai, sent by the king on urgent business. Zhong Yudai had to stop and call out twice. However, a person appeared on the palace wall, a woman who had the appearance of an Easterner. She looked to be a middle-aged woman with fine eyebrows and was dressed in rich, majestic attire, gazing down at him indifferently. The queen consort. The woman was indeed a clan daughter from the Li family, Mujian's consort. Zhong Yudai was shocked after having served under Mujian for many years, and he blurted this out without thinking. Zhong Yudai, you've returned alone. Chimu's reign of power is gone, huh? The clan daughter smiled faintly, her voice carrying softly outside through the formation. Zhong Yudai trembled as he listened to her words, both shocked and angry. He then exclaimed desperately, Fei Luoya, how could it be you? Where's the high shaman? Here. Fei Luoya smiled softly as she bent down, picked something up, and threw it out. It was a bloody, decapitated head. It rolled twice on the palace wall before falling outside, where the formation disintegrated it into a puff of ash. Just open the formation. Zhong Yudai called out in a pleading tone, unable to comprehend how a Qi cultivator could be killed so easily by a mortal with no cultivation. Despair filled his heart, but Fei Luoya merely waved her hand. Behind her, people brought forward 3 children into his line of sight. 2 girls and a boy, the oldest no more than 10, and the youngest only 6. All of them were in tears as they looked at Zhong Yudai, their gazes wrenching his heart. Minister Zhong Yudai, are you looking for them? Fei Luoya asked softly as she stared into his eyes, carefully gauging his emotions. She was like a predator watching her prey. Zhong Yudai, as if anticipating what was to come, had tears streaming down his face as he cried out, how could you? You are their stepmother. Fei Luoya pretended not to hear his comment, still smiling as she said, Minister Zhong Yudai, if you agree to one condition, I might just spare their lives. Name your conditions. Zhong Yudai exclaimed immediately without hesitation, moving closer to the formation, staring intently into Fei Luoya's eyes. Take your own life. Her voice was calm. Zhong Yudai was shocked, his excess qi bursting forth as he cried out in grief. You wicked woman. Fei Luoya had already drawn a sharp dagger, pressing it against the neck of the little girl, who immediately began to cry loudly. Zhong Yudai grew hasty and moved forward, gesturing for her to stop. Wait a moment. Zhong Yudai paused for a few moments, his expression tormented. Finally, he lifted his sword and placed the blade against his neck, his voice defeated. The former king and I have underestimated you. Li Feiluoya simply nodded without a word. Zhong Yudai made a swift motion with the blade, and just like that, his head flew off, gray hair flailing in the wind. The formidable fifth heavenly layer Qi cultivator had taken his own life, and his headless body fell to the ground with a thud. Only then did a gaze from above the clouds slowly withdraw, glancing at Li Feiluoya and murmuring in admiration. As Li Feiluoya watched Zhong Yudai fall, her eyes dimmed slightly, the air of control around her fading. One of her confidants, unable to bear it any longer, whispered, "My lady, isn't this a little too?" It was a choice of necessity, as was mine. Li Feiluoya sighed, the jade ornaments around her neck clinking as she continued softly. Zhong Yudai was one of the few who remained utterly loyal to Chimu. With the family elders not here, if he were to escape and then covertly target me or our younger family members, wouldn't that be a great trouble? Even though our family elders are far stronger than him, they can't always be guarding the younger ones. If he succeeded in his actions, I would be beyond redemption. Li Feiluoya continued to justify her actions. I am merely a mortal, who, though I enlisted the power of the clans within the city to kill the High Shaman, possess only the capability to protect myself with formations. How could I possibly contend with a fifth heavenly layer Qi cultivator? This method may be dirty, but it is the only path available to me right now. The fight to the death between two families, I fear, may not rid us of future troubles completely. Li Feiluoya, supported by several of her confidants, descended from the palace walls. She quietly observed the Mount Yue ministers kneeling below with blood flowing from beneath the palace, staining the hem of her luxurious dress a faint red. Li Feiluoya smiled softly and spoke in a gentle voice. "Rise, all of you." The ministers below obediently stood up, not daring to look up at her. Li Feiluoya walked through the bloodstained steps and hall of the palace, step by step into the pitch-dark main hall. The fallen candles burned quietly on the floor, while the injured continued to moan within the hall. She walked through the blood to the front and whispered, "Has the young master replied?" "Yes, he has." A confidant handed her a sealed letter. Li Feiluoya read it carefully before placing the letter inside her chest pocket. Only then did the ministers dare to speak. "My lady, how shall we deal with Chimu's heirs? Death is but a simple matter, but let's imprison them first and wait for the head of the family to decide." Li Feiluoya sighed once more, then picked up a brush and ink from the table and wrote a few lines on a piece of fabric. She handed it to her confidant and said softly, "Send this to the young family head." The four Mount Yue Qi cultivators submitted to Shamoli, directly addressing him as Great King, and landed on the ground together to meet the main family. They cautiously made their way through the military formation and soon saw a dark metal chariot, decorated with several flags that fluttered proudly in the wind. A young man stood on the chariot, clad in a white robe, looking dashing and approachable. He smiled warmly at them, raising his cup in the morning breeze cheerfully. "Congratulations, Great King. This credit is not mine to take," Shamoli said, still covered in blood. He kneeled on the ground and bowed respectfully to the young man. The four Mount Yue Qi cultivators who were unclear on the protocol awkwardly attempted to mimic his bow. Shamoli then stood up and cupped his fist, saying, "My position today is all thanks to you and the other esteemed lords. I dare not call myself king before you. However, I have already unified Chimu's troops." According to the generals who surrendered, Chimu had previously released a loyal confidant, a fifth heavenly layer Qi cultivator who poses a significant threat. I hope you will take heed. I also suspect that Chimu still has offspring and confidants in Mula Town. I wish to lead a group there to ascertain this and prevent them from escaping and causing further trouble. Li Yuanxiu nodded and replied, "Our elders are already tracking down the Mount Yue Qi cultivator, so he won't be able to escape." As for Mula Town, Li Yuanxiu smiled softly, glanced down at the 5 Mount Yue tribesmen below, and raised the secret letter in his hand. 2 hours after Chimu left Mula Town, the entire palace had already fallen under the control of my clan aunt. Chimu's children have fallen into our hands, and his close associates have been slaughtered by her. If I am not mistaken, someone is already on their way to surrender. Chapter 196. Discourse in the Hall. Has the Li family gone mad? How are they brazenly leading troops across the border when the Azure Pawn sect and Mount Yue have marked boundaries? Even though the Purple Mansion Realm Cultivator of Mount Yue has been in seclusion for many years, aren't there a bunch of Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivators on Mount Yue? How can they just watch this happen? Yu Mugo massaged his temples, visibly filled with confusion and frustration. He was looking at two subordinates of his that were at the peak of the Qi cultivation realm, and he asked sternly, "Did you see it clearly?" "Master, the Li family has the heir of the previous king of Eastern Mount Yue on their side, claiming that he was there to reclaim the throne, perhaps because of this. Mount Yue did not realize and intervene," explained one of the cultivators who had stepped forward. Yu Mugo glanced at him and raised his eyebrows skeptically. "I can see through the Li family's tactics as well. You don't understand. This is most likely done to offend Mount Yue. It's a risky move, not something Li Tongya would characteristically do. The few from Mount Yue are not known for their tolerance. Although they are not good at direct combat, their shamanic spell is notoriously tricky. In the past, Li Xiangping did not know that Mount Yue had Mount Wu's protection and had ventured deep into their territory with his men, only to be cursed to death by the people of Mount Yue. Given how it can be considered a rather recent lesson, and also considering Li Tongya's cautious nature, how could he do such a thing? Yu Mugo's words left everyone below him speechless, their heads bowed in deep thought. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. In recent years, Yu family's Milin Prefecture had faced many troubles. Yu Mugo knew someone was scheming behind the scenes to divert the Yu family's focus, yet he still had to maintain the situation. He was vexed by the Li family stirring up more trouble. Could it be a problem with Mount Yue? Yu Mugo, after eliminating many possibilities in his mind, finally arrived at an unlikely conclusion. He said gravely, "Bring me a paper and a brush. I will write to ask Mujian." His attendant hurriedly brought the writing materials to him, and Yu Mugo finished writing a brief letter rather quickly. However, his eldest son cautiously stepped forward, whispering in his ear, "Family head, Eastern Mount Yue has been under duress to support the Li family, using the populace to sustain their towns. The Li family's actions simply replace a loyal ruler of Mount Yue with no significant gain." Yu Mugo was stunned, feeling a tightness in his chest before it was filled with rage. He then scolded, "Fool. Before, they were tributaries to the Li family, but now, Eastern Mount Yue will become a vassal to the Li family, with all spirit fields and spirit items under their control. The difference is not slight. How can such words come from your mouth?" The young man paled and withdrew. Yu Mugo slammed the table angrily and shouted, "You will learn nothing by being here. Get out, and send your younger brother in tomorrow." Watching his eldest son retreat dejectedly, Yu Mugo's frustration simmered. He narrowed his eyes as he muttered coldly, "We can't let the Li family run wild either. We simply can't allow Li Tongya to grow too powerful. We must think of a way to suppress them." Molu Town, as the capital of Eastern Mount Yue, boasted a population of 20,000, comparable to one of the 4 towns under the Li family. When Mu Jiaomon was reigning, he had been diligent. He constructed 4 roads leading to the 4 borders, greatly facilitating the movement of the Li family's troops. It only took them one night to reach Molu Town. The town gates were wide open, and a group of Mount Yue's clansmen kneeled before them, including 2 Qi cultivators, who were also bowed. The dark chariot ignored them and drove straight into the town, heading straight for the palace. The chariot, carrying a host of soldiers, stopped in front of the blood-stained palace where more Mount Yue ministers were kneeling. Li Yuanxiu got off the chariot with Chen Donghe following behind him silently. His gaze swept over the crowd, finally resting on the woman at the front. Li Yuanxiu took 2 steps forward and helped Li Fei Luoya to her feet with a smile on his face. "Auntie has preserved the palace's formations for our family, and they were even strong enough to withstand ordinary Qi cultivators. You're a great hero in this battle." Li Fei Luoya smiled faintly before she stood up gracefully to face him. She then said softly, "The clans heard that our family elder was coming and were so terrified that they wanted to surrender. I haven't done much. I just facilitated the connections." After modestly downplaying her role and efforts, Li Fei Luoya clapped her hands. Like clockwork, several Mount Yue tribesmen brought forward 2 bodies, dropping them with a thud in front of the steps. Li Fei Luoya spoke again, but this time her voice carried some coldness. "These 2 were Chimu's shaman and his loyal dog Zhong Yudai, both of whom have been executed." Li Yuanxiu nodded in response, and 2 people behind him stepped forward to confirm their identities. Li Fei Luoya then had someone bring out Chimu's 3 children and declared loudly, "Chimu had his brothers slaughtered. Now, only Shamoli, and these 3 heirs of Mujian remain. I thought the main family might find a use for them, so I detained them for the time being. The decision is yours to make, young family head. What use could they be? Just kill them. Li Yuanxiu smiled faintly before walking past the crowd with Li Feiluoya. Both entered the inner hall together, ignoring the children's desperate cries and pleas for mercy behind them. In the spotlessly clean inner hall, the clan soldiers quickly took their positions on both sides, giving the empty hall a somber appearance. What is this? Li Yuanxiu asked as he looked up at the throne. There, a brown spherical object was hanging, swaying, and overlooking everyone below. The Eye of Jianixi. Li Feiluoya answered flatly, causing Li Yuanxiu to pause briefly before she continued. Mujian obtained the remains of Jianixi and preserved his foundation establishment realm eyeball, preventing it from decaying. They hang above the throne, overseeing everyone. The customs of Mount Yue are indeed eerie, Li Yuanxiu muttered as he glanced at the brown eyeball, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with it. Deciding not to dwell on it, he then gave a soft command. Take it down to be used in a ritual for Granduncle Xianping. Yes. As soon as that command was given, 2 clan soldiers immediately stepped forward to remove the eyeball. Li Yuanxiu took another look at it before turning to Li Feiluoya. Auntie never had children of her own. I once did have my own, but they were harmed by Mujian. As she said this, Li Feiluoya touched her stomach gently, her expression slightly weary. Li Yuanxiu was clearly taken aback by this revelation and felt a sense of guilt. You've endured a lot over the years, Annie. Is there anything you wish for? He asked softly, his tone apologetic. Li Feiluoya's lips curved into a smile, and she slowly kneeled down. There is indeed one thing. I am only in my 30s, and I wish to choose a cultivator from our family to marry into mine, to have a son or a daughter. This would comfort me in my remaining years. Li Feiluoya's answer was unexpected yet reasonable to Li Yuanxiu, who nodded in agreement. Just then, the palace doors swung open. This was startling to all those present, as there were no strong winds at all. The clan soldiers on either side bowed as a middle-aged man with a sword on his back stepped into the hall, revealing himself. He had another sword at his waist, and he exuded an extremely commanding aura. Greetings, Granduncle. Li Yuanxiu's demeanor immediately became solemn and submissive, bowing down. Li Feiluoya followed suit, though she did not recognize the man, as she could tell from everyone's reactions that he ought to be of importance. Fei Luoya greets the elder. No need for such formalities. Li Tongyan nodded approvingly as he glanced at Li Feiluoya, saying warmly, Well done, you have saved our family much trouble. Which branch are you from? My father is Li Yexing, who served Lord Xianping. Li Xiaowen is my elder brother. Li Feiluoya answered respectfully. Li Tongyan clapped his hands, letting out a hearty laugh. So you are Yexing's daughter? Then there's no mistake about it. You have your father's spirit. Back then, I had Xianer send a clan daughter over, never imagining it was you. Li Feiluoya smiled and thanked him. Li Tongyan then made a quick gesture, and the eyeball, previously held by a servant, flew up and landed before him. The brown eyeball, once filled with fierceness and slyness, now only held a vacant stillness. Li Tongyan inspected it closely and sighed. Jianixi, a man that once drove our family into disarray. I have to admit, he was truly a remarkable person. Fortunately, he died at the hands of Mount Yue's Purple Mansion Realm Cultivator. Li Yuanxiu, young and not very familiar with that history, listened intently. Li Feiluoya, having spent many years in Mount Yue, was more knowledgeable and hence explained it to him softly. I heard that Jianixi was a half-brother of Mujian, born of a slave, who acquired an ancient secret technique to cultivate his qi. He reached the Foundation Establishment realm by the mere age of 40. He was truly a genius. Li Tongyan frowned when he heard this. What ancient secret technique? Even if one acquires such a method, it's impossible to cultivate without proper qi. That was most likely an opportunity arranged by the Purple Mansion Realm Cultivator of Mount Yue. He then raised an eyebrow and asked, Do you know what kind of immortal foundation Jianixi established? Mujian, when drunk and weeping for Jianixi, once mentioned that his foundation was profoundly powerful and mysterious. After saying this, Li Feiluoya thought for a moment and paused. When she spoke again, her voice was low and serious. It is called Emperor's Mandate. Chapter 197. The Conspirators. Emperor's Mandate. The ancient and imposing name took both Li Yuanxiu and Li Tongyan by surprise. While Li Yuanxiu was less affected, Li Tongyan, who had encountered numerous immortal foundations throughout his life, was stunned to hear of one named after an emperor for the first time. He pondered deeply to himself. The immortal foundation formed from the river Wenqi technique is called Boundless Ocean, and the one from Cave Spring Clear Spirit technique is Spring's Echo. The immortal foundation is always closely related to the method of cultivation. Jianixi's technique must also have been equally powerful. Li Yuanxiu, who was standing beside him, displayed a look of yearning as he listened to the name of the immortal foundation. His ears pricked up instantly, and he felt an uncontrollable desire rising within him. To cultivate an immortal foundation and to traverse the mysterious realm, the allure of reaching the foundation establishment realm is so tempting. I wonder if in this lifetime I might glimpse the realm beyond Qi cultivation. The Li family's main lineage had already produced 3 Qi cultivators, and Li Xianling was just a step away. The expectations for Li Yuanxiu and his younger relatives were primarily set beyond the Qi cultivation realm, hence instigating such thoughts in Li Yuanxiu. Li Tongya inquired further about the details from Li Feiluoya, who patiently answered each of his questions. Mu Jiaoman had been cautious of Li Feiluoya during his lifetime and hadn't said much, so no further useful information was obtained. I see, Li Tongya said before smiling warmly to Li Yuanxiu, thus ending the prior topic of conversation. We have mobilized a great number of people for this, and many eyes are upon us. We risk becoming targets, so it's not advisable to stay away from home for long. I'll remain here for a month, while several elders will stay in the city to watch over things. Go sort out the affairs of the Mount Yue territory with your father. Once that's done, we'll return home together. As for Feiluoya, Li Tongya's voice trailed off as he glanced at her, and Li Feiluoya quickly expressed her wishes. Li Tongya nodded in understanding and commended her once more. You've worked hard these years. Help Xiao handle the affairs, and then return to Lijing Town to live a peaceful life. Yes. Li Yuanxiu and Li Feiluoya both responded respectfully. Li Tongya then nodded, his figure fading as he rode the wind away, of course, taking the brown eyeball with him. Left behind, Li Yuanxiu and Li Feiluoya exchanged a glance with each other in the courtyard. Li Feiluoya made a welcoming gesture, and Li Yuanxiu took his seat at the head of the table. Please enlighten me, Auntie, he said warmly. My pleasure, Li Feiluoya smiled as she nodded gently, speaking softly. Currently, Eastern Mount Yue has a population of 226,000, with 11 towns and 63 villages. There are 62 embryonic breathing realm cultivators and 8 Qi cultivators, all harnessing unrefined Qi. They're not very useful in major capacities, but adequate for cultivating spirit fields. The Eastern Mount Yue consists of 6 major noble clans, with the Mulu clan as their leader. Most of the cultivators come from these clans, which hold 90% of the treasures and spirit items. Mount Yue is not skilled in agriculture. However, most of the spirit fields lie fallow. Li Yuanxiu nodded and said in a low voice, the land of Mount Yue is much more fertile than that of our Li family. It's approximately the same size in area, but with a much larger population. People in Mount Yue live by hunting in the mountains and gathering crops, and although they practice agriculture, they are not adept at it. Once we educate them, they could support an additional 100,000 people. The matter of the spirit fields has already been attended to by my father, who has sent people to investigate. We should have a clear understanding of it in a few days. Li Yuanxiu paused after saying this, noticing that Li Feiluoya had something to say. He stopped to look expectantly at her. That's right, young family head. But what about these spirit items currently in the hands of the clans? How do you plan to handle them? Li Feiluoya asked quietly. She had managed to execute the High Shaman with the help of these clans, and now that she was about to leave the court and return to Lijing Town, she did not hesitate to propose such an idea. These people are cunning. If we don't kill a few, they won't obey, she added as she glanced downward. Indeed. Li Yuanxiu pressed his hands on the table and continued. I'll ask Clan Uncle Qiuyang and Uncle Donghe to take our clan soldiers and search house by house. With their spiritual sense, these people will have nowhere to hide. We'll find an excuse to detain their young and exchange them for spirit items. Li Yuanxiu paused briefly, then sighed. When he opened his mouth to speak again, his voice was heavy with emotion. I didn't want to use such crude methods, but with only a month's time, we cannot afford to wear them down slowly. We must resort to violence and deter them through fear of slaughter. Shamoli flew over the 11 towns below, strategically placing his troops in each one. His spirits, previously dampened by Chimu's nonsensical words, had improved considerably. After making a complete circuit with the 4 Mount Yue cultivators following him, they finally descended upon Mulu town. Years have passed since I left in destitution, and now I return in fine clothing. Shamoli sighed, attempting to articulate his feelings with the limited literary flair he had picked up from the Easterners. Running out of eloquent expressions, he naturally stumbled over his words. He suddenly turned his head, and with considerable disdain, looked at the attire of the few Mount Yue cultivators behind him and commanded, "You lot, tie up your hair, and what are these ragged clothes you're wearing?" The group of Mount Yue cultivators was stunned and clearly dumbfounded. "Are ragged?" They sputtered, repeating his words in disbelief. Shamoli sighed softly before grabbing the hand of the one in front. He patted his shoulder and explained, "You have spent your lives in this dirt hole and never had the chance to witness the prosperity beyond our borders. Give it another 2 years, and you'll understand the difference between good and bad." They had landed in the town's center as they were in conversation, only to see clan soldiers bustling about, armed and rushing in formation through the streets. Their cold armor clinked sharply. However, they were not heading toward the houses of the rich or common folk, but specifically targeting large estates led by either embryonic breathing realm or Qi cultivators, marching up the stone steps. Angry shouts then followed as the clan soldiers silently dragged out the obese bodies of the people along. The Mount Yue clans were not as regulated as those ruled by the Li family, and each of them was as fat as a pig due to the lack of productive work, and they were screaming as they were dragged out. It took 2 soldiers to haul each one, and one even yelled, "Do you know who I am? My uncle is a Qi cultivator." A soldier promptly kicked him, causing him such pain that he rolled around, unable to speak. The leader, a 3rd-stage embryonic breathing realm cultivator, stood expressionless as he pointed his long sword at the man. Shamoli, witnessing this, felt his expression change and his unease grow. He stopped a troop of clan soldiers, demanding in a stern voice, "What are you all doing?" The leader, looking serious yet honest, still holding his long sword, replied cautiously, "Su Gongming greets the great king. We are acting on orders from young Master Xiao to arrest those among the 6 major clans who are conspiring with Qimu's remnants." "What about you, great king?" "Oh." Realizing they were searching for Qimu's remnants, Shamoli's expression shifted to one that was between shock and joy. He then looked fiercely at those clan members and exclaimed, "Good. Brother Xiao is indeed thorough. Go ahead and do what you need to. I have your back." With that, he turned to stare coldly at the 4 Mount Yue cultivators that were behind him. They were indeed from the 6 major clans, all of whom bowed their heads guiltily, not daring to meet his eyes. "Well then, I shall execute my order," Su Gongming responded, still expressionless. He gave a signal, and the clan soldiers immediately sprang into action. Chapter 198, Exploiting the Clans. "My lady, what is this? What's going on here?" the old ministers asked. Li Feiluoya sat at the head of the table, smiling radiantly at the old ministers below. They were all white-haired and visibly anxious, repeatedly saying, "We all contributed to the fight against Qimu. Why, then, are our people being captured? The notion that they are remnants of Qimu is a grave misunderstanding." Li Feiluoya furrowed her brow and beckoned the anxious ministers closer, speaking softly. "Each of you has indeed contributed greatly, and I hold that in my heart. Early this morning, I heard that people from several clans had been taken away, and I immediately went to inquire with the head of the family." The old ministers looked at each other and then cupped their fists, but their eyes still were heavy with doubt. "Thank you, my lady. But about these remnants of Qimu." Li Feiluoya waved her hand with a helpless expression. "This matter is under young Master Jiao's control. He's tyrannical and lawless, and even the young family head fears him somewhat. Naturally, I am powerless. To make things worse, young Master Jiao's mother is from the Mulu clan, and Mu Jiaomon is his granduncle. Qimu has murdered his own brothers and father. Young Master Jiao naturally hates him to the bone. If your offspring fall into the hands of such a brutal and greedy person, they will undoubtedly suffer." Upon hearing this, the clan elders who had come seeking an explanation were all startled. The younger ones were anxious and unsure of what to do, while a few older ones exchanged glances, relieved. "This is just extortion. It's our wealth thereafter, not our lives." Li Feiluoya, now grinning, watched as an elderly man with white hair stood up. Highly respected among the clans and seasoned from a lifetime in the bureaucracy, he naturally knew what Li Feiluoya wanted. He coughed, then slowly cupped his fist and said, "My lady, having sent an army of justice to support the great king. My Wutu clan once served the false king, but has now seen the light. Now, in fear, we wish to offer the spirit fields under our control and over 30 spirit items. We seek nothing else but to serve the upper sect. We hope my lady can speak kindly of us in front of young Master Xiao. This old man was decisive and smart. Knowing there was no way he could keep the spirit fields, he readily offered all of them along with more than 30 spirit items. Though these items, mostly embryonic breathing realm shamanic tools and spirit items, could not compare to the Dharma artifacts and pills of immortal cultivators, they could certainly serve the Li family's lower-level cultivators well. The old clan chief is indeed magnanimous. Li Fei Luoya nodded in approval. These shamanic tools and spirit items were many years of savings by the clan, and even for a clan that had dominated this land for years, offering over 30 items was a significant sacrifice. She glanced at the other clan leaders who, after exchanging looks with each other, made similar offers. We're willing to offer 25 plots of spirit fields and 15 spirit items. Our clan is willing to offer 15 plots of spirit fields and 20 spirit items. After listening to them all, Li Fei Luoya finally smiled in satisfaction. Everyone, please calm down. I understand all your positions. For now, go back and wait for my news. I will speak with young Master Xiao and get back to you all later. Seeing that Li Fei Luoya had already spoken to dismiss them, they could only reluctantly leave the room. Once Li Fei Luoya saw that the room was empty, she called someone over and instructed, "Follow them and take care of the spirit fields and items. Make sure to account for everything each family has seeded. Record them in a register and send it to young Master Xiao. He will decide whom to kill based on this. Those who give less will face more executions among their ranks, while those who offer more will see their members spared to a greater extent. Within 3 days, these old fellows will naturally come looking for me again." Understood, the attendant beside her replied before she withdrew. Li Fei Luoya, with a gleeful smile, picked up her brush. She fondly circled it over the fabric before her, musing to herself, "Having great power and pressuring others is truly intoxicating. I wonder if I can secure a decent position when I return to town." In the palace of Molu town, Mujian had built many prisons during his construction of the palace to detain dissenters. As his rule became more stable, these prisons became emptier. Now that Shamoli had risen to power, the prisons had suddenly filled up again, with rooms originally meant for one person now packed with 3 to 5 prisoners each. It was cramped and filthy, with urine and feces everywhere. Yuan raised the whip in his hand before stepping on the blood-stained face beneath his foot. His expression shifted as he whipped the man on the ground, causing him to scream in pain. His voice was dangerously low when he spoke. "Say it again." Mujian is Jianixi's younger brother. They had the same father, different mothers. Jianixi's mother was a slave. She fled into the woods to give birth to him. The man answered weakly. Yuan fell silent for a moment, then whipped the man again, demanding, "How many spirit items and fields does your clan have? Don't hide anything. You're not the only person in the Wutu clan." "I am just a mortal. I really don't know." The man pleaded in pain, trembling. Yuan waved his hand dismissively before whipping him a few more times. He only paused when an attendant handed him a small letter, interrupting his assault. He glanced at it and sneered. "You're a thoroughly wicked person. I guess physical pain isn't enough for you. Please don't blame me for this." As he spoke, his second-stage embryonic breathing realm aura burst forth. Not waiting for the man to plead further, he struck the man's head with his mana-enhanced whip, causing it to explode instantly. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, staining the ground. "Report to the young master. The lady has sent over the register." Yuan turned and took the document, scanning it from top to bottom once more, making thorough mental notes. He then issued a command, and another prisoner was dragged out of a cell, crying and begging for mercy. Just as Yuan raised his whip again, a voice transmitted by mana reached him, stopping him in his tracks. "Young brother Xiao, hold on." Yuan pursed his lips, then saw Shamoli stumbling into the room hurriedly. He awkwardly began, "Brother Xiao, I know you hold resentment in your heart, but the people of the 6 major clans and our Molu clan have deep relations. Could you perhaps show them some mercy for my sake?" "Oh, it's you, brother Shamoli." Yuan smiled as he tossed aside his whip and said with a cheerful smile, "You've just ascended the throne, and there are many affairs to handle within the state. Leave these minor matters to me. There is no need to trouble yourself to come here. Shamoli chuckled. Since ascending the throne, he had indeed taken up the role with great fanfare, but every day, the matters that reached him were merely trivial issues of the state. None of the key issues ever came to his hands, leaving him so frustrated that he was lost for words. His visit this time was because the 6 major clans had already sent sufficient gifts, and he also wanted to use this opportunity to gauge Li Yuanjiao's intentions, to see when the Li family would leave. Seeing Shamoli smiling awkwardly without speaking, Li Yuanjiao explained, I'm trying to eliminate dissenters for you, to establish authority. Rest assured, leave this matter to me, I know the limits. Shamoli, already indebted to Li Yuanjiao, was even more at a loss for words, and could only sigh softly. When will Brother Xiao return to Lijing Town? I'll also arrange the time to fulfill my duties as the host. Li Yuanjiao laughed heartily and said in a low voice, if the 6 major clans cooperate and the remnants of Qimu can be dealt with within a month, we'll return east. If the 6 clans drag their feet and resist, it might take months or even half a year. Shamoli was pleased to hear this, knowing that once the Li family finished exploiting the 6 major clans, they would leave. He quickly replied, I understand. I understand. Li Yuanjiao patted his shoulder, speaking warmly. I understand the difficulties you face, brother. I'm also acting under orders. We indeed trouble you by staying here, but as soon as the 6 major clans cooperate, I'll write to the elders to return east early, and we won't linger any longer on your territory. Eager to witness the departure of the Li family and indifferent to the concerns of the 6 major clans, Shamoli felt a great weight lifted off his shoulders. He nodded gratefully and said, Brother Yuanjiao is selfless indeed. I will do my best to cooperate, brother. Chapter 199, Observing the Ceremony. Azure Pond Peak is the highest peak of Mount Azure Pond, known for its steep terrain. At the foot of the peak stood a stele inscribed with the characters Azure Qi, which often puzzled new disciples who wondered why it read Azure Qi instead of Azure Pond. The older disciples, however, kept their mouths sealed and offered no explanations. Over time, no one asked about it anymore. The cave dwelling at the summit of Azure Pond Peak was the place with the richest spiritual qi in the entire mountain range. Facing the east where the sun and moon rise, cultivating here could yield great results with minimal effort. Qi Zhiyun, holding a sword, had been waiting respectfully in front of the stone door for a long time when it silently opened. An elderly man with white hair and a benevolent face emerged, holding a jade alms bowl. His aura was undetectable, and he seemed like just an ordinary old man. Zhiyun greets the ancestor. Congratulations on attaining mastery of your divine ability. Qi Zhiyun called out respectfully. The white-haired elder smiled gently and spoke in a low, aged voice. It's hardly any great achievement. I merely extended my life by consuming a treasured pill and finally mastered my 5th divine ability, qualifying me to attempt a breakthrough to the Golden Core realm. Glancing at Qi Zhiyun, Qi Wei cleared his throat. Strangely, 2 voices emerged simultaneously, one sharp and fine, a woman's voice, and the other deep and aged, clearly belonging to an old man, saying in unison, middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm, not bad at all. This was rather eerie, and Qi Zhiyun felt a shiver down his spine, though he dared not show it. Instead, he humbly replied, My modest cultivation doesn't deserve such praise, ancestor. Qi Wei took a step forward, his voice returning to normal as he said in a low voice, I have emerged from seclusion because that old bastard Duanmu is about to break through to the Golden Core realm, and he has invited me to watch the ceremony. Although your immortal foundation has not yet shown signs of harboring divine abilities, it would be beneficial for you to observe. Qi Zhiyun's eyes lit up at the suggestion as he quickly thanked his ancestor. Qi Wei watched him for a moment before small clouds formed under their feet. They ascended into the sky, heading toward Mount Dali. Standing behind Qi Wei, Qi Zhiyun hesitated for a moment before asking quietly, Ancestor, if I may inquire about Li Chejing. He has already been refined into a pill, which has been delivered to me, to aid me when I break through to the Golden Core realm. Qi Wei responded indifferently, and Qi Zhiyun sighed in relief. Qi Wei then continued, The techniques of the 3 sects and 7 gates mostly originate from the Moonlight Origin Mansion, including that Moon Lake Autumn Reflection technique that comes from the Moonlight Secret Decree. The immortal foundation it builds, known as the Lake Moon Autumn, has the ability to oversee all techniques. This immortal foundation greatly benefits my breakthrough to the Golden Core realm. Qi Wei shared these secrets which mesmerized Qi Zhiyun and greatly excited him. Seeing his reaction, Qi Wei continued. Unfortunately, Li Chejing was born 50 years too late. By the time he reached the Qi cultivation realm, I had already acquired 4 divine abilities and 1 immortal foundation. Had he been born 50 years earlier, I could have taken his Lake Moon Autumn instead of settling for the far inferior spiritual sustenance, and my chances of breaking through the Golden Core realm would have been much greater. Qi Zhiyun also shook his head regretfully. With the refined techniques of the Purple Mansion realm, they soon arrived at Mount Dali. They effortlessly crossed over Lijing Town and eastern Mount Yue, causing Lu Jiangxian on the mountain to shrink back into his mirror, lying motionless on the stone platform like a lifeless being. Fortunately, Qi Wei flew high, paying no heed to the situation below, and crossed over eastern Mount Yue directly. He stopped near the white jade steps at the edge of Mount Wu and stumbled upon someone else riding on clouds. The man was dressed in a glittering golden robe, with white hair and a beard, yet his face retained a middle-aged appearance. His aura also marked him as a peak Purple Mansion realm cultivator. Upon seeing Qi Wei, the man cupped his fist and greeted. Brother Qi Wei, long time no see. It's been 73 years. Brother Zhang remains the same as always. Qi Wei responded heartily. The middle-aged man smiled. Qi Zhiyun looked up and noticed another person behind him, seemingly of early Foundation Establishment realm cultivation. This individual appeared unremarkable, carrying a long sword on his back and casting a provocative gaze toward Qi Zhiyun. Qi Zhiyun snorted coldly, quite displeased as he thought to himself, Zhang, probably from the Golden Feather sect. This person is merely at the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, yet behaves so arrogantly. Does he truly believe anyone can use me to gain fame, just like Li Chejing? The 2 Purple Mansion realm cultivators chatted for a bit more until the grand formation on Mount Wu suddenly opened, revealing a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe. He paused, observing that representatives from the 3 sects and 7 gates, various rogue cultivators, and even Purple Mansion realm cultivators from neighboring states had all gathered. With cold eyes and an air of arrogance, he spoke. I, Duanmu Kue, am breaking through to the Golden Core realm today. According to the Cultivation World's convention over the last 300 years among the 4 states, I have extended invitations to you all. Kindly give me some space and refrain from interrupting the process carelessly. The people gathered in the clouds paused, and someone spoke. We understand these rules. Senior Duanmu is the eldest among us in the Purple Mansion realm, whom we respect the most. We all have come to witness the ceremony. Duanmu Kue sneered and looked down at Mount Wu, while the disciples below watched him nervously. He was well aware that these disciples had long been in collusion with the 3 sects and 7 gates, and that they were ready to disperse should he fail. Yet, Duanmu Kue remained indifferent. Establishing Mount Wu was purely to find some errand runners, and these disciples held no place in his heart. Qi Wei watched quietly, his expression filled with emotion. He then said to Qi Zhiyun beside him, Duanmu Kue is the sole survivor from the era when the Moonlight Origin Mansion was prominent. When I was young, I heard legends about him. He received divine teachings from an immortal under a mulberry tree in ancient Li City, rising from a beggar to a Purple Mansion realm immortal cultivator, leading a life full of dramatic turns. Qi Zhiyun hesitated for a moment before asking, what are his chances of breaking through the Golden Core realm? Qi Wei paused for a while before answering in a low voice. Greater than any of ours. Duanmu Kue levitated into the air, his gaze fixed on the slowly rising sun. The pure qi of heaven and earth rose in the atmosphere, while the murky qi sank. The essence of the sun and moon intertwined, creating an ideal atmosphere for a breakthrough. Divine lights began to rise around Duanmu Kue, his expression complex and unreadable. Duanmu Kue, despite not possessing exceptional talent, had nonetheless dominated his era with techniques bestowed by an immortal. Having lived for 647 years, he had exhausted the 16 life-extending methods from the book titled Answers to a Beggar's Questions under the Mulberry Tree, and eventually attained mastery of 5 divine abilities. He said, I could break through to the Golden Core realm. When Duanmu Kue was 22 years old, he had collapsed under a mulberry tree, nearly starving to death. An immortal had given him a bowl of noodles. Duanmu Kue, expressing deep gratitude and claiming he had nothing to repay him with, was met with a simple response by the immortal, eat slowly. After wandering aimlessly for 11 years, Duanmu Kue wept bitterly upon hearing those words. The immortal had then stuffed the book titled Answers to a Beggar's Questions under the mulberry tree into his chest and said softly, "Breakthrough to the Golden Core Realm. I'll come looking for you in 500 years." As the essence of the sun and moon reached its peak in the sky, Duanmu Kue's spiritual sense stirred. A faint light flew out from his Xinyang mansion, activating Locust Shade Ghost, a life divine ability. His vision cleared, revealing two vague figures in the clouds. Duanmu Kue cupped his fist respectfully and said solemnly, "Please wait a moment, esteemed seniors." As he spoke, the other Purple Mansion realm cultivators present stepped back in awe. Duanmu Kue listened intently and heard a sharp, high-pitched voice come from the distance. "If your breakthrough fails, you will turn into smoke and dust, but if you succeed, we shall call you an immortal." Duanmu Kue smiled softly, and his other 4 divine abilities emerged from his body, stirring the spiritual chi of heaven and earth which swirled around him. Untraceable presence, Earth Shaman's Blessing, Fool's Mountain Chase, Blood Drinker. Duanmu Kue called each of his abilities out one by one, sighing softly with a hint of resentment on his face. If only he had not lacked the Emperor's mandate, he would not be in such a dire situation. His gaze swept over the Taoist halls of Yue State angrily before he refocused himself. The first ray of light from Locust Shade Ghost ascended into the sky, drawing invisible flames in its wake. Chapter 200, Locust Shade Ghost. Qi Jun noticed Duanmu Kue, cupping his fist respectfully toward the clouds. Yet Qi Jun saw no one among the clouds, leaving him both surprised and slightly confused. He then turned to Qi Wei and asked, "Ancestor, what's going on? Could it be that a Golden Core Realm cultivator from another state has arrived?" "Not at all." Qi Wei shook his head and activated his divine ability, glancing at the 2 vague figures in the clouds. He swept his eyes across them briefly, not daring to let his gaze linger, and turned to explain to Qi Jiyun. To break through to the Golden Core Realm, the key lies in refining that indestructible metallic essence, and then using it to catalyze a divine ability to achieve the Golden Core. Duanmu Kue is adept in shamanic spells, and even if he can't form a Golden Core, he can still refine this metallic essence. Those 2 are emissaries of death, ensuring that should Duanmu Kue fail and his soul escape, the metallic essence won't transform into a monstrous force. Qi Jiyun, having read the scriptures within his sect, naturally understood that the metallic essence of the Golden Core was not the metal of the 5 elements, but instead symbolized the indestructibility of metal. He was greatly puzzled and exclaimed, "Are there really such benevolent people?" "It's a necessity." Qi Wei sighed softly and said, "You, being young, do not know how many spirit veins of mountains were broken and how many powerful beings, from Golden Core Realm to beyond, died in the ancient battles between immortals and devils. Those beings had all refined the metallic essence, turning into various fiends. Inflicting suffering upon the living is one thing, but these fiends retain traces of metallic essence. Naturally, it stirs envy in others. So, the immortals established a supreme sect dedicated to capturing these creatures. Nowadays, it's one of the few upper sects that has never hidden away from the world, always shrouded in mystery." While Qi Wei spoke, Duanmu Kue's 5 divine abilities in the sky had merged into a ray of colorful light, spewing invisible flames. Witnessing this, the other Purple Mansion realm cultivators stepped back in awe and were dumbstruck, while Duanmu Kue continued to refine his powers within these invisible flames. Duanmu Kue is taking the path of balancing water and fire, a method now rarely seen. Having received techniques granted by an immortal, he's more confident using these ancient methods. Qi Wei remarked while Jiyun, not quite understanding his explanation, simply stared blankly at the radiant display of divine abilities. On the other hand, Qi Wei nodded thoughtfully, focusing intently on the scene before him. No one in the Wu and Yue states had achieved the Golden Core Realm for hundreds of years. The few known methods for breaking through the Golden Core Realm had led to the deaths of many Purple Mansion realm cultivators, leading to an agreement among them to invite juniors to witness their breakthroughs, a mutually beneficial arrangement in the hopes of finding the right method for advancement. Everyone watched intently, but one of the vague figures in the clouds shook their head. In a high-pitched voice, the figure said, "He has the Locust Shade Ghost Life divine ability. So he should have cultivated the Emperor's mandate instead of Fool's Mountain Chase. Exactly. Duanmu likely has no hope left. Let's prepare to intervene. As the two conversed, nobody below them could hear their voices. The invisible fire in the air blazed even fiercer, using the divine abilities as kindling, faintly condensing a bright point of light. All the Purple Mansion realm cultivators widened their eyes in envy as they watched the spirit light. Duanmu pushed his palm forward, and the essence of the sun and moon surged toward that light. Slowly, a few ethereal dewdrops appeared above the glimmering spirit light, shimmering beautifully and dripping down. The light grew even brighter, but suddenly, the dewdrops ceased. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the 5 divine abilities had been fully consumed, and no more dew fell. Qi Yuan watched, puzzled, while Qi Wei had already lowered his head in disappointment. The Purple Mansion realm cultivators looked at each other, their hearts pounding as they gazed at Duanmu. Duanmu paused for a moment, then inhaled sharply. Like a whale, he swallowed the entire spirit light into his belly. A complex expression flickered across his face before he burst out laughing. His voice was unexpectedly high-pitched, filled with triumph and satisfaction. I've succeeded. Qi Yuan looked up in shock to see Duanmu face streaked with fine lines, resembling a cracked porcelain doll. He shivered at the unnerving sight. Meanwhile, Duanmu continued laughing loudly. Witnessing this odd phenomenon, Qi Wei was greatly alarmed and immediately pulled Qi Yuan back by several li. Let's go. The other Purple Mansion realm cultivators also quickly fled without looking back. The 2 figures in the sky appeared before him quickly, and the one with a sharper voice called out to him fiercely. Duanmu, oblivious, continued to rub his face. His skin was now flaking off in pieces and chunks, revealing the bone beneath. The spirit lights of his spells had faded, transforming into rising wisps of ghostly light instead. Duanmu. The figure called his name out 3 more times before exchanging a glance with his companion. He then sighed softly. Who are you? Duanmu then looked up, his facial skin now grotesquely shredded, revealing an eerie, skeletal face beneath. He chuckled darkly and let out a piercing shriek that reverberated through the vast sky. I am the Locust Shade Ghost. Li Tongya sat solemnly in a chilly secret chamber, holding a warm jade stone in his hand. He had been overseeing Mulu town for the past few days, waiting to return home once order was restored. His spiritual sense occasionally swept over various locations, vigilant for any disturbances. The Li family had scavenged 3 Qi cultivation realm treasures from the entirety of eastern Mount Yue, one of which was the jade stone in his hand. Known for stabilizing Qi and enhancing concentration, it also expedited cultivation and was thus effective for Qi cultivators. Hence, it was promptly sent to Li Tongya. The other 2 items were a Qi cultivation realm longsword and a small shield, which Li Tongya gave to Li Xianxian and Li Xianfeng respectively, providing Li Xianxian with a Qi cultivation realm Dharma artifact. In addition to the spirit fields and manpower of eastern Mount Yue, the family has also amassed a significant collection of spirit items and Dharma artifacts over the years, much to the delight and benefit of the younger generations. Li Tongya immersed his spiritual sense into his Qi High Acupoint, where his cultivation at the 9th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm manifested as a swirling mass of white Qi. Beneath the ethereal veil of white Qi lay a calm lake, its water formed by his condensed true essence. Thanks to the blessing of the deep ocean long whale talisman and river 1 Qi technique, the lake was as vast as an ocean instead. Li Tongya, who had yet to show signs of forming an immortal foundation, had read the river 1 Qi technique back and forth over a dozen times, memorizing its crucial points. He estimated that it would take about another decade for him to establish his immortal foundation. As he concentrated on his cultivation, a piercing scream interrupted his thoughts and cut through his silence. It was so loud that it echoed through his mind. I am Locust Shade Ghost. Li Tongya, who was deeply engrossed in meditation, was immediately jolted from his state by the unexpected shriek. He instantly turned pale as he exhaled a frustrated and alarmed breath, his mind racing to discern the source of the disturbance. Who was that? After briefly regulating his breathing, Li Tongya pushed open the stone door and ascended into the sky, where he saw several younger Qi cultivators of the Li family with grim expressions on their faces. Chen Donghe, Li Xianfeng, and others stood aloft in silence, looking westward. Li Tongya looked toward the west, where dark clouds swarmed the sky and thunder boomed. Brilliant bursts of mana light flickered continuously from within the cloud, resonating with loud explosions. This all caused his heart to skip a beat as he murmured, "This day has arrived earlier than expected. It seems that the Purple Mansion Realm Cultivator of Mount Yue might be breaking through to the Golden Core Realm. However, it's uncertain whether this phenomenon indicates success or failure." Li Xianfeng joined him, his expression grave. The Golden Age longbow on his back glistened in the sunlight as he said to Li Tongya, "Judging by the days, it's likely that the Purple Mansion Realm Cultivator of Mount Yue is attempting to break through to the Golden Core Realm. However, given the current scene, it appears there may be a battle happening above. Mount Wu will disperse, and the territory of Mount Yue will fall into the hands of Azure Pond's sect." Li Tongya paused, then added in a low voice, "As for why there is a battle, it might be that the Purple Mansion Realm Cultivator of Mount Yue has enemies seeking revenge. These matters are common for high-level cultivators and are not of our concern. However, we should inform the Xiao family of this news. Donghe, you fly to the Prefecture and notify the Xiao family." "Understood." Chen Donghe replied with a nod before flying eastward along the gully road right away. Li Xianxian, who had been standing nearby, nodded in response to the news, his expression tinged with worry. According to the Xiao family, the territories of Mount Yue will be divided among the Mount Yue Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators aligned with Azure Pond sect. However, it is uncertain which Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators adjacent to our family will take control. The situation on the lake is about to change again. Chapter 201, Fei Luoya. Several members of the Li family were observing the sky when they saw several streaks of light coming from the north, stopping over the territory of eastern Mount Yue. Li Tongya and Li Xianfeng exchanged glances, murmuring, "With such a commotion, no family on the lake could fail to notice. Now, things are getting interesting." Sure enough, the leading streak of light slowed down, revealing a middle-aged man dressed in black clothes. He stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an imposing aura. He swept his gaze over Li Tongya and said softly, "Tongya, my young friend, it has been several years. Your cultivation has greatly improved. Greetings, senior." Li Tongya greeted as he flew up to greet the man, who was none other than Yu Xiaogui, the father of Yu Mugo and the ancestor of the Yu family, a Foundation Establishment Realm Immortal cultivator. Yu Xiaogui nodded as he scanned Li Tongya from top to bottom, but another streak of light joined them. A middle-aged man in white brocade robes descended gracefully, looking distinguished and elegant. It was Fei Luoya, the ancestor of the second Foundation Establishment Realm clan on the lake. After so many years, Brother Tongya still looks splendid. Fei Luoya's tone was warm, contrasting sharply with Yu Xiaogui's. Li Tongya cupped his fist in response, feeling helpless inside. "Greetings, senior," he greeted. Li Tongya glanced to the side and indeed saw Yu Xiaogui snort coldly, clearly irritated by the close relations between the Fei and Li families, as well as Fei Luoya's friendliness. He stated coldly, "The head of the Fei family is indeed good-natured." Fei Luoya simply chuckled in response to his snide comment. Soon, more streaks of light arrived with the leader being in Jian, the head of the Yin family. He wore a large leather hat atop his plump face, trailing behind Yu Mugo of the Yu family. In no time, all the Qi cultivation realm families from the lake had gathered, and Jian looked up at the two Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators and asked respectfully, "May I know if the seniors have any insight into this phenomenon?" Yu Xiaogui glanced at Jian without a word while Yu Mugo stepped forward with a wave of his sleeve, drawing everyone's attention. His voice was gravely solemn when he spoke. "I received a message from my brother, stating that a Purple Mansion Realm cultivator from Mount Yue is breaking through to the Golden Core Realm, thus causing these unusual phenomena. Your esteemed clan indeed has well-informed sources," and Jian praised loudly, to which Yu Mugo grimaced and shook his head. Noticing the members of the Li family below, Yu Mugo suddenly realized something, and he thought bitterly to himself. No wonder the Li family has been acting strange. They must have already received the news early and seized the opportunity to advance westward. How infuriating. We have no other Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator to rely on in the sect, and with Mujian in seclusion recently, we were informed too late, allowing the Li family to effortlessly annex this territory. Yu Mugo's gaze swept over Li Tongya and Li Xianfeng, and his unease grew as he pondered. Now that the Li family has taken over the lands of eastern Mount Yue, there's no room for us to intervene. With the support of several 100,000 people, the Li family is not the same as before. They're becoming even more difficult to handle now. With a snort, Yumugo further validated Jian's thoughts, saying, "We're no match to the Li family." I wouldn't be surprised if Senior Tonya had been aware of this situation for quite some time and had already strategized accordingly. All the cultivators then turned their attention to Li Tonya, who knew he could not avoid the topic and stepped forward to offer a futile response. "We've also just received the news from the sect." And Jian scoffed and questioned, "How come I heard that your family had obtained the heir of Mount Yue years ago, carefully nurtured him, and conveniently elevated him to power just as Mount Yue's Purple Mansion Realm Cultivator was about to break through, thereby gaining control over eastern Mount Yue? If you weren't privy to early information and meticulously prepared, how could such a coincidence occur?" Li Tongya glanced at Jian, noting his sarcastic tone. He then shook his head slightly, responding, "It was merely a timely opportunity that we took advantage of, nothing compared to your clan's ability to manipulate and sow discord." "You?" And Jian did not expect Li Tongya to counter so bluntly. His face changed color, and he was about to speak when a figure quickly approached from the west, diverting everyone's attention. And Jian closed his mouth and looked over with an ugly expression. The newcomer, dressed in elaborate clothing and wearing a storage pouch typical of cultivators, but with the appearance of a Mount Yue person, stopped not far from the group. He was a mid-stage Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, and he was cautiously observing everyone. People of Mount Wu, Yu Xiaogui and Fei Luoya both tensed up, unsure of whether the Mount Yue Purple Mansion Realm cultivator had succeeded or failed. After a moment of staring contest, the Mount Yue Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator finally spoke up. "Are you people from Azure Qi?" Given that Azure Qi and Azure Pond shared the same pronunciation, no one found his question strange. One. As the highest-ranking cultivator and leader of the dominant family on the lake, Yu Xiaogui responded, "Indeed. Are you one of the Mount Wu group?" Unexpectedly, the Mount Yue Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator scoffed and announced, "Mount Wu is no more." Duanmu Kuei's attempt to break through ended in failure, resulting in his demise. The wealth and knowledge of Mount Wu have been distributed among several Purple Mansion Realm cultivators. We have submitted to the Azure Qi sect, and henceforth, we are allies. I look forward to collaborating with each of you." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogui was momentarily taken aback before his expression turned sour. The cultivators from Mount Wu, with their cultivation ranging from early to peak Foundation Establishment Realm and their proficiency in shamanic spells, made them even more challenging to deal with than ordinary Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. If they were to join the Azure Pond sect and a few of them settled down, they could easily establish several Foundation Establishment Realm clans. The Yu family had firmly established themselves on the lake for many years, cultivating a system where tributes from neighboring families flowed steadily to them. The emergence of several additional Foundation Establishment Realm clans could potentially upset the stability they had painstakingly maintained. Naturally, Yu Xiaogui was displeased. Observing the perplexed expressions below, he explained, "The Purple Mansion Realm cultivator from Mount Yue is known as Duanmu Kuei. The Purple Mansion Realm cultivator has fallen." Everyone paused at this revelation, lamenting the death of a high-ranking Purple Mansion Realm cultivator right before them. Someone muttered, "It's actually for the best. Yu State hasn't had a Golden Core Realm cultivator for many years. If he had achieved it, we wouldn't be under Azure Pond sect anymore. We'd all end up following Mount Yue along with the 3 sects and 7 gates." Although the comment was blunt and even brought a slight smile to some faces, it truly expressed everyone's sentiments. Yu Xiaogui, slightly agitated, broke the silence. "If you plan to stay here long-term, we'll be neighbors. Once you establish your immortal mountain and spread your lineage, we will come to celebrate." Of course, the Mount Yue Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator was cautious and had merely responded politely, as he had yet to fully understand power dynamics here. Yu Xiaogui nodded and then departed with Yumugo. As soon as Yu Xiaogui left, the atmosphere immediately became more lively. Many approached Li Tongya to congratulate him, to which he thanked each one. He then turned to the Mount Yue Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator and said solemnly, "May I know your name, Senior?" "I am Li Tongya from the Li family. As our families will be neighbors, I hope we will get along well with each other." Fei Luoya, the Mount Yue Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, stated his name with a serious tone. Although he did not regard a mere Qi cultivator highly, he was polite, not knowing if the Li family had any Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. He looked down at the palace of eastern Mount Yue and raised an eyebrow. Although I rarely venture out of Mount Wu, I know the boundary between Azure Qi and Mount Wu was set at Big Fish Creek. What brings you moving east? Fei Luoya stared coldly at Li Tongya, his Foundation Establishment realm authority showing, but Li Tongya was unfazed and simply chuckled. Surely, you must be jesting, senior. Since Mount Wu no longer exists, this land is owned by no one, and it's only natural for my family to expand eastward. Seeing Li Tongya so unfazed, Fei Luoya narrowed his eyes and said in an aggressive tone, "When my brothers and I set boundaries, we agreed that everything east of Big Fish Creek was my territory. I cannot let this go unjustly. Your cultivation realm is humble. Get your elder to speak with me." 1. Azure Qi and Azure Pond actually share the same pronunciation in Chinese, Qing Qi. The Qi character used for Azure Qi was the same as Qi Wei's surname, but could also mean lake. Since the Chinese word for pond was also pronounced as Qi, hence, no one found any issue with the question. Chapter 202, The Retreat. Li Tongya cupped his fist respectfully and replied, "Our Foundation Establishment realm cultivator has been ordered by the sect to go on an expedition to eliminate demons, hence he is not currently available." Li Tongya had first heard from the White Banyan Fox about the Demon King refining pills at the southern border. Although Fei Luoya, often isolated on Mount Wu, was unaware of worldly affairs, Li Tongya crafted the story carefully, simply choosing to mention that Li Chejing was out on a demon-exterminating mission without specifying that it was in the southern border. Upon hearing this, Fei Luoya frowned. People from Mount Yue were not keen to beat around the bushes, so he demanded directly, "What is the cultivation realm of your family elder?" Just as Li Tongya was about to respond, a figure descended next to him. This person was dressed in a flowing white robe, exuding an air of elegance. It was none other than Fei Wangbai, the head of the Fei family. "Greetings, fellow Taoists." Fei Wangbai cupped his fist and greeted, carrying a white long spear that was strapped to his back. Li Tongya returned the greeting respectfully. Fei Luoya, seeing that Fei Wangbai was a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, also returned the greetings in a proper manner. Fei Wangbai raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "What's going on? Does anyone dare to provoke the Sword Immortals clan?" It was apparent from a distance that Fei Luoya was likely here to cause trouble, so Fei Wangbai stepped forward to show support. Fei Luoya furrowed his brow at the mention of the Sword Immortal, feeling somewhat uneasy now. "Of course not. Senior Fei Luoya merely wishes to meet the Sword Immortal," Li Tongya replied in a soothing voice. Hearing this eased Fei Luoya's mind a little, but Fei Wangbai laughed heartily and teased. "Everyone on the 36 peaks inside the sect and 5 prefectures in the Yue state wishes to behold the Sword Immortal's face. My fellow Taoist, you are quite bold. Could it be since no one is currently guarding the Li family, you intend to bully those under the banner of the Qing Sui Sword Immortal?" Fei Wangbai's lavish praises sounded more convincing than if Li Tongya were to speak those by himself, which immediately startled Fei Luoya. Although he had been confined to Mount Wu by Duanmu Kuei for many years and was not well versed in worldly affairs, he was still a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. He gritted his teeth and scoffed. "Do not try to scare me, fellow Taoist. We, the people of Mount Yue, are not so ceremonious. We take what we can defeat and flee when we cannot win. The revered Sword Immortal is not even present here. To expect me to yield to a mere Qi cultivator is too much." Though Fei Luoya spoke with a tough voice, his tone had softened considerably, and he had even begun to consider retreating. "It's just a few pieces of land after all. I might as well let him have it. As a Foundation Establishment realm immortal cultivator, gaining this worthless land brings me no benefits. I was only fighting to get back a little bit of pride." Just as Fei Luoya was about to lift his head and offer some conciliatory words, 2 streaks of light arrived from the east. A middle-aged man adorned with sachets and an old man clad in a gray robe landed next to Li Tongya. The middle-aged man cupped his fist and greeted Li Tongya, then gave Fei Luoya a sidelong glance before letting a wry smile cross his face. "Brother Tongya, it seems I'm not too late. Greetings, seniors." Li Tongya cupped his fist and greeted with a light chuckle. The middle-aged man was Xiao Yuanzi. Turning to look at the old man, whose face bore a resemblance to Xiao Yongling, Li Tongya knew he was a member of the Xiao family and respectfully inquired, "And who might this be?" "Xiao Chucho of the Xiao family, The old man answered warmly, his eyes twinkling as he stared at Fei Luoya. Fei Luoya, sensing the cultivation realms of the two men, one at the early stage and the other at the mid-stage of the foundation establishment realm, suddenly felt a sense of crisis. The alliance of these three could potentially detain him here. While his heart was racing, he heard Yuan begin to speak. "And you are?" Fei Luoya's demeanor changed immediately as he quickly smiled broadly and replied warmly, "I am Fei Luoya, formerly of Mount Yue. Now that I'm settling down here, I thought to acquaint myself with Brother Donghe and witness the might of the sword immortal." "Oh," Fei Wanbai chuckled softly, choosing not to expose Fei Luoya's pretense. Donghe courteously responded, "Since we are neighbors from now on, Senior Fei Luoya is most welcome to visit my Mount Yue." Of course, Fei Luoya quickly acquiesced, laughing awkwardly before hastily coming up with an excuse to take his leave. Fei Wanbai then turned to greet the two from the Xiao family. Seeing that they appeared to have more to discuss, he politely excused himself. "There are urgent matters at home, so I won't disturb Brother Donghe any longer. Take care, Senior. I will visit you in a few days," Donghe said. Although he had not yet achieved the Foundation Establishment realm, his power was second only to Foundation Establishment realm cultivators on the lake. Fei Wanbai, keen on fostering a good relationship, addressed him as an equal while Donghe continued to refer to him as Senior, a formality that put a small smile on Yuan's face. "Thank you for coming to support me during my time of need, Seniors." Donghe's face was earnest as he expressed his gratitude. Together, they descended to the palace where the servants immediately served them tea. Xiao Chucho, with his head full of white hair, took a sip of tea and said softly, "Given the current relationship between our families, I will speak frankly. We didn't come solely for your sake. Decades ago, I traveled through various states with a Buddhist. In the mountains of Mount Yue's territory, we discovered a precious herb guarded by a mid-stage Foundation Establishment realm demon beast. At that time, I was only at the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm and also wary of attracting the attention of Mount Yue, so I noted the location and left disappointed. Now that Mount Yue no longer exists, I brought Yuan here hoping to retrieve that herb," he explained. "I see," Donghe remarked as Xiao Chucho was clearly the senior member of the Xiao family. Even Yuan listened respectfully without speaking. Donghe agreed with a nod before Xiao Chucho smiled. "I've heard that your elegance is unmatched, and indeed it is so. Speaking of which, I must thank your Li family. If it weren't for the sword immortal obtaining an essence-gathering pill for our family, my son might not have broken through." Donghe responded modestly and chatted briefly with Xiao Chucho before voicing a question that had been on his mind. "May I ask about the Buddhist senior?" Xiao Chucho sipped his tea leisurely and replied, "You are still young and haven't traveled far from home. Our Yu state is in the south, controlled by our Dao Gate, and so is the Great Su to the north. If you cross the long river to the north, reaching the states of Yan and Xiao, that's the territory of the Buddhists. The world is vast, not dominated by our golden core Dao Gate alone. Buddhism also has its cultivation methods that differ from ours." However, Xiao Chucho shook his head, a flicker of fear crossing his face as he clenched his teeth and advised, "When you encounter a Buddhist, it's best to deal with them superficially and refrain from associating yourself too closely with them. Those who are not firm in mind can be swayed by a single encounter, falling into many traps. In this world, there are minor paths such as shamanic spells and curses, as well as major ones that involve consuming blood for power like the Purple Mansion realm and Golden Core realm. Your chosen Dao path is yours to decide, guided by the desires of your heart. But once you embrace Buddhism, you no longer have a say in the matter." Donghe shivered slightly at the warning, relieved that Buddhism lay far to the north and was not an immediate concern. "Thank you for the caution, Senior," he said respectfully. Xiao Chucho nodded and exchanged a few more words with the men before noticing how much time had passed. He and Yuan rose into the sky in search of the medicinal herb, not wanting others to reach it first. Donghe courteously saw them off beyond his territory. As they flew onward, Xiao Chucho seemed to still be lost in the memories of his youthful adventures. Yuan glanced at him and whispered in his ear, "Ancestor, about the herb." "The herb is secondary," Xiao Chucho interrupted, shaking his head. "Though the herb is real, it's also a distraction. I know of several relics likely left by the people of Mount Yue, guarded by seals. Now that Mount Yue has fallen, it's the perfect time to explore them. If we could find even a page or two of that book, it would be immensely beneficial to our family. Xiao Yuanxi nodded, his heart set on the book bestowed by the immortal, murmuring, "Answers to a beggar's questions under the mulberry tree. That's surely a grade 7 or 8 immortal text." "Don't get your hopes too high," Xiao Chucho cautioned softly. "If there was a trace of this book at Mount Yue, those Purple Mansion realm cultivators would have already fought over it. Duanmu Kuei's old tales are too ancient. Perhaps the story of the immortal's gift is just something he fabricated to aggrandize himself." As they continued on their flight, Xiao Yuanxi expressed his puzzlement. "So, Duanmu Kuei ultimately failed. Is attaining the Golden Core realm really so difficult? Despite hundreds of years and countless Purple Mansion realm cultivators that have attempted to break through, not a single one has succeeded." Xiao Chucho chuckled and replied, "Golden Core realm. Refining the metallic essence can extend your lifespan by 1,000 years. As long as one is not discovered by the emissaries of death, even a dead Golden Core realm cultivator can continue to linger in the mortal realm by virtue of this metallic essence. Therefore, such prestige is not easily achieved." Chapter 203, The Clan Gathering. With Fei Luoya's recognition, the territory of eastern Mount Yue was entirely and undisputedly in the hands of the Li family. After settling the affairs of the 6 major clans and determining the locations and outputs of the various spirit fields, the return to Mount Yue was finally scheduled. In the front hall of the Mount Yue Palace, Li Yuanxiu wrote down his thoughts on a fabric sheet for a while, then drafted his speech. He then put down his brush and glanced at the time, whispering, "Pingy, bring the maps. Let's go and pay our respects to the elders together." Li Pingy tightened his sleeves and took a scroll of maps in his hands, before following closely behind Li Yuanxiu. He appeared to be slightly nervous. They walked through the long corridor flanked by clan guards who stood silently, holding their weapons without even a glance sideways. After walking a while, Li Yuanxiu and Li Pingy entered the palace's rear hall and saw Li Feiluoya respectfully standing at the doorway. Li Pingy slightly looked up and softly called out, "Aunt." Li Feiluoya, Li Pingy's paternal aunt, had been married off when Li Pingy was very young and had only returned home during festivals or rituals. Each visit, she discussed the affairs of Mount Yue with her elder brother Li Xiaoan, and by the next day, these discussions would have been compiled and placed neatly on Li Xuanchuan's desk. Although Li Pingy was not very close to her, he still smiled and greeted her. "Young family head, Li Feiluoya acknowledged them softly before they all entered the hall together. Inside, Li Yuanxiu saw that the seat at the head of the hall was empty. On the left sat a middle-aged man with sharp features and equipped with a golden bow, who was joking about something. It was Li Xianfeng. To the right was his own father, Li Xianxian, who listened intently and nodded in agreement from time to time. Next to him was his third uncle Li Xianling, who, currently at the peak of the embryonic breathing realm, was expected to break through within the next few years. He held a jade slip and nodded slightly upon seeing Li Yuanxiu. Chen Donghe and Li Qiuyang sat quietly next in line, not daring to speak. Further down sat Li Xiaoan and other influential clan uncles. The elders of the family were not here due to their age, so those present were relatively younger but still held significant positions within the family. "Greetings, seniors," Li Yuanxiu and the others began. After waiting a while at the bottom of the steps, someone flew into the hall with the wind, prompting everyone to stand and greet him in unison. "Welcome, clan uncle, ancestor, second uncle. I am late. Thank you all for waiting," Li Tongya said as he settled into the seat at the head of the hall and nodded at Li Yuanxiu, who stepped forward. His tone was solemn and serious when he spoke. "Our Li family now fully controls eastern Mount Yue, and we have gathered 54 spirit items worth 32 spirit stones, and 7 embryonic breathing realm Dharma artifacts, and shamanic tools worth over 40 spirit stones." Li Yuanxiu paused. Having already reported 3 Qi cultivation realm Dharma artifacts to Li Tongya privately, he skipped them in the list, thus avoiding provoking idle talk among the clan uncles. He then changed the subject, saying, "Currently, our Li family needs to submit a tribute every 5 years consisting of 1,000 gene of spirit saddies, 100 white essence fruits, 300 gene of yellow jade spirit rice, and 25 spirit stones, along with various other spirit goods worth a total of 50 spirit stones. The native yield of spirit patties on Mount Yue is around 1,300 gene. Since we acquired the territory of eastern Mount Yue, there's been a shortage of manpower, and the productive spirit fields there currently yield about 1,000 Jing. After distributing the clan allowances to the cultivators, we can have a surplus of 800 Jing of spirit patties every 5 years. The main income, however, comes from the ebony mine, bringing in about 30 spirit stones every 5 years. Li Yuanxiu made a gesture, and Li Pingyi unrolled a map. Li Yuanxiu detailed the distribution of the spirit fields, their fertility and sterility, as the elders listened intently. Li Tongya thought to himself, this doesn't even include talismans and miscellaneous items like Wuzhou spirit silk. If those were counted, the income could reach 40 spirit stones. With the 30 spirit stones we have in reserve, in a few years, we could afford to commission a formation for Mount Huaqian. Observing the junior members below, Li Tongyan nodded slightly and spoke warmly. This occupation of Eastern Mount Yue required effort from all present. The family will reward you according to your contributions when we return to the town. The crowd thanked him in unison. The clan uncles below whispered among themselves and exchanged glances, until finally, one of the minor sect cultivators stood up. He was a third-stage embryonic breathing realm cultivator and looked up hesitantly before speaking. The acquisition of Eastern Mount Yue territory is largely due to the efforts of our Qi cultivation realm elders. We merely played a supporting role and dare not claim credit. However, as he stood up, Li Qiuyang, the head of the minor sect cultivators, looked startled and somewhat angry, clearly taken aback by the unfolding events. Li Qiuyang clenched his teeth, and Chen Donghe, who was beside him, placed a hand on his shoulder and shook his head gently. The minor sect cultivator suddenly fell to his knees and said earnestly, now that Eastern Mount Yue is wholly ours, we beseech the elders to abolish the Mount Yue royal lineage and its governance system to ensure control under the Li family and prevent any loyalty conflicts from the royal heirs. While this minor sect cultivator was still speaking, Li Qiuyang suddenly had an epiphany and sighed silently. Without a word, he hung his head in dejection. The struggle for benefit is inevitable, Li Yuanxiu thought to himself with his back facing the speaker. He was fully aware of their intentions. With the Li family's towns and villages already under the administration of his several illegitimate half-brothers, who were quite cunning, these minor sect members naturally lacked the power to compete with them. Hence, they turned their attention to the lands of Eastern Mount Yue. Having previously hinted multiple times, and having firmly chastised them, my clan brothers were still not deterred, seeking yet another gamble in the presence of our granduncle. Li Yuanxiu narrowed his eyes. If the royal lineage of Eastern Mount Yue was removed and the territory directly administered by the Li family, the numerous towns that might emerge would naturally tempt these individuals to propose a significant candidate to test the waters. Moreover, this individual is a junior. Even if something were to go awry, there would be enough room to navigate through it. After the minor sect cultivator had finished delivering his prepared speech, Li Yuanxiu gave a slight smile without turning his head. He spoke softly. The land of Eastern Mount Yue has been through numerous wars. The people are in turmoil. It is a turbulent time. For the Li family to take over now is merely inheriting a mess that drains resources, consumes food and craftsmen, and would require further resources to manage a group of officials who capitalize on the chaos. Li Yuanxiu stepped forward, his implications causing the faces of the clan uncles to change. His gaze swept over the faces of the various clan uncles, compelling them all to lower their heads. He smiled and continued, my family is interested in the spirit items and spirit fields of Mount Yue. Now that we have obtained these, during this time of great resentment among the people, it would be better to let Shamoli govern over them. Let the blame for grievances fall on the king of Mount Yue, and the backlash on Shamoli. When Mount Yue changes its customs, and the people's strength is restored, we can gradually absorb more territory. By that time, the people's lives will have improved, and they will recognize these as the merits of the Li family. Hearing this, Li Tongya, sitting at the head of the hall, smiled in approval and nodded subtly. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he declared firmly, the royal family of Eastern Mount Yue is nominally a vassal, but actually a puppet of ours. This matter is settled. No further discussion is needed. Yes, was the collective response. Li Tongya, one of the highest ranking and strongest in the family, respected as an elder and nicknamed the Grand Elder of the Li family, spoke softly but decisively. Hence, his statement prompted everyone to stand and agree, settling the matter with finality. The minor sect cultivator awkwardly returned to his place. The smaller branch members exchanged glances and all sighed softly. realizing the futility of their aspirations. Li Yuanxiu briskly turned the page on the matter, adding, "From the second lunar month until today, we've been stationed in eastern Mount Yue for 27 days. 13 clan members have committed violations of indulgence, 9 have abused their powers for personal gain, and 7 others committed various smaller offenses. Those who incited troops are to be stripped of their ranks and imprisoned, and from squad leader upward, all are to be executed if they could not dissuade their subordinates." Li Yuanxiu paused here as his voice trailed off, his tone hinting at the gruesome nature of the punishments. This made some of the younger members flinch. He continued, "Those who accepted bribes are to be stripped of their positions, and those who offered bribes are to be imprisoned or executed, never to be employed again." Li Yuanxiu then concluded the rest of the administrative matters. Li Tongya nodded and assigned a few people to stay in eastern Mount Yue to oversee the spirit fields and manage the local cultivators. "The matters of eastern Mount Yue are concluded. Withdraw the troops and return home," he said. Chapter 204. News from the Yin family. Spring rains were gentle and nourishing, and thousands of acres of fertile fields sprouted lush green seedlings. A farmer in a straw raincoat straightened up in the fields, looking worriedly at the soldiers hastening back. "My child joined the army. I wonder if he was hurt." A few days earlier, the farmer had received news of a great victory in the west with minimal casualties. He knew some soldiers had been executed for indulging in excesses and abuse, but he was not overly concerned. "I've taught that boy for over a decade. He wouldn't do such things," he reassured himself. The muddy earth was compressed under the wheels while gleaming armor clashed in the rain, ringing out sonorously. The crystal-clear raindrops split in two upon hitting the sharp blades and rolled off swiftly, dripping onto Su Gongming's eyebrows. Su Gongming looked ahead at the dark carriage frame, reviewing his conduct along the way and feeling satisfied that he had lived up to old Master Su's teachings. He visibly relaxed. Just then, he saw a rider approaching amidst the drizzle, a flag fluttering weakly behind him. Riding in the rain, it must be urgent news. Su Gongming perked up immediately and quickly moved forward. The rider, whose cultivation was at the third stage of embryonic breathing realm, reined in his horse in front of the carriage before carefully dismounting. He then handed over a bamboo tube, stating gravely, "A message from Mount Huaqian." Su Gongming took it and climbed onto the carriage step. He shook off the rein and saw Li Pingyi emerge from behind the curtains to take the bamboo tube, bowing as he retreated back into the carriage. The first branch of the minor clans, Su Gongming looked enviously at Li Pingyi. Li Yexing's branch was always the closest to the main family and was highly respected among the various branches, always priding themselves as confidants of the main family. It was a status even higher than that of Li Qiuyang's branch, fueling Su Gongming's envy. "If only the elders in charge during Lord Xuanxuan's time had been competent, we wouldn't be in this position." Su Gongming hopped down from the carriage, looking at the young man who had arrived on horseback. He gave him a smile before asking, "May I know your name?" "Tian Zhongqing." The young man raised his wet eyebrows and responded politely with a sincere expression. "So, you are a son of the Tian family." Su Gongming gave a slight smile before ending the conversation, mindful of old Master Su's instruction to refrain from associating with prominent families. He chose to remain silent. "Young family head, there's a letter from Mount Huaqian," Li Pingyi said as he removed the cloth covering from the wooden tube and walked to Li Yuanxiu's side. Li Yuanxiu withdrew his gaze from the wooden scroll and whispered to himself, "Mount Huaqian. Whatever could be the matter with Mount Huaqian?" Taking the wooden scroll, Li Yuanxiu removed the wax seal and unfolded the white cloth inside, carefully reading the single sentence written on it. "Confidential, a letter from an family's informant." And Jian confessed after getting drunk, revealing that Jingming had broken through to the 8th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. 8th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. Li Yuanxiu was stunned for a moment, finding this hard to believe. He raised his head in disbelief and murmured softly, "How is that possible? And Jingming is only about 23 or 24, right? Is he going to break through to Foundation Establishment realm at 30? How talented is he?" Li Pingyi remained wordless and did not respond while Li Yuanxiu furrowed his brow in thought. When he spoke again, his voice was low. "Summon the messenger." Li Pingyi nodded and exited. Shortly after, a man came in, removing his straw raincoat to reveal a damp, tight-fitting robe. He cupped his fist respectfully before answering. "Tian Zhongqing pays respects to young family head." "Tian Zhongqing." Li Yuanxiu felt a sense of familiarity with the name, but could not quite place his finger on where he had heard it before. He then asked softly, "Which generation do you belong to?" This was Tian Zhongqing's first meeting with Li Yuanxiu, but he was not nervous. He raised his head and smiled. "Tian Yuan, the wife of Lord Xianping, is my father's paternal aunt, and I am her grandnephew." Oh. Li Yuanxiu noted that Tian Zhongqing was 17 or 18 years old and was already at the third stage of the embryonic breathing realm, carrying himself with composure. He stored this information in his mind and nodded, saying, "Take this letter to the military accounting office and deliver it to my father." Understood. Tian Zhongqing took the wooden scroll and wrapped it in a cloth bag before stamping a wax seal on it. He covered it with 2 layers of cloth before briskly leaving the carriage, riding westward along the military formation. This person is the eldest grandson of the Tian family, the leader of the younger generation of their family, Li Pingyi said as he stepped forward to remind Li Yuanxiu, who simply nodded in agreement. That's not bad at all. Rolling up the wooden scroll in his hand, Li Yuanxiu pondered inwardly. It's no wonder that the surrounding families are reluctant to let outsiders cultivate. How can a family compete with several families? With more people, there will always be a few geniuses. By then, allowing outsiders to become the top cultivators of the family would make things difficult. Fortunately, our family has the mirror and talisman seed, which can accelerate cultivation speed, ensuring that the decent talent of each generation. It allows for our assurance, at least. Returning from his thoughts, Li Yuanxiu picked up another wooden scroll from the desk and said in a low voice, "Within Jingming's talent and in Jian's careless behavior, how can he live long?" After a moment of careful consideration, Li Yuanxiu felt rather uneasy. Setting down the wooden scroll in his hand, he declared firmly, "No, I must personally go and find father." With that, he donned his raincoat and swiftly left the carriage to search for Li Xianxian. Li Tongya slowly opened his eyes and waited a few moments before the carriage door was gently knocked on. He exhaled a breath of white air and said softly, "Come in and talk." Li Xianxian pushed the door open and entered. The rain outside was getting heavier, but not a drop had touched him. Li Xianxian was also about 40 years old, but due to his breakthrough to the Qi cultivation realm, much of the white at his temples had vanished, making him appear just over 30. His expression was grave as he followed Li Yuanxiu into the room, his clothes slightly damp from the rain. "Second uncle, and Jingming has already broken through to the 8th heavenly layer of Qi cultivation realm," Li Xianxian said as he looked up at Li Tongya with a serious expression, adding, "This matter is of great importance, so I came to report it as soon as I received the news." Li Tongya raised his eyebrows in surprise. He had anticipated in Jingming's rapid cultivation progress, but had not expected it to reach such an extent. He said in a deep voice, "And Jingming isn't even 30 yet, is he?" 23 or 24, was the reply. Li Tongya calculated the time. The last time he had seen in Jingming was over 7 or 8 years ago when the boy was only 15 and at the 3rd heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. Now he was already at the 8th heavenly layer. Li Tongya murmured quietly to himself, deep in thought. That's roughly 1 heavenly layer per year. Li Tongya found it increasingly unbelievable. Normally, a Qi cultivator would take over 5 years to advance 1 heavenly layer. 3 to 5 years was considered extremely quick. If one's talent was not considered good enough, it could even take up to 7 or 8 years. Yet, Jingming had managed to advance 5 heavenly layers in just 7 years, including 2 heavenly layers during the demanding later stages of the Qi cultivation realm, nearly catching up to Li Tongya himself. Li Tongya knew that if he had not received the deep ocean long whale talisman, his own cultivation would at best be at only the 7th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm, perhaps even lower than in Jingming. Li Xianxian, who had only recently broken through the Qi cultivation realm himself and knew the difficulties involved, saw Li Tongya's silence and felt uneasy. He spoke in a low voice. "The spirit veins in Mount Huazhong are thin and inferior to those of Mount Huaqian, let alone Azure Pond Peak. I've heard that disciples and sects who consume heavenly treasures and bathe in spirit fluids advance 1 heavenly layer every 2 to 3 years. How does one advance 1 heavenly layer per year?" Li Xianxian paused, then clenched his already tense jaw. "I've heard gossip in the markets about reincarnated immortals who progress swiftly due to their past life's cultivation. Could this person be some reincarnated deity or immortal?" "That's impossible." Li Tongya was also shaken but shook his head and said firmly, "If he were indeed a reincarnated being of the Golden Core realm or higher, we would have been wiped out by him long ago. How could the Yu family still be jumping around here?" Chapter 205, Leaking the News. The rain drizzled outside, yet it was unusually quiet inside the carriage. Li Tongya stroked his beard and spoke thoughtfully. This person is quite calculative. Who could have foreseen such rapid progress in his cultivation? He probably hopes to take advantage of the turmoil over the lake to swiftly break through to the Foundation establishment realm. With that attainment, he could travel between heaven and earth unrestrained. On his territory, he can rely on formations and geographical advantages to resist Yu Xiaoguei. Even if he's outside of his territory, the Yu family is hesitant to act against his family. Li Tongya had just finished speaking when Li Yuanxiu picked up the thread, speaking in a grave tone. Moreover, with his talent, it's impossible for him to stop at Foundation establishment realm. Once in Jingming escapes abroad, who would dare to touch his family? In 20 or 30 years, he could return as a peak Foundation establishment realm cultivator, or even a Purple Mansion realm cultivator. Li Xianxian was silent for a moment before looking up. But it's not so simple. Our Li family has now expanded to the borders on both sides. With a mid-stage Foundation establishment realm cultivator in Mount Yue to the west, there's no way out. If the Yin family appears in the east, our Li family will be sandwiched between Moongaze Lake and Mount Dali, leaving us no room to expand. Seeing that the two younger men were taking this seriously, Li Tongya nodded, already formulating a plan in his mind. He looked at Li Yuanxiu and asked with a smile, "Do you have a plan?" Li Yuanxiu was instantly invigorated, knowing that Li Tongya was testing him. He cupped his fist and replied in a low voice, "When our family annexed the Lu family because of Lu Yuanlu's foolishness, it was done poorly. The families around the lake don't say it openly, but they have been quietly critical and vigilant. If we rashly interfere in the Yin family's affairs, we might provoke public anger. For now, we can rely on another tiger to devour the wolf." Seeing that both elders nodded, Li Yuanxiu smiled and continued, "We are anxious, but the Yu family is even more so. With the rise of the Xiao family's business, we have strong external support. We are also internally backed by the deterrence of a sword immortal. Allowing in Jingming to reach the Foundation establishment realm only means we are trapped in between. However, the Yu family forcefully collects tributes from the families around the lake and frequently interferes in their affairs, gradually encroaching through vassal marriages, earning them deep resentment from every family. However, the Yu family's strength is formidable, and Yu Mugo's tactics are sophisticated, managing to suppress and divide the major families, which is exactly why they've stabilized the situation." Li Yuanxiu chuckled softly and added, "They are the ones who fear in Jingming's advancement to Foundation establishment realm the most. Once they learn of this news, even their Purple Mansion realm ancestor, Yu Xiaoguei, might emerge from his seclusion." Indeed. Li Tongya nodded in approval, exchanging glances with Li Xianxian before instructing, "Since Xiao has a plan, you will be left to handle this matter. Leak the news discreetly to the Yu family." "Understood," Li Yuanxiu said as he cupped his fist, confidently departing to carry out his plan. Li Xianxian watched him go with a chuckle, while Li Tongya glanced at him and grinned cheekily. "You've raised a fine son." "Heh." Li Xianxian laughed, clasping his fist and adding, "Just so second uncle knows, my first wife will give birth again in a few months, adding a sibling born of the same mother to Xiao." "Oh." Li Tongya raised an eyebrow and spoke softly, "You have indeed done well in this respect. Linger is faithful, Fenger is still trapped in past events, and among the younger generation, you are the only one who has spread his branches and leaves." With a wave of his hand, Li Tongya's brow furrowed with worry again as he said in a grave tone, "Indeed," and Jiyan was right back then. "Yu Mugo is a ruthless man. He fears in Jingming, but he also fears our Li family. He will certainly not let our family off easily. Over the years, the Fei family has caused him many troubles, and the Yu family has annexed 2 others, so he simply hasn't had the chance to act. The quieter this man is, the more uneasy I feel." Li Xianxian listened to these words and fell silent for a moment, then cupped his fist once more. "Now that Xianling is in seclusion to break through, we brothers must be more cautious. Unless Yu Xiaoguei himself takes action, who could possibly threaten us?" "Indeed," Li Tongya nodded gently. Li Xianxian then asked for some guidance on his cultivation. Although Li Tongya had been cultivating for many years, and they did not practice the same techniques. His advice suddenly enlightened Li Xianxian, who left in a better mood. Once I return to the mountain, I can focus on advancing to the Foundation Establishment realm. I can't rest easy until there's a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator overseeing this lake and mountain. At this thought, Li Tongya sighed softly and closed his eyes to meditate. When the Li family's troops returned to the 4 towns of Lijing, there was not much noise of carriages and horses. Most of the influential members of the Li family had left the town, leaving only Li Yuanyun to welcome them at the town's entrance. Li Yuanjiao and Li Yuanxiu alighted from their carriages, and the brothers embraced, talking about the events of the past few months. Standing nearby, Li Qinghong held her spear with a cheerful smile. Dressed in leather armor, the teenage girl, now around 12 or 13 years old, had bright eyes and wore her black hair neatly in a ponytail. With the characteristic gray-black eyes of the Li family, she stood gracefully as she watched her brothers smilingly. Qinghong. Li Yuanjiao scratched his head awkwardly. Having grown up beside her, he had always treated her more like a boy and never thought it odd. Now, having been away for a few months and returning to see her blossom into a young lady, he felt momentarily embarrassed and called out to her somewhat awkwardly, as if he hardly recognized her. "What's the matter, Brother Jiao? After fighting in the mountains for months, you don't recognize your little sister anymore." Li Qinghong's raised her eyebrows slightly as she teased him. Her usually gentle eyes suddenly lit up brightly. Since she wore no makeup on her face, her cheeks were slightly rosy. "Not at all," Li Yuanjiao replied as he laughed heartily. The conversation allowed him to feel more at ease, and he said, "Once I return to the town, we'll have a match." Li Yuanxiu smiled warmly, pulling Li Yuanyun to the front and prompting Li Qinghong to greet him right away. "Brother." Li Yuanxiu was pondering the arrangements for their return to the town. Hearing her voice, he looked up, his eyes twinkling immediately as he smiled. "Qinghong, you've grown much taller this year." As the younger generation chatted, a serious-looking man with slightly graying temples alighted from the carriage behind them. It was none other than Li Xianxian. "Father." Li Yuanjiao and Li Yuanxiu called out respectfully, to which Li Xianxian nodded in acknowledgement. The sight of Li Qinghong's smile momentarily stunned him, as if he was seeing Li Jingtian from more than a decade ago. While Li Jingtian exuded a gentler, calmer demeanor, Li Qinghong's eyes sparkled with energy, lending her a lively and assertive air. "Uncle," Li Qinghong called out with a smile, which made Li Xianxian feel a slight emptiness in his heart. He responded, but his mind had wandered off. "I should visit Jingtian too. Having secluded myself for so many years, and immediately going on a campaign in the mountains after emerging from seclusion, I have not seen her even once." Li Xianxian was instructing these younger relatives on their cultivation, while Li Yuanxiu stood behind silently. Li Pingyi quickly approached him and whispered, "Young family head, Tian Zhongqing has already been summoned." Li Yuanxiu ran through his plans repeatedly in his mind before nodding and replying, "Have him wait for me at the clan affairs courtyard." Chapter 206, Counter-Espionage. Li Yuanxiu strode into the central hall, while Li Yuanjiao followed closely behind. They saw several clan uncles waiting anxiously in the hall, their expressions frantic and their behavior restrained. They began pleading, "Young family head, please forgive my son's recklessness and allow him to return home." "Indeed, young family head, I understand that you're managing the household, but you must do so with compassion." Li Yuanxiu swept his gaze over them and immediately recognized them as the elders of those clan brothers who had been causing trouble in eastern Mount Yue, allowing their soldiers to commit atrocities and dishonor others. He simply cupped his fist and spoke in a stern voice. "It's not that I lack compassion, but my clan brothers had indeed gone overboard with their actions. They took pleasure in slaughtering, bullied the married women and their daughters, and reveled in impaling infants on spears. Can you truly excuse such horrible actions?" The elders were startled by his words and exchanged glances amongst themselves. Yet none could stammer out a response. Li Yuanxiu sighed softly and continued, "Establishing a clan affairs courtyard to maintain order among the clan members was the dying wish of our ancestor, and for many years, there has been no change to this decree. Furthermore, news of this incident has reached my granduncle, and he is quite shocked and angered. I would like to help, but I am powerless. If you can persuade my granduncle to overlook this matter, I will release them immediately." The ancestor Li Yuanxiu mentioned was none other than Li Mutian. The establishment of the clan affairs courtyard had been a directive of Li Mutian before his passing. The mention of Li Tongya also pressured the elders into silence, causing them to withdraw with a resigned sigh. Watching the elders leave, Li Yuanxiu then smiled and shook his head as he moved toward the rear hall. Li Yuanxiao, following behind, was amazed and praised him. I'm impressed by how quickly you managed to silence such a formidable group of elders. It's no big deal, Li Yuanxiu replied as he chuckled softly and quietly said. After all, in this world, power is respected. Suppressing others with strength is most convenient. Our methods of governance merely leverage the authority of stronger elders. Without power, no amount of talking will help. The two laughed and entered the rear hall where incense was burning, with wisps of smoke swirling around. A man clad in leather armor stood respectfully and vigilantly in the center. He cupped his fist to the approaching men and greeted them with a smile. Tian Zhongxing pays his respects to the two lords. Li Yuanxiu acknowledged him and walked to the seat at the head of the hall before addressing him directly. In Huaqian town that you oversee, there's a man named Ma Haiji who is a spy for the Yu family. Are you aware of this? No, I am not. Tian Zhongxing was taken aback by this revelation, his pupils dilating slightly as he quickly kneeled on the ground, stammering. I have failed to discern him clearly. Li Yuanxiu waved his hand to stop him and sighed before speaking softly. This is not your fault. I deliberately allowed this person to remain free. Dealing with spies isn't just about killing them. Managing them seems much more reassuring than removing them. At crucial moments, they can still be useful to me. After he had finished speaking, he made a small gesture. Immediately, a clan soldier brought forward a bamboo tube containing a secret message, which he handed to Tian Zhongxing. I want the Yu family to know about the contents of this letter. Among the spies, this person's name is particularly unpleasant, and he is the easiest to deceive. So let's use him. This Ma Haiji, Li Yuanxiu instructed, letting out a soft chuckle. Tian Zhongxing nodded repeatedly. Li Yuanxiu went on to explain the plan in great detail, making sure his instructions were as clear as possible. Make it look natural, let Ma Haiji believe he had stumbled upon this accidentally. After carefully listening to his instructions, Tian Zhongxing quietly excused himself. Li Yuanxiu was still sitting casually at the bottom of the steps. Seeing Tian Zhongxing leave, he then turned to his brother. Brother, Yumugo is not easy to fool. Whether he believes it or not, Ma Haiji is likely to be discarded by the Yu family after this. Do you have a plan for handling this? Li Yuanxiu nodded and smiled. When someone comes to our house to spy on us, is there any reason for him to leave unscathed and still live a life of luxury? Once his message gets out, we'll make his life worse than death. Picking up a writing brush, Li Yuanxiu and Li Yuanjiao exchanged a glance and smiled. Li Yuanxiu then drew a circle on the fabric sheet. Li Yuanjiao raised an eyebrow in response and said with a cryptic expression, Tian Zhongxing and Su Gongming are both talents that can be utilized. The families have many members and are bound to produce a few formidable characters. Li Yuanxiu looked down at the circle he had drawn and let out a small sigh. Talents that can be utilized are good enough. We don't need someone like in Jingming. Our pond is too shallow to nurture flood dragons. Under the administration of Mount Huaqian, the four towns flourished, with Huaqian town at the foot of the mountain being the most lively. In recent years, many courtyards had been built, and in the sparse spring rain, people wearing straw raincoats bustled about. The official has come to visit. Please inform Brother Zhongxing. Ma Haiji waited outside in the courtyard under the spring drizzle for a while until a servant creaked the door open. Oh, it's you, Lord Ma. Please come. The servant said respectfully upon recognizing him at the doorway. Ma Haiji nodded before walking into the courtyard with his hands behind his back. As he crossed the threshold, he took off his straw raincoat. There was no sign of Tian Zhongxing in the main courtyard, and not even an attendant was in sight, leaving the courtyard eerily empty. He raised an eyebrow and asked, Where is Lord Zhongxing? The Lord received an urgent message early this morning and went out with his men, leaving only me to watch the house. Please wait a moment, I will bring you some tea. The servant answered, with his head bowed meekly. Tian Zhongxing was known for his frugality, employing only a few personal servants. Such situations were not uncommon. Ma Haiji nodded at the servant's explanation, who went to prepare the tea hurriedly. Upon hearing the words, urgent message, Ma Haiji's interest was piqued. He sat down on a wooden chair, eyeing the bamboo tube on the table that fluttered slightly in the wind. It piqued his own greedy thoughts as he gazed at it. I wonder if I could get any information from this. 10 years ago, Ma Haiji had fled to this place from the roads. He was skilled in speech and good at calculations, which earned him a position managing the granary under Tian Zhongqing. However, he had another identity. His real surname was Yue, and he came from one of the Yue family's branches. His generation had fallen on hard times, but thanks to his cleverness and a recommendation, he had secured a position as a spy and infiltrated the Li family. His gaze lingered on the bamboo tube on the table. Ma Haiji could hardly contain himself. He had been here for 10 years, transmitting only bits and pieces of information, and was never involved in anything significant, so much so that he felt as if he were starting to forget his own surname. If this information is important enough, perhaps I could return home in glory, no longer needing to skulk around here. Truthfully, life in the Li family was not harder than in the Yue family. With the support of hundreds of thousands from Mount Yue, the common folk of the Li family lived far better than those under the Yue, where although the upper echelons were wealthy, the commoners still starved. Ma Haiji looked around before quickly approaching the table, squatting to inspect it. The wax seal on the bamboo tube had been broken, and it was empty, its contents most likely already taken away by Tian Zhongqing. What a pity. Ma Haiji sighed and sat back down before kicking his legs up. His eyes swept across the floor around him and spotted a piece of white cloth caught under the table leg, fluttering gently in the soft spring breeze. His eyes twinkled instantly. Always quick-witted, he quickly realized what the cloth was. This must mean that Tian Zhongqing indeed received a very important and urgent message. He must have left the courtyard in such a hurry that he didn't secure the tube properly, and the spring breeze must have blown the message under the table. Ma Haiji was delighted. He peeked at it and saw that the ink had smeared across the cloth, leaving only a few legible words. And Jingming has broken through to the 8th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. Your tea is here, Lord Ma. The call startled Ma Haiji to his core. He plopped back into his chair swiftly and took the offered tea bowl nonchalantly. However, his mind was racing with thoughts, and he was eager to leave. After the servant left, he breathed a sigh of relief and wiped his face, recalling the process and silently praising himself. My actions were flawless. Time to leave quickly. Chapter 207. The Yue family's reaction. Yu Mugo sat in a high position in the hall, with 2 peak Qi cultivation realm guests standing respectfully beside him. The vast hall was silent, with not a single person daring to speak. Yu Mugo's expression was slightly weary, clearly having suffered greatly during this period. His deep voice reverberated through the hall when he spoke. Yuan, is there still no news from Mujian? The person seated below him was tall and thin. His features bore a resemblance to Yu Mugo, albeit lacking his dark and venomous demeanor. It was one of the 2 men who used to follow him, and they nodded and replied respectfully. Fourth brother said he went north to seek a place to sharpen his sword's edge. It's been several months, and there's still no sign of his return. Damn fool, Yu Mugo hissed as he cursed under his breath. As annoyed as he was, he felt powerless regarding his brother's situation, who was wholly devoted to the path of the sword. He sighed softly. Milin, it's fortunate I have you to watch over things. Otherwise, with so many troubles at home, I would be driven to my grave. I dare not. I'm merely alleviating my big brother's worries, Yuan responded. Just then, a person hurried up from below, holding a letter in his hands. He handed it to Yu Mugo, whispering, Family head, we've received a secret letter from Ma Haiji of Mount Huaqian. Yu Mugo raised an eyebrow, his expression darkening. He took the letter, broke the wax seal, and read the letter twice over. His face contorted angrily at once as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, And Jingming, that cunning fox. I've overlooked him these days, only to find that he has reached such a level. He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment before handing the letter to Yuan, who took it with both hands. After glancing at it, he was unable to contain his shock and exclaimed, How is this possible? It's only been a few years, and Jingming has reached such a realm of cultivation. The 8th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. How can this be possible? What's with that monstrous cultivation speed? Is this information from the Li family reliable? Our family is currently on good terms with the Yin family. Could this be a divisive strategy to make us turn against the Yin family? Yu Mugo closed his eyes and thought deeply for a while, then shook his head. He spoke gravely. It doesn't seem possible. The Li family has always been reserved, and Li Tongya is not one to stir up trouble. According to the spy, acquiring this information was a near-death experience. This likely isn't a ploy by the Li family. Neither Li Yuanxiu nor Yu Mugo could have anticipated that Ma Haiji, in his desire to highlight his own contributions, had embellished the letter, describing the process of obtaining the information as fraught with deadly peril. Unfortunately for him, this had influenced Yu Mugo's judgment, making him more certain and decisive of the news's authenticity. Milin cupped his fist and said through gritted teeth, "If that's the case, this man must not be allowed to live." Yu Mugo's expression was ominously dark as the progress of Jingming's cultivation had far exceeded his expectations. He sighed deeply and spoke in a low voice. "Indeed, he cannot be left alive. Our family must kill him. With his rate of cultivation, he could break through to the Foundation establishment realm in just a few years. There could be unforeseen consequences then. It would be best to suppress both the Li and families together." Milin watched his elder brother ponder on, knowing that Yu Mugo was likely concocting some sinister plan. His brother had always been capable of outlandish and ruthless schemes and had never failed in his machinations against various figures. Hence, he remained silent, waiting patiently below. Yu Mugo pondered only briefly before his plans took shape in his mind. He spoke softly. "The Yin family has revealed the locations of the Li family's towns and has arranged for our people to be placed there, which couldn't be better. I already have a plan. First, we'll strike at the Li family to curb their influence, then catch the Yin family off guard. We've allowed these two families too much freedom for too long. It's time to rein them in." Yu Mugo smiled faintly as he spoke, clearly confident of his strategy. He then said softly, "Go fetch Master Jiang." The servant below hurried to make arrangements, and soon, an old man with a head full of white hair was brought over. Judging by the wrinkles on his face, he was likely over 150 years old. Yet, his cultivation was only at the third heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm. Despite his weak vitality, he laughed heartily and cupped his fist. "Head of Yu family, it's been a long while. How many people do we need to eliminate today?" "Master Jiang." Yu Mugo was exceedingly polite, clearly holding Master Jiang in high regard. He then continued with a beaming smile, "I do need your assistance to eliminate one person." Master Jiang sat down casually on a rosewood chair, kicking up his feet. Yu Mugo showed no sign of annoyance, but instead gestured to Yuan with a smile. "Fifth brother, I'll have to trouble you to accompany Master Jiang." Mahaiji lit a fire and carefully wrapped the letter before placing it in the flames. Watching as the paper vanished into ashes, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked around, gathered his belongings, and prepared to go home. After taking a few steps, Mahaiji stopped in his tracks. He turned back to extinguish the fire pile and covered it with dirt, nodding to himself in reassurance. After walking several dozen steps, he suddenly felt uneasy. He squatted to the ground and murmured to himself, "The Li family values this message so highly, so surely. They must have their own plans. I've already relayed this message home, and Yu Mugo will surely act to disrupt it. Eventually, the Li family will realize the message has leaked. If Tian Zhongqing returns to the courtyard and sees the paper on the ground and inquires from his servants, they will surely know I was the only visitor. Wouldn't that expose me?" Mahaiji was greatly shaken and extremely distressed, his expression darkening the more he thought about his predicament. "There's no turning back now. I can never return to the Li family. They've probably laid a trap by now, and going back would be walking into certain death." With his bag on his back, Mahaiji was overwhelmed with panic as he mumbled, "I can't wait for a reply from home. I need to leave now. I need to escape here and return home." Mahaiji still had some sense in him left. He quickly pieced together the sequence of events, picked up his bag, and dashed into the woods. Heading north for the duration of the time it took to burn an incense stick, his body was thoroughly scratched by branches and thorns. Unexpectedly, a figure suddenly landed before him, interrupting his escape. The man, dressed in a plain gray robe with a sword at his waist, exuded a dignified demeanor. His eyes fixed on Mahaiji as he smiled and asked, "Where do you intend to go?" Mahaiji was terrified, his legs beginning to shake uncontrollably. "Who are you?" he cried out. "I am Chen Donghe." Chen Donghe smiled slightly, glancing at Mahaiji and saying softly, "You're quite perceptive. Had we not been waiting here already, you might have indeed escaped." Chen Donghe, a Qi cultivator. Having been with the Li family for many years, though only as an ordinary official, Mahaiji knew well of Chen Donghe's reputation. He drew a dagger from his waist and slashed his own throat. However, Mahaiji was merely a mortal. With a flick of his finger, Chen Donghe effortlessly knocked the dagger in Mahaiji's hand with a forceful blow, sending it flying out of his grasp and landing by the riverbank. Then, with a wave of his hand, Ma Haiji collapsed to the ground, completely limp. Chen Donghe looked at Ma Haiji with a slight pang of pity for the helpless man before picking him up. He took to the winds right away, heading toward Mount Yue in the west. Chapter 208 Enmity I. Mount Yue, entrenched in the land of Wu and Yu states, boasted its own customs and had a scattered population numbering over 10 million. North of Mount Yue, a vein of more than 1 million people found refuge under the protection of the Duanmu Kuei. With the demise of Duanmu Kuei, Mount Wu's disciples scattered far and wide, some fleeing while others sought refuge in various sections. The territory once controlled by Duanmu Kuei was now divided among his 4 disciples, each imposing their authority, constructing palaces amid a scene of turmoil. Deep within the northern vein, a monstrous beast dwelled in a deep cave amid the forest. Its mouth bristled with sharp teeth, and its body was covered with yellowish scales. Its 2 brown eyes, each the size of a human head, stared lifelessly into the air. Finally, we've slain this beast. Xiao Chucho sighed, feeling a sense of relief wash over him as he accepted a pill from Xiao Yuanzi. Swiftly swallowing it, he felt an immediate sense of reassurance and renewed strength overwhelm his body. He let out a soft sigh and chuckled before saying, "My lifespan is dwindling and my qi is weakening. Not only has my cultivation stagnated, I don't even move like I used to. To think how heroic I was when I traversed the north, dominating the lands of Jin and Zhao states. Now, in the blink of an eye, I've become an old man." Xiao Yuanzi looked at the old man with concern, hesitating slightly before finally speaking. "Old ancestor, you may want to consider trying the blood sacrifice ritual passed down from the sect. It could prolong your life by a few more years and alleviate your physical discomfort." Xiao Chucho sneered in response. "No thanks. When my father fought with Qi Wei and ultimately became a sacrifice for him, I made a vow in my youth. I will never condone any sacrificial rituals. Qi Wei, he's truly the devil's spawn." Xiao Yuanzi muttered resentfully as deep-seated hatred seeped from his usual gentle demeanor. Xiao Chucho was taken aback by his sudden change in demeanor. He hesitated before continuing. "I know you resent him, but the war between the immortals and the devils has passed. The line between good and evil has become blurred. Qi Wei is indeed a villain, but hardly a devil's spawn. What goodness does he possess?" Xiao Yuanzi exclaimed indignantly, unaware of the conflicted look in Xiao Chucho's eyes. "More than 150 years ago, when I was but an embryonic breathing realm cultivator, the demon king at the southern border invaded. Millions faced imminent doom, and while the 3 sects and 7 gates watched from afar, it was Qi Wei and a few others, who had just attained the Purple Mansion realm, that intervened. They risked their lives to coerce the ancestors of the Azure Pond sect and others to take action, ultimately saving the day. Qi Wei sacrificed his lifespan during that battle and severely damaged his cultivation foundation. Had it not been for his sacrifice, he wouldn't still be struggling to break through to the Golden Core realm even now. Simply put, the Xiao family and half of Yu State owe him our lives," Xiao Chucho revealed. "What?" Xiao Yuanzi spluttered, shocked by this sudden revelation. Xiao Yuanzi had only vaguely heard about a demonic rebellion that had happened more than 100 years ago, but the details eluded him. Hearing Xiao Chucho's revelation was like a bolt from the blue, leaving his mind reeling with shock and disbelief. "How can that be?" he exclaimed in denial. As they ventured deeper into the cave, Xiao Chucho sighed and continued. "Who hasn't dreamed of saving the world and rescuing those in need when they were young? But after decades of stagnation and cultivation, practicing tirelessly day and night with no progress, cultivation itself can become a burden. With all your efforts over the past hundreds of years on the verge of fading away and enemies lurking in the dark, waiting eagerly for your downfall to strike at your descendants and disciples, if you only need to sacrifice a few lives to break through, will you choose to do it?" Xiao Chucho's gaze held a mix of emotions, his aged features contorting with pain as he regarded the bewildered Xiao Yuanzi. To kill is to protect your family and ensure the safety of loved ones. To refrain from killing is to leave yourself vulnerable, risking the slaughter of those dear to us. How many can bear such a burden? Whether it's killing 1 life or 10,000, the act remains the same. Once the seed of evil is sown, it's difficult to contain. Qi Wei may have eaten your junior brother, but it's not possible to determine and judge if he's good or evil. While he may have eaten a few talented disciples, he has ultimately saved millions in Yue State. Furthermore, with Qi Wei's demise, the Azure Pond sect will teeter on the brink of collapse. That family your junior brother is born into may be able to call it a day and return home. Yet, the Qi family. While Xiao Chucho was still talking, Xiao Yuanci could not take it any longer. He finally raised his head, his voice tinged with desperation. Old ancestor, how can the world be so twisted? If good and evil are indistinguishable, and if everyone is a mix of both, where do we find our footing in this world? Xiao Chucho nodded in agreement, his voice barely above a whisper as he remarked. Immortals under the sun are inherently a blend of good and evil. True purity is a myth. The line between good and evil has blurred ever since the war between the immortals and devils ended. Only enmity remains. Xiao Yuanci fell silent for a few breaths before letting out a deep sigh. He found it difficult to calm down. He had joined Qing Sui Peak when he was young, where Si Yuanbai had taught him the distinction between good and evil. Qi Wei had reversed all that he knew, and now Xiao Chucho's words had shaken him deeply. His emotions churned, causing a divine light to burst forth from his immortal foundation, the Vermilion Sage. It appeared that it had been enhanced. Only enmity remains. As the two conversed, they finally arrived in an empty cave that was devoid of all light. Cultivators of the Foundation establishment realm naturally were not troubled by such darkness. Xiao Yuanci glanced around him, his eyes falling upon a cluster of large yellow flowers blooming in the depths of the cave. A group of stamens curled up, with a drop of glistening dew gathering at the ends of them, emitting a fragrant aroma. It's a valuable medicine, 9-stamen spirit daylily. While Xiao Chucho was still struggling to identify the strange flower, Xiao Yuanci recognized it instantly, having been immersed in the alchemy for many years. Xiao Chucho nodded in realization and chuckled. Even if we don't find any relics here, obtaining this precious herb alone already makes the journey worthwhile. For cultivators in the Purple Mansion realm, ordinary spirit items were no longer effective to them. Only the precious medicines that had been nurtured by the essence of heaven and earth could work wonders for them. Satisfied with their find, Xiao Yuanci flicked his sleeve. Mana surged through his hand, but it was without the expected luster of a spell. Old ancestor, please be careful. This flower is sensitive to light. Xiao Yuanci retrieved a Dharma medicine pouch and carefully stowed away the flower. Xiao Chucho observed the string of medicine pouches draped over Xiao Yuanci's body and chuckled. Always prepared, aren't you? Xiao Yuanci smiled wryly. Dharma medicine pouches and Qi collection bottles like these possessed inner space and could not be stored within storage pouches. Despite this inconvenience, Xiao Yuanci still carried them around with him. After collecting the 9-stamen spirit daylily, the two exited the cave and buried the demonic beasts on the ground. Xiao Chucho performed a few spirit sealing techniques, then spoke again. With the current situation of our Xiao family, the Li family on Moongaze Lake could provide a breakthrough, securing the west side for our family. Moongaze Lake, backed by Mount Dali, is an advantageous location. Even if Qi Wei dies, the Azure Pond sect likely won't relinquish control of Moongaze Lake. Given the relationship between our families, using the Li family as a barrier seems most appropriate. Xiao Yuanci, his head lowered as he cast spells, nodded in agreement. That's good. I've heard that Yongling gets along quite well with Li Tongya. Ruyu and Li Xianfeng are also friends.